Ding. The check-in system has awakened. To ensure the host survives the novice gift pack immunity. Mission issued check-in before the god of destruction Beerus. Reward the nascent form of ultra instinct. A sharp intake of breath. He clutched his head, the searing pain, making him want to crack it open. Ling Xian was not from this world. In his previous life, he had somehow transmigrated into this world after drinking a glass of cold water. Ling Xian felt helpless, but he had no choice but to accept the fact of transmigration. Fortunately, even though he had been sent to a strange world, he had awakened a check-in system. Listening to the electronic voice in his mind, Ling Xian froze. God of destruction, Beerus. His pupils contracted sharply, and his whole body trembled. System, is it the world I think it is? Affirmative, host. Ling Xian drew a sharp breath. The god of destruction Beerus. Wasn't he a character from Dragon Ball? Did that mean he had really transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world? Ling Xian swallowed hard. If it were some ordinary world, things would have been easier, at least lives would not be at stake. But the Dragon Ball world was different. It was a high martial world where planets and universes could be destroyed at the drop of a hat. As an ordinary person, he had no voice in such a world. Ordinary people could hardly escape from such calamities, they would only be buried together with the planet and the universe. Can I survive in the Dragon Ball world? Ling Xian's face was full of bitterness. Why of all worlds did he have to be sent to this dangerous high martial one? Damn it. Just as Ling Xian was about to despair, he suddenly saw something. A tail. He had a tail. Am I a Saiyan? Affirmative, host. The novice gift pack is now being distributed. Please prepare to receive it. Before Ling Xian could rejoice, his whole body convulsed, and his face twisted, as if he were enduring tremendous pain. Moments later, a sacred aura erupted from Ling Xian. Boom. The shockwave swept across the entire planet, and continued to spread outward. It reached the realm of the Supreme Kais. It reached the realm of the gods of destruction. It reached the sixth universe. And finally, the Omni King's palace. All the gods of the Dragon Ball world suddenly looked up, their brows furrowed, and no one knew what they were thinking. At the same time, after receiving the novice gift pack, Ling Xian lay on the ground. The pain made every breath feel like his chest was being torn open. S-system. Am I dead? Host, unless your natural lifespan runs out, you cannot die now. WH, what do you mean? The novice gift pack is called immunity. As the name suggests, it grants immunity to all negative influences. Say it more clearly. It means that from now on you can ignore any damage in the Dragon Ball world. So I can ignore Son Goku's Kamehameha. Correct. Can I ignore the god of destruction's destruction energy? Correct. Can I ignore the Omni King's erasure? At this, Ling Xian lay prostrate on the ground, holding his breath, afraid to make a sound. His heart was extremely tense. He waited for a long time. Correct. As the electronic voice sounded, Ling Xian forgot the pain, sat up, and laughed like a fool. He had thought that after transmigrating here, he would end up like the Earthling cannon fodder. Who would have guessed that heaven had not been unkind to him? With immunity, who could still hurt him? Besides immunity, Ling Xian also discovered that he was a Saiyan. Once immunity was combined with the Saiyan physique and trained to the limit, punching Beerus and kicking the Omni King would not be a mere fantasy. But, although Ling Xian had obtained immunity and no one could hurt him anymore, he still had enough self-awareness. Ling Xian knew that he could only ignore all negative effects. It did not mean he could already look down on gods such as Beerus. Dragon Ball had always been a high martial world. Apart from great power, it was also full of bizarre techniques. For example, Master Roshi's evil containment wave. If Ling Xian truly believed that having immunity meant he could act recklessly, what awaited him would surely be secret arts even more powerful than the evil containment wave. Such secret arts merely sealed a person away, they did not inflict any negative effect, so immunity would be useless. After thinking through all this, Ling Xian finally calmed down from his excitement. His body no longer ached. He stretched his limbs and rolled his neck. Ling Xian also sorted through the memories in his mind. It turned out that he was still on planet Vegeta. It was now age 736, and there was only 1 year left before Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. He was only 6 years old, still a child, and his name was Liisi. Then Liisi it would be from now on. Liisi looked at his short little legs and found it funny. He would have to go through childhood all over again. But there was one piece of good news: he was an elite class Saiyan warrior with a battle power of 500. Liisi knew that the division into low, mid, and high-class warriors was not entirely correct. Just look at the original protagonist, Son Goku. He had been evaluated as a low-class warrior at birth. Yet in the end, he still broke past his limits again and again, becoming the legendary Super Saiyan passed down among the Saiyans. But having the status of an elite warrior at least had its advantages in the early stage. With the identity of an elite warrior, even as a young child, he could basically walk around planet Vegeta however he pleased. After all, elite warriors were extremely rare among the entire Saiyan race. Every one of them was incredibly precious. Now that he understood his strength and status, Liisi remembered the mission the system had issued. Check him before the god of destruction Beerus. Reward the nascent form of Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Seeing the reward, Liisi's head spun. Not from fear, but from sheer excitement. Ultra Instinct was an angel-level state. Even a god of destruction could barely comprehend it. In the anime, only Son Goku had ever entered that state. In the tournament of power with his perfect Ultra Instinct, he pressed Jiren until Jiren was left gasping. At the very end, if Goku had not exhausted himself, Jiren would have already lost. Lee was incredibly excited now, but amid his excitement, he could not help frowning. Checking before Beerus. With his current battle power of 500, he was not even qualified to see the North Kai, let alone the supreme god of Universe 7. System, does this mission have a time limit? No. Hearing this, Lee's brow relaxed slightly. No time limit was fine. He could wait until his power matured before going to find Beerus. Suddenly a flash of insight crossed Lee's mind, and he remembered something. It seems I have a chance. Lee was wild with joy. The destruction of planet Vegeta was not actually Frieza's idea alone. Here we have to mention a hidden secret. In the original story, Beerus ordered King Vegeta to find the best pillow in the world for him. In the end, King Vegeta kept the best pillow for himself and gave Beerus only the second best pillow. As the strongest god in the universe, Beerus was naturally furious that anyone would dare deceive him. So before falling asleep, he instructed Frieza to destroy the entire Saiyan race. Lee thought of the present time again. Vegeta at this moment was the same age as him, and the anime had mentioned that when Beerus humiliated King Vegeta, Vegeta was present. Vegeta back then seemed to be just about this age. Lee drew a sharp breath. Didn't that mean Beerus might descend on planet Vegeta very soon? If so, the check-in mission could be completed. While Lee was overjoyed, an aura filled with destruction swept over the entire planet Vegeta. It's here. Ordinary people cannot perceive a god's aura, but Lewis seemed to sense it because of his immunity. A divine aura naturally presses down on mortals, the oppression of a higher being. And this kind of oppression is itself a form of negative status effect. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Lewis guessed that it must be the god of destruction Beerus and his attendant arriving on planet Vegeta. After this very day, the fate of planet Vegeta would change forever. The fate of planet Vegeta and the Saiyans could wait. Right now, Lewis only wanted to meet Beerus, because if he succeeded in his sign-in, the embryonic form of the Ultra Instinct realm would be his. The more Lewis thought about it, the more excited he became. To complete the sign-in task, he left his room and headed for King Vegeta's palace. Along the way, the surrounding buildings were filled with industrial atmosphere, and soon he stood before a grand palace. The palace was enormous, and 2 Saiyan guards stood watch before the doors at the top of the steps. Lewis walked up. King Vegeta has ordered that no one may enter the palace. The 2 guards stepped forward and said, I have important business with King Vegeta. Lewis climbed the steps, his young voice ringing out. No. King Vegeta ordered that no one may enter. I must go in. This concerns the fate of the Saiyan race. Lewis widened his eyes and spoke as if it were a big deal. In truth, he had no interest in this wicked Saiyan race, but it seemed the only excuse to get into the palace. According to the scouter, the 2 guards in front of him had power levels of 1200. They were adult Saiyans, so it was not surprising they had such high battle power. Lewis had only 500 battle power, and he was still a child, so forcing his way in was impossible. Lewis spoke with deadly seriousness, making the 2 guards pause. Really? In their eyes, Lewis was only a child. How could he know anything about the fate of the Saiyans? But ordinary Saiyans would never make such a joke, especially Lewis, an elite warrior with high hopes placed on him. Alright, I'll report this. Wait here. One of the guards turned to enter the palace. This is urgent. I'll go in first and explain to King Vegeta. Lewis walked straight in front of the guard. If I let you report, would I still have a chance to see Beerus? Lewis passed the guard and moved quickly. Wait. The guard tried to stop him. Enough. He's an elite warrior, we can't afford to offend him. Forget it. If anyone is punished, it will be him. And I have a feeling Lewis might be telling the truth. Lewis did not hear the guards talking behind him. He walked through the long corridor and soon reached the interior of the palace. Red carpet, ornate lamps. The palace interior was magnificent. King Vegeta, do you dare fool me? Beerus-sama, I wouldn't dare. The pillow I gave you is the finest. You still dare to make excuses? An icy voice spread through the entire palace, its killing intent filling the air and making the temperature plummet. A small boy in the corner trembled as he watched his father being pinned to the floor. King Vegeta, you disappoint me. Beerus pressed his foot down hard on King Vegeta's head, then frowned slightly, and looked up. Beside him, Whis shifted his gaze to the palace entrance where a child appeared. The child blinked his round eyes, the tail behind him wagging constantly. Lewis, what are you doing here? Get out. King Vegeta, pinned to the ground, inwardly regretted going against the god of destruction's will. Now Beerus was surely furious. On top of that, Lewis, an elite warrior of the clan, had appeared here. If Lewis angered Beerus, planet Vegeta would truly be doomed. But King Vegeta suddenly noticed Beerus had gone still. Beerus stared hard at the small figure in the doorway, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. How strange. Why did this little guy dare to look straight at him? Beerus glanced again at the Vegeta in the corner who had collapsed trembling. That kid should have been like King Vegeta's son, shouldn't he? Whis was equally shocked. He could see Lewis's strength at a glance. How could such an absurdly weak mortal ignore the pressure of a higher rank? In fact, angels had already reached a state of profound simplicity, so they did not impose rank-based pressure on mortals. But gods of destruction were different. They could not reach that level and unconsciously radiated the oppression of a superior being. When ordinary people saw a god of destruction, the mildest reaction was to collapse to the ground. The worst was to lose all composure. While Beerus and Whis were puzzled, ding, sign in successful before Beerus. Reward the embryonic form of the ultra-instinct realm. Womb. The palace once full of killing intent was suddenly filled with an ethereal chi. A clear spring seemed to murmur, dispelling all the icy killing intent. Boom. It was as if Beerus and Whis had been struck by a divine thunderbolt. They both stared wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded. Ultra-instinct. No, it's not the full realm of ultra-instinct. It's merely the embryonic form of autonomy, let alone ultimate intent. Still, how could this child comprehend such a realm? Ultra-instinct actually consists of two realms. One is autonomy, and the other is ultimate intent. These two realms are extremely complex, and there is no doubt that ordinary beings cannot comprehend them. Compared with Beerus, Whis was even more incredulous. As an angel, he naturally knew how difficult it was to comprehend the realm of autonomy. Yet this child had inexplicably broken through to it out of nowhere. The very thought seemed impossible. Lewis, get out of here now. At this moment, King Vegeta wanted Lewis to leave before he provoked Beerus. Shut up. Say one more word, and I'll destroy you. Beerus lifted his foot from King Vegeta's head and said coldly. He walked forward with Whis following closely behind. Approaching Leisi, Beerus gazed at him and said, Kid, did you just comprehend the state of ultra instinct? Whis remained silent, but his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Before they arrived at planet Vegeta, a sacred aura had emerged in the universe. Could it be related to him? Big Kitty, what did you say? I don't understand. Leisi blinked his round eyes and shook his head. Big Kitty. King Vegeta, who was lying on the ground, heard this, and his eyes rolled back as he muttered, It's over, before passing out. He had finally provoked Beerus. As expected, boom. A destructive aura erupted from Beerus, and the entire palace instantly turned into specks of light, vanishing into the void. Beerus's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled to suppress the urge to kill Leisi, grinding his teeth and saying, Do you have any idea who you're facing? No, I don't. I only know that you, Big Kitty, seem really strong. Leisi responded innocently, perfectly embodying a child's naivety. Although Leisi had complimented Beerus, he still referred to him as a big kitty. Even if an uncle could endure it, an aunt could not. Don't think that just because you've grasped the rudiments of ultra instinct you can act recklessly. If I don't teach this little brat a lesson, he'll think my title as God of Destruction is nothing. The divine aura suddenly erupted, forming two giant hands in the void. One hand reached for Leisi while the other slapped his buttocks forcefully. Smack, smack, smack. Beerus had two reasons for not destroying Leisi immediately. First, he was very curious about why Leisi could ignore the pressure of a divine being's status. Also, why had this little one suddenly comprehended the rudiments of ultra instinct, a state even he had not achieved? Second, it wasn't that he had never seen geniuses. Frieza was a perfect example. Someone born with a battle power of over 100 million could certainly be called a genius. But, no matter how talented in the eyes of the gods, they were still mere mortals, ultimately unworthy of the stage. However, Leisi was different. This little one had attained the angelic level of ultra instinct, far surpassing ordinary mortals like Frieza. As the god of destruction, Beerus could destroy everything without a second thought, but faced with such a genius, he couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation. Smack, smack, smack. The giant hand continued to spank Leisi's buttocks. After 100 slaps, Beerus felt it was enough. It would be ridiculous if he actually beat the little one to death. However, Big Kitty, why are you hitting me? Leisi, suspended in midair, pouted angrily. You, how are you unharmed? Beerus was stunned by what he saw. He was the god of destruction. Besides the suppression of his status, he had also used force to spank Leisi's buttocks over 100 times. Even though the power wasn't strong, it was still an attack from a god of destruction. How could a weakling with only 500 battle power withstand it? Why would I be harmed? Leisi snorted, outwardly appearing angry, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. Everything was unfolding just as he had imagined. First, signing in before Beerus would inevitably lead to an encounter. Leisi could sense the presence of the gods, and they naturally could perceive his uniqueness, that uniqueness being immunity. If Leisi didn't do something, he might not be able to leave this palace. Of course, this didn't mean he would be destroyed on the spot. Leisi possessed immunity, so no one could harm him. But that didn't mean no one could deal with him. Leisi knew that gods like the god of destruction could easily handle him, for example, by imprisoning him and depriving him of food and drink. With his mortal body, he would still die. So Leisi used his special nature to arouse the curiosity of Beerus and Whis. When the reward for the rudiments of ultra instinct was granted, it was another bombshell. Such a rare occurrence would surely be irresistible to any god. That sacred aura erupted near planet Vegeta. Could it be? Whis, who had been silent all along, suddenly widened his eyes as if he had realized something. He whispered something into Beerus's ear, and Beerus reacted with a series of startled expressions. Seeing this, Leisi was taken aback. What's going on? After a moment, Beerus and Whis turned their heads, staring intently at Leisi, who was still suspended in midair. Beerus said seriously, Kid, are you interested in becoming a candidate god of destruction? A candidate god of destruction. What is that? Can I eat it? A candidate god of destruction is not a thing. No, no, no. It's a divine position. If you agree, you'll be the most honored person in the universe. Big Kitty will becoming a candidate god of destruction make me stronger. We Saiyans desire strength above all. Lyisi clenched his little fists and snorted. You call me Big Kitty again. Beerus's mouth twitched, but he still nodded. Yes. If you agree, you'll soon surpass King Vegeta. Then I agree. Lyisi grinned foolishly. He had said so much thinking that Beerus would only regard him as a genius. To maintain the average intelligence level of the universe, Beerus would at most leave him alone. Who would have thought there would be an unexpected gain? He was even being considered as a candidate god of destruction by Beerus. Lyisi had underestimated the impact of the rudiments of Ultra Instinct on Beerus. Indeed, an angelic level state attained by a mere Saiyan was truly astonishing. Good, good, good. Beerus laughed heartily, saying good 3 times. The anger he felt from King Vegeta's deception dissipated in that moment. Little one, I had intended to destroy the Saiyan race, but for your sake, I will spare them. However, the Saiyan race is inherently evil. Allowing them to continue unchecked would not be good for the 7th universe. One Frieza is already enough. Then Beerus turned to Vegeta, who was cowering in the corner, and said coldly, You appear to be King Vegeta's son. I command you to have the Saiyans join the Galactic Patrol. Young Vegeta was already trembling in fear. He didn't know who Beerus was. Only after this incident did King Vegeta tell him everything about Beerus. It was then that he realized the Saiyan race had narrowly escaped death. Of course, that was later. Now hearing Beerus's words, Vegeta quickly nodded his little head. Hearing this, Lyisi glanced at Beerus. So the destruction of the Saiyans wasn't just about a trivial pillow. It was because the Saiyans were too evil. They had followed Frieza in committing every conceivable atrocity, even surpassing the Frieza force in wickedness. Such a race allied with the Frieza force would inevitably cause a massive upheaval in the stability of the 7th universe. Now forcing the Saiyans to join the Galactic Patrol was a way to restrain Frieza's influence and give the Saiyans a chance to survive. Whis, let's go. Beerus held Lyisi in his hand and looked at Whis. Whis tapped his staff lightly, and with a whoosh, the 3 vanished from planet Vegeta. Only then did Vegeta, who had been cowering in the corner, get up and rush to King Vegeta's side. As Beerus took Lyisi as his candidate god of destruction, the entire universe was in shock. The Omni King's palace. Grand Priest, what was that aura just now? Your Majesty, I am still investigating. However, that sacred aura seemed to originate from the 7th universe. The 7th universe. That skinny cat's place. Yes, I will have Whis look into it. Grand Priest, you're awesome. Investigate thoroughly, okay? I'm going to play Destroy the Stars. The 6th universe. Vados, what is that aura? Lord Kompa, you'll have to ask your brother about that. Oh, it came from that skinny guy's universe. The 4th universe. Kornick, investigate. Find out why this sacred aura appeared in the 7th universe. Yes, Lord Quitella. The reactions from all universes were the same. They were uncertain of the nature of that divine aura, yet they also detected that it emanated from the 7th universe. Soon after, the 7th universe announced that the position of candidate god of destruction had been inherited, and by a mere child no less. The deities had been puzzled by the origin of that sacred aura, but the 7th universe's proclamation amused them. The god of destruction of the 6th universe, Xiang Pa, openly mocked, asking if the 7th universe had no one left to let a child become the candidate god of destruction. The god of destruction of the 4th universe, Kue Te La, also stepped forward, saying that if necessary, his 4th universe could lend some people to the 7th universe to avoid the embarrassment of having a child inherit the role of candidate god of destruction, a laughingstock for all. All 11 gods of destruction reacted the same way, and not a single one stood with by Lucy. They all mocked him. Still, it was to be expected. Ever since the hide-and-seek incident years ago, few had held any fondness for Bai Lucy. In the face of the gods of destruction's derision, Bai Lucy did not even bother to retort, which only spurred them further, their laughter growing more unrestrained. Given Bai Lucy's temperament, when mocked, he would always retaliate in kind, perhaps even crossing universes to personally confront the offender. That would not have been surprising. But now Bai Lucy showed no reaction at all, a clear sign that they had hit the mark. The 7th universe was in decline, and Bai Lucy could find no other strong candidate to inherit the role of candidate god of destruction, so he had to settle for a child and raise him from the ground up. All the gods of destruction were overjoyed, unaware that Bai Lucy simply had no time to deal with them, because he was utterly flabbergasted by Luisi. In the realm of the god of destruction of the 7th universe, a month had passed since Bai Lucy brought Luisi back. Now a small child stood in the center of a lakeshore, his body cloaked in a silvery radiance. The outburst of energy made the sacred trees around rustle loudly. Bai Lucy and Wei Si stood nearby, beads of cold sweat trickling down Bai Lucy's forehead. Kid, is this the state of autonomy? Lord Bai Lucy, what is the state of autonomy? I don't know about that. Luisi waved his little arms and pouted. Bai Lucy was dumbfounded. He had just made Wei Si project a hologram of his own childhood self to spar with Luisi, only to see it shattered by the boy in a few moves. How could this be? He was a god of destruction. He had fought countless battles all his life from childhood to godhood, and had never suffered a single defeat at the same level. Moreover, the hologram Whis summoned possessed power even slightly greater than Whis. Whis had overcome a stronger opponent, and that opponent was him, the god of destruction. Incredible. Whis, did I win? Whis turned to look at Whis. Whis, wiping the sweat from his face, smiled, and said, Whis, you won. Ha ha ha, Lord Whis is no match for me. Whis planted his hands on his hips, feeling delighted. In truth, his victory over the young Whis was largely due to the embryonic form of the autonomous state. It was not that immunity was useless. It was merely a passive skill that prevented him from taking damage, but it could not help him injure others. The embryonic form of the autonomous state was different. When he entered this state, aside from a massive boost in combat power, he gained a spontaneous instinctive reaction that allowed him to move with complete freedom. This reaction was extraordinarily formidable. It enabled him to detect the opponent's attack patterns in advance. It was not about foreknowledge, but rather an instinctive awareness of the opponent's muscle twitches, allowing him to respond accordingly. In this state, even against the current Whis, if Whis' power were on par, he could still make Whis spit blood using the embryonic form of the autonomous state. Whis, still chuckling with his hands on his hips, saw a vein of irritation bulge on Whis' forehead. Brat, have you laughed enough? Ha ha ha. Do you want me to hit you? Naya, Lord Whis can't hurt me, I'm not afraid. Whis, being a child, gave full play to his childish nature, wrinkling his nose and sticking out his tongue at Whis. You little rascal. Whis scolded with a laugh. During the month since bringing Whis to the realm of the god of destruction, he had already learned of the boy's peculiar physique. He could ignore all negative influences in the world. Whis had asked the little brat about it, but Whis claimed to know nothing. Since the child would not say, Whis had no choice. He glanced at Whis, recalling what Whis had said on planet Vegeta. That divine aura seemed to have erupted near planet Vegeta. Whis' origins are no ordinary matter. That was also why Whis had conceived the idea of taking Whis as his candidate god of destruction. There were two reasons. First, Whis was exceptional. If he behaved oddly, keeping him close would allow Whis to react immediately. Second, the other gods of destruction had guessed correctly. The seventh universe was truly in decline, apart from the low average level of humanity. As far as Whis knew, the strongest being in his seventh universe was that trash Fulisa. What a failure. His entire universe with its vast expanse had to rely on a piece of trash with a combat power of only 120 million as its strongest. In truth, the seventh universe's strongest was not Fulisa. There were many hidden bosses yet to emerge. In the later stages, any one of them would be beyond comparison with the other universes. But Whis did not know this. All he wanted was for his universe to produce a powerful fighter. And Whis was the one he had chosen. Whis was simply too talented, and he was likely connected to the divine aura that had erupted a month ago. Such a genius, if allowed to grow smoothly, would bring great prosperity to the seventh universe. Alright, Whis, you teach him well. I'm going to sleep. Whis looked at the mischievous Whis and felt an urge to smack the little brat, but he knew he could not actually hurt him, which was a headache. Whis asked, Lord Whis, are you trying to avoid them? The divine aura that had erupted near planet Vegeta would surely be known to all deities in the Omni King's universe, and they would definitely come to investigate. Whis asked, Lord Whis, are you trying to avoid them? The divine aura that had erupted near planet Vegeta would surely be known to all deities in the Omni King's universe, and they would definitely come to investigate. Since you know, why say it? Whis yawned and vanished from the lakeside. He had no intention of entertaining those gods of destruction. Seeing Whis disappear, Whis walked over to Whis, patted his small shoulder, and said, All right, Lord Whis is gone. You can stop laughing now. Whis stopped laughing and realized Whis was truly gone. Where did Lord Whis go? He's slacking off. Now that you've become the candidate god of destruction, you must undergo the training befitting a god of destruction. Slacking off. Sleeping. So the Dragon Ball plot is about to begin, thought Whis, narrowing his eyes. The Dragon Ball plot could be said to start when Whis ordered Fulisa to exterminate the Saiyan race. But now, due to his influence, planet Vegeta had not been destroyed. Would Sun Wukong still be sent to Earth? Beerus entered a deep slumber, and the mocking voices from other universes toward the seventh universe gradually fell silent. However, the angels of other universes contacted Whis one after another, inquiring about the reason for that sacred aura. Whis said he did not know. In truth, Whis was indeed unaware of the cause of that sacred aura. Receiving no answer, the angels of other universes could only resign themselves. Just as Whis thought the matter would pass, the Grand Minister's projection appeared in the realm of the god of destruction of the seventh universe. The Grand Minister also asked about the origin of that sacred aura. Facing his father, Whis still claimed ignorance, but he recounted everything about Whis, including his immunity constitution. After speaking, Whis sensed something amiss. The projected Grand Minister raised his hand and shouted at Whis, who was training Eliminate. A white light struck Whis, yet nothing happened to him. Whis had long known that Whis could ignore all negative influences in the world, but he was still startled by this sight. Whis's constitution truly could achieve this. In the end, the Grand Minister left a profound remark, "Teach him well." With that, the Grand Minister's projection vanished. Whis was deeply shocked, but he obeyed the Grand Minister's command. In the following time, Whis began to instruct Lewis. To become a true candidate god of destruction, one must work on 3 aspects: power, dimension, and rules. The rules mentioned here naturally refer to the rules of destruction. Lewis had been training in these 3 aspects. Time passed, and 10 years went by. Above the realm of the god of destruction, a silver radiance flickered in the sky. Bang! Bang! The phantom and Whis collided, sending shockwaves that swept across 100 miles. Wherever it passed, the ground split, divine trees snapped, and devastation reigned. After the collision, a slender youth halted in midair, panting heavily. He had black hair, black pupils, well-defined features, a sunny and handsome appearance. A brown tail coiled around his waist. His build resembled that of future Trunks from the anime, appearing slender, but the muscles beneath his clothes were well-developed. "Whis, take this." The youth was none other than Lewis. He raised his hand, condensing a tiny purple bead in his palm. Hum! The sky instantly roiled like red-hot iron plunged into ice water. "Good boy, when did you grasp destruction energy?" "Just recently, Whis, be careful." Lewis laughed and hurled it with all his might. The bead-sized destruction energy tore through the sky, causing even the stable space of the god of destruction realm to tremble. "Well done." Whis smiled, slightly waved his staff, and the incoming purple bead instantly dissolved. Then Whis's figure vanished. Relying on his instinctive reaction from the nascent state of autonomous ultra instinct, Lewis abruptly looked up and saw a staff swinging toward him. He raised his arm to block, but Whis had used power at the angel level. The immense force shattered the entire sky, causing transparent fragments of the void to fall, and then merge back into the void, mending the torn firmament. At that moment, the realm of the god of destruction also exploded, with only Beerus's sleeping palace protected. Rumble. Struck by angel-level power, Lewis was sent flying like a cannonball deep into the cosmos. He crashed through countless planets, only to be teleported back by Whis the next second. The destroyed realm of the god of destruction was restored to its original state by Whis's time rewind. Lewis hovered above, looking down at Whis on the ground, and said with a wry smile, "Whis, you're so strong, I can't beat you at all." On the ground, Whis's face darkened. "Lewis, I can't beat you either." Even the Grand Minister's eliminate couldn't kill this kid, so he had no way either. It was utterly ridiculous. Still, fighting Lewis was quite enjoyable for Whis. Because he didn't have to hold back like when fighting Beerus. He could go all out without worry since Lewis wouldn't die. Well, I don't know how that works either. Alright, don't be so smug. Come down, I have something to tell you. What is it? Lewis flew down from the sky and stood before Whis. "Since you've become a candidate god of destruction, the work of destroying planets falls on you too. But I only just grasped destruction energy. You want me to work so soon?" Lewis was dumbfounded. Hiring a miner to work was illegal. "You're already a candidate god of destruction." Whis shook his head and smiled. "Regarding training, I've always told you to focus on power training while also cultivating your dimensional level. You've done well in that regard. In terms of dimension, you've reached the level of a Kai, and in power, by the 7th universe's standard combat measurement, you've reached 1 billion. Although your power is still far from the divine level, you've grasped autonomous ultra instinct and destruction energy. There's almost no one in the 7th universe who can defeat you. You know the current state of the 7th universe. The average human level in the 7th universe is the lowest among the 12 universes. As a candidate god of destruction, you have the responsibility to change this. Besides, you're stuck with that lazy Lord Beerus. If you don't handle it, who will it?" Whis covered his mouth with a snicker. Beerus was the strongest god of destruction, but he was lazy. Lewis's mouth twitched slightly. "I was naive when I was young. Can I quit being a candidate god of destruction now?" Whis curled his lips and said mockingly, "What do you think?" Lewis covered his eyes and smiled bitterly. "Just my luck." Without Whis's explanation, Lewis naturally knew the situation of the 7th universe. In the early days, the strongest boss of the 7th universe was still Frisia, with a battle power of 120 million, being called the strongest. It was truly pathetic that the 7th universe was so weak. The 7th universe was lucky not to have been erased by the Omni King. Ding, please sign in at the Kaishin realm. Rewards Super Saiyan 1. The system, silent for 10 years, finally stirred. Lewis was delighted upon hearing this. He knew the method to transform into a Super Saiyan, using extreme anger to draw out the power deep within. He had also tried to transform, but each time he fell short, which was strange. Now the system issued a mission with a reward of Super Saiyan 1. Lewis was extremely excited. In terms of the universe's battle power measurement, Lewis's power was 1 billion in his base state. If he could transform into Super Saiyan 1, his power would increase 50-fold. That meant Lewis's battle power would reach 50 billion. Seeing Lewis's foolish grin, Whis asked in confusion, "Lewis, what are you smiling about?" "Nothing. Let's go on our mission right away, but first let's go to the Kaishin realm." "Why go to the Kaishin realm? Why do you care?" "Since Lord Beerus isn't here, I'm the god of destruction. Listen to me." A colorful ray of light enveloped the two and shot into the sky. The cosmic starry sky was dazzling and dreamlike. From north to south, specks of starlight scattered within it, forming a stunningly beautiful galaxy. In a sacred domain within the galaxy, a milky white aura permeated the area. Upon closer inspection, it emanated from a giant planet. The giant planet was grass-green and radiated beams of holy light, appearing extremely sacred like a starry region where gods dwelled. The Kaishin realm. What's wrong? The Kaishin Shin sat by the lake, clutching his chest, his heart suddenly becoming restless. The attendant Kibito asked urgently, Lord Kaishin, what is it? I don't know. I suddenly have a feeling of foreboding. Could it be that Majin Buu has broken free from his seal? Kaishin Shin's face changed. He quickly stood up, preparing to go to the seal of Majin Buu to check. Hearing this, Kibito's face turned pale. If the legendary Majin Buu had indeed broken free, the universe would be doomed. At that moment, a thick, colorful ray of light descended from the sky. Ding successfully signed in at the Kaishin realm. Rewards Super Saiyan 1. A warm current suddenly flowed through Lewis's body, as if filling a deficiency within him. His body tingled and felt very comfortable. Lewis smiled slightly. So that's how it was. Previously, he hadn't been able to transform into a Super Saiyan through his own efforts, not because his talent was lacking, but because the S cells in his body were not activated enough. Now the system's reward had supplemented his S cells, and he had finally mastered the Super Saiyan state. Lewis was in a good mood. Looking around, he said, Whis, the environment here is better than the God of Destruction realm. Why don't we swap places with the Kaishin? Lewis, if Lord Beerus hears that, he'll be angry. Let him be angry. He can't kill me anyway. Whis was speechless. This kid was really infuriating. Maybe he should lock him up while he's young and starve him for a couple of days. Whis shook his head. He looked at the Kaishin realm and counted on his fingers. It had been at least 10 million years since he last came here. He wondered how the old Kaishin was doing now. Who are you daring to trespass in the sacred Kaishin realm? By the lake, Kibito was startled by the sudden colorful light and then saw two strangers. Their auras were ordinary. One was immortal, and the other seemed to have a dimension at the level of a Kai. Kaishin Shin, seeing the two, felt his inner turmoil disappear. Was it caused by these two? But who were they? Kaishin Shin, Kibito. Lewis smiled slightly, recognizing the two by the lake. Kaishin Shin and Kibito stepped forward. Before Kaishin Shin could speak, Kibito's eyes were icy. Which Kai are you? Don't you know that trespassing in the Kaishin realm is a grave offense? I'm a Kai. Lewis was taken aback, then remembered that his dimension was at the Kai level. It was natural for the other to think so. But Kibito's tone was very annoying. Whis also frowned. Was this speaker the current Kaishin? That didn't seem right. Why did the current Kaishin lack the rules of creation, while the little one beside him possessed a dense creation rule? Lewis said coldly, Do you know who I am? Kibito was indeed as arrogant as in the anime. One would think he was the Kaishin instead. Just a mere Kai? Which Kai are you then? How ignorant. Lewis shook his head. I'm ignorant. Jebbit snorted coldly. Without the Supreme Kai's permission, intruding into the realm of the Supreme Kai deserves punishment. Considering you are a Kai, death is spared, but punishment is inevitable. As Jebbit finished speaking and raised his hand to strike, Jebbit, stop. Supreme Kai Shin approached Lewis, gazing intently at him, and Whis, sensing that these two were extraordinary. Jebbit, not being a Supreme Kai, naturally couldn't perceive this, and said, Supreme Kai-sama, one is immortal, the other a Kai. How can they set foot in this sacred realm of the Supreme Kai? Enough, listen to me. Supreme Kai-sama, you should listen to me. The realm of the Supreme Kai is not a place for them to tread. They must be punished. Ignoring all else, Jebbit turned around and glared at Lewis and the others with fierce eyes. In his mind, the realm of the Supreme Kai was the most sacred place not to be defiled by mortals. Whis finally understood and, frowning at Jebbit, said, After all that talk, you're not the Supreme Kai. I almost thought you were the master of this realm. Lewis stood aside with arms crossed, expressionless. You? Shut up. I am merely the Supreme Kai's servant. Jebbit panicked inside. Hearing Whis say this, he realized that his behavior all along might have really overstepped his bounds. Jebbit's behavior could not be entirely blamed on him. Primarily, Supreme Kai Shin had inherited the position too young and was of a weak character, so Jebbit handled many matters. Over time, Jebbit developed this personality. Supreme Kai-sama, believe me, I really didn't. Jebbit broke out in a cold sweat and bowed 90 degrees to Supreme Kai Shin. All right, I know you meant no harm. Supreme Kai Shin looked at Lewis, seeming to know he was the one in charge. Who are you? What are you doing here? Without responding to Supreme Kai Shin, Lewis kept staring at Jebbit, his icy, killing intent startling Jebbit. You? What do you want? Don't you know that ignorance is a sin? Lewis raised his hand, and a tiny purple bead appeared on his index finger. The realm of the Supreme Kai suddenly lost its color as destruction energy swept through every corner. It was as if a god of slaughter had descended. You? How can a mere Kai be so powerful? Jebbit was terrified. Supreme Kai Shin was also startled and stepped in front of Jebbit, urgently shouting, Stop. A warm current flowed through Jebbit's heart. The Supreme Kai was risking his life to save him. Seeing Supreme Kai Shin's action, Lewis stopped his hand, ready to hurl the destruction energy. Trash, for the sake of the Supreme Kai, I'll let you off this time. Lewis glanced coldly at Jebbit. Whis remained expressionless beside him. Oh, as long as Lewis didn't harm the Supreme Kai, killing Jebbit would be fine. Greetings, Supreme Kai-sama. My name is Lewis, and I am the current candidate for the God of Destruction. Only then did Lewis bow to Supreme Kai Shin. Greetings, Supreme Kai-sama. I am the attendant of the god of destruction, and my name is Whis. Whis bowed respectfully. The sudden gestures of Whis and Lewis left Jebet and Supreme Kai-shin stunned. Especially Jebet. Hadn't that young Kai been about to kill him just now? Why was he now bowing to the Supreme Kai? Wait, what? That young man was a Kai. No matter how strong his power, he had to show respect to the supreme deity of the universe, the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai-shin thought the same as Jebet. But what was this candidate god of destruction? Shin, I know you're puzzled. You'll understand soon enough. After bowing, Lewis directly addressed the Supreme Kai by name. Shin. Supreme Kai-shin, Jebet, and even Whis were taken aback. How dare you utter the Supreme Kai's name? Jebet instinctively wanted to rebuke, but seeing Lewis's murderous gaze, he quickly shut his mouth. But it was too late. Lewis threw a punch, his powerful fist force penetrating the void. Jebet's chest caved in 5 centimeters, and the residual impact sent him flying 1,000 miles away. Jebet. Supreme Kai-shin was horrified and wanted to fly after him. Alright, he's not dead. Come with me. I know you have many questions. You'll learn everything soon. Lewis withdrew his fist. He had already shown great consideration for Supreme Kai-shin. Not dead. Supreme Kai-shin looked at the direction Jebet had disappeared, then at Lewis and Whis. He was indeed very puzzled. Who were these two? Even before they had descended, they had stirred unease in his heart. After they arrived in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the power unleashed by that young Kai astonished him. The young Kai's power was actually greater than his own as Supreme Kai. Moreover, the young Kai claimed to be a candidate god of destruction, and what was that? Supreme Kai-shin was extremely curious. Whis, let's go? First, let's free the old Supreme Kai. Lewis's purpose here, besides completing the check-in task, was to release the old Supreme Kai. Whis was right. As a candidate god of destruction, the 7th universe was closely tied to him, and he had a responsibility to change its current state. And the old Supreme Kai was the key figure to change the situation. Lewis soared into the sky. However, a voice full of meaning came from the ground. How do you know about that? Whis had been wondering how Lewis would explain everything to the ignorant Supreme Kai-shin. But Lewis had directly revealed the matter of the old Supreme Kai. Lewis mid-air froze. He remembered that Whis had never spoken to him about this. Damn. Let's go. Whis smiled, his eyes full of meaning as he looked at Lewis. It seemed this kid's specialness went beyond just being immune to all negative influences. Whis didn't ask Lewis how he knew about the old Supreme Kai, and Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly flew toward the center of the realm of the Supreme Kai. According to the original story, the old Supreme Kai seal was there. Lewis and Whis flew in the sky, and Supreme Kai-shin ultimately chose to follow them. He was simply too curious about the identity of the candidate god of destruction. As for Jebet, the young Kai said he wasn't dead, so that should be true. At the center of the realm of the Supreme Kai, there was a silver glowing lake, and in the middle of the lake stood a stone tower. A sword was embedded in the tower with only the hilt visible. What are you doing here? Supreme Kai-shin flew alongside Lewis and the others, looking at them sideways, feeling increasingly that they were unfathomable. See that sword? Lewis hovered above the lake, pointing at the sword on the stone tower. Whis said nothing, just kept watching Lewis. He knew so much. That sword is called the Z-sword. Legend has it that whoever pulls it out will gain the ultimate power in the universe. As the master of the realm, Supreme Kai-shin naturally knew its origin. He suddenly realized, are you coveting this sword? You want to gain the ultimate power. Supreme Kai-shin warily flew to the side, ready to fight, but inwardly helpless. Could he even defeat them? Lewis and Whis were speechless. Coveting the ultimate power. How ignorant. And if they truly coveted it, did he think retreating a dozen meters would save him? Without explaining, Lewis flew directly to the stone pillar and grasped the sword's hilt with one hand. Stop! Supreme Kai-shin shouted. Lewis ignored him, releasing destruction energy and exerting force with his hand. Boom! The Z-sword was instantly pulled out, and the stone pillar exploded into rubble, falling into the vast lake, stirring up massive waves. Gulp! Supreme Kai-shin swallowed hard. Generations of Supreme Kai, including himself, had tried to pull out the Z-sword, but none had ever succeeded. And this kid had actually pulled it out. Impossible. Lewis held the Z-sword, sensing a faint destruction energy from it. No wonder no Supreme Kai could pull it out. It was Beerus's doing. It's over. Supreme Kai despaired. The other had pulled out the Z-sword, and would surely gain the ultimate power. He only hoped the person was not evil. Otherwise the universe was in danger. But after a moment, no energy fluctuation appeared on Lewis. Supreme Kai-shin frowned. Could the legend be false? Good, false. Then no one could obtain the so-called ultimate power. Just as Supreme Kai-shin was relieved, break. Lewis grabbed the hilt with one hand and the blade with the other. His stance startled Supreme Kai-shin. This young Kai actually wanted to snap the Z-sword. He must be insane. Supreme Kai-shin knew the legend was false, but the other wanted to break the Z-sword. Impossible. But the next second, Supreme Kai-shin was dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, hovering in the air as he watched the Z-sword in Lewis's hand snap into 2 pieces. Alright, Shin, come down. Lewis held the broken sword and landed by the lake, with Whis following closely. Come down. My great treasure sword is broken. This was the ancient Z-sword. In the sky, Supreme Kai-Shin stared at the broken sword in the young man's hands by the lake, sniffled, and his eyes reddened. The Z-sword passed down for so long had been destroyed in his era. He was a sinner. Supreme Kai-Shin descended to the lake's surface like a soulless puppet. The Z-sword was destroyed, and the young Kai told him to come down. Was he not going to let him go, asking him to die? Supreme Kai-Shin resigned himself. Mainly there was no choice, he couldn't win. The destruction energy the other had unleashed was terrifyingly suffocating. Lewis and Whis had no idea what Supreme Kai-Shin was thinking, otherwise they would have said, "Kid, you're overthinking." Lewis spoke, "Old Supreme Kai-sama, please emerge." No. Lewis departed from the realm of the Kai-Shin. Over the following month, he began to relentlessly destroy planets. One by one, barren celestial bodies vanished at his hands, and his mastery of the laws of destruction grew increasingly refined. The destructive energy he now condensed had swelled from a grain of rice to the size of a fist. Amid the cosmic void, he raised his hand and aimed at a planet still in its primitive tribal era. Destroy. Lewis hurled the destructive energy forward. A purple flash flickered. The planet dissolved into a stream of light, dissipating into the starry expanse. The planet Lewis destroyed had once harbored life, but its evolutionary path had deviated from the development of intelligent humanoid beings, thus deeming it a useless world. Whis watched the young man in the cosmos, a smile never fading from his face. "Lord Beerus has found a treasure." "Whis, what are you muttering about?" Lewis turned around. This planet was the 5608th useless world. He had obliterated, a testament to how negligent Beerus had been. "Nothing. By the way, Saiyans cannot survive in space yet, you." "Haha, it seems due to my immunity to negative effects I can now survive even in the vacuum of space." "You're truly abnormal. Normally one must cultivate to the level of a Grand Kai to exist in space, yet you below the Kai realm managed to survive using that peculiar power of yours." "Haha, not bad at all." Lewis scratched his head. "Whis, my task is nearly complete. What should I do now?" Whis waved his staff, inspected the remaining unqualified planets, and found that most had indeed been destroyed. That's true. However, to raise the average intelligence level of the universe's inhabitants, mere destruction of planets is insufficient. Ultimately, the seventh universe suffers from a dire shortage of powerful beings. Moreover, we cannot destroy too many planets lest it hinder the development of a universe. Now it's time for Xian to act. Only by balancing destruction and creation can the universe itself birth more formidable warriors. Lewis nodded. "Whis, since there's nothing left for me, can I take a break?" "You may, but where do you intend to go?" A flicker of curiosity passed through Whis' eyes. Lewis answered, "I want to return to planet Vegeta and see how the Saiyans are faring." Lewis had never held much fondness for those malevolent Saiyans. Yet over the years he couldn't help but wonder what had become of the Saiyan race. With their destiny altered, his curiosity about their current state grew even stronger. "Lewis, I'm sorry, but you may not be able to return to planet Vegeta." "What? Has Frieza destroyed it?" "You actually know about that?" Whis looked at Lewis with a knowing gaze. Damn. Lewis swallowed hard. He had let slip another secret. This did not press further. He glanced at Lewis and said, "Don't worry. Planet Vegeta did explode, but the Saiyans are all alive." Huh. Lewis was puzzled. "Do you remember the order Lord Beerus gave before leaving planet Vegeta?" Yes, he ordered the entire Saiyan race to join the Galactic Patrol. Indeed. King Vegeta dared not defy Lord Beerus's command, so he led the entire clan to Galactic Patrol headquarters. When Frieza saw their betrayal, he destroyed planet Vegeta. What? Lewis panicked. "So the Saiyans are all at Galactic Patrol headquarters now?" "Yes. The Galactic Patrol headquarters is no ordinary place, so Frieza dared not invade. The Saiyans are all safe." Whis nodded, checked the data, and widened his eyes. "In the past 10 years your Saiyans have developed quite well. Over a dozen have broken through to a battle power of 1000. A battle power of 1000. Lewis frowned deep in thought. Could it be that the S cells within the Saiyans were beginning to awaken? That would explain their rapid growth over the decade. "Whis, help me locate a Saiyan named Kakarot." "Where is he now?" Lewis's voice was urgent. Whis frowned. Who was Kakarot? Soon he found the information. That Saiyan Kakarot is now on a planet called Earth. He goes by the name Sun Wukong and is undergoing training under a master named Kame Sennin. On Earth. Already training under Kame Sennin. Lewis pondered. So Sun Wukong had still ended up on Earth. According to the timeline, this was indeed the period when Sun Wukong received guidance from Kame Sennin. Since the Saiyans hadn't died, would Vegeta still invade Earth? Would Sun Wukong still transform into a Super Saiyan? Let's go to Galactic Patrol headquarters. Since Sun Wukong had arrived on Earth, and the planet had not been greatly affected by the butterfly effect, Lewis decided not to disturb his training just yet. After all, Sun Wukong's future breakthroughs stemmed not only from his innate talent and willpower, but also from the martial arts training he received during his youth on Earth. Alright. Without asking Lewis's purpose, Whis vanished with him into the cosmic void. At the center of the northern galaxy in the 7th universe, a colossal planet floated there, surrounded by a dozen smaller ones. On that giant world lay the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the mission hall, Jocko sat on a sofa watching the Saiyans come and go. He sighed. Who would have thought that the fearsome Saiyan race would join the Galactic Patrol? Are Saiyans really that terrifying? Beside him sat a woman with short golden hair, a curvaceous figure, and an aura of mature femininity. Absolutely. They used to serve the cosmic Emperor Frisia. At this, the golden-haired woman shuddered involuntarily. During her space voyage with Jocko, they had narrowly escaped capture by Frisia's forces thanks to Jocko's advanced spaceship. So why did the Saiyans suddenly join the Galactic Patrol? I don't know either. Jocko frowned. But over the past decade, thanks to the Saiyans' help, the Galactic Patrol's workload has become much lighter. How strange. The golden-haired woman rested her chin on her hand, watching the Saiyans bustling in and out of the hall. Just then, two figures entered the hall, none other than Whis and Whis. Could it be her? The moment Whis stepped inside, he noticed the woman beside Jocko, Tights. In the original story, Tights was Bulma's older sister, a novelist who had ventured into space with Jocko in search of inspiration for her stories. He hadn't expected to see her at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Tights also noticed Whis's gaze and furrowed her delicate brows. Tights, what's wrong? That man is staring at me. Tights pointed at Whis. Jocko quickly pushed her hand down, panicking. Do you want to die? Don't you see the tail around his waist? He's a Saiyan. Tights finally noticed the tail and covered her mouth. But, oh no, that Saiyan is coming this way. He must have heard what you just said. Jocko wailed, cursing the troubles women brought. Whis drew closer, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Jocko and Tights held their breath, their palms slick with sweat, praying he wasn't coming to confront them. Miss, are you Dr. Bewley Fusey's daughter? Whis approached Taisai and said with a smile. He naturally recognized Taisai, but did not say it out loud, otherwise Whis would give him a strange look. Taisai was stunned, pointing her fair finger at herself, eyes wide. You know my father. The expression of shock on her face was adorable. Whis rubbed his nose and said, I don't know. Huh? Can you deliver a message to your father? Why? Yes. Taisai breathed a sigh of relief. Wasn't this boy quite polite? The Saiyans weren't as terrifying as Jocko had said. Not terrifying. Who knows if Taisai would still say that after seeing Whis destroy over 5,000 planets. But Taisai naturally didn't know that, so she asked cautiously, what message do you want me to relay? Have him build a 100-fold gravity chamber for Sun Wukong. Whis hadn't planned to go to Earth so early, but when he saw Taisai, this idea occurred to him. After all, in the early stages, Sun Wukong's power increased too slowly. With a gravity chamber, Sun Wukong's strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. When he eventually met Sun Wukong, he might be able to have a thrilling battle with this Dragon Ball protagonist. All right, I'll tell my father. Thank you. Whis was about to turn and leave when something suddenly occurred to him. He looked at Taisai and said, if you ever encounter danger, you can shout, Whis, and I'll come back to save you. Consider this my thanks to you. In the original story, after Taisai left Earth, she eventually lost contact with Burma and the others. Whis guessed that Taisai might have encountered danger and met with misfortune. Whether or not this guess was correct, it would be a pity for such a beautiful woman to come to harm. While Taisai was lost and thought Whis had already turned and left, Jocko watched Whis' retreating figure and asked, Taisai, do you know that Saiyan? No. Then how did he? Whis didn't hear the rest of their conversation. He and Whis arrived at the top floor of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A large green octopus sat in an office chair, its tentacles sorting through mission assignment sheets. Beside it stood a young man wearing the Galactic Patrol uniform. Beerus, are those Saiyans behaving themselves? Galactic King, they won't cause any trouble. Oh, how can you be so sure? Beerus was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something. Galactic King, my brother is here. Also, the candidate god of destruction has come. What? The Galactic King turned pale with fright and fell directly from his chair. As the Galactic King, the large octopus naturally knew many secrets, and he also knew Beerus' identity. Beerus was an apprentice angel, so his brother must be a true angel. And on top of that, the candidate god of destruction had also come. No. When did Universe 7 get a candidate god of destruction? While the Galactic King was puzzled, they're here. As soon as Beerus spoke, two figures walked in through the door. Whis smiled and said, Beerus, long time no see. Brother, long time no see. Beerus nodded, then looked at Whis. So this is the esteemed candidate god of destruction. Whis smiled and nodded. Hello, Beerus. Whis greeted him. Before coming here, Whis had already told him about the special nature of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. This special nature referred to Beerus. Beerus was his younger brother, and because of this, Whis dared not come to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to trouble the Saiyans. Greetings, Lord Candidate God of Destruction. Beerus kept his eyes on Whis, noticing that this young man emanated an ethereal aura. Ultra instinct. Interesting. It seemed that other universes' hopes of seeing Universe 7 become a laughingstock would be dashed. The Galactic King stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Whis and the others. Galactic King, bring King Vegeta to see me. Yes. The Galactic King hurried off to summon King Vegeta, not caring about the purpose of Whis' summons. After the Galactic King left, Whis and Beerus began conversing. Whis looked at Beerus, who like Whis had light blue skin and silver hair. According to the original story, Beerus would die in the Moro arc and then be revived by the Grand Priest, but after revival, he would become immortal. Beerus angels are neutral. They cannot interfere too much in the affairs of the universe, nor can they use their full power against mortals in the mortal world. Brother villains should be locked up. That's why I joined the Galactic Patrol. Myercy, you will never become a qualified angel like this. Whis patted Myercy's head and said calmly. Myercy lowered his head and fell silent. Listening to the two brothers' conversation, Whis thought that Myercy's personality was exactly as in the original story. Gentle yet righteous. Myercy's dream was to protect the universe he loved. At that moment, a tall figure followed the Galactic King through the door. Whis said calmly, King Vegeta, long time no see. Myercy and Whis stopped talking and looked over. Whis, weren't you accepted as a disciple by Lord Beerus? How did you come back? King Vegeta was ecstatic. 10 years ago, when he woke from his coma, Vegeta had told him that Whis had been taken as a candidate god of destruction by the god of destruction. How are the Saiyans? For the past 10 years, our Saiyans have been hunted by Phalisa's army. We lost some clansmen early on, but now that our combat power has inexplicably increased, Phalisa's army can hardly affect us anymore. And Vegeta? Whis nodded while sitting in the chair, then asked again. We only joined the Galactic Patrol on Lord Beerus's orders, but Phalisa doesn't know that. He thinks we betrayed him, and he's been sending people after us. King Vegeta gritted his teeth. Vegeta, Naba, and Ladizi were chased out of sight 10 years ago, and we've had no word from them since. Whis, you are the pride of our Saiyans. Our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Phalisa. You must avenge us. Disappeared. Whis was stunned. He really hadn't expected this. He glanced at Whis. Whis waved his staff to investigate, then said, the three of them, Vegeta, Naba, and Ladizi, are not dead. They are still fleeing from Phalisa's army's pursuit. King Vegeta was overjoyed. Really? Then can Mr. Whis teleport my son back? Whis looked at Whis. Whis really hadn't expected Vegeta to be constantly hunted by Phalisa. He shook his head. Don't bother with him. If he dies in the pursuit of Phalisa's army, it's only because he lacks strength. As the other protagonist of Dragon Ball, could Vegeta really die so easily? Perhaps Vegeta would even flee to Earth because of this. Who could have imagined that Whis' casual guess would actually come true? But that's a story for later. Whis, Vegeta is your fellow clansman. How can you be so heartless? King Vegeta grew anxious. Whis looked coldly at King Vegeta and said, actually back then I had no objection to Lord Beerus wanting to destroy the Saiyan race. I never expected that Lord Beerus would ultimately make that decision because of me. Since you survived, don't bother me. The Saiyans were inherently evil. Not every Saiyan would end up living like Earthlings as Sun Wukong and Vegeta did. Whis was originally a person of this world, so he had little goodwill toward these evil Saiyans. Hearing this, Whis was momentarily stunned. He had thought Whis came to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to lead his clansmen back to take revenge on Phalisa. Who could have expected this? Then what was the purpose of Whis' visit? Whis couldn't help but give Whis a deep look. King Vegeta was silenced by Whis' words. As a Saiyan, how could Whis say such a thing? Not only did his fellow clansmen refuse to help him, but the Emperor of the Universe was also constantly hunting the Saiyans. As the Saiyan King, he was truly aggrieved. Fine, if you won't help me, I'll find a way myself. King Vegeta clenched his fists. As he walked away, his back was desolate and lonely. Whis stood up from his chair and cast a lingering gaze upon King Vegeta's retreating figure. Why did he feel that King Vegeta had somehow changed? Was it merely his imagination? Whis, you truly have no intention of helping your clansmen. Survival of the fittest. That is the natural law you yourself told me. Whis spoke coldly. In truth, with his current power, he could effortlessly defeat Frieza, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet what quality in the Saiyans warranted his assistance? Besides, Frieza would eventually be slain by the protagonist of Dragon Ball anyway. This was not his concern. Yet, Whis felt inexplicably restless within himself, for he sensed that King Vegeta had undergone some change after joining the Galactic Patrol. Oh ho ho, Whis, you possess remarkable resolve. Truly worthy as a candidate for Lord Beerus. Whis then turned his gaze toward Beerus and spoke with seriousness. Then do you understand the angelic rules of neutrality? Beerus ignored Whis entirely. Like King Vegeta, he simply turned and departed without looking back. Whis fell silent. After leaving the Galactic King's office, Whis took another tour of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. His mind remained elsewhere until he encountered Saiyans along the way. Only then would his focus sharpen, and he would offer occasional nods of acknowledgement. The Saiyans had indeed transformed considerably, particularly in their combat prowess. Nearly each individual had surpassed the 800 mark. A power level of 8000, comparable to Nappa's invasion of Earth, was nothing to dismiss. This was still the early stages of the Dragon Ball narrative, where such strength was already formidable. Could this truly be the awakening of S-cells within the Saiyans? Yet, how would a race born of inherent evil develop S-cells? Ultimately, Whis and Whis departed from the Galactic Patrol headquarters. En route back to the Destruction God's realm, Whis asked again whether he truly intended to abandon his people. Whis, noticing Lewis's distracted demeanor, covered his mouth and chuckled. What's so funny? I said I won't help. No changing my mind. Whis replied sharply, resting his hand on Whis's shoulder. Whis chuckled softly. How stubborn you are. You seemed so eager before coming to the galactic headquarters. I wondered if you had ulterior motives. Who would have guessed your thoughts remained fixed entirely on your own kind? Cut to the chase and stop beating around the bush. Lewis paused, then asked, Whis, could you look into what happened to the Saiyans after they joined the galactic patrol? Whis nodded, brought the vessel to a halt among the stars, and raised his staff. After a brief moment passed, after the Saiyans followed Lord Beerus's orders to join the galactic patrol, they ceased invading other planets and began undertaking missions assigned by the Silver Patrol. Over the past decade, the Saiyans have carried out 30,000 galactic missions and safeguarded 3605 different species. They've dismantled 4083 pirate fleets and neutralized over 10300 criminals across the cosmos. Whis grew increasingly astonished as he recounted these achievements, finally turning to Lewis. Lewis, the Saiyans seem to have changed dramatically. Has it really come to that? Lewis responded, furrowing his brow in thought. The Saiyans were naturally inclined toward evil, weren't they? But wait. In the original story, they hadn't always been corrupt. Their descent into darkness came only after a devastating civil war tore through their society. Lewis suddenly recalled another figure, Yamoshi. According to legend, Yamoshi and 5 compassionate companions fought their way through that same civil war, and at the critical moment Yamoshi achieved the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. This marked the genesis of the Super Saiyan mythos, the very beginning of the legends surrounding the Super Saiyan god. A smile crossed Lewis's face as he said to Whis, Whis, should the Saiyans ever find themselves in danger, please inform me immediately. Lewis, but didn't you say? I'm doing this for the sake of Universe 7, Lewis interrupted. Look at the Saiyans now, just 10 years have passed, and someone has already surpassed a power level of 1000. If they're given more time to develop, won't they easily raise the average power level of humanity across the universe? Whis considered this, stroking his chin before his eyes lit up. Lewis, you know there's actually considerable merit to your argument. Exactly, Lewis replied with a proud tilt of his head. That's precisely why I asked you to keep watch over the Saiyans. Without taking this approach, it would have taken far longer to cultivate a species with such extraordinary potential across the cosmos. Lewis remained stubbornly defiant, letting out a couple of defiant huffs. Whis was about to say more when his expression suddenly shifted, his brows knitting together. Lewis, Lady Ties has fallen into danger, he announced urgently. What? Already in peril? We must depart at once. In another region of the cosmos, aboard a galactic patrol vessel, 2 individuals bore expressions of grave concern. 5 enemy ships pursued them relentlessly. What should we do? We never expected the Frisia force to target us the moment we stepped outside. Ties gripped Gak's shoulders, shaking him frantically. Stop it. Stop it. I'll pass out if you keep this up. Gak cried, spots dancing before his eyes. Ties released him and shouted, You call yourself a galactic patrol elite. You can't even handle those puny pursuers. What a fraud. I never lied. Gak began to protest, but his expression suddenly shifted. We're finished. They've caught up with superior vessels, and we can't shake them. They're about to open fire. Warning. Warning. A powerful energy signature detected in pursuit. Please take evasive action. The shrill alarm blared relentlessly, sending Ties into a panic. Was this truly the end? No. She hadn't yet written her masterpiece, the novel that would echo throughout the cosmos. Ties, do you recall what that Saiyan said at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Call upon Whis now. The words triggered a flashback in Ties' mind. Those same words from that encounter. Should you ever find yourself in danger, simply call for Whis, and I shall come to your aid. Consider this my token of gratitude. Ties, grasping at straws, tilted her head and cried out, Whis. The fabric of space rippled outside the vessel as 2 figures emerged from the distortion. Lewis, having detected her distress signal, immediately directed Whis to this location. Fortunately, they weren't too far away. Had the distance been greater, Whis' spatial travel might not have arrived in time. Spatial transit simply couldn't match the instantaneous nature of teleportation. He would need to find an opportunity to master that technique himself. Lewis materialized outside the spacecraft. 5 electromagnetic waves surged toward him. With a casual flick of his hand, he deflected them aside. Then Lewis clenched his fist into empty air. The 5 spacecraft ahead collapsed into a single mass of twisted wreckage, their occupants crushed into nothingness. Inside the ship, Ties had kept her eyes shut since calling out for Whis. Deep down, she'd already abandoned hope. There was no way someone could appear simply because she uttered their name. But after a moment, the energy signatures behind them had vanished and the alarm silenced. Has the alert been lifted? Ties opened her eyes, slowly, bewildered. Ties, look outside. Look, Gak pointed eagerly. What awaited her gaze made her freeze in astonishment. 2 figures floated before the vessel, smiling down at her. Neither was anyone else. These were the Saiyan and his attendant she had encountered at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Ties gasped sharply in disbelief. Someone had truly come to her rescue simply because she spoke their name. In the next instant, both figures vanished from sight, only to reappear inside the vessel moments later. Lewis smiled. I didn't expect you to run into trouble so quickly. It's you. You actually came to save me. Ties leapt onto Lewis in her excitement, genuinely frightened this time, believing death was certain. Lewis froze momentarily. Her figure was striking perfectly proportioned, soft, and fragrant. Could you get down first? Her subtle fragrance enveloped him, and Lewis felt something stirring within. If Ties didn't dismount soon, he would be thoroughly embarrassed. Sensing his discomfort, she hopped down and laughed softly. Thank goodness you arrived. I had no idea what to do. With that, Ties lifted her chin and glanced at Gak as if to say, look, the very problem your so-called Galactic Patrol elite couldn't solve was resolved by that fearsome Scion you spoke of. Gak scoffed indignantly. Lewis then offered a knowing smile. Miss, the cosmos is far too perilous. After what just transpired, might it be wise for you to return to Earth? Just call me Ties. Her gaze hardened with resolve. I won't be returning. I'll continue my voyages through the cosmos until I complete the novel that will echo across all worlds. Lewis and Whis exchanged incredulous glances. A mere earthling having survived one peril still dared to venture deeper into the treacherous cosmos. After a moment's pause, Lewis replied, then I wish you safe travels. With that, he prepared to depart alongside Whis. Wait, what is it? Lewis halted and turned to face her. Could you protect me? I can pay you. My father has plenty of money. Ties' cheeks flushed. She possessed courage for her dreams, yet fear of danger remained ever present. He appeared kind despite his handsome features. As a Scion, his sudden manifestation to rescue her proved his formidable strength. Perhaps he could serve as her protector, sparing her from enduring life alongside Gak's weakness. Ties, I'm sorry, but I simply cannot, Lewis declined, shaking his head. As a candidate for destruction god, he needed to return to the divine realm for continued training. Otherwise, with his current combat level of 1 billion, he would be woefully inadequate against the eventual adversaries of Dragon Ball. Please, Gak is far too weak to shield me, you. Upon hearing this, Gak rolled his eyes exasperatedly. I'm standing right here. You may call me Lewis. Ties blinked her large eyes playfully. You're far superior, Lewis. Those Frisia Force members stand no chance against you. Please, Lewis, you're the best, the absolute best. Do this for me. Lewis struggled to suppress a smile as she lavished him with flattery. Her tactics were undeniably effective. Witnessing this exchange, Whis offered a dismissive smile. Typical men. Lewis felt immensely pleased, lifting his head and murmuring, Stop. Though what you said is true, I am indeed great and wonderful, but Lewis, you're the best. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? A barrage of sweet talk assailed him, and Lewis fell silent. The spaceship was quiet. He looked at Ties and suddenly asked, Can you cook? Cook? Ties was taken aback. Weren't they talking about protecting her? Still, Ties nodded. I can. As the daughter of Earth's richest man, she had never learned to cook. But after following Jake out into the cosmos alone and drifting for years, she had long since taught herself. I can protect you, but you have to cook for me. Can you agree? Lewis spoke up. He had wanted to refuse Ties, but this beautiful older sister had called him amazing and incredible. Who could resist that? Besides, Lewis couldn't cook either, and Whis' food was terrible. If Ties could make meals for him, protecting her wasn't such a bad deal. Fine, it's settled then. Ties turned and said with a grin, Jake, I have Lewis to protect me now. We'll meet again someday. Go on. Women are so troublesome. Always ungrateful. Jake was speechless. Whis, let's go back to the realm of destruction. Lewis looked at Whis. Wait, Lewis, are you planning to take her to the realm of destruction? Whis finally spoke. Is there a problem? I have no problem with it. Whis shook his head. But if Lord Beerus wakes up and sees a stranger in the realm of destruction, he might get angry. Lewis retorted irritably. Why worry about that lazybones? While he's asleep, I am the god of destruction. You listen to me. Whis' lips twitched slightly, but Lewis was right. Since Beerus was absent, he had to obey Lewis. Besides, Lord Beerus might not even be angry when he wakes up. Lewis turned back to Ties. Ties had short golden hair, cute and pretty, but if she grew it long, she would be even more beautiful. Oh, why are you so sure Lord Beerus won't be angry? Whis asked, puzzled. Would you be angry if there was delicious food? Lewis turned his head. Delicious food. Whis' eyes lit up instantly. I agree to protecting Ties. Lewis. Ties hesitated, then spoke. Lewis smiled. Say whatever you want. Ties swallowed. What is this god of destruction and candidate god of destruction you mentioned? Are they some kind of deities? Lewis and Whis exchanged glances and laughed. You'll find out later. Let's go. Lewis grabbed Ties by the wrist and glanced at Whis. Whis immediately waved his staff and the three vanished from the spaceship. Only Jake was left bewildered inside the ship. In the realm of destruction, the land was purple from being steeped in destructive energy for eons. Before a lake with a whoosh, three figures appeared. Few a month away and finally back. Lewis walked over to a lounge chair beside the lake and lay down. Meanwhile, Whis went to contact the old Kai to report Lewis's completed mission. Upon hearing that Lewis had destroyed over 5,000 useless planets, the old Kai in the Kaiashan realm was immensely excited. If those 5,000 planets had been left to Beerus, it would have taken him at least 1,000 years to finish. The old Kai thought that Beerus's decision to make Lewis his candidate god of destruction was absolutely correct. Over here, while this planet is so beautiful, Ties had come to the realm of destruction for the first time and explored like a curious kitten, wandering here and there. You're easily impressed. Lewis took a sip of a drink nearby, then suddenly remembered something. Taisi, do you have any instant noodles in your hoi poi capsules? Instant noodles? Taisi returned to Lewis's side frowning. I do. Want some? Good. Just in case Lord Beerus suddenly wakes up and sees you here. That would be trouble. Who is this Lord Beerus you mentioned? Taisi threw out a hoi poi capsule, which transformed into a warehouse over a dozen meters tall stocked entirely with dry provisions. Lewis spat out his drink, wiped his mouth, and said, Are you fleeing a famine? You're the one fleeing a famine. I'm traveling through space. I have to be thoroughly prepared. Taisi huffed. The capsule she had taken out was just one of thousands she owned. If she took them all out, Lewis would probably have a heart attack. Hey, what are you two doing? Whis returned after contacting the old Kai and saw the warehouse beside Taisi looking puzzled. Didn't you say you wanted something delicious? Lewis walked into the warehouse and took out 3 cups of instant noodles. Whis hot water. Huh. Oh, okay. Whis waved his staff, and a kettle of hot water appeared out of thin air. He picked up one unopened cup from the table. He examined it carefully, sniffed it. Could this be good? Taisi helped Whis with this. Okay. Taisi removed the plastic wrapper from the instant noodle cup. Only then did Whis realize the trick. You had to take off the outer wrapper first. Whis kept showing surprised expressions like a country bumpkin. Lewis ignored him. Whis would be even more amazed later. Soon Lewis and Taisi had poured the hot water. They just had to wait a minute or two for the noodles to be ready. Lewis looked at the cups on the table and felt a wave of nostalgia for the instant noodles from his past life. Lewis, you and Whis mentioned something about the god of destruction and the candidate god of destruction. What are they? Taisi sat on the bench beside the table and brought up the topic again. The god of destruction is just the god of destruction. But the god of destruction is the deity who governs destruction in the universe, the highest being across all universal dimensions. Lewis spoke softly, but his words sent a tidal wave crashing through Taisi's mind. Why you? Are you serious? Serious. Why would I lie to you? Gulp. Taisi swallowed hard. From the conversation between Lewis and Whis earlier, she seemed to have uncovered the secret. Nervously she said, Lewis. Are you the candidate god of destruction? And is that Lord Beerus the god of destruction? Lewis turned his head, looking at Taisi's fair face, and smiled. Truly a novelist. Just from my and Whis's conversation you deduced all this. Yes, you're right. I'm the candidate god of destruction, and the real god of destruction is still asleep. Lewis knew that words alone would be hard for Taisi to believe. He raised his hand and hurled a ball of destructive energy toward a distant mountain range. Ahum! The mountain range tens of thousands of meters high vanished instantly. Taisi's face turned pale, and she was too frightened to speak. Haha, aren't you supposed to be brave? You dared to travel through space alone. Lord Candidate God of Destruction, you won't kill me, will you? Taisi hugged her shoulders, backing away. From the nervous look in her eyes, she was truly terrified. All right, come here. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have brought you here. And I said I would protect you, and I will. Lewis then grinned. But you have to say more nice things. Taisi sighed in relief. A massive mountain range had evaporated in an instant. This candidate god of destruction was terrifying. At least he had no murderous intent. She returned to her chair and flattered. Lord Candidate God of Destruction, you are truly amazing, truly handsome, like the stars in the sky no matter where. But before she could finish, Lewis and Whis both got goosebumps. Stop. Just talk to me normally, Lewis said irritably. Just then Whis, ignoring Taisi, stared at the instant noodles on the table and swallowed. Lewis, do you smell that? It's so fragrant. Lewis checked the time. It's ready. We can eat now. The moment the words left his mouth, a blur shot across the air and one of the cups on the table vanished. Slurp. Whis eagerly took a bite of the noodles. What exquisite, earthly delight is this? It's so delicious. Slurp. Every strand of noodle is coated in the broth, and when you chew, the rich aroma bursts forth, reaching straight for the soul. Gulp. And the soup, even better. It must be made from countless precious ingredients reduced to that tiny packet of seasoning. As the soup slides down your throat, Whis kept commenting on the food with every bite and every sip. His flushed expression looked like sheer ecstasy. Lewis, are those additives really that good? Taisi was dumbfounded. Some people just love additives. We can't control that. Come on, let's eat too. Lewis's lips twitched slightly as he handed a cup to Taisi and picked up one for himself. Just as he was about to eat, a thunderous explosion rocked the distant palace of destruction. Taisi, who was eating instant noodles, was startled. What happened? Meanwhile, Whis quickened his pace, finishing an entire bucket of instant noodles in just a few seconds, drinking every last drop of the broth. The next second, Whis, are you secretly eating good stuff behind my back again? A purple figure flashed through the void. Lucy, wearing his pajamas, flew directly from the god of destruction's palace to the lake. Taisi, eat quickly. Lucy's scalp tingled. Who would have thought that the instant noodles had such power that they actually awakened the sleeping Lucy? He quickly nudged Taisi. If she didn't eat now, there would be none left. Taisi was stunned. What was going on? But she still followed Lucy's words and quickly began eating the noodles in her hand. Lucy arrived here, already realizing that the mouth-watering delicacy was the instant noodles in the hands of the three, and Whis had already finished his noodles. Only the young man and a woman were left holding bowls of noodles. But the young man pushed the woman, and then the two of them directly started eating their noodles. Bai Lucy swallowed, smelling the enticing aroma. He really wanted to eat those noodles, but since others had already eaten from them, he simply couldn't bring himself to eat. Kid, who are you? Do you want to die? Having lost the chance to eat the good stuff, Bai Lucy was furious, his chest heaving up and down, his whole body glowing with purple light, and his eyes filled with murderous intent. He didn't immediately recognize Lu Yixi as the Lu Yixi he had brought back 10 years ago. Well, of course, a boy changes a lot as he grows up. Bai Lucy had slept for 10 years, and Lu Yixi had grown from a child into a handsome young man. How could he still recognize him? Lu Yixi ignored Bai Lucy and continued eating his noodles. To be honest, the instant noodles in the Dragon Ball world were much more delicious than those in his previous life. Taisi felt the destructive aura emanating from Bai Lucy, almost unable to breathe. This must be the god of destruction that Lu Yixi had mentioned. So terrifying. I'm about to die, save me. At that moment, Lu Yixi, holding his noodles, stepped in front of Taisi. The frightening pressure immediately vanished, and Taisi gasped for air. Finally, she survived. Lu Yixi said calmly, Lord Bai Lucy, she is my person. Whis finished his noodles, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, watching the drama unfold. Bai Lucy clenched his fists, not even glancing at Taisi, and said coldly to Lu Yixi, a trashy kai daring to snatch food in my territory. Who gave you the courage? Steal food. This lazybones hasn't recognized him yet. Lu Yixi's forehead twitched with two lines. And besides, how could something in someone else's hands be yours? You might as well say everything in the 7th universe is yours. Well, that statement doesn't seem too wrong. Then let's fight. Lu Yixi laughed heartily, threw his noodles into the lake, and vanished instantly. Seeing the delicious food wasted, Bai Lucy roared in anger, you want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Boom. His entire body was shrouded in destructive aura, streaks of purple lightning dancing around, summoning celestial thunder, the light waves terrifying. Splash. Bai Lucy's figure also vanished. Taisi trembled in fear. Was this the so-called god of destruction? Whis waved his staff to protect Taisi, lest the shockwaves from the battle between Bai Lucy and the other kill her, which would be ridiculous. In the sky, whoosh, whoosh, two figures flew rapidly. Kid, didn't you eat? Your speed is so slow. Bai Lucy suddenly appeared behind Lu Yixi, saying coldly, didn't you just see whether I ate or not? You're asking for death. Bai Lucy was truly angry, now holding back nothing. He gathered a basketball-sized ball of destruction energy, hurled it at Lu Yixi, and it quickly enveloped him. Destruction energy annihilates objects at their core. Bai Lucy's attack was terrifying, even touching the air it sizzled with a crackling sound. Daring to snatch food from me. You're dead now. Bai Lucy turned back confidently, having destroyed the opponent, feeling a bit better. However, Lord Bai Lucy, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Take this strike. A laugh came from behind. What? Bai Lucy's pupils contracted sharply. He turned quickly to see a fist-sized ball of destruction energy hurtling toward him. Ow ow. Hit by the destruction energy, the numbing pain was unbelievable to him. That kid actually survived his attack, and moreover the other could use destruction energy. No way. Suddenly, a small figure flashed through Bai Lucy's mind, and then the sky was filled with an ethereal aura like the scent of nature. When he looked at Lu Yixi again, a silver glow radiated from his body. The embryonic form of the state of self-mastery. This confirmed Bai Lucy's suspicions. Bai Lucy smiled, good kid, I didn't expect you to have grown so much. Those who could ignore a strike from the strongest god of destruction in the Omni King's universe besides angels and above were only the successor he had taken in back then. Ha ha, Lord Bai Lucy finally recognized me. Lu Yixi laughed. But since you wanted to beat me just now I'm going to beat you back. With those words, Lu Yixi flickered his afterimage dancing in the sky. Bai Lucy assumed a defensive stance. After all, the other was no ordinary person. He was that extremely special little one from before. If he capsized in a ditch, that would be ridiculous. Soon a torrent of destruction energy spheres rained down like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Bai Lucy midair shattered each one with a punch. Seeing his prince's battle method ineffective, Lu Yixi switched tactics. Countless phantoms appeared in the sky, each roaring toward Bai Lucy like primordial beasts. Bang bang bang. Bai Lucy was naturally not fooled by the phantoms. He found Lu Yixi true body. The two engaged in close combat. A silver and a purple light soared into the sky like two dragons emerging from water, intertwining and separating. They fought from the sky to the ground. Every collision produced terrifying shockwaves. An overwhelming aura filled the entire realm of the god of destruction, and the realm began to crumble. Taisi, protected by Whis, couldn't see the details of the battle, but knew it must be a fierce fight. Whis, will Lu Yixi be okay? Taisi clenched her little fists, her palms sweaty with nervousness. Whis smiled, he'll be fine. Lord Bai Lucy is very strong, but he can't harm Lu Yixi. Not to mention Bai Lucy, even I cannot harm Lu Yixi. Of course, Whis didn't say that out loud. He kept watching the battle. Don't be fooled by the spectacular battle scenes. In fact, these scenes were not caused by Lu Yixi. They were all due to Bai Lucy using his full power. Because Bai Lucy knew that even if he went all out, Lu Yixi wouldn't die. Luisi was still too weak. His power before by Luisi was like a tiny ant, utterly ineffective. Even entering the embryonic state of self-mastery, he was still crushed by Luisi. Suddenly Whis widened his eyes, staring at the sky. Luisi in the sky was undergoing some change. The aura around his body turned golden, and a voice came from the sky. Lord Luisi watched the next transformation. Aya! From above, Luisi clenched his fists. The silver radiance around him vanished, replaced by a golden glow. Veins bulged on Luisi's forehead as his roar grew louder. A thunderous boom echoed as mountains split and earth cracked. A golden beam shot skyward. Luisi's hair instantly turned golden. Super Saiyan. His battle power originally 1 billion soared to 50 billion. Impressive, boy. What kind of transformation is this? Huff huff. Luisi hovered in the air, panting heavily. This is a special transformation of our Saiyan race, Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. A vivid image flashed in by Luisi's mind. A dream where he would one day encounter a formidable opponent known as the Super Saiyan God. But, Luisi frowned at Luisi. Boy, is this the extent of your power? Yes. Though Luisi's power had multiplied 50-fold, it was still far from enough. In the Super Anime, a battle power of 100 billion was roughly comparable to Sun Wukong's when he first encountered by Luisi on North Kai's planet. Yet Sun Wukong challenging by Luisi was crushed beneath a single finger. To by Luisi was still far too weak. Luisi, in just 10 years your dimension has broken through to the Kai level, your power has surged considerably, and you've even grasped the rudiments of the Zizai realm. Your talent is truly immense, but you are still too weak. Train for a few more years, for now this is enough. Luisi shook his head, deciding to end the battle lest his god of destruction realm be utterly annihilated. The god of destruction realm was now spewing lava everywhere, the pungent stench of sulfur filling the entire domain, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Soon 2 minutes would pass, and then Whis would be unable to restore the god of destruction realm to its original state. Lord Luisi, let me land one last punch. Luisi had been utterly suppressed in the battle against Luisi, constantly on the receiving end of blows. Now, having transformed for the first time, he was determined to experience the might of the strongest god of destruction in the entire universe. Then come. Luisi stood with his hands behind his back, his expression gravely serious. Luisi. Don't worry, nothing will happen. On the ground, Whis shielded Taisi from the lava's harm. Above, Luisi clenched his fist, a golden aura enveloping it, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Concentrate power. 50 billion units of force condensed into his fist. Watch out. Luisi moved. A golden streak streaked across the sky, roaring toward Luisi. Luisi remained expressionless, raising his index finger and gently tapping forward. A blinding light burst from the collision of fist and finger, a thunderous impact echoing across the god of destruction realm. Lava surged like an ocean, raising thousand-fold waves from the sheer force. A section of the god of destruction realm collapsed, accelerating its disintegration. Caught in the recoil, Luisi slid tens of thousands of kilometers through the air. His upper body was now bare. The god of destruction garment had shattered under the strongest god of destruction's blow. Yet Luisi remained unharmed thanks to the immunity effect. Too powerful. Luisi swallowed hard, realizing that even with all his means he couldn't budge Luisi a single hair. Soon Whis reversed time, restoring the god of destruction realm to its pre-battle state. Witnessing the astonishing time reversal, Taisi couldn't help but glance at Whis. He seemed even more terrifying than the two gods of destruction. By the lakeside, the battle between Luisi and Luisi had ended. 2 bowls of instant noodles were placed on the table. Luisi sat on a chair, staring at the bubbling noodles, unable to stop swallowing. Whis was no better, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on the noodles, wishing the 2 minutes would pass quickly so he could enjoy them again. Luisi, no longer looking disheveled, grinned at Luisi. Lord Luisi, this is Taisi's instant noodles. Can she stay in the god of destruction realm? Whoever dares to drive Taisi away will have to answer to me. Luisi didn't look at Luisi, his eyes fixed on the noodles. Luisi glanced at Whis as if to say, see. I told you Lord Luisi wouldn't object. Whis rolled his eyes. With such delicacies, even if Lord Luisi objected, I'd beat him into submission. Taisi, how will you thank me? Luisi, having obtained Luisi's consent, looked smugly at Taisi. Taisi covered her mouth and chuckled. Lord Luisi is the most handsome and amazing. That's right, that's right. Luisi lifted his head, basking in the praise, his tail practically wagging to the sky. Oh, and as a condition for protecting you, you'll handle our meals from now on. Of course, when I go on missions, I'll take you along to find material for your novel. Rest assured. All right. Taisi breathed a sigh of relief, her safety now ensured. 2 minutes later, Luisi and Whis were devouring the instant noodles. Even after having them before, Whis couldn't help but marvel at how delicious the noodles were. Luisi, tasting them for the first time, ate until tears nearly streamed down his face. What kind of swill had he been eating before? After a while, when both were full, Luisi asked, Lord Luisi, how far am I from reaching the divine realm of power? Luisi reclined in a lounge chair, sipping the drink Taisi had brought out, and said thoughtfully, The difference between mortals and gods lies in dimension. Although your dimension has broken through to the Kai level, strictly speaking, you are still immortal. And it's extremely difficult for a mortal to oppose a god of destruction through sheer power alone, because the power of a god of destruction is saturated with divine essence, which ordinary mortals cannot withstand. By Lucy looked at Luisi. However, there are exceptions. In Universe 11, there's a being named Ji Lian who as a mortal can rival a god of destruction. If you want to fight me, Luisi, well, in your Super Saiyan state, you'd need to increase your power by at least 100 times before you could even touch me. 100,000 times. Luisi was dumbfounded. Even Super Saiyan 3 only boosted power by 400 times. Starting from a base of 1 billion multiplying by 100 would yield an astronomical battle power. And that was just to be worthy of a touch. Luisi, in the eyes of a god of destruction, battle power is no longer a measure of strength. Whis, noticing Luisi's confusion, explained dimensions are divided into King, Yin, Kai, God, Angel. Power is classified into mortal, divine realm, angel realm. The divine realm itself has 5 layers. Lord by Lucy is at the 5th layer. As for the other gods of destruction, except for 4th universe's Kue Te La, who has just touched the 5th layer, the rest are at the 4th layer. Taisi gasped in astonishment. Wow, so Lord by Lucy is the strongest god of destruction. Of course. By Lucy's vanity was thoroughly gratified by Taisi's exclamation. No wonder that boy Luisi had let her stay. She knew how to speak sweetly. Not bad. Luisi was speechless, then asked, Whis, how can I elevate my power to the divine realm? Whis spoke, there are 2 methods to achieve that. First, as Lord by Lucy just mentioned, there is someone in Universe 11 who can oppose a god of destruction with mortal power because he has refined his mortal strength to the absolute limit. As far as I know, that being called Ji Lian possesses mortal power that might even surpass the 4th layer of the divine realm. Whis, seeing the shock on Luisi and Taisi's faces, continued. The second method is to cultivate your dimension, elevating it to the divine level. Then your own power will undergo a qualitative change, transforming from mortal power to divine power. Divine power is imperceptible to mortals, and its might far exceeds anything a mortal can wield. Take a Xian, for example. He is merely a creation god, not particularly powerful in himself, but because his dimension is at the divine level and his power is divine, he is stronger than Fu Li Sa. Luisi suddenly understood. I see. So under equal power, divine power is stronger than mortal power. Does that mean if I convert my mortal power into divine power, while keeping my current 1 billion battle power, I can break into the divine realm? Haha, that's the idea, but your 1 billion battle power is still insufficient. So if you want to elevate your power to the divine realm, focus on cultivating your dimension to the divine level as soon as possible. Whis smiled, then his expression turned serious. By the way, Luisi, the transformation you just used is flawed. Don't use it anymore. Before Luisi could speak, Taisi interjected. Why? Luisi's golden hair looks so beautiful when he transforms. Taisi, you don't understand. Maintaining that state consumes a tremendous amount of stamina and places a huge burden on his body. Whis had perceived the drawback the moment Luisi transformed into a Super Saiyan. By Lucy set down his drink. Luisi, Whis is right. Only true strength from within is genuine. That transformation path is a mistake. Abandon it. Was it truly a mistake? Luisi recalled the perfect state from the original work, Super Saiyan 4. No, this is a unique transformation of our Saiyan race. You'll understand someday. You little. Beerus shook his head and said no more. On the path of cultivation, many geniuses believe themselves to be infallible, but their decisions are often misguided. Only when they themselves realize the error will they truly abandon it, though it may waste some time. Lewis was simply too prodigious. Even 10,000 years wasted would hardly matter. Whis also held this view. He did not believe that a young man making mistakes was detrimental, rather it would etch the lessons deeper into his memory. Beerus's unexpected awakening coupled with Taisi's arrival in the realm of the gods brought a touch of liveliness to the once quiet domain. From Whis, Beerus learned that Lewis had destroyed over 5,000 planets in the past month. Beerus was thrilled. Indeed, appointing Lewis as a candidate god of destruction had been the right decision. Now he could finally slack off with a clear conscience. Taisi, upon hearing Whis's words, gained a new perspective on Lewis. Destroying over 5,000 planets. This young man was not as gentle as he appeared on the surface. Yet, Taisi was not afraid of Lewis because of this. He had appeared at her most perilous moment to save her and promised to protect her. How could she fear him? In the days that followed, Lewis finally resumed his training. Beerus did not return to slumber. With Taisi residing in the realm of the gods, he had a constant supply of delicious food. How could he bear to sleep again? Apart from guiding Lewis's training each day, Whis now had an additional task, introducing the wonders of the universe to Taisi. At first, Taisi doubted that anyone could know so much. But as she continually tempted Whis with earth cuisine, she discovered he was a veritable encyclopedia. Whis knew everything, which sparked new inspiration for her creative work. Lewis was training. Taisi was writing. Whis and Beerus were eating. The scene in the realm of the gods was peculiar. A year passed. Lewis had trained for another year, but his power had not increased significantly as he had been focusing on the dimension of space. Alas, it seemed he had hit a bottleneck in dimensional mastery, making further progress difficult. Come Tights, I need to carry out a planet destruction mission. I'll take you outside to gather material for your novel. By the lake, Lewis rose from the grass and stretched. Coming. Tights, who was cooking in the distance, lit up with joy. She dropped her utensils and ran toward Lewis by the lake. Lewis, you're finally willing to take me out. It had been a year since she arrived in the realm of the gods, and she had never once stepped outside. Though she could listen to Whis's tales of the outside world, it lacked the feeling of being there. Now that she was going out, Tights was overjoyed. Well, I had to train. Please forgive me. At most I'll let you wander around a bit more this time, okay? Lewis scratched his head. At 17, he was still a youth. His simple, honest demeanor made him look nothing like a candidate god of destruction. All right, I forgive you. Tights covered her mouth with a light laugh. This little brother was quite adorable. Wait, Tights. If you leave, what about my lunch today? Beerus jumped up from his lounge chair by the lake and shouted. Lord Beerus, you can have instant noodles. I'll cook for you when I get back. Tights pointed to the warehouse beside her. Beerus. As Beerus stood speechless on Lewis's side. Ding. Check in at Frisia's headquarters. Reward god of the Supremes, instant transmission. An electronic voice echoed in Lewis's mind. Instant transmission. Lewis was ecstatic. He had long wanted to learn this technique, as traveling as a candidate god of destruction always required Whis's assistance, which was rather troublesome. Moreover, aside from travel, instant transmission could play a massive role in battle. It was a divine skill for both pursuit and escape. What a timely gift. Whis, take us to Frisia's headquarters. After that, you're free to go. Lewis turned to Whis. Very well. Without asking why, Whis brought Lewis and Tights to Frisia's headquarters in the North Galaxy, and then returned to the realm of the gods. Ding. Check-in successful at Frisia's headquarters. Reward god of the Supremes, instant transmission. Lewis's body trembled and information about instant transmission flooded his mind. He realized that with coordinates, he could now appear anywhere at will. This was fundamentally different from the instant transmission of Planet Yardrat, which required sensing a person's key to teleport to their location. Lewis, what's wrong? Tights waved her hand in front of his eyes. Nothing, just remembered something. I see. So why are you at Frisia's headquarters? Tights recalled being hunted by the Frisia force and couldn't help but shiver. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Lewis didn't mention that he was here only to complete the system's check-in task. He patted his chest, his expression earnest. Tights forgot her fear and covered her mouth with a giggle. All right, I know how formidable you are, Lewis. Lewis suddenly remembered something. By the way, weren't you once hunted by the Frisia force? Do you want revenge? Revenge? Tights was taken aback, then shook her head. Forget it. I've almost forgotten about being hunted by the Frisia force. We can't let it slide. If I said I'd protect you, and I will. How can we just let it go when you were bullied? Lewis took Tights' hand and headed toward Frisia's palace. Still a youth, Lewis led her by the hand. His earnest demeanor made Tights smile. The more she looked, the more adorable this little brother seemed. Since the young candidate god of destruction wanted to avenge her, Tights no longer objected. Thinking back on those events, it was indeed infuriating. In this universe, no one could defeat the boy before her, so she let him have his way. Frisia's headquarters was heavily guarded with alien patrols everywhere. Along the way, Lewis encountered many patrol teams who came to interrogate them. Tights still couldn't help but feel afraid seeing these creatures. Without a word, Lewis unleashed a destruction sphere and annihilated them. A young man and a human woman were slaughtering their way through Frisia's headquarters. It was the first time Tights had seen Lewis so ruthless, yet she was not afraid. After all, he had promised to protect her, and this little brother was now avenging her. Soon they arrived at a grand palace. Frisia's palace was far more imposing than King Vegeta's former palace. Halt! Who are you? Two alien guards barked coldly. Tell your Lord Frisia to come out and see me. Lewis pulled Tights to a stop, a mocking smile on his lips. Insolent! How dare you summon Lord Frisia? You must be tired of living. The guards shouted, get him. They leaped into the air, raised their arm cannons, and fired 2 beams of blue light. Lewis smiled faintly, raised his hand, and gently tapped. A purple aura of destruction enveloped the blue beams, dissolving them instantly. What? The 2 aliens stared in shock, then let out a long howl. Enemy attack. Inside the palace, Frisia sat on his hoverchair listening to Jinyu's report on the Saiyans when the cry of enemy attack startled him. Have I been inactive for too long? Someone actually dares to invade my headquarters. His sinister voice echoed through the hall, the temperature plummeting as if a layer of frost was about to form. Jinyu trembled in the corner. Lord Frisia was terrifying. Come follow me. Let's see who has such audacity. Frisia floated on his hoverchair toward the palace entrance with Jinyu hurrying behind. Outside, Lewis held Tights' hand, surveying the aliens surrounding them. A dense crowd. Probably 1,000 or so. Tights felt completely safe with Lewis holding her hand, protected by him. She was not afraid at all. Frisia, if you don't come out soon, your men will all be dead. Lewis scanned the surroundings and bared his teeth. Wiping out this trash in one go, King Vegeta would surely be pleased. Lewis still remembered the lonely silhouette of King Vegeta at the Galactic Patrol headquarters a year ago. From the moment the Saiyans changed, he had never intended to abandon them. Lewis glanced at Tights beside him. Add to that her being hunted by the Frisia force. Old grudges and new hatreds. Oh ho ho. A hoarse voice came from the palace entrance. Frisia on his hoverchair emerged before the aliens, with Jinyu following closely. Boy, who are you? Frisia folded his arms, his eyes icy cold. Lewis said nothing, merely staring at Frisia. Purple and white skin, a body encased in hard-bone triangular eyes. Utterly evil. Exactly like in the anime. Boy, Lord Frisia is asking you a question. Are you deaf? Jinyu barked. Captain of the Jinyu force. Lewis recognized the purple-skinned figure beside Frisia. You actually know me. Jinyu snorted coldly, then suddenly saw something and pointed at the tail behind Lewis, exclaiming in terror, Lord Frisia, he's a Saiyan. No wonder Jinyu was so frightened. The Saiyans had changed so much over the years that some of them had even approached his power level. This is a Saiyan. If he transforms into a great ape, his battle power could increase tenfold. Saiyan. Frisia squinted his eyes. He had been troubled by the Saiyan issue for years, and now a Saiyan actually dared to invade his headquarters. Show me his power level. Yes, I want to see how much battle power he has. How dare he invade Lord Frisia's headquarters? Jinyu pressed the scout device. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power 100000. Gulping, Jinyu swallowed nervously. This guy actually had a battle power of 100000. Frisia on his baby bed noticed Jinyu's expression and squinted. What is his battle power? Jinyu wiped the sweat from his face. Reporting to Lord Frisia, he has a battle power of 1000. Whoosh. The surrounding aliens all stepped back, their faces pale with fear. Even the captain of the Jinyu force only had 1000 battle power, yet this kid had 1000. Frisia raised an eyebrow, his killing intent suddenly vanishing. He smiled. This gentleman has impressive strength. Join me, and I'll overlook your invasion of my headquarters. Frisia was a person who valued talent. Whenever he saw a powerful warrior, he couldn't help but want to recruit them. Lewis curled his lips slightly and said mockingly, and if I refuse? Tights held his hand, quietly listening to the conversation between the boy beside her and the Galactic Emperor. It felt so good to be protected. Refuse. Frisia's face instantly darkened. Then you won't leave my headquarters. Hearing their lord's words, the surrounding aliens all stepped forward. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Whether I can leave or not will be discussed later. Lewis chuckled. Frisia, I came here to ask you for some people. Looking for people. Frisia was momentarily stunned, then said coldly, I think you're asking for death. Jinyu attack. As the Galactic Emperor, having someone invade his headquarters and dare to provoke him repeatedly, Frisia could no longer contain his rage. Yes. Jinyu twisted his body and vanished. The next moment he appeared behind Lewis. Kid, the difference between 1000 and 1000 battle power is huge. Die. Jinyu gathered a violent energy sphere in his palm and hurled it at Lewis. Lewis remained expressionless, and Tights, whose hand he held, showed no fear either. Was he giving up? Frisia on his baby hoverchair frowned. Then 1000 battle power is weak. What about 1 million? Lewis laughed as his power erupted. In an instant. Bang! Bang! All the scout devices of the aliens present exploded. Boom. The powerful blast dispersed Jinyu's energy sphere, then sent Jinyu flying, slamming him heavily into the ground. Impossible. Jinyu's pupils contracted as he lay on the ground. The scout device on his ear had turned into a piece of scrap metal. The whole thing happened in an instant. Just moments ago, he had seen the battle power data skyrocket, then the scout device couldn't withstand it and exploded. Tights, were you scared just now? Lewis asked with a smile. You said you'd protect me, so I wasn't afraid. Tights smiled sweetly. Fair-skinned golden hair. Looking at Tights, Lewis was slightly stunned. I think you'd look better with long hair. Long hair. Tights touched her hair, wanting to ask. But Lewis had already turned to look at Frisia, so she had to hold back her question, burying his words in her heart. All right, my time is precious. Frisia, have all your subordinates come here. Lewis said coldly. Or else. Or else what? Frisia jumped off his baby hoverchair and walked forward. You don't think 1 million battle power is enough to do whatever you want in my headquarters, do you? Frisia had just heard the conversation between Lewis and Jinyu and hadn't expected this kid to be hiding his power. Lying on the ground, Jinyu's face lit up with joy. Rumors said that Frisia had always been hiding his true strength. Could it be true? Tights, do you remember who was chasing you? Lewis asked, ignoring the approaching Frisia, turning his head. Tights thought for a moment. I think it was a group called Apule. Apule, eh? Lewis frowned. That trash was killed by Vegeta in the anime. Kid, you're asking for death. The approaching Frisia was furious that he was being ignored by someone with only 1 million battle power. Frisia prepared to unlock his transformation. Lewis suddenly vanished from beside Tights and appeared in front of Frisia, driving his knee into Frisia's abdomen. Bang! Frisia was sent flying. Ugh! Frisia lay on the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. Everyone present was stunned. No way. This was the Galactic Emperor Frisia. How could a stranger beat him until he bled? You've successfully angered me. I'll kill you. Frisia stood up and screamed hysterically as his power erupted. First form transformation unlocked. Now Frisia had changed form, becoming more muscular, looking like King Cold. His power broke through 1 million. The aliens present were delighted. Their lord had been hiding his strength. But, annoying. The next moment Lewis appeared before Frisia and threw a punch. Boom. The terrifying force shattered all of Frisia's teeth. Uff. Broken teeth and blood mixed together spraying into the air. Ah! Frisia was flung sideways, lying weakly on the ground. How could this be? With the same million battle power, why couldn't he defeat the other? Frisia, look at this. Lewis used instant transmission to appear in front of Frisia, grabbing his head with one hand and lifting him up. In his other hand, he condensed a sphere of destruction energy. The aura of destruction swept through the entire Frisia headquarters. Wind howled. Thunder roared. The surrounding aliens were instantly knocked to the ground, their very souls trembling. De-destruction god. The destruction energy pressed before his eyes. Frisia's pupils contracted, and his whole body trembled from the depths of his being. He recognized that power. It was the power of a god of destruction. Who was this Saiyan? Wasn't the god of destruction of Universe 7 Beerus? Why did this person possess destruction power? Have Appeal come here. Lewis threw Frisia aside like trash, and the destruction energy in his hand dissipated. Yes. Frisia gritted his broken teeth, humiliation gnawing at his heart, but he dared not complain, unsure of the identity of this person. He got up from the ground. Tell Appeal to come see me. Frisia roared at his subordinates. Jinyu quickly used the communication device to summon Appeal to Frisia's palace. This lord, who are you? Frisia wiped the blood from his mouth and cautiously approached, bowing as he asked. On the surface he appeared terrified, but deep in his eyes lurked a hint of gloom. Lewis looked at Frisia, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Are you feeling resentful? Lewis looked down at Frisia with a domineering smirk. Tights clutched her chest, thinking Lewis was so handsome. And no, I dare not. Frisia clenched his fists, uttering words against his heart. Ha, truly worthy of being Lord Beerus's representative, Frisia. You are very interesting. Lewis laughed. A flicker of doubt passed through Frisia's eyes. This person knew Beerus. According to his words, that meant Beerus was still alive. So this person couldn't be the new god of destruction, but he could use destruction energy. A flash of insight crossed Frisia's mind. Frisia asked timidly. This lord must be a disciple of Lord Beerus, right? Oh, you actually guessed it. Greetings, Lord Substitute God of Destruction. I failed to recognize your identity earlier. Please forgive me. Frisia trembled. Could this substitute god of destruction have come to avenge his people being hunted? Lewis seemed to see through Frisia's mind. Enough nonsense. I won't interfere with your matter with the Saiyans. I'm only here to avenge Tights. Tights beside him gazed at Lewis intently, a warm current flowing through her heart. She wanted to ask Lewis why he was so good to her, but seeing the ugly aliens around, she held back. Lewis didn't notice Tights' expression. He kept looking at Frisia. In fact, aside from completing his check-in task, he had considered destroying Frisia and his group outright. But then he thought of Goku, Vegeta, and the Saiyan race. If they weren't left with some trials, how could they grow? Perhaps under Frisia's persecution, more Super Saiyans would emerge. So Lewis decided to spare Frisia and his group. Frisia glanced at the woman beside Lewis. He came to avenge her. Just for revenge, he caused such a commotion. Frisia was furious inside, but his demeanor remained cautious. Lord Substitute God of Destruction, do you mean you won't interfere with my matters with the Saiyans? At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing at the palace entrance. It was Appeal. What's going on? Appeal suddenly noticed Tights and laughed heartily. Lord Frisia, this woman has some amazing capsules. If we get our hands on that capsule technology, we'll be rich. After he spoke, he suddenly realized something was off. Why was it so silent? Everyone was staring at him with strange expressions. Tights, is it him? Tights looked at Appeal, recalling the days she was hunted, and gritted her teeth. Then died. Lewis raised his hand. Destruction. A purple beam of destruction energy struck Appeal, instantly vaporizing him, without even a struggle. Gulp. All the aliens present swallowed nervously. What a terrifying Saiyan. Tights, let's go. After killing Appeal, Lewis used the instant transmission he had received as a system reward and left with Tights. All that remained were a group of stunned aliens. Lord Frisia, should we still hunt the Saiyans? Hold for now. Frisia clenched his fists. Saiyans hiding in the Galactic Patrol headquarters was one thing, but now they had produced a substitute god of destruction. But that guy just said he wouldn't interfere with the Saiyan matter. And he recalled that the god of destruction's duty was to destroy, and they were cold and merciless deities. That substitute god of destruction might have been telling the truth. But no matter what, he was a Saiyan. Would he really not interfere with the Saiyans? After leaving Frisia's headquarters, Lewis brought Tights to a planet covered in primeval forests. This planet was unsuitable, and Lewis planned to destroy it. Lewis was walking through the forest and turned around. Tights was wearing a tight-fitting outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Lewis rubbed his nose. What's wrong? Tights hesitantly opened her mouth. Lewis smiled. Just say it. Nothing, I just wanted to ask if I would really look good with long hair. Tights wanted to say, you only promised to protect me, so why did you want to avenge me? But in the end, she didn't ask. I think it would look good. Lewis nodded. Golden wavy hair, how could it not look good? Alright, I'm going to destroy this planet. Lewis threw a sphere of destruction energy to the ground, then grabbed Tights and used instant transmission to leave. After destroying several hundred planets one after another, the task was completed. Lewis then brought Tights back to the realm of the god of destruction. Lewis resumed his training while Tights, after being brought back, remained distracted. 3 years had passed since Lewis returned to the realm of destruction. During this time, the 7th universe underwent earth-shattering transformations. With the Saiyans joining the Galactic Patrol, the organization grew increasingly formidable, and in the North Galaxy the Frisia Force began to be suppressed. The primary reason was the Frisia Force's lack of manpower. Frisia's strongest subordinate was Jinyu with a battle power of only 12000. Meanwhile, the Saiyan race, ever since joining the Galactic Patrol, had seen their combat strength skyrocket for unknown reasons. Now every Saiyan possessed at least 1500 battle power. The strongest among them was a Saiyan named Bardock, whose battle power had surged to 1500. King Vegeta was also not to be underestimated with 100 battle power. The entire Saiyan race numbered over 2,000, and their overall strength was truly formidable. However, no matter how powerful they became, if Frisia took action personally, even if all Saiyans transformed into their great ape forms, it would be futile against the current strength of the Saiyans. But because Lewis and Tights had visited Frisia's headquarters 3 years ago, Frisia knew of Lewis's identity and dared not act rashly. He also did not dare to openly hunt down the Saiyans, which was one of the reasons the Saiyans could peacefully improve their strength. Aside from the above, the average human level in the 7th universe had also improved significantly, rising from second to last to third to last. This change left the gods of destruction from other universes astounded. Over a decade ago, Beerus had made a terrible decision by appointing a mere child as a candidate for god of destruction. Now 14 years later, why hadn't the 7th universe been destroyed by the Omni King? Not only that, but its ranking had actually risen by 1. The 7th universe was changing, and Earth was also changing. Although Earth had not been directly interfered with by Lewis, the plot on Earth was still proceeding normally. Yet Earth was still affected by the butterfly effect. For years ago, Lewis had Tights ask Dr. Briefs to build a gravity chamber for Sun Wukong's use. Sun Wukong used the gravity chamber and greatly improved his combat power. However, Sun Wukong was a slow-growth type Saiyan, so his power increase was not too exaggerated. Now 14 years after being sent to Earth at the age of 17, Sun Wukong's battle power was only 5000. Apart from this change on Earth, 4 years later, 3 extraterrestrial visitors arrived. Their invasion of Earth came a full 3 years earlier than in the original story. On Kame Island, Krillin stood at the door, staring fixedly at the sky. Wukong, these 3 auras are extremely evil and exceptionally powerful. Can you handle them? I don't know. If they intend to harm Earth, I won't let them get away with it, Sun Wukong replied, also gazing at the sky with a youthful voice. At 17, Sun Wukong still appeared as a child. This was because he was a slow-growth type Saiyan who would only suddenly grow tall on the day he reached adulthood. This was different from Lewis and Vegeta. I didn't expect that on the very day Wukong was about to go to the celestial realm for training, enemies would invade Earth. Master Roshi looked worried. Stay here. I'll go check the situation first. Sun Wukong soared into the sky, flying toward the direction where the 3 spaceships were descending. On the outskirts of West City, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa emerged from their spaceships. All were ragged and covered in clotted blood, looking utterly wretched. Damn it. Frisia won't let us return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Raditz lay on the ground, gnashing his teeth. But fortunately, Frisia's elite forces didn't come personally otherwise. Vegeta, what do we do now? We've been fleeing for 14 years. Do we keep running? Nappa said bitterly. Shut up. Vegeta clenched his fists. It's been over a decade and Lewis still hasn't returned. If Lewis were back, Frisia would be dead without a doubt. Vegeta still remembered the scene 14 years ago when Lewis was taken by the god of destruction Beerus as a candidate for god of destruction. That was a candidate for god of destruction. Who would dare to provoke him? Right, if Lewis returned, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Raditz and Nappa nodded in agreement. Enough with the useless talk. This planet is where Kakarot was exiled. Let's find him. One more person means one more strength. Vegeta shook his head and pressed the scouter on his ear. Beep, beep, beep. Southeast direction, battle power 2000. What's this? 2000 battle power. Vegeta was startled and measured again, but found no error. Vegeta, could this be Kakarot's power? Why is a low-class warrior so strong? Nappa also measured and was shocked. After all, the strongest among the 3 was Vegeta with 300 battle power. Nappa himself had 800 and Raditz had 200. Their numbers were much higher than when they invaded Earth in the original story. This was because the 3 had been constantly hunted by the Frisia Force, facing life and death situations at every moment. 200 battle power is indeed hard to believe. If it really is Kakarot, then we have another source of strength. Vegeta looked up at the sky in the southeast. He's coming. Raditz clenched his fists, cautious because the newcomer's power matched his own. Whoosh. A streak of white light descended from the sky. Who are you? Sun Wukong stared at the 3 ragged figures, his voice serious. His youthful voice and small stature startled Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa for a moment. But soon Raditz recognized Sun Wukong. Vegeta, he's Kakarot. He looks exactly like my father. Vegeta also realized why the other was still so small. He was born with only 2 battle power. Low-class warriors grow this slowly. but he'll likely reach adulthood in about a year. Who exactly are you? Why have you come to Earth? Sun Wukong's small brows furrowed. Earth. He must mean this planet. Vegeta glanced at the scouter again, noting many pitifully weak readings. Kakarot, you haven't killed the people on this planet. Nappa was stunned. Not yet. That's strange. With 200 battle power, he should have wiped out the natives long ago. Raditz shouted, Kakarot, what's going on with you? Sun Wukong looked at them puzzled. Tell me, why are you here? And who is Kakarot? Hearing this, the three exchanged bewildered glances, confusion evident in their eyes. You're not Kakarot. Raditz was taken aback, but looking at Sun Wukong's appearance, it was exactly like Bardock's. No, you must be Kakarot. Vegeta and Nappa nodded as Sun Wukong's resemblance to Bardock was undeniable. Sun Wukong scratched his head, utterly confused. He was clearly Sun Wukong, so why did these three call him Kakarot? Vegeta asked, do you know you're a Saiyan? Sun Wukong blinked his small eyes and replied, what is a Saiyan? The three exchanged glances again. Without a doubt, he had forgotten about his Saiyan heritage. Raditz quickly asked, did you hit your head when you were a child? How did you know I hit my head? Sun Wukong said, pouting. I fell off a cliff as a child and hit my head. Grandpa saved me. These were all things his grandfather had told him. Thinking of Sun Gohan, Sun Wukong's mood darkened. As expected, Raditz rubbed his forehead and looked at Vegeta helplessly. Vegeta, what do we do now? If I were still under Frieza's command, I would kill everyone on this planet without hesitation and sell it off. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. But ever since we Saiyans joined the Galactic Patrol, we can't do that anymore. Raditz and Nappa recalled that as well. Years ago, following the god of destruction Beerus's order, the Saiyans joined the Galactic Patrol and no longer obeyed Frieza. Now the Saiyans acted more like mercenaries within the Galactic Patrol, taking on missions from headquarters and no longer engaging in pillaging and slaughter. At this point, Raditz looked at Sun Wukong and said, your real name is Kakarot. I am your brother. We are not from Earth. My name is Sun Wukong, and I am an Earthling. I'm not your brother. Sun Wukong clenched his fists angrily. He was clearly an Earthling, so why did these people say he wasn't? Inflamed by anger, his hidden power began to leak. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power 3000. Battle power 3500. Battle power 5000. Sun Wukong's battle power soared until it finally settled at 5000. Nappa's eyes widened. Impossible. Raditz swallowed hard. Is this a joke? Isn't he a low-class warrior? Why is he stronger than me, an elite warrior? Vegeta's gaze sharpened. This must be his true battle power. The earlier 200 was just him hiding it. Vegeta saw through Sun Wukong's secret in an instant. He stepped forward. Saiyans never learned such techniques. This planet has something interesting. Clearly Sun Wukong must have learned this hidden technique on this planet. Kakarot, where did you learn that? Vegeta appeared behind Sun Wukong and grabbed his small shoulder. Sun Wukong released a burst of power, shaking off Vegeta's hand, and leaped forward a few meters. My name is Sun Wukong. I'm an Earthling. Tell me, are you here to harm Earth? Rest assured we won't harm Earth. Vegeta twisted his wrist, still feeling the sting from the boy's vibration. Really? Sun Wukong asked innocently, his anger dissipating. Really? Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. This kid was too easy to fool. But what he said was true. He had no intention of harming Earth. On the contrary, he had become interested in Earth's martial arts. Then I'll take you to learn how to control Ki. Actually, I haven't fully mastered it myself. I was about to go to the celestial realm for training when you all arrived from the sky. Sun Wukong tilted his head, blinking his big eyes, looking adorably clueless. He rose into the air, and the three of them exchanged glances before following him. And so by a twist of fate, the trio invaded Earth. However, unlike the original story, they did not wreak havoc on the planet. Instead, they followed Sun Wukong to the celestial realm to receive guidance from Mr. Hoppo, the destruction god realm. A handsome figure sat beside the lake, eyes closed deep in meditation. On the grass nearby rested a captivatingly graceful woman. She rested her porcelain chin in her palm and muttered, 3 years of cultivation, and he still hasn't awakened. Tai-Si, it's time to prepare the meal. A majestic voice echoed from afar. Tai-Si didn't even turn around, grumbling, Lord Beerus, I'm in a bad mood. You and Whis can just have instant noodles. On a lounge chair nearby, Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance. Whis, when will this girl ever be in a good mood? Sigh, another day of instant noodles. Whis, when will this girl ever be in a good mood? Sigh, another day of instant noodles. Lord Beerus, don't you see that Tai-Si cares deeply for Lewis? Once Lewis awakens, Tai-Si's mood will improve. TCH, everyone knows that already. Then why do you keep asking? Cut the nonsense and hurry up with those noodles. I'm starving. Beerus licked his lips. After 4 years of instant noodles, he still hadn't grown tired of them. Whis nodded and began preparing a bowl, making sure to also grab one for Tai-Si. By the lakeside. Stinky Lewis, you said you'd take me to collect novel material after your cultivation, and 3 more years have passed. Tai-Si gazed at Lewis, who was still in deep meditation. Lewis's brows were sharp as sword blades, his nose straight, and refined, his lips thin. Compared to 3 years ago, he had grown taller and even more handsome. Sitting by the lakeside, Lewis exuded an ethereal aura that made Tai-Si feel profoundly at ease sitting beside him. When will you finally awaken? It had been 3 years since she last spoke with Lewis, leaving Tai Si somewhat despondent. Suddenly, a sound like a hum. A silver wave of energy erupted from Lewis's body, like boiling steam, surging outward in all directions. Tai Si, seated nearby, nearly suffered burns from the scorching heat, but Whis from afar immediately shielded her, appearing beside them alongside Beerus. Whis and Beerus, bowls of instant noodles in hand, stood dumbfounded. The zone of freedom. Tai Si, startled by the energy wave Lewis unleashed, patted her chest and said, "Whis, why are you so surprised? Didn't Lewis already master this technique?" Beerus swallowed his noodles and said gravely, "Tai Si, we're talking about the perfect zone of freedom." Whis chimed in. Previously, Lewis had only grasped the embryonic form of the zone of freedom. Who would have expected that in just 4 years he would directly comprehend the perfect zone of freedom? Beerus gritted his teeth. Fortunately, it's not the perfect zone of freedom perfected state, or I'd be in tears. Whis retorted sharply, so what if it's not the perfect zone of freedom perfected? The perfect zone of freedom is impressive enough, Lord Beerus. When will you master even the embryonic form of the zone of freedom? This? Well, Beerus looked up at the sky. Tai Si said excitedly, "Whis, does this mean Lewis is about to awaken?" The thought that she would finally be able to speak with Lewis made her unable to contain her joy. 3 years of pent-up emotion found release in this moment, and Tai Si's smile was radiant. But Lewis's eyes remained closed. He could not see it. He should be awakening soon. Let's step back. The moment Whis finished speaking, a tremendous crash. The lakeside erupted with colossal waves, and above them a figure spiraled downward. It was none other than Lewis. "Lord Beerus, fight me." With a splash, Lewis disappeared from above the waves and instantly reappeared beside Beerus, throwing a punch. This strike was utterly natural. Beerus's eyes narrowed. He tossed aside his noodles and threw a punch of his own. A massive crash followed. Mountains crumbled, and the earth split apart. Dust filled the skies. A silver and a violet blur tangled in rapid combat. "Whis, what's the situation with Lewis? Can he defeat Lord Beerus?" Tai Si asked anxiously. "Tai Si, it seems you care quite a bit for Lewis." Whis covered his mouth and chuckled. "And no, I don't." Tai Si's heart skipped a beat, and her fair cheeks flushed slightly. She certainly didn't care for Lewis. It was simply because they hadn't spoken in so long. "Yes, that must be it." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Tai Si huffed impatiently. "Then tell me quickly, how is Lewis doing?" "Ha ha ha." Whis let out a hearty laugh, then stopped teasing her and spoke seriously. "The perfect zone of freedom is extraordinarily powerful. Even if one's strength differs by more than tenfold, someone who has comprehended it can still contend with their opponent, and might even emerge victorious. However, Lewis has been solely focused on cultivating the zone of freedom, so his power and dimensions haven't increased much. His current combat power is only 1.5 billion. Even in the perfect zone of freedom, it would still be useless. The gap in power is simply too great." Seeing the anxious expression on Tai Si's face, Whis added softly, "But don't worry either. Have you forgotten Lewis's special physique? He can ignore all negative effects. Lord Beerus cannot defeat him." As expected, above in the sky, Beerus and Lewis had fought for 2 minutes, and the heavens themselves had been shattered into a gaping hole. "Your constitution is truly detestable. Lord Beerus is truly formidable. I stand no chance against him." Lewis descended from the sky, gazing at Beerus, who was likewise flying down. To be honest, entering the zone of freedom state doesn't significantly boost one's power. It's actually less than that of a super Saiyan. But the essence of the zone of freedom lies in following nature's way, where the body moves as the heart commands. When facing an enemy's attack, one can anticipate it in advance. This is the key to winning through weakness. However, Beerus truly deserves the title of the strongest destroyer god. Even in the perfect zone of freedom, he is simply beyond my reach. If your power were to break through to the divine realm, even I would find it somewhat troublesome. Lord Beerus said solemnly with his arms crossed. "That's still far off." Lewis shook his head, gazing at Whis and Tai Si as he beckoned them over. "Whis, Tai Si, long time no see." Whis smiled and replied, 3 more years of cultivation have passed. It truly has been a long time." "Stinky Lewis, you're so annoying. You said you'd only cultivate for a while, yet you trained for so long." Tai Si ground her small fangs together, pouting angrily. Well, I didn't expect the meditation to last so long either." Lewis scratched his head, puzzled by why she was so angry. "I don't care. You promised to take me to collect novel material. Didn't I take you out 3 years ago?" Lewis finally understood why Tai Si was so upset. It was because his prolonged cultivation had prevented her from gathering novel material. "You said it was 3 years ago. Well, I'll accompany you to explore the universe right after this." "That's what you said." A smile broke through Tai Si's pout, and her lips curled upward uncontrollably. "Whis, Lord Beerus, let's go. I'll prepare a grand meal for you all." Tai Si turned away from the lakeside, ready to cook herself. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. Beerus clicked his tongue and remarked, "Is her mood improving?" "Of course. Lewis has awakened. Could her mood not be good?" Whis rolled his eyes. "Everyone knows that I was just asking." Beerus pursed his lips, then exclaimed joyfully, "We're in for a treat now. Tai Si's cooking is genuinely delicious." Beerus hopped and skipped toward Tai Si's direction. Lewis scratched his head, looking at Whis with confusion. Whis, what are you talking about? What do you mean my awakening improves Tai Si's mood? It's nothing. Let's go over too. Just thinking about Tai Si's grand meal makes one's mouth water. Whis blinked his eyes and departed. How strange. Lewis watched Whis's retreating figure and followed after him. On the lawn beside the destruction god's palace, Tai Si had prepared an elaborate feast. Tempura sushi. Whis and Beerus devoured the food enthusiastically. Lewis's appetite was also whetted. He had to admit that Tai Si's culinary skills were truly impressive. Nothing about them suggested she was the daughter of Earth's richest billionaire. Tai Si, your cooking skills remain as excellent as ever. Having finished his meal, Whis sat to one side. I've been navigating the universe for so long. I would surely lack some skill otherwise. Sitting at the dining table, Tai Si rested her chin in her palm, her gaze fixed on Lewis rather than Whis as she said, if I didn't have these cooking skills, I would have gone mad long ago from eating instant noodles and rations every day. Lewis raised his head slightly. Why was Tai Si constantly looking at him? He couldn't understand. He buried his face back into his meal. Beerus, having finished eating, wiped his mouth and said, not at all. I find instant noodles quite delicious. Lewis took a sip of his drink and retorted sharply, that's just you and Whis. You eat those additives every day without getting tired of them. You're truly something else. Liyisi coughed twice, shifting his gaze to Wei-Si. Wei-Si, what is the current situation of our seventh universe? Wei-Si naturally knew what Liyisi meant and replied, for years ago you destroyed a batch of substandard planets, and with Ashin's intervention everything is developing steadily. However, the time is still too short. The average human level index ranking hasn't changed. Oh, we're still third from the bottom. What does it matter if we're third from the bottom? Even if the Grand Quan Wong acts, it won't be our universe's turn. Bai Lucy sat to the side, picking his teeth. Also, I remember how other universes mocked us over a decade ago. Liyisi, when do you think you'll be free? Let's go to other universes and have some fun. Have some fun. I think you just want to show off. Wei-Si couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course he didn't stop him either, because back then, when Bai Lucy accepted Liyisi as a candidate god of destruction, even he himself had been severely mocked. Liyisi stroked his chin and said, Lord Bai Lucy, no rush. With my current strength, even if I go to other universes, it will be hard to save face. Wait until my dimension breaks through to the divine level. Also, Liyisi then looked at Taisai and said, the last time Taisai went out was 3 years ago. If I don't take her out again, I'll have to put up with her nagging. In fact, besides this matter, Liyisi had another thing to do. That was to go to Earth. According to the original story's development, it was estimated that soon Baijita would invade Earth, followed by the Namie-Kexing battle. He definitely didn't want to miss such a clash between the protagonist and the Dragon Ball boss. Little did he know Baijita and his 2 companions had already invaded Earth long ago, and were now training with Sun Wukong in the Tianjia. Of course, Liyisi naturally didn't know this yet. Liyisi, who are you calling annoying? Taisai bit her little tiger teeth, that blockhead. I'm annoying, okay. If you don't eat quickly, I'll leave soon. Really taking me out. You don't think I'd lie to you, do you? I'd rather lie to Lord Bai Lucy than to you. Liyisi looked at Bai Lucy and burst into laughter. Mainly Taisai was such a beautiful woman, lying to her would always bring a sense of guilt. Liyisi, do you want to die? What do you mean you'd rather lie to me than to Taisai? The other 3 heard this and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Liyisi's awakening made this gathering very joyful. The Pohuaishenji hadn't been so lively in a long time. Half a day passed, and everyone had eaten their fill. As for Liyisi's proposal to visit other universes later, Wei-Si and Bai Lucy didn't refuse. After all, Liyisi was right. He was still too weak. If he really went to other universes, others might be amazed by his talent, but to save face against others with Liyisi's current strength, he still couldn't achieve it. He couldn't even defeat other universes' candidate gods of destruction. How could he save face? Soon Liyisi's promise to Taisai was put into action. He took Taisai and left the Pohuaishenji. Bainha. In the cosmic starry void, a spaceship flew by. Inside the spaceship, Taisai rested her fragrant cheek on her hand, gazing intently at Liyisi. For years ago, when she first met Liyisi, he was still a young man. Back then he was carefree and liked people to say nice things to him. She had used just a few nice words, and Liyisi had promised to protect her. Looking back now, Taisai couldn't help but find it amusing. Liyisi was really a big fool. With just a few casual words from others, he would trust them. With such intelligence, he would probably be sold by others and still count the money for them. It was both infuriating and amusing. Little did she know Liyisi had already known Taisai's identity. She was an inconspicuous character in the Dragon Ball story, but she was also a friend and relative of the Z Fighters. If something truly happened to her, it would be a pity. Taisai was looking at Liyisi, and Liyisi noticed this as well. He too was looking at Taisai out of the corner of his eye. Taisai, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Liyisi touched his own face and finally spoke. Since waking up this time, he felt that Taisai was a bit off. And no, it's just that I haven't talked to you in too long. Taisai's gaze wandered, clearly not saying what she meant. Over the years she had been living in the Pohuaishenji. There were only 4 people in the Pohuaishenji. Wei-Si knew a lot of things, and besides Liyisi, the person she talked to most was Wei-Si. As for Bai Lucy was the true Lord God of Destruction. Taisai had figured out Bai Lucy's personality and knew that Bai Lucy was a big cat with a hard mouth, but a soft heart. However, Beerus still occasionally exuded an aura of majesty, so she spoke less with Beerus. In the Poisonji, when Whis wasn't training, he would always accompany her. Whis' words were very interesting and often made her laugh heartily. But when Whis was training, there were fewer people to talk to. Whis was too humble and respectful, and Beerus was too majestic and solemn. Without Whis' company, Taisai always felt something was missing. When Whis was training, she would always accompany him. Taisai then recalled the first time she went to the Poisonji. Beerus wanted to make a move on her, and that was when the young Whis said, "She is mine." Taisai then touched her long hair. That was 3 years ago when they went to Felice's headquarters, and Whis said, "I think you would look good with long hair." So she grew her hair long. At this moment, Taisai, why did you grow your hair long? Whis looked at Taisai, only now noticing this. Taisai rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "I can grow it if I want. Do I need your permission? It was clearly you who said I would look good with long hair. Now you ask this question." Taisai clenched her fists, wanting to give Whis a punch. Unconsciously, her heart had been occupied by a young man, and now that young man had become a handsome guy. Taisai admitted she was moved, but the guy opposite was a complete blockhead. "By the way, Whis, where are we going now?" Taisai changed the subject. She didn't know how Whis saw her, and she didn't dare to speak her feelings. Whis looked at Taisai's strange expression, feeling that Taisai was acting weird, but still smiled, and said, "I'm taking you to a fun planet now." "What's fun about it? Have you heard of Dragon Balls?" "No." Taisai shook her head. Whis smiled and explained, "Dragon Balls are a very magical thing. They can make any wish come true." Whis explained the function of the Dragon Balls. "What? There is such a magical thing in the world. Summon the Shenlong, and it can make any wish come true. Is that real?" "Making any wish come true is unrealistic." Whis shook his head. "Even with Super Dragon Balls, it might not be possible to make any wish. Could it claim to be able to eliminate the Grand Quan Wan?" Whis continued, "Aren't you collecting material for your novel? I think the Dragon Ball material is great. You can definitely write it into your novel." "That's right." Taisai's eyes lit up, and she unconsciously hugged Whis' arm. "Whis, you're so smart. With your suggestion, I really have inspiration." Whis looked down and saw his arm nestled between two soft mounds. Soft. He wanted to pull his arm out. But he didn't expect Taisai to hold so tightly. He couldn't pull it out without using force. But if he used force, he was afraid of hurting Taisai. Whis could only let her hold him while his heart pounded wildly. Heavens! Taisai was really killing him. The spaceship's speed wasn't fast. It would take 2 months to go from the Poisonji to Namekexing. But along the way they stopped and went eating and having fun in the universe, while Whis also destroyed some substandard planets. The two of them, a man and a woman alone, stayed together all the time. Especially Taisai, she often accidentally exposed herself, making Whis' blood boil. Their relationship also underwent some changes. Half a year later they finally arrived at Namekexing. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spaceship descended from the sky, the hatch opened, and Whis flew out holding Taisai. Taisai pressed her small face against his chest, her arms tightly wrapped around Whis' waist. Whis landed on the ground holding Taisai. Taisai showed no intention of letting go, and Whis kept holding her. Taisai was truly beautiful, with skin like ice and bones like jade, and a graceful figure. Holding her was like holding a fragrant cotton candy. Soft, fragrant. After a moment, Whis' mouth went dry, feeling a certain part awakening. He quickly patted her back and said, "Taisai, we've arrived." "Arrived, eh?" Taisai bit her little tiger teeth, seeming angry that Whis had disturbed her embrace. But she still crawled out of Whis' arms. "Wow, is this Namekexing? The grass is blue, how strange. But the environment here is quite nice." Taisai, wearing a white long dress, walked on the grass with her long legs. Whis looked at her snow-white long legs and touched his nose. Namekexing once experienced a climate catastrophe. The Namekexing people have put in a lot of effort to restore it to its current state. As Whis spoke, a faint aura came from the sky. It was about 2000 battle power. Taisai noticed his expression and asked Whis, "What's wrong?" Whis smiled and said, "It should be the Great Elder of Namekexing who knows I've come." The Great Elder of Namekexing was a wondrous person. He seemed to know many secret arts, and the prophecy art was likely one of them. He must have foreseen the arrival of this candidate god of destruction, and thus sent someone. Whis explained to Taisai about the Great Elder of Namekexing, and Taisai's mouth formed an O shape. "When I was with Jaka before, I never noticed there were such magical races in the universe." "That's because you were always fleeing, so you never discovered them." "That's because you were always fleeing, so you never discovered them." After Lewis finished speaking, a Namekian, who looked very much like Piccolo, landed before him. Nei Lu said respectfully, "Greetings, candidate god of destruction." This made Lewis pause, surprised that the Great Elder knew his identity. "I want to see your Great Elder." "The Great Elder is already waiting for the candidate god of destruction. Please follow me." Nei Lu had been observing Lewis all along. Lewis did not emanate a strong aura. Could this be the fearsome deity the Great Elder had spoken of? Nei Lu flew into the sky. Lewis lifted Tei, Si into the air. Tae, her feet off the ground, quickly clung tightly to Lewis's waist, unsure whether she was afraid of falling or trying to take advantage of Lewis. They arrived at a village. At the end of the village stood a stone tower with a white house on top. The house was full of Namekian characteristics exactly like in the anime. Lewis followed Nei Lu, landing on the stone tower and then entering the house. Nei Lu wanted to tell the woman to wait outside, but thinking that Lewis was the terrifying deity the Great Elder had mentioned, he decided against it. Entering the house and reaching the second floor, Tae saw the enormous Namekian and was so frightened that she buried herself in Lewis's arms. Lewis was speechless. He had never noticed Tae being so clingy before. It seemed that after he had awakened this time, Tae had become clingy. Don't be afraid, this is the Great Elder of Namek. The Great Elder of Namek. Only then did Tae reveal her face from Lewis's arms and look at the Great Elder. The Namekian Great Elder was truly enormous, a full 3 meters tall, but he was very old, as could be seen from his withered yellow skin. The Great Elder glanced at Tae, then looked at Lewis. Greetings, candidate God of Destruction. The Great Elder said apologetically, I am unable to stand and bow due to my physical condition. Please forgive me, candidate God of Destruction. It's fine. Lewis waved his hand and laughed. It seems the Great Elder had already foreseen my whereabouts. The Great Elder was startled and quickly said, Please forgive me, Lord. I discovered your whereabouts while foreseeing the future of Namek. Beads of sweat dripped from his face. To foresee the movements of a deity, could it not lead to the annihilation of his clan? Lewis also knew that the Great Elder indeed possessed the secret technique of prophecy. He said, Ha, Great Elder, rest assured. I do not mean to blame you. The Great Elder finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Lord, what instructions do you have for visiting Namek? I want to use your Dragon Balls. Alright, I will have Nei Lu take you to collect the Dragon Balls. The Great Elder agreed without hesitation. Compared to how he faced Frieza in the original story, the Great Elder was simply too straightforward with Lewis. How could he not be straightforward? Offending Frieza would at most lead to death, but at least one could be reincarnated. But if he offended Lewis, he wouldn't even have a chance for reincarnation. Having received the Great Elder's orders, Nei Lu led Lewis out. Lewis, that Great Elder seems really afraid of you. Tae, held by Lewis as they flew through the sky, enjoyed the warmth of his embrace. The Great Elder knows my identity, so of course he's afraid. Have you forgotten the planets that provoked me before? Lewis was referring to the planets they had destroyed during their travels in the universe over the past half-year. Tae recalled this and swallowed hard. Then he really should be afraid of you. Gods of destruction or something. How terrifying. With a mere flick of a finger they could destroy a planet, leaving not even a trace behind. The three of them set out from the Great Elder's village and visited 6 other villages, finally collecting all 7 Dragon Balls. In a clearing, Nei Lu piled the Dragon Balls together and glanced at the young man. What kind of power did this deity possess that could frighten the Great Elder so much? Nei Lu let out a breath. Being with an unknown existence was quite stressful. Come forth, Porunga. Nei Lu shouted in the Namekian language. The sky suddenly fell silent. Tae held her breath. Lewis also observed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. This was his first time seeing Dragon Balls in this world. It must be said that Namek's Dragon Balls were truly huge. Compared to Earth's Dragon Balls, which were the size of a fist, Namek's were no different from basketballs. Of course, the wishes that could be granted by Namek's Dragon Balls were naturally greater than those of Earth's. While Lewis was thinking about the advantages and disadvantages of Namek's Dragon Balls in the original story, boom, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled. A thick beam of golden light suddenly burst forth from the 7 enormous Dragon Balls and shot into the sky, thunder and lightning. The pitch-black sky instantly brightened, and the golden light condensed into a form. This scene left Tae utterly astonished. Although Lewis had seen this scene in the anime, witnessing it firsthand was truly awe-inspiring. Roar! A giant green western dragon appeared in the sky. State your wish, any wish I can. Hiss! Candidate God of Destruction, what are you doing here? Porunga somehow produced a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his face. Nei Lu's eyes widened. What the hell? Even the dragon had to grovel before this young man. Can't I be here? Lewis's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to ask where Porunga had gotten that handkerchief. Tae saw the dragon's flattering posture and covered her mouth, laughing. She had seen too many such scenes of groveling since she and Lewis left the realm of the gods of destruction. And no, I, Porunga, greet the candidate God of destruction. Sweat poured down Porunga's face more and more. Alright, enough nonsense. Grant my wishes. Lewis said the first wish, let the Saiyans be able to survive in space. He knew that since the Saiyans had changed, he hadn't planned to abandon them. He had rejected King Vegeta's request 4 years ago, so now it was time to do something for the Saiyan race. That. Please state it in the Namekian language, Lord. Porunga became even more flustered. Would it be destroyed on the spot for making a request to the candidate God of destruction? However, it really needed this step, otherwise it truly couldn't grant this wish. Lewis was slightly taken aback by this request. He had thought that since the Namekian dragon recognized his identity, it would be forced by his status to allow him to make a wish without using the Namekian language. It didn't. After a moment's thought, he understood the key. These dragons' wish-granting methods had been fixed by Zalama. Just like a program, no matter which condition or step was missing, the program would ultimately fail to execute. Nei Lu, who was by the side, heard Purunga's words and quickly repeated it in the Namekian language. Buzz. Purunga's eyes flashed with a red light. Candidate God of Destruction, your wish has been granted. Lewis's body trembled slightly. He instantly sensed some change in his body. From now on, Saiyans could change their breathing method in space using their own chi to breathe. Once their chi was depleted, they could no longer survive in space. Strictly speaking, this was not truly being able to survive in space. But considering the level of the Namekian dragon, Lewis felt that having the wish granted in this way was already quite good. Suddenly, bang! The miraculous power on Lewis's body abruptly dissipated. Moi! Lewis was stunned. Taisi asked in confusion, Lewis, what's wrong? Lewis waved his hand and smiled. It's nothing. It turned out that immunity had taken effect. Because of immunity, he could already survive in space. The miraculous power bestowed by the dragon changed his means of survival in space. This change still had weaknesses. For Lewis, this wish was a negative effect. Immunity naturally removed the miraculous power the dragon had placed on him. Please state your second wish, candidate God of Destruction. The second wish. Let me think. Lewis suddenly paused. It seemed he really had no wishes to make. Because he knew the dragon's limitations were actually quite great, it couldn't grant every wish. Immortality. Eternal life. Not to mention whether Purunga could grant them after becoming a candidate God of Destruction, these were no longer difficult for him. In other words, he had no wishes. Taisi, do you have any wish? At this, Lewis looked at Taisi. Taisi hadn't expected Lewis to care about her. She smiled sweetly. No, just wish for what you want. Don't worry about me. Lewis stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then looked up at Purunga in the sky. Let Taisi retain her youth forever. Laisi's voice was faint, but to Taisi's ears it boomed like thunder striking straight into her heart. She covered her small mouth, unable to believe her own ears. After Nailu finished speaking in the Namekian language, Buluan's eyes once again glowed red. Taisi suddenly felt her skin become smooth and fair, as if she had returned to the age of 18. Lord Candidate for Destruction God, your second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. I have no more wishes. You may leave now. Laisi clicked his tongue. He truly could not think of any other wish. Very well, I take my leave. Woluan Jia breathed a sigh of relief, instantly transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the sky. Lord Candidate for Destruction God, if you have no further instructions, I shall also take my leave. Nyla hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. Wait a moment. Tell the Great Elder that the Namekian Star need not worry about the impending crisis. Someone from the Saiyan race will intervene. Bang. Nyla's body trembled. The Namekian Star would face danger in the future. Thank you, Lord Candidate for Destruction God. Nailu, recalling the identity of the person before him, was filled with ecstasy. Even if a crisis truly arose in the future with the promise of the Candidate for Destruction God, the Namekian Star would surely pass through safely. Nailu departed, leaving only the dazed Taisi and a bemused Laisi. Laisi chuckled. Taisi, what's wrong? Taisi's nose stung, and her eyes reddened as she looked at Laisi. How could you make that wish? You mean the wish to grant you eternal youth? Can I say I couldn't think of any other wish, so I made that one. Laisi was teasing her. Taisi had been deeply moved, but upon hearing this she huffed angrily. Laisi, you jerk. Ha ha ha. Laisi stepped forward, tousled her hair, and said gently, the path of cultivation is too long. I want you to stay with me forever. Bang. A strange sensation surged through her heart, an emotional explosion. Taisi's eyes brimmed with tears, and she covered her mouth. You? Are you being serious? I'm not foolish. How could I not see your feelings? Laisi reached out and gently wiped the tears from her face. Half a year ago, when he first awoke, he had noticed something was off about Taisi, but at first he thought nothing of it. Yet as he traveled through the universe with her, he found her becoming increasingly clingy. Laisi was not stupid. He could clearly see Taisi's intentions. He also realized that at some point he had begun to care for her. Every time he saw Taisi smile, he felt an inexplicable joy. Every time he saw her frown, he too grew restless. Then, do you like me? Taisi lowered her head timidly. Silly girl, didn't I say? I just want to be with you forever. Laisi pulled her into his arms and said solemnly, Taisi, I like you. Laisi, I like you too. Taisi broke into a smile. A radiant, stunning smile that seemed to make time stand still. Taisi wrapped her arms around Laisi's waist, tilted her head up, and grinned. Laisi, I'm so happy. Haha, I'm happy too. I never imagined that the little flatterer I brought back would become my wife. Stupid Laisi, you're the flatterer. Taisi pouted, gently pinched Laisi's waist, then said cheerfully, Laisi then. Does that mean I can keep this appearance forever? That's right. Laisi looked at Taisi. Her delicate cheeks, long lashes, and the soft flutter of her eyelids made her appear shy and adorable. Though she was clearly a mature older sister, she displayed a maidenly grace. Taisi was truly beautiful. Taisi. Laisi cupped her face in his hands. Taisi met his gaze and slowly closed her eyes. Half an hour later, Taisi's cheeks were flushed crimson and she touched her lips. Laisi, it's all your fault. They're swollen. It really isn't my fault. Li Yixi held Taisai tightly in his arms and whispered in her ear, "It's all because Taisai is so enchanting." "You?" Taisai's heart fluttered like a startled deer. Li Yixi's sweet words were too potent, they made her body go weak. Taisai lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes, and said bashfully, "Li Yixi, you're cheating." Before Li Yixi had been so innocent. When she deliberately flashed her legs or chest, he would blush shyly. Now that they had confirmed their relationship, that ugly Li Yixi had turned into an old hand. "Li Yixi, were you faking it before? I obviously like you so much. Could you really not tell?" Taisai pouted and gave a coquettish huff. "I really didn't see it at first, but gradually I did." Li Yixi kissed her forehead. "I never imagined my Taisai would be so bold." Inside the spaceship, Taisai often came out wrapped in a towel, which occasionally dropped to the floor. Thinking of that scene, Li Yixi's heart raced wildly. "I'm not bold at all. I only act like that in front of you." She lowered her head, her entire face as red as a ripe apple. She accused him of cheating, but in Li Yixi's heart, Taisai's words were even more of a cheat. He cupped her face again and leaned down. Half a day passed. "All right, my Taisai, now it's time for us to go elsewhere." Li Yixi held Taisai tightly and flew into the sky. He now had a bond in this world. Held in his arms, Taisai felt a warm joy. She could finally be held by Li Yixi legitimately. They returned to the spaceship landing site, boarded the vessel, and left the Namek star. On the other side, Nailu returned to the Great Elder's dwelling and relayed Li Yixi's words. The Great Elder murmured, "So the Lord candidate for destruction, God, knows everything." Earth. It took another 3 months of traveling from the Namek star to Earth. Nearly a year had passed since Li Yixi left the realm of destruction gods. The spaceship landed on the wasteland of Shidu. "Li Yixi, why did you suddenly want to come to Earth?" "Some of my people are here, and I also want to visit your parents." Li Yixi flew with Taisai toward Shidu City. "You have people on Earth?" "Yes." Li Yixi suddenly looked up at the sky incredulously, and more than one at that. From the celestial realm came 4 powerful auras. By combat power estimation, the strongest had about 800 battle power. One of the auras feels very much like Vegeta's. Why would he be on Earth at this time? Shouldn't he invade Earth 2 years later? Li Yixi frowned, muttering. Taisai leaned against him, raised her hand, and caressed his chiseled cheek. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Let me take you to the celestial realm for a visit." "The celestial realm? You'll see when we get there." Li Yixi instantly changed direction and sped upward. In the celestial realm, the sun shone brightly. In the center of the temple square sat a figure who looked very much like Badak. This person was none other than Sun Wukong, who had just reached adulthood. Beside him were 4 gravity chambers, 3 of which were occupied by people training inside. At the edge of the celestial realm, a Namekian, while observing the lower world, suddenly felt restless, drenched in sweat. This pressure. What's happening? It's getting stronger. Here it comes. Whoosh. A beam of light flew up from the lower world, appearing in the celestial realm, and the powerful gust of air knocked the celestial god to the ground. Who are you? The celestial god was shocked. The other party's dimension was so high. Could it be a Kai? The commotion also woke Sun Wukong, who was meditating in the temple square. Who are you? Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance, looking at Li Yixi and Taisai. That's right, Kakaluot is training in the celestial realm at this time. He'll train here for 2 more years, then participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, marry Chi-Chi, have Sun Wufan, and only then will Vegeta and the others invade Earth. Li Yixi looked at Sun Wukong, muttering inwardly. Sun Wukong and the celestial god exchanged glances. What was up with this man? Why wasn't he talking? Suddenly, Kakaluot is Vegeta inside. Li Yixi pointed to the middle gravity chamber. Kakaluot. Since reaching adulthood, Sun Wukong, though still dense, had matured mentally and learned of his origins. When he heard Li Yixi call him Kakaluot, he blurted out, "Are you a Saiyan?" The celestial god also noticed the tail around Li Yixi waist and sighed in relief. "Wukong, he seems to be of the same race as you." In his view, since Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa had come to Earth without intending harm, this Saiyan probably wouldn't do such things either. Sun Wukong also noticed Li Yixi tail. Is Vegeta inside? Did you also flee here? Vegeta and the other 2 had been pursued by the Frieza Legion and escaped to Earth. Flee? Beside him, Taisai covered her mouth, laughing. Who would dare make Li Yixi flee? It was a miracle he didn't make others flee. Li Yixi was startled, then quickly recalled what Whis had told him, that Vegeta and the others were constantly being hunted. Li Yixi shook his head. I didn't come here fleeing. Call Vegeta out. Tell him my name is Li Yixi. Alright, I'll get Vegeta out right away. Sun Wukong went to the middle gravity chamber and pressed the communication button from outside. Vegeta, a Saiyan named Li Yixi, is looking for you. Who? Who did you say? A loud shout came from the communication device, and then the gravity chamber opened from inside, revealing a figure. He had a high hairline, a shiny forehead, and wore tight training clothes. Vegeta came out and grabbed Sun Wukong tightly. Is Li Yixi here? Where is he? Before Sun Wukong could speak, Li Yixi said, Vegeta, long time no see. Vegeta looked at the man behind Sun Wukong, and his body trembled. It really was Li Yixi. Li Yixi, you're finally back. Vegeta was extremely agitated. As soon as he saw Li Yixi, he poured out all the grievances he had been holding back. from the Great Escape from planet Vegeta to the Frisia Force, preventing them from returning to the galactic headquarters. Finally forced by circumstances, Raditz and Nappa had no choice but to come to Earth to seek help. After hearing everything, Whis finally understood why Vegeta had appeared on Earth. Historical rectification was truly remarkable. Vegeta had still come to Earth, and was even training with Sun Wukong in the Celestial Realm. Whis, our planet Vegeta, was destroyed by Frisia. You must avenge us, Saiyans. Vegeta clenched his fists and shouted. Alright, I know about planet Vegeta. You two will take revenge, I won't interfere. Whis waved his hand. Aren't you a candidate god of destruction? You could destroy Frisia with a flick of your finger. Why won't you do it? Vegeta roared. Back then King Vegeta had also questioned Whis like this, and Whis had coldly refused the king's request. But now, I could indeed destroy Frisia, but would you be satisfied if I did? Whis said calmly. This time Whis did not coldly reject Vegeta's request. Because after the Saiyans joined the Galactic Patrol, they had changed. Those ferocious pillaging Saiyans had become the guardians of the universe. They had become just like the Solid Defense Force of Universe 6. Vegeta fell silent. Whis asked again, do you still want me to intervene? If I do, I'll go right now. And Whis glanced at Vegeta and Sun Wukong, then said, I'll go avenge our Saiyan race right now. Forget it. A smile actually appeared on Vegeta's poker face. Let us handle it. Vegeta was the prince of the Saiyans, a proud Saiyan. Facing the enemy of his race, if he let a candidate god of destruction help, he would indeed be dissatisfied. He wanted to take revenge with his own hands. Kakarot, will you come with me for revenge? Vegeta looked at the dazed Sun Wukong. In the past, he would never have had the confidence to say this. After all, Frisia was the emperor of the universe. But after coming to Earth, he had gained confidence. The training methods on Earth, the gravity chambers. Besides that, there was one most important person, the Sun Wukong before him. Alright, I'll go with you then. Sun Wukong scratched his head and grinned. You fool. Vegeta looked at the simple-minded Sun Wukong, both exasperated and amused. Whis was also amused by Sun Wukong's personality. Vegeta had changed, but Sun Wukong was still the same Sun Wukong. That was just fine. Whis suddenly asked, when do you plan to take revenge? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta. Vegeta frowned and said, 2 more years. In 2 years, Kakarot, and I will surely surpass Frisia. Alright then, I'll personally come to witness your revenge. Whis did not remind Vegeta of Frisia's true power. After all, without encountering some hardship, how could they transform into Super Saiyans? Whis took Tai's hand and prepared to leave, then suddenly remembered something and asked, would you two like to go somewhere else to learn a couple of powerful secret techniques? What secret techniques? Sun Wukong asked. The Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Whis slowly said. If you want to learn, I can have North Kai teach you. Alright. Vegeta nodded immediately. A secret technique recommended by a candidate god of destruction must have something extraordinary. Sun Wukong smiled. Then, I want to learn too. Both agreed, but Whis did not take them to North Kai right away. First, from his observation, Vegeta's battle power was only 7,000, and Sun Wukong's was around 8,000. Vegeta was still the eternal second place. Second, their martial arts training was still insufficient. Especially Sun Wukong. Having been taught by Whis, could see at a glance that Sun Wukong's martial arts foundation was lacking. Sun Wukong could only enter the state of Ultra Instinct in the future Tournament of Power if he fully received that person's guidance. And that person Whis referred to as Mr. Popo. Whis suspected that Mr. Popo might belong to the angel race because in his knowledge Mr. Popo had served the Earth's guardian since ancient times. Apart from that, Mr. Popo's behavior was also very angel-like, neither sorrow nor joy, without desire or ambition. He could train the young Sun Wukong to a perfect stalemate. When training Super Saiyan Son Goten and Trunks, he could also achieve a perfect stalemate. Finally, Whis chose not to disturb Mr. Popo for now. He took Tai's and left, letting the 4 Saiyans continue training in the Celestial Realm. Whis, what was that place just now? It's the Celestial Realm I mentioned, where the Earth's guardian lives. There's an Earth guardian. How come I didn't know? You're not the only one. Many Earthlings don't know. Besides, you've been out in space all along, so it's even less likely you'd know. That's true. The two flew back to West City. Time passed quickly, and another year went by. During that year, Whis stayed at Tai's home. Whis was very handsome and was soon accepted by Bulma. As for the Briefs couple, they had no objections to Whis, and instead thought it was quite nice. Having a husband might keep Tai's in check. After all, it was too dangerous for a woman to venture into space alone. Whis said he would always protect Tai's, and she could do whatever she wanted. Bulma didn't think Whis' slender frame could protect Tai's from harm in the cosmos. Unless he possessed the power of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. That was until Tai's revealed Whis' identity and asked him to demonstrate. After Whis destroyed a nearby planet, Bulma realized she had misjudged him. She never expected his status to be so noble and his power so immense. Now the Briefs family truly believed Whis could protect Tai's well. A year later, in the Heavenly Realm, Whis arrived alone, and within the 4 gravity rooms only 3 remained occupied. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in the center of the temple square. Greetings, honorary god of destruction. The heavenly deity approached and said respectfully. Over the past year, he had also learned of Lewis's true identity. No need for such formalities. Yes. How long has Kakarado been meditating? Sun Wukong has already been meditating for half a year. The heavenly deity paused to consider. Half a year HM. Lewis stroked his chin and glanced toward the other 3 gravity rooms. It was evident that Vegeta and the others trained in a completely different manner from Sun Wukong. One relied on meditation to comprehend martial arts while the other utilized gravity chambers to forge physical strength. Tailored instruction. Lewis gazed meaningfully toward the interior of the temple. It seemed Bobo was the one teaching them. Then I shall return later. Notify me once Kakarado awakens. Lewis prepared to depart the heavenly realm. Suddenly, an exceedingly faint ethereal aura emanated from Sun Wukong, then vanished without a trace. Is this the foundation for the Ultra Instinct? Lewis observed Sun Wukong at the center of the temple square, his brows rising ever so slightly. Sun Wukong's present condition mirrored exactly what Lewis himself had experienced during his cultivation of the Freedom State. However, unlike Sun Wukong, Lewis had received the embryonic form of the Freedom Realm as a system reward and had spent another 4 years cultivating before finally attaining the perfect Freedom State. Truly, as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball Saga, Sun Wukong's natural talent was extraordinary beyond measure. Furthermore, Lewis's suspicions were confirmed. Bobo was indeed no ordinary individual. Sun Wukong rose to his feet and approached Lewis smiling. Lewis, what brings you here? Have you forgotten what I told you? You said you'd go learn the Kaioken. Sun Wukong's face lit up with delight. Go fetch Vegeta. What of Raditz and Nappa? They lack the aptitude. There is no need to summon them. Go. Hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and offered no further words. When Sun Wukong called Vegeta out, Vegeta too wore an expression of sheer elation. The Kaioken was revered by the honorary god of destruction. Surely, it was an extraordinary technique. Lewis took the 2 with him and vanished from the heavenly realm in an instant. The North Kai planet resided within the underworld. An ordinary person would never have been able to locate it. But Lewis was no ordinary being. As an honorary god of destruction, his dimensional attainment had already reached the Kai level, so he naturally knew precisely where the underworld lay. Guiding Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Lewis crossed the barriers separating the mortal world from the underworld, arriving before the gates of the King Yama Palace. Halt! A spectral guard of the palace stepped forward. You are mortals. Mortals dare intrude upon the underworld. Seize them and cast them back to the mortal realm. Before he could finish, a voice filled with terror echoed from within the palace. Who? Which Kai has descended upon the King Yama Palace? A colossal ox-headed figure resembling the bull demon king bolted out, his face contorted in panic. However, he quickly realized that these visitors were not among the 5 Kais he was familiar with. Instead stood a young man whose dimensional presence equaled that of a Kai accompanied by 2 mortals. You are King Yama, correct? I have business with the North Kai. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent. Lewis spoke coldly, then flew toward the Snake Way with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. King Yama dared not utter a word. His mind churned with confusion over the identity of this new Kai. Throughout the journey along the Snake Way, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta maintained complete silence. Hey Vegeta, why does everyone seem so afraid of Lewis? Duh. Who wouldn't fear an honorary god of destruction? Is an honorary god of destruction really that powerful? He could end you with a single finger? How strong do you think that is? Lewis, is Vegeta telling the truth? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lewis. Lewis's lips twitched slightly. Surely this fool wasn't actually considering challenging him to a duel, was he? Seeing Lewis remain silent, Sun Wukong spoke up. Lewis, could you possibly spar with me? No. Lewis responded immediately. Annoyed by their sluggish pace, he seized both Sun Wukong and Vegeta and vanished from the Snake Way in an instant. The next moment he reappeared at its very end. Hovering above the terminus of the Snake Way was a tiny planet. Let's go. Lewis flew the 2 to the surface of the North Kai planet. The moment they landed, ho ho ho, a large gorilla appeared before the trio. Fabulous, stop bothering me. Lewis recognized him immediately and swatted him away with a single palm strike. Sun Wukong and Vegeta swallowed hard. What a blunt fellow. North Kai, come out. Lewis's voice reverberated across the entire North Kai planet. North Kai, who had been sleeping on the far side of the planet, instantly snapped his eyes open. Who was it? Who dared to disturb his slumber? Fuming with rage, North Kai sprinted for a full minute before finally reaching Lewis. Who are you? Don't you know that disturbing someone? GHK. North Kai suddenly inhaled, sharply staring at Lewis. Who are you? Your dimensional presence is so incredibly high. And 2 mortals alongside you. North Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening today? Why had a stranger deity possessing a Kai-level dimension appeared before him? Enough, North Kai. I have come to have you teach them the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. How do you know I possess those techniques? And who exactly are you? North Kai frowned deeply. Cut the nonsense. I command you to teach them. Lewis said irritably. Very well, I shall teach them. But first tell me a joke. North Kai was deeply puzzled by Lewis's identity. When had yet another Kai emerged? And this person had brought 2 mortals all the way here solely to learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. However, The aura of this Kai before him carried no malice. It was not entirely unreasonable to teach him. Dark lines formed across Lewis's forehead. Another joke. North Kai, can you recognize this? Lewis raised his hand, and a sphere of purple energy materialized within his palm. Suddenly, a violent wind erupted, and the entire North Kai planet trembled. Sun Wukong and Vegeta shuddered at the sight. Facing such overwhelming power, neither could even entertain thoughts of resistance. It was abundantly clear. If struck, they would certainly not survive. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances. Lewis was simply terrifying. Why you? How do you wield destruction energy? North Kai was terrified. The memory of Beerus destroying his planet that day remained vividly etched in his mind. Could it be? Could Lord Beerus have perished? North Kai's face drained of color, his throat working repeatedly, as he trembled uncontrollably with fear. Light years away in the realm of the god of destruction, Beerus suddenly sneezed. Who was speaking ill of him? If Lord Beerus were to hear you speaking of him this way, do you think your North Kai planet would still exist? Lord Beerus is truly alive. North Kai collapsed to the ground, curling protectively around what remained of his North Kai planet, his voice quivering. And no. Please, this is my last planet. Enough. I have no interest in your North Kai planet. Simply teach those two well. Lewis dissipated the destruction energy in his hand. Lord Beerus lives. Then you must be the current honorary god of destruction. North Kai rose from the ground in utter shock. Good heavens. That insatiable lazybones had actually taken disciples. Lewis spoke. North Kai, no objections, correct. North Kai dared not refuse. Swallowing hard, he replied, Honorary god of destruction, rest assured. I shall teach them well. Very well. I leave them in your care. Lewis turned to face Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Focus on your training. I shall depart now and return in 1 year to retrieve you. Oh, and the spirit bomb may not be suitable for everyone. If you cannot learn it, that is perfectly fine. Simply mastering the Kaioken will suffice. Before achieving the Super Saiyan transformation, the Kaioken was by far the most effective technique for them. As for the spirit bomb, it seemed only those with a pure childlike heart could truly master it. Not everyone could learn the spirit bomb. Lewis was giving Vegeta a preliminary warning to prevent him from despairing should he fail to master it later. After speaking, Lewis departed from the place. Whis returned to Earth, and he had been staying with Whis all along. Soon he received a communication from Whis asking him to bring Whis back to cook. But how could Whis agree? He jokingly said that Whis was his woman now, so he should not let her cook anymore. This made Whis and Bai Lucy roll their eyes. What a scoundrel who valued his lover over his master. At that moment, Whis suggested that they simply let Bai Lucy and the other come to Earth. Because her culinary skills were nothing special on Earth, there were plenty of people who cooked better than her. Upon hearing this, Bai Lucy and Whis' eyes lit up. However, there was one matter that kept the two from leaving, so they had to postpone their plan to go to Earth. When Whis asked them, they would not reveal the reason. The realm of destruction. Bai Lucy and Whis stood before the palace of the god of destruction, looking up at the sky. Lord Bai Lucy, are you really not going to tell Whis about the candidates for god of destruction from other universes coming to the 7th universe? What's the use of telling him? Don't forget, those guys are just here to annoy me. Seeing that I took on a candidate, they followed suit. Bai Lucy gritted his teeth and said, they will surely recruit some individuals whose power has reached the realm of gods. With Whis' battle power of 1.5 billion, even transforming into a Super Saiyan would be futile. Just thinking about it is infuriating. Whis laughed and said, who told you, Lord Bai Lucy, to have such bad relations? Every god of destruction wants to mock you, even your own brother wants to come and mock you. Wait another 2 years and see who mocks whom. Alright, with Whis' constitution, no one can defeat him. Perhaps you, Lord Bai Lucy, can mock them back. Whis smiled. Bai Lucy's eyes lit up. That's right. The candidates from other universes definitely have power at the realm of gods. If they fight Whis and can't win, then I can mock them back. Whis currently only has a battle power of 1.5 billion. But this 1.5 billion battle power is such that even Whis cannot defeat him, let alone the candidates from other universes. Fortunately, Whis did not know what Bai Lucy was thinking, otherwise he would surely say, not to mention me, even my father would have no way. Bai Lucy laughed maniacally. Let's go. We'll go to Earth first. Those guys will definitely come to Earth to find me. Gulp. Whis swallowed and said with sparkling eyes, great. Whis said there are many delicious foods on Earth. This will be comfortable. Then let's hurry. Northern Galaxy, Frieza's headquarters. Damn it. A sharp and sinister voice echoed throughout Frieza's headquarters. All the aliens in the hall dared not speak, afraid of angering the Emperor of the Universe on his hovering chair. Frieza crushed the wine glass in his hand and gritted his teeth. Damn Galactic Patrol. Why are they opposing me? Frieza did not know the reason why the Saiyans joined the Galactic Patrol. He only knew that the Saiyans had betrayed him. What he hated most in his life was betrayal. So Frieza had been ordering the Frieza Force to hunt down the Saiyans. At first it was somewhat effective. They killed a dozen Saiyans. But later the Saiyans got smart. Whenever they encountered the Frieza Force, they would flee back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The Galactic Patrol headquarters was a place even Frieza dared not break into. Plus, there was the incident 4 years ago when that candidate for God of Destruction invaded his headquarters. Frieza no longer dared to hunt the Saiyans. Over the past decade or so the Saiyans had grown stronger, especially that Bardock. His battle power had surpassed Whis. If he did not act himself, no one in the Frieza force could restrain the Saiyans. But he also had to be wary of that candidate for God of Destruction. At that moment, Great King Frieza, I have heard a legend. An alien walked into the palace and hurried to Frieza. Great King Frieza, I have heard a legend about immortality. Frieza, who was in a rage, immediately changed his expression upon hearing this. Speak quickly. While doing a mission I heard from an ancient race that finding the legendary Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Grant any wish. That means not only can one achieve immortality, but also obtain immense power. If that ancient race did not lie, then yes. Speak quickly, where are the Dragon Balls? Frieza's face lit up with joy. The alien wiped the sweat from his face and said, Great King Frieza, I only heard about this, I do not know where the Dragon Balls are. As soon as these words were spoken, an icy killing intent filled the palace. Investigate. You must find out where the Dragon Balls are. Once I gain immortality and immense power, the Galactic Patrol headquarters will be breached by me. Earth. Whis was lying in the backyard of Taisi's house drinking a beverage, enjoying life. Taisi was not there. She had gone shopping with Bulma, as the two sisters had not seen each other for many years. Sisterly affection. Now they were clinging together every day. At that moment, a multicolored stream of light appeared before Whis. Kid, you're living the good life. Yo, isn't this my lord by Lucy? Whis opened his eyes and laughed. Weren't you busy with something? I asked you to come to Earth, but you didn't. Now why are you back? His tone was full of teasing. By Lucy gritted his teeth, this brat. By Lucy rolled his eyes and said playfully, Kid, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Whis was covering his mouth, snickering on the side. Whis closed his eyes. Lord by Lucy, I don't want to hear either. By Lucy's forehead twitched, and Whis burst out laughing. You have to listen even if you don't want to. By Lucy snorted, the good news is that you're going to make a name for yourself. Whis raised an eyebrow and opened his eyes again, and the bad news. The bad news is that you're going to fight candidates for God of Destruction from other universes. What? Whis sprang up from the beach chair, staring at By Lucy. He finally understood what By Lucy meant by making a name for himself. It was to make him fight the candidates from other universes. With his immunity, he would naturally not lose. That way he would become famous in the Zeno universe. Lord By Lucy, you've made quite a good plan. Huh. The weather is nice. By Lucy whistled, looking up at the sky. Whis' mouth twitched. The reason he said By Lucy's plan was good was that if he fought the other gods of destruction, he would already be in an unbeatable position. In this way, By Lucy could mock them back, fiercely saying that a so-called expert at the realm of gods could not even defeat a mere mortal. By Lucy could not care less about drawing hatred. After all, he was already disliked by all the gods of destruction, so he didn't mind others disliking him even more. But By Lucy was now trying to drag him into it. All right, Brad, I am your master, so just tell me whether you'll help me with this favor. By Lucy patted Whis on the shoulder and said without a blush or a sigh, I'll help all right. Whis said through gritted teeth. Whis appeared angry on the surface, but inside he was calm. As the saying goes, flourishing and withering together, he had long been bound to the seventh universe. Moreover, in Whis' eyes, By Lucy and Whis were like mentors and friends. Since By Lucy wanted to mock back, Whis would naturally help him. A slight smile curled at the corner of Whis' mouth. He was looking forward to fighting the other candidates for God of Destruction. Suddenly, Whis frowned and said, Lord By Lucy, aside from the 11th universe, do the other universes also have candidates for God of Destruction? Whis finally spoke, laughing. Haha, back when Lord By Lucy took you as a candidate, the other gods of destruction followed suit. Whis covered his eyes. He finally realized how bad By Lucy's popularity was. Others had long prepared, just waiting to mock him. By Lucy rubbed his head, a bit embarrassed. He never expected that to regain face, he would have to rely on his successor. All right, Lord By Lucy, when will they come to the 7th universe? 1 year later. 1 year later? Yes, why? Do you have something? By Lucy looked at Whis with confusion. Whis shook his head. Vegeta and Sun Wukong had gone to North Kai to learn the Kaioken, and he would pick them up in 1 year. It was also in 1 year that these two planned to take revenge on Frieza. He did not expect that the candidates from other universes would also arrive in the 7th universe 1 year later. The timing was a bit conflicting. In the end, Whis did not say much, and By Lucy and Whis settled down on Earth. As soon as the two arrived on Earth, they quickly found that Taisi was right. Earth was simply a paradise of cuisine. Even a random street snack was a delicacy they had never tasted before. By Lucy and Whis lamented why they had not discovered this planet earlier. Besides the food, By Lucy and Whis soon discovered a very special place on Earth. In the northern part of Earth stood a towering stone pillar that reached into the clouds, and atop the pillar was a mysterious celestial realm. The two had gone up to the celestial realm once, but found nothing unusual. They only knew that the celestial realm and that stone tower were very ancient. In the end, By Lucy and Whis had to let it go. Beerus and the other were immersed in the world of gourmet food while Whis began his cultivation. This was his first time cultivating since leaving the realm of destruction. He focused on three aspects: power, dimension, and rules. In terms of power, his current strength measured in battle power was 1.5 billion before transformation and 75 billion when transformed into a Super Saiyan. In terms of dimension, he was at the King Kai level. As for rules, he could only condense destruction energy the size of a fist. To make breakthroughs in all three aspects within a year was extremely unrealistic unless granted by the system. The system had not issued any check-in tasks. Whis could only focus on one aspect and strive for a breakthrough after a year. As for which aspect to focus on, Whis thought it over and decided that working on dimension was better. There were several reasons for this. First, in terms of power, Whis had reached a bottleneck in his current stage and could hardly improve further. Even if he could improve, it would be insignificant unless he broke through to Super Saiyan 2. That way his power would be amplified 100 times, reaching 150 billion battle power. But don't forget, Whis had only recently broken through to Super Saiyan 1, continuing to break through was simply unrealistic. This was also the reason why Whis, after leaving the realm of destruction, did not choose to cultivate, but instead accompanied Ties all along. Second, in terms of destruction rules, the size of the destruction energy sphere he could condense depended on his own power. As the saying goes, the size of the container determines how much water it can hold. Whis could already condense a destruction energy sphere the size of a fist, which was his limit. Trying to condense a larger one was completely impossible. Don't forget, the other candidate destroyers also knew destruction rules. Even if Whis could condense destruction energy larger, he could not compare with those who had cultivated destruction rules for thousands of years. Third, dimension was different from the previous two. Whis's current dimension had already reached the King Kai level. The next breakthrough would be the divine level. The divine level was the dimension where destroyers and supreme Kais resided. Once Whis broke through to the divine level, his power would be transformed into divine power. As mentioned earlier, divine power was different from mortal power. At the same battle power, divine power unleashed greater might. Breaking through to the divine dimension also had another important benefit: his lifespan would greatly increase. Of course, even if Whis made a breakthrough in dimension, he would definitely not be able to defeat other candidate destroyers. Whis didn't think he could defeat others now, but others couldn't kill him either. The result was destined to be a draw. Weighing the three options, Whis chose to focus on dimension. However, one thing to note was that dimension cultivation was not just about having enough talent. It also required a great deal of time and even opportunity and luck. So Whis ascended to the heavenly realm once again. Heavenly Realm Temple. The god of Earth was observing the lower world as usual. The god wiped the cold sweat off his face. I didn't expect the real destroyer to come to Earth too. A beam of light flew up from the lower world, and the one who arrived was none other than Whis. The god asked puzzledly, "Lord Candidate Destroyer, is there something you need?" Whis smiled and said, "I came here to borrow your hyperbolic time chamber." Would the god be willing? Would he be willing? If he refused, would he destroy Earth? The god swallowed his saliva. Although he was curious why Whis knew about the hyperbolic time chamber, he still nodded. Naturally, there is no problem. All right, take me there. Okay, please follow me. The god led Whis into the temple, passing through a long corridor. Along the way, the god explained the precautions of the hyperbolic time chamber to Whis. Whis already knew what was inside the hyperbolic time chamber, but he still listened quietly. They arrived at the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. The god said, "Lord Candidate Destroyer, please be sure to come out within 2 years, otherwise you will be trapped inside forever." Okay. Whis did not tell the god that in fact, as long as one's power was strong enough, one could still break the space barrier and return to reality. Whis stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. At this time in other universes. Rumshi, have you selected your candidate? I picked one over a decade ago. What about Compa? You're not going to skip this challenge just because Beerus is your brother, are you? I can't wait to mock that scrawny guy every day. That's good. There's still 1 year to let them train. Don't let anything go wrong. The 11 destroyers gathered together to plot the challenge against Whis. On the other side, the attendant angels also gathered. Bardos, have you found out the origin of that sacred aura from back then? Big sister, I haven't found out. What about the rest of you? We haven't either. We asked that guy Whis, but he said he didn't know anything. Maybe he really doesn't know? Alright, let's take this opportunity to investigate thoroughly in the 7th universe. Yes. Time passed, and a year went by like that. In West City at Ties' house restaurant. Whis, eat this. Ties forked a piece of meat to Whis' mouth. Whis smiled slightly, opened his mouth, and ate the meat that was brought to his lips. Ties saw him finish, picked up a tissue, and gently wiped his mouth. On the other side of the dining table. Whis, don't grab it, that's mine. Lord Beerus, it's mine. Beerus and Whis were fighting over the last chicken leg on the table, almost coming to blows. Lord Beerus, I'm full. I'll go to King Kai's place and be back soon. Whis greeted, then took Ties' hand and left the hall. Seeing this, the two in the dining room stopped. Beerus took the chance to snatch the chicken leg from Whis' hand, and while chewing said, "Whis, don't you think there's something off about this kid? A year ago, Whis went to that mysterious heavenly realm for over 10 days, and he's been a bit different since he came back." Whis pondered. It seems his dimension has changed a bit. Yes, I have that feeling too. I always feel that Lewis is about to break through to the divine level. Beerus took another bite of the chicken leg and shook his head. I must be crazy. Lewis has only been cultivating for 16 years. How could he break through to the divine level so fast? King Kai's planet. Schwa. Lewis appeared here with ties via instant transmission. Suddenly, two overwhelming auras surged wildly. Ty's originally rosy cheeks instantly turned pale. Don't be afraid. Lewis held Ty's tightly, and a purple glow suddenly appeared on his body. The aura of destruction tightly enveloped the two. The rolling waves of energy crashed against the destruction aura and instantly disintegrated. Startled me. Ty's patted her chest. 10x KO Ken. 10x KO Ken. Two yells, and the rolling waves of energy became even more chaotic. King Kai's planet trembled incessantly, as if it would explode at any moment. You two stop it right now. King Kai clung tightly to a crooked tree while his pet gorilla and grasshopper clung to his leg. Who are they? So strong. Ty's, though protected, still covered her mouth, astonished. They are my clansmen. I didn't expect they actually learned the KO Ken. Lewis held Ty's. The violent energy waves madly battered in front of them, but could never breach the aura of destruction. After a while, the two crimson glows dimmed, and Son Goku and Vegeta deactivated the Kaioken state. King Kai and his two pets let go of the tree they were holding and collapsed weakly to the ground. It's Lewis. Son Goku noticed Lewis and of course also noticed Ty's beside him. Lewis, who is she? She is my wife. Lewis smiled slightly, took Ty's hand, and walked over. Beside him, Ty's felt delighted, looking at Lewis with a gentle expression. Lewis squeezed her little hand, then looked at Vegeta. How is the Kaioken? Vegeta grinned and laughed. Very strong, very strong. That Frieza is dead for sure. Oh. Lewis sensed the auras of Vegeta and Son Goku. When Son Goku arrived at King Kai's planet, his power was 8,000 battle power. Vegeta was a bit lower, only 7,000. Now in Lewis's perception, Son Goku's power should be 2,000 battle power. As for Vegeta, he was still a bit lower, only about 17,000 battle power. Haha, it seems you are very confident in your revenge plan. If I will kill Frieza with my own hands. Vegeta gritted his teeth. The image of planet Vegeta's explosion was still vivid in his mind. Perhaps with his 17,000 battle power, he still couldn't defeat that Emperor of the Universe. But if he transformed into the great ape form, Frieza would definitely not be his match. Just then, greetings, Lord Candidate Destroyer. King Kai recovered his strength and hurriedly came to pay respects. Otherwise, if he failed to show proper courtesy, the other might get angry and crush his remaining planet. Lewis nodded to King Kai, then looked at the two and said, a year has passed. Since you've both learned the Kaioken, let's return to Earth. Son Goku hesitated. Kakarot, what's wrong? Why don't you ask if we learned King Kai's other special technique? Son Goku grinned a bit boastful. Oomph. Vegeta, standing nearby, crossed his arms and snorted. Is it that Kakarot learned it, but Vegeta didn't? Lewis laughed heartily. So boring. Vegeta snorted again. Son Goku put his arm on Vegeta's shoulder and smiled at Lewis. Haha, Lewis, you're so smart. Vegeta's face turned even darker. He finally spoke. What's so great about it? It's just a spirit bomb. It's not even as powerful as the Kaioken. Alright, haven't I said that this technique can't be learned by everyone? Vegeta, don't worry about it. Lewis said. Yes, this technique can only be learned by those with a pure heart. King Kai quickly nodded. At this moment, Vegeta's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Wasn't that saying he was impure in heart? Finally, Lewis took Ty's by the hand, led the gloomy-faced Vegeta and the cheerful Son Goku, and left King Kai's planet. Upon returning to Earth, Son Goku went back to Mount Pozu while Vegeta resided at Bulma's place. Having just returned, neither of them intended to immediately seek revenge on Frieza. They decided to rest and recuperate first. In the backyard, Tights and Lewis sat on a swing. She lowered her head, blushing, and said shyly, Lewis, would you please repeat what you said on North Kai's planet? Lewis pretended not to understand, looking at her with a mischievous grin. What did I say? I've forgotten a bit. You? Tights lifted her head, puffing up like an angry little lioness. Her eyes were beautiful, especially when she widened them roundly. So adorable. Though she was an older sister, having been granted eternal youth by the dragon, she now carried herself like a young maiden, utterly captivating. Lewis's heart raced. Tights grabbed his hand and gently bit it, huffing, Speak now, or I'll bite you to death. Lewis pursed his lips and ruffled her hair. If you bite me to death, you'll have no husband. Lewis, I'm so happy. Tights broke into a radiant smile, leaped to the ground, then jumped into his arms, clinging to him like a tree. The softness of her figure and the fresh scent of her body filled his senses, stirring a peculiar warmth in his heart. It was sweet happiness melting within him. When he first arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he had always dreamed of striking down Beerus and kicking Zeno. Who would have thought he would meet Tights? The Dragon Ball world had many beautiful women, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Android 18. But Tights was a different kind of beauty. Mature and sophisticated, yet playful and endearing. Lewis placed his hands on her back, holding her close. He had a bond, now a precious one. You said you'd protect me back then, but I ended up being fooled by you. A plaintive voice came from the girl in his arms. What did I fool you about? You stole my heart. Tights lifted her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting only Lewis. Lewis clutched his chest, feeling as if struck by a sweet arrow. He cupped her face. Sister Tights, since when did you learn to be so flirtatious? Her golden hair cascaded behind her face fair and delicate lips slightly parted, moving gently. I'm not flirting with you, and I'm not your sister. I am your wife. Tights stuck out her tongue, looking adorably coy. A gentle breeze blew, but it could not cool the heat within Lewis. His sister Tights was too adorable. He cupped her face and gently bit her rosy lips. MMPH. Tights' eyes widened. He kissed me. Her mind went blank, and she forgot to resist. When she came to her senses, she responded to the kiss, her boldness making her ears burn with embarrassment. After a moment, their lips parted. You? Tights suddenly felt something pressing against her, a blush creeping over her cheeks. She pinched the corner of Lewis's shirt. You? Sorry. Lewis stammered, the dignity of a candidate god of destruction vanishing completely. He looked like a clumsy fool, dazed and silly. He was about to let go of Tights. Tights covered her mouth and giggled, then hugged him tightly again, still clinging like a tree. Let it press, she thought. After all, he was her man. Held by Tights, Lewis felt the intensity, growing the air thick with the scent of hormones. They locked eyes. The air grew hot. Lewis lowered his head and Tights lifted the corners of her lips, slightly closing her eyes once more. Suddenly, a dozen colorful streaks of light shot across the sky, and an immense divine aura permeated the entire earth. Mortals could not perceive it, but Lewis sensed it. At the same time, a quest has been issued, sign in before the assembled angels and gods of destruction. Reward: Divine Dimension. Divine Dimension. Lewis was stunned and ecstatic. While he was still in the realm of the gods of destruction, he had been working on his dimension. After 4 years of cultivation, he had made little progress. After coming to Earth, he trained for another year plus the dozen or so years inside the hyperbolic time chamber, and finally achieved a breakthrough. He had stepped into the divine dimension. But that final step had always eluded him. Now the system had issued this quest. It couldn't be more perfect. Lewis did not kiss her. Instead, he cupped her face and said gently, Sister Tights, they're here. Who's here? Tights opened her eyes, pouting. So this was how pleasant kissing felt. She had been so close to tasting it again. How infuriating. It's the candidate gods of destruction from other universes. They've come for me. Them. I'm so mad. Tights clenched her fists. She hadn't kissed her little boy, and it was really frustrating. She couldn't stand it. She would kiss him first. Tights lifted her head and pressed her lips to his. Still not satisfied, she slipped her tongue in. After a while, all right. Lewis tapped her nose and said, once I'm done with them, I'll come back to be with Sister Tights. Go. Finally, Lewis left the backyard. In the northern region of Earth, 11 streaks of multicolored light appeared, and 33 figures materialized. Among them, aside from the 11 figures with divine halos floating above their heads, the other 22 emanated powerful auras. The god of destruction of Universe 1, Ewan, spoke. Why is that fellow Beerus on such a garbage planet? The god of destruction of Universe 10, Rumshi, taunted. As expected, Universe 7 has already begun to decline. Ha ha ha. The assembled gods of destruction burst into laughter. The 11 angels nearby remained expressionless, but their eyes were fixed on the tower in the forest of the northern earth. The remaining 11 figures were all candidate gods of destruction. At that moment, 2 figures appeared. Beerus said coldly, you really came. The god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, laughed loudly. Skinny old man, are you ready for the sparring match? Where is your successor? Kampa pretended to look around. Is your successor too scared to bring him out? Ha ha, I think Beerus is afraid too. Why don't you dare to bring your man here? The god of destruction of Universe 4, Quitella, sneered slyly. Ha ha ha. The gods of destruction were emboldened. After all, letting a mere brat be a candidate god of destruction for just over a decade. How formidable could he be? Beerus snorted, laugh. Let's see if you can still laugh later. The god of destruction of Universe 2, Hele, spoke. Talking big is easy. Let your successor come out if you have one. Enough chit-chat, Beerus. As agreed, let our successors spar. Hurry up and bring your man out. The god of destruction of Universe 11, Vermaud, looked at Beerus mockingly. The candidate gods of destruction also smiled. They had already received orders in this sparring match. They must make the successor of Universe 7 look foolish. At that moment, a ripple in space appeared, and a figure materialized beside Beerus. It was none other than Lewis. Ding successfully signed in before the assembled angels and gods of destruction. Reward: Divine Dimension. A wave of divine aura suddenly erupted from Lewis's body. He had finally taken that decisive step. His mortal power was completely transformed into divine power. After breaking through to the divine dimension, Lewis's lifespan became as long as that of the Kaioshin and gods of destruction. The angels and gods of destruction sensed Lewis's breakthrough, and the scene erupted into chaos. What is that? Divine dimension? Who is this guy? Why did he break through to the divine dimension? Could he be the candidate god of destruction of Universe 7? Impossible. Beerus took on a candidate only a decade ago. How could he raise a brat to the divine dimension in 10 years? That's utterly impossible. The gods of destruction stared at Lewis in shock. Even Beerus and Whis were equally dumbfounded. Wasn't this kid at the Kai realm? How did he break through in the blink of an eye? Greetings, all lords of destruction. Lewis rubbed his nose, instantly recognizing the gods of destruction and angels present. However, beside them stood 11 other individuals whose dimensional realms were not high. The highest among them was only at the Yama realm. Yet their auras were incredibly powerful. These 11 must be the candidate gods of destruction from other universes. Wait, Lewis suddenly spotted a familiar figure among them. Topo. He hadn't expected that Topo had already been recruited by Vermaud as a candidate god of destruction. Only a dozen years have passed, yet he has reached this level. Truly formidable talent. What use is high-dimensional cultivation talent? Haven't you noticed his power? Wait, he actually has the aura of destruction. He has comprehended the rules of destruction. The god of destruction of Universe 8, Gilly spoke. This kid's talent is terrifying. No wonder Beerus took him as a candidate. The god of destruction of Universe 12, Jean exclaimed in disbelief. Truly terrifying. In just a dozen years, he has cultivated his dimension to the divine level and even grasped the rules of destruction. Kampa shook his head frantically. We were wrong. I knew it. How could that skinny fellow joke about a candidate god of destruction? The other gods of destruction were equally stunned. As for the angels, they were even more astonished. They looked at Lewis. Lewis emanated a faint, elusive aura. Though the gods of destruction might not notice it immediately, it was the realm of an angel. How could the angels fail to detect it? The state of autonomy. How old was the candidate god of destruction of Universe 7? At most, he was barely 20 years old. This kid must have started cultivating from the womb. No, even if he started in the womb, that would only add a year. This kid is too terrifying. So, didn't you say just now to call Lewis over? How do you find my successor? Beerus placed his hand on Lewis's shoulder, looking at the assembly of deities and laughing heartily. In truth, Beerus was puzzled. How had Lewis suddenly broken through to the divine dimension? However, now was not the time to ask. Seeing the looks of disbelief on those faces, the pent-up frustration of years melted away. He felt immensely satisfied. Don't get too cocky. Don't think that just because your successor has great talent he'll win this sparring match. Quitella glared at Beerus, and Lewis, his face dark. Beerus, and he had a grudge, and Beerus was stronger than him. So Quitella was among the gods of destruction who most wished to see Universe 7 decline. For a long time, Universe 7 had been deteriorating, and it might well be erased by the Omni King at any moment. He had been delighted, but he never expected that in this young man before them there was a sign of Universe 7's revival. That's right, this sparring isn't just about talent. It's about real strength. Vermaud patted Topo beside him. Topo stepped forward. Boom. The aura of destruction shot into the sky, the ground cracked, the forest vanished. So strong. His destructive rules are truly formidable. He's a worthy opponent. The candidate gods of destruction all spoke. The earth trembled more violently on the verge of collapse under Topo's destructive aura. Lewis remained beside Beerus, expressionless, watching Topo destroy the earth. Kid, you're asking for death. Beerus's face was darker than ink. The earth was the food planet he had painstakingly found. Anyone who dared destroy his earth was his enemy. A murderous aura erupted from Beerus, and he vanished instantly. Topo, standing beside Vermaud, suddenly felt his breath constrict as if targeted by a primordial beast. His destructive aura dissipated abruptly. Stop! Vermaud was startled. What was wrong with Beerus? Why was he personally intervening? He quickly acted, flashing before Topo, muscles tensed, fist clenched. He charged forward. A purple fist simultaneously appeared in the void, meeting Vermaud's fist. Boom. Mountains crumbled, the earth split. The earth instantly exploded, and the northern galaxy formed a massive dent in the starry domain. All angels quickly protected their candidate gods of destruction, and Whis also put on a show to protect Lewis. In the cosmic void. Beerus, have you lost your mind? Ewan stared in disbelief. Gods of destruction cannot fight each other. Do you want to be erased by the Omni King? Hell, he shouted. All the gods of destruction stepped forward to rebuke Beerus, but none dared to physically intervene. Even Kampa only dared to speak harshly, knowing Beerus was furious. At that moment, Vermaud and Beerus separated, retreating to Topo's side. Beerus, if you want to fight, I'll give it to you. Vermaud's words were tough, but the hand that had collided with Beerus's was trembling. Topo's eyes narrowed. He noticed. He looked up intently at Beerus. The god of destruction of Universe 7 was so powerful that even Lord Vermaud couldn't withstand his punch. The other candidate gods of destruction also showed incredulous expressions. It turned out there were gaps among the gods of destruction themselves. Beerus ignored the deities, turned around, and said, Whis, restore the earth. Yes. Whis waved his staff, turning back time by 2 minutes, and the Earth's star domain returned to its previous intact state. Lewis smirked, enjoying the show. If you wanted to mock, why destroy the Earth? Wasn't that asking for death? But Beerus truly was formidable. Kid, I'll spare you this time. Beerus looked at Topo behind Vermaud, then said coldly, I warn you all. Anyone who dares destroy my Earth, I will obliterate. The candidate gods of destruction shivered at the intense killing intent. Topo's back was drenched in cold sweat, clearly terrified. Enough chatter, skinny guy. Are you ready? Let's start the sparring. Kampa stepped forward. Only he dared to stand up when Beerus was angry. After all, he was Beerus's twin brother. What's the rush? Beerus shed his icy expression, putting on a playful demeanor as if nothing had happened. Lewis, you decide when you want to fight them. In a few days perhaps. The Lords of Destruction have traveled far to Universe 7. They should rest first. Lewis finally spoke. The Gods of Destruction smiled, and Jean taunted, Beerus, look at your successor, so considerate. And look at yourself. TCH, if you don't like it, come and fight. With that, Beerus vanished along with Whis, leaving Lewis alone to accompany the deities. So infuriating. After all these years, that skinny guy is still so arrogant. Damn it, I want to kill Beerus. Kill him. Do you have the strength? Listening to the Gods of Destruction grumble, Lewis chuckled and said, Lords of Destruction, please follow me. Lewis soared into the sky. The Gods of Destruction exchanged glances, then followed. The other candidate Gods of Destruction also trailed closely, watching Lewis fly ahead. This kid's talent was truly terrifying. But talent did not equal strength. In this sparring match, they were still confident. They would mock that skinny guy later. At this thought, the Gods of Destruction behind Lewis felt pleased. The angels flew at the rear. Who would have thought the candidate God of Destruction of Universe 7 possessed such talent? Indeed, that young man named Lewis seems to have comprehended the perfect state of autonomy. No wonder Beerus took him as a candidate. Universe 7 is about to rise. The angels conversed. Then Bados suddenly frowned. Elder sister, did you notice that tall tower in the center of the forest? In the northern forest of Earth stood a towering spire that pierced the clouds. The angels shuddered. They too noticed it ancient. Moreover, it was engraved with many mysterious marks. The angels all looked at Koth. Koth said solemnly, I see it. That tower is extremely ancient, and I cannot identify its origin. This planet is not simple. At these words, the angels were stunned. Even their eldest sister could not recognize it. Let these youngsters finish their sparring first, then we'll ask Whis. Koth's two little eyebrows knitted together. Ask him about the origin of that sacred aura back then, and whether he knows about that tower on this planet. Lewis was unaware of the angels' astonishment. He had his sister-in-law Bulma arrange accommodations for the deities. With Beerus's prior warning, none of the Gods of Destruction or their candidates dared to cause trouble on Earth. Beerus was pleased with the deities' conduct. Afterward, Beerus and Whis finally approached Lewis to inquire about his breakthrough to the divine dimension. Lewis explained that he had long ago cultivated his dimension to the boundary of the Kai realm and happened to break through by a stroke of luck. Beerus and Whis were speechless. They knew Lewis was exceptional, but the boy's talent was indeed formidable. Over the years, Lewis had never focused on power training. Instead, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivating his dimension. Whis and Beerus had witnessed this firsthand. Though Lewis's power was temporarily lacking, he could always train to improve it given time. But dimensions were different. Some spent millions of years cultivating, yet remained stuck at the mere Enma or Kai realm. Breaking through to true divinity was incredibly difficult. Next, the Gods of Destruction spent 2 peaceful days on Earth. Kampa couldn't bear it any longer. He had come here to mock Beerus, but he had to wait 2 more days for the sparring to begin. Without an excuse, it was awkward to directly taunt Beerus. So Kampa had Vados bring out his favorite Dong Dong bird eggs. He scoffed that the 7th universe surely had no such delicacy. Beerus initially thought it was something delicious, but after one taste, he couldn't help mocking back. Calling it garbage, Beerus waved his hand and had Whis bring out instant noodles. Every angel God of Destruction and candidate received a cup of noodles. Holy crap. Beerus, what is this? It's amazing. Every strand of noodle, every sip of broth is utterly delicious. Beerus, I've finished. Do you have more? Kampa huddled in a corner, eating noodles, too ashamed to speak. Several days passed. The deities were so immersed in Earth's cuisine that they nearly forgot about the sparring. At Tights' backyard, Quitella, watching the Gods of Destruction devouring ice cream, pudding, and desserts, shouted, All right, have you all forgotten why we came here? Why did we come here? Seems like we came to spar with Beerus's successor. Boom. The 10 Gods of Destruction instantly snapped to attention. Kampa strode up to Beerus, pointed at his nose, and cursed, You sly dog, trying to distract us with food. Think you can just muddle through? No way. Helles took a bite of pudding wearing an expression of bliss. Beerus, you really crossed the line. Rumshi drank a glass of ice-cold beer, burped, and said, Good thing the rat reminded us, or we'd have forgotten. Quitella. The Gods of Destruction all denounced Beerus. Beerus rolled his eyes. So you forget, and you blame me. Enough nonsense, let's start the sparring today. I was in a good mood and gave you good things to eat, but now you bite the hand that feeds you. Who's afraid of whom? His Lewis was already invincible. Since they wanted to be humiliated, so be it. Whis summoned Lewis. Yes. Through Whis's communication, Lewis appeared instantly. Lord Beerus, what's the matter? They're eager to be humiliated. Start now, no more delays. No problem, but I'd like to have 2 people come and witness a candidate-level battle. Lewis asked Whis to locate Vegeta and Goku. Whis replied that Vegeta had taken Goku, Raditz, and Nappa away from Earth. What? Where are they going? They're heading toward Namek. Lewis was stunned. What was going on? Piccolo wasn't dead, Kami wasn't dead. Why were they going to Namek? It turned out that during the 3 years since Vegeta came to Earth, he had become involved with Bulma. Knowing that Bulma's sister was connected to the Galactic Patrolman, Jocko, Vegeta contacted the Galactic Patrol headquarters through Tights. Far away at the galactic headquarters, King Vegeta finally received news of his son. He sent a message. Frieza had discovered the legend of the Namekian Dragon Balls and was heading to Namek. If Frieza obtained the Dragon Balls, the Saiyans would be finished. Thus King Vegeta led all young Saiyans, over 1500 of them, charging toward Namek. Suddenly the seventh universe was in an uproar. On one side the universe's tyrant Frieza, on the other the rising Saiyan race. Two great powers were about to clash. Upon learning this, Vegeta immediately took Goku and the others and left Earth. Through Whis' narration, Lewis learned the full story. The blood within him began to boil. The Saiyans were about to fight Frieza. The very thought was exhilarating. He desperately wanted to watch the spectacle, but he couldn't leave. Lewis, what are you thinking about? Beerus called out. Lord Beerus, let's start quickly. I need to go to Namek after this. Lewis suppressed his excitement. Beerus nodded and turned to Whis. Whis set up the void battlefield. Whis smiled. Big sister, lend a hand. In the corner of the yard, Kronos slowly put down her ice cream and rose into the air with Whis. They flew into a void and simultaneously waved their staffs. Two streams of rainbow-colored light emerged from the staffs, seeping into the void. The void was instantly transformed into a battlefield spanning 1,000 square meters. The angels, gods of destruction, and candidates on the ground all flew into the battlefield. Lewis was the last to step in, and the battlefield immediately sealed. Arak, the god of destruction of Universe 5, said, "What kind of sparring do you want this time?" Ewan, the god of destruction of Universe 11, he added, "You can spar however you like, just leave Lewis to Universe 11. Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, roared angrily, "What are you thinking? Lewis belongs to Universe 6. The gods of destruction bickered, each wanting to fight Lewis. After all, Lewis hadn't fully matured yet. Defeating him now would be a perfect chance to mock Beerus. Otherwise, once Lewis grew stronger, it would be too late. Stop. Lords, how about you let your candidates all come at once? Lewis had no time to waste. He just wanted to end this farce quickly and rush to Namek. These words enraged the 11 candidates. Arrogant fool. Don't think your high talent makes you invincible. Can you defeat any single candidate here? Do you really think you're a true god of destruction? Exactly. Your power is still lacking. Did you learn Beerus's arrogance so quickly? Beerus. Feeling like punching someone. Quitella flew over, stood before Lewis, patted his chest, and said coldly, "Kid, you're quite cocky, aren't you?" Beerus's personality had always annoyed him, and now this kid was exactly the same. Lewis squinted. "Lord Quitella, do you have a problem with me?" Lewis's tone was calm, but to Quitella it sounded full of provocation. The other gods of destruction watched with amusement. This kid sure had guts. Was he not afraid Quitella would kill him? Beerus nodded, finding nothing wrong with Lewis. If anything, he thought it was well done. Quitella hated him, so he naturally had no fondness for Quitella. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to?" Quitella exuded a murderous aura, making the candidates tremble. "Lord Beerus, let them all come. I'm in a hurry." Lewis turned around, ignoring Quitella. "You?" Quitella was furious. He was being ignored by a piece of trash. He raised his hand and gathered a sphere of destruction energy. The energy in the void battlefield instantly churned. "Quitella, you've gone too far." Beerus appeared behind Lewis, facing Quitella with an expressionless face. "Too far?" Ewan, who was watching the show, twitched his mouth. A few days ago, his universe's topo had damaged a tiny bit of Earth, and you wanted to kill him. That wasn't too far. Even the deities were speechless. Since he's asking for death, I'll grant it." Quitella withdrew his hand and turned to his candidate. "Troy, join the other candidates and kill that brat." "Yes." Troy, the candidate of Universe 4, nodded. The other candidates looked at their respective gods of destruction, who also nodded. Thus, all 11 candidates flew into the air. The angels were stunned by the scene. Vados glanced at the calm Whis and asked, "Whis, has your candidate gone mad?" The other angels were equally puzzled. Did Lewis think that mastering the perfect autonomous state made him unmatched? He dared to provoke Quitella and fight 11 candidates at once. He was either stupid or insane. Faced with his siblings' questions, Whis smiled and said nothing. Kronos pondered, tilting her head. Could he be relying on something? Other than madness, that was the only possibility she could think of. Relying on something. Kornak, the angel of Universe 4, chuckled. "The kid's talent is remarkable, breaking through to the divine dimension, but he's far behind in power. How could he be relying on anything?" Vados and the other angels agreed. "All right, just watch and you'll see." Whis smiled. Lewis's uniqueness couldn't be hidden forever. It would eventually be known. Better to take this opportunity to reveal it. Besides, even the Grand Priest knew about it and had instructed him to nurture Lewis well, so there was no problem. Above in the void. 1 versus 11. Louis looked upon the 11 opponents with a detached gaze. Among them, Tuobo was the one he knew best. Tuobo was exceptionally formidable. Only someone who could hold his own against Vegeta in his deep blue state was truly extraordinary. The average fighter would never stand a chance. As for the other candidate gods of destruction, he had neither encountered nor heard of them. Louis did not know which among them held the greatest strength, but it mattered little. Regardless of who stood supreme, none of them were opponents his current power could overcome. That was beyond doubt. "Your bravado is staggering, boy," Telaoyai remarked, his brows knitting together. Over a decade ago, Quatila had taken him in as a candidate god of destruction driven by the singular ambition of one day besting the 7th universe's contender. Finally, fate had brought them face to face. Is arrogance now a crime? Luisi's lips curved into a faint smirk. You're far too overbearing. You'll be weeping soon enough. What manner of courage drove you to challenge all 11 of us at once? The assembled candidates exchanged skeptical shakes of their heads. Unfazed, Luisi retorted, save your breath. Let us begin. If you wish to hasten your demise, I shall gladly oblige. Teleoi caught a subtle glance from Quatila in the distance. The remaining candidates assumed their combat stances. And then, ambushing an opponent is no knight's endeavor, it runs contrary to my principles. Take your place, brothers. Tuobo shook his head and drifted aside. Huh, what's he pretending for? Ignore him. We're on. The sparring began, and the atmosphere within the void arena instantly turned suffocating. In an instant, the 10 candidates erupted into pillars of violet light tearing through the void. A devastating aura, overwhelming and relentless, surged toward Luisi. Far away, the purple-robed god of destruction shook his head. This boy is as good as dead. I wonder where he finds the audacity to face 11 alone. Quatila burst into thunderous laughter. By Lucy, your chosen heir is dreadfully foolish. Langmuxi offered no immediate reply. Foolish perhaps, yet his talent is exceptional and his courage commendable. If only he hailed from my universe. Upon hearing this, By Lucy's face darkened with fury. You bloated elephant. Don't flatter yourself. Who do you think you are? You scrawny feline. Are you courting death? Langmuxi's blood boiled. Nothing enraged him more than being called a stout elephant. Wishing for a brawl. Very well. By Lucy stepped forward, his eyes glacial. Alarmed, Langmuxi immediately clammed up. He would never dare assault By Lucy alongside others, and fighting him alone was absolutely out of the question. Suddenly, enough idle chatter. Begin. At the command, the gods turned their gaze toward the distant void. Whoosh, whoosh. 10 streaks of violet light hurtled toward Luisi. At this sight, though Luisi knew he would not truly be harmed, the mere thought of 10 candidate gods coordinating an assault sent a chill down his spine. I never surrender. Luisi clenched his fists, drawing upon the power coursing through his veins. Rumble. 1,500 million in battle power detonated instantly, and the ensuing aura violently transformed into gold. Luisi's hair split into dual tones of gold and black. It flickered incessantly. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled. Super Saiyan. 7,500 million battle power. In truth, his baseline boasted 7,500 million, yet since breaking through to the divine spirit tier days prior, his energy had fundamentally transmutated. His current strength defied mere numerical measurement. As Whis had once noted, Luisi had yet to breach the first layer of the divine realm, but he was dangerously close. Mountain-cleaving shockwaves radiated outward, forcing the 10 assailing candidates to halt their advance. What immense power. No wonder he dared challenge all 11 of us. Humph. Still, it's not nearly enough. This falls miserably short of the first divine layer. Advance. Teleoi led the charge with the remaining candidates hot on his heels. The sky was instantly shrouded in violet radiance. Teleoi materialized before Luisi, condensing the full weight of the second divine layer into his fist, and unleashed a devastating blow. Luisi raised his arm to block. What staggering power! Though he felt no pain, the tremendous impact sent him careening sideways. Merely by exchanging blows, Luisi appeared to be on the back foot. Watching from the sidelines, Tuobo furrowed his brows. Is this truly the 7th universe's candidate? Hadn't he boasted of facing 11 alone? Could he not even withstand a single strike? From afar, the gathered gods of destruction clutched their sides, bursting into derisive laughter. Haha, By Lucy, what trash comes from your universe? You thought dyeing his hair golden made him formidable, yet he couldn't even survive Teleoi's first punch. Absolute comedy. He probably fancied himself a 5th-layer divine expert. What a fraud. That stubborn bravado mirrors your own, By Lucy. Learn everything but wisdom. To squander such peerless talent on such reckless pride is tragic. Upon hearing the chorus of mockery, By Lucy's cheeks grew warm. His plan had never been for Luisi to defeat the other candidates, but rather to survive until the sparring concluded. No one here could kill him. This way he could turn the tables and mock them back. A pack of 2nd-layer divine candidates reduced to ganging up, unable to best a mere youth who hadn't even touched the divine realm. By Lucy knew any protest now would be futile, so he remained silent, waiting for the outcome. Only when the dust settled would he find his voice. Seeing By Lucy's silence, the gods' mockery intensified. Unlike the deities, the angels froze in astonishment upon witnessing Luisi struck by a single blow. Waisihi, your universe's youth miraculously sustained not even a scratch from Teleoi's full-strength strike. That's impossible. Faced with his siblings' inquiries, Waisi merely replied, you'll see shortly. Only then did the angels realize the young man named Luisi was truly secure in his advantage. Pathetic. Does he dare play the hero with such mediocrity? After landing his blow, Teleoi crossed his arms, hovering in the void with manic laughter. The impact tore through Luisi's candidate garments, shredding them instantly, and sent him flying outward like a rag doll. The remaining candidates flickered across the battlefield, heeding their god's command never to let Whis escape, and gave pursuit. Each one condensed a sphere of destructive energy. The heavens themselves paled. This was no mere sparring session. They sought to take his life. Boy, die for your arrogance. Go to hell. With concerted force, the 10 candidates hurled their projectiles. 10 orbs of annihilating power streaked toward Whis, blinding and relentless. Whis collided with the arena's barrier, coming to a stop as he watched the encroaching energy blasts. Once I breach the divine realm, I'll crush every last one of you. Whis gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes. The golden aura surrounding him vanished in an instant. Observing from afar, the gods of destruction assumed Whis had yielded, deliberating whether to recall their heirs. After all, Whis was Beerus's chosen successor. Killing him outright would provoke disaster. Only Quitila wore a deranged grin, utterly indifferent to Beerus's potential wrath. Whis' genius was simply too formidable. Should he truly mature, the fourth universe would again fall under the seventh shadow. Impossible. Harboring a grudge against Beerus, Quitila was resolved to eliminate Whis at all costs. He shot Teleoi a signal. Suddenly, from a distance, after Whis' golden aura dissipated, his hair returned to its natural black. But, in the next breath, an ethereal presence erupted from Whis, and silver luminescence shot skyward. Centered on Whis, waves of silver energy churned violently. Perfect autonomous mastery. Boom. An overwhelming force surged like a stampede of warhorses, distorting magnetic fields and warping space itself. The entire void arena was submerged beneath a sea of silver radiance. Guided by instinct, Whis effortlessly evaded all 10 annihilating projectiles. Witnessing this spectacle, the gods who had been mocking Beerus fell completely silent. A second passed. Then chaos erupted among the pantheon. Impossible. Autonomous mastery. How could this brat possibly attain autonomous mastery? Beerus, tell me this is some illusion. Every god of destruction was consumed by sheer disbelief. It was utterly terrifying. Recall that autonomous mastery is an angel-tier cultivation stage, inherently elusive. Truly few present possessed the capacity to comprehend it. Had anyone among them achieved it, it would solely be Beerus, the preeminent destroyer god. Yet what the gods failed to grasp was that even Beerus had not yet fully awakened this realm. He remained merely a step away from glimpsing its nascent form. Beerus laughed with unbridled glee. Watching these elders who had mocked him for over a decade wear expressions of utter dismay was simply delightful. Well, still mocking me for appointing a whelp as a candidate god. Do not grow smug. I reiterate, raw talent means nothing. True strength is the only measure that matters. Quitila ground his teeth, his heart twisting with bitter envy. Not even he had grasped autonomous mastery, yet this youth had unlocked a realm befitting the angels. Such peerless genius was irresistibly tempting. If only he had been his successor. In that moment, Quitila forgot entirely how viciously he had previously ridiculed Beerus. True, even with autonomous mastery, so what? Xiangpa clenched his fists. Which candidate among us does not wield second-layer divine power? Facing 10 alone, victory remains impossible regardless. Stamina is his fatal flaw. Strike now. Flatten that brat. Lassie and the other gods shouted in unison. If Whis somehow survived, their mockery would die with him, and they would inevitably face the ridicule themselves. 11 versus 10 and still defeated. Given Beerus's nature, he would parade this humiliation relentlessly. Utter disgrace. Heeding their lord's commands, the dazed candidates detonated their full strength simultaneously. Boom. The arena quaked as though continents were fracturing, a vision akin to apocalypse, while blinding violet light erupted beyond comprehension. Thankfully constructed by angels, the structure absorbed the tremors without so much as trembling the earth below. 10 violet streaks tore across the heavens, bearing down upon him. Whis twisted his frame and charged directly into the maelstrom. Having withstood Whis' full-strength strike, before why would he fear 10 second-layer divine fighters? Whis' movements intertwined with the silver luminescence in a blur. Bam! Bam! Concentrated power ripped through the atmosphere, birthing a violent tempest. Punch after kick. Riding the flow of autonomous mastery, Whis wove seamlessly between the 10 candidates, delivering precise, calculated strikes. This defiance shattered their comprehension. Was autonomous mastery truly this formidable? How could he single-handedly oppose 10? How could he remain completely unscathed amid such coordinated assault? While the gods of destruction reeled in shock, the angels' expressions began to shift dramatically. Soon all angels stared wide-eyed, turning their gazes toward Whis. Whis rubbed his nose. Why are you all staring at me? Kasai spoke with grave urgency. Whis, does Whis possess the ability to disregard damage entirely? The other angels fixed their stares upon Whis as well. They had long known Whis would attain autonomous mastery, and a perfect iteration at that. Hence their lack of surprise when he entered the state. Yet when Whis counterattacked, something felt profoundly wrong. His mastery of autonomous mastery did not merely allow him to evade the candidates' blows, it rendered him completely impervious to them. Didn't you witness it yourselves? Why ask me? Whis chuckled softly. Boom. It was true. He could indeed nullify incoming attacks. The angels swallowed hard, unwilling to accept the implication, and quickly averted their eyes back to the distant clash. What is this nonsense about ignoring attacks? Could anyone in the world truly achieve such a feat? Yet the scene before their eyes told them that someone indeed could. The angels' eyes widened. The battle raged on. Relying on his perfect self-mastery state, Whis slipped through the attacks of the candidate gods of destruction like a slippery eel. Even if he failed to dodge, he simply ignored their attacks. The candidate gods of destruction soon realized this and were startled. Their attacks landed on Whis, but caused no damage whatsoever. Time ticked by. In the end, Whis' stamina began to falter. Fighting 1 against 10 was ultimately too difficult. Whis' stamina simply could not sustain the self-mastery state for long. Once he lost that state, he would not even qualify to resist the candidates. Ha ha ha, he's exhausted. Get him. Te Luo, the candidate god of destruction of the 4th universe, laughed heartily. How infuriating. He had finally managed to hit the kid, yet the kid had taken no damage at all. It must be that Whis had given him some trump card. No wonder the kid dared to fight 1 against 10. The other candidates shared the same thought as Te Luo. They could think of no other explanation. Wait until he's out of stamina, then see how he ignores our attacks. Charge. The candidate gods of destruction roared toward Whis. Whis hovered in the void, truly drained of all strength. How frustrating. Whis glanced at Beerus in the distance. Damn it, to save his face, he still had to endure being ganged up on for a while. Damn it. Forget it. No more resistance. Let it all be destroyed. Truly exhausted, Whis gave up and let the attacks of the other candidate gods of destruction rain down on him. Seeing this, the candidate gods of destruction rejoiced and unleashed their power even more fiercely. Boom, boom. Whis' figure was completely engulfed in thick smoke. Just as the 10 candidate gods of destruction thought they could kill him within the smoke, their attack struck Whis, and a faint white glow appeared on his body. Immunity. Immune to all negative effects. Whis' clothes were blown to shreds, but he himself was completely unharmed. In the distance, get ready, get ready. Whis' figure was shrouded in smoke. Seeing this, Beerus started to shout, preparing to mock them back. The expression on Beerus' face stunned the gods of destruction. Xiangpa frowned. Skinny stick, your disciple is dead, and you feel no sorrow. Shida La, the god of destruction of the 9th universe, curled his lip. Beerus, have you gone mad? Don't you see your disciple is dead? Wei Mei, the god of destruction of the 10th universe, shook his head. That's why it's better not to be too arrogant. What a pity for such a talented genius. The other gods of destruction jeered in turn, especially Te La, who laughed extremely loudly. He had always held a grudge against Beerus, and seeing his enemy's heir die was simply wonderful. However, the thick smoke in the sky began to dissipate, slowly revealing a figure. Te La's laughter abruptly stopped, and it was Beerus' turn to burst into laughter. Impossible. Te La's pupils contracted sharply. Jean, the god of destruction of the 12th universe, pointed upward, incredulous. Beerus, how is he not dead? Ha ha ha. Beerus laughed heartily, looking at the assembly of gods of destruction. No way, are you telling me that 10 people ganging up still can't defeat one person? The pupils of the gods of destruction were filled with shock. All 10 candidate gods of destruction had landed their attacks on Whis, yet he was completely unharmed. How could this be? Beerus, what's going on with your man? Why is he completely unharmed? Te La said coldly. Did you pull some trick? Beerus walked up to Te La, poked his chest, and sneered. You piece of trash, can't you all see whether I pulled any tricks or not? Glancing at the angels in the distance, he continued. Even if your eyesight is too poor to see, can't your attendant angels see it? Turning around, Beerus shoved his face into Te La's and laughed loudly. You didn't think that 10 people ganging up could defeat my heir, did you, eh? Having been mocked for over a decade this time, he struck back fiercely. It was incredibly satisfying. You? Te La clenched his fists, burning with rage, but before he could speak, Beerus had walked up to the god of destruction, Ewang. You dead fluffball, you want to mock me? Are you even qualified? Fluffball. Ewang pointed at himself, furious. Beerus, you die? Purple light emanated from Ewang, and destruction energy filled the entire sky. Beerus curled his lip, waved his hand, and the destruction energy in the sky vanished instantly. Ignoring Ewang, he went to Xiangpa and lightly patted his face. You fat pig, your heir isn't much either. After mocking one, he went to the next. Beerus walked up to the god of destruction, Wei Mei, your candidate god of destruction. Forget it, since he didn't attack, I won't mock you. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. A bunch of useless fools preparing for over a decade just to see me make a fool of myself. Ha ha ha, in my eyes you are the joke. Beerus clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. See my foresight. A bunch of ignorant good-for-nothings, I'm laughing so hard. They bring their faces to me to be slapped. How can there be such bizarre people in the world, and 11 of them at that? Ha ha ha. Beerus kept mocking, and the faces of the gods of destruction grew redder. Because what Beerus said was true. They had prepared for over a decade just to defeat the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe today. Then they would mock Beerus fiercely. Who would have thought that Whis was so monstrous, able to withstand attacks from 10 candidate gods of destruction with power at the second layer of the divine realm without taking any damage? What a shame. At this moment, the 11 gods of destruction wished they could find a hole to crawl into. They could only hope that their heirs would defeat Whis in the subsequent gang-up. But, no matter how they attacked, it had no effect. Whis could completely ignore the attacks, suffering no damage at all. What the hell was this? After a long while, the candidate gods of destruction kept attacking Whis, but he remained completely unscathed. In the end, the 10 candidate gods of destruction, exhausted, fell straight from the sky. Lords of destruction, your heirs are not so great either. Above, Whis bare-chested laughed heartily. On the ground, the gods of destruction were burning with rage. As the most powerful deities in the universe, they had been mocked by a mere brat. Hai Lucy gritted his teeth. By Lucy, is your heir so rude? Rude? By Lucy turned his nose up at the gods of destruction and sneered. You 10 against 1 was not exactly gentlemanly just now. You? Hai Lucy's eyes blazed. All right, Lord By Lucy, since the sparring is over, I'll take my leave now. High in the sky, Whis was about to use instant transmission to go to Namek, but suddenly turned his head to look at the gods of destruction below. Since you came to trouble my 7th universe today, you'd better be prepared for me to trouble your universes. As he spoke, Whis stared fixedly at Kuei La and sneered. The other candidate gods of destruction held back, but it was only your universe's Te Luo who went for the kill. Very good, very good. With that, Whis vanished. He left behind a group of dumbfounded gods of destruction and angels with shocked expressions. This kid actually dared to threaten a god of destruction. Coming to his senses, Kuei La's eyes blazed as he pointed at By Lucy and shouted. By Lucy, does your man want to die? It was already infuriating enough to be mocked by that skinny stick By Lucy, but now he was being threatened by a piece of trash whose power hadn't even reached the divine realm. Want to die? By Lucy snorted. You just ordered your man to go for the kill. You'd better pray that Whis never cultivates to our level, or else you're doomed. He knew well the Saiyans' vengeful nature. Whis would definitely seek revenge on Kuei La in the future. I'm doomed. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. If it weren't for the face I gave you just now, he wouldn't have left my sight. Kuei La's face twisted in fury. He was about to explode with rage. He had been threatened by a piece of trash who said he would come after him in the future. The other gods of destruction had no time to mind the two's grudge. They wanted to ask By Lucy what was going on with Whis. Why could he ignore the attacks of the candidate gods of destruction? But a voice came. Lord Kuei La, let's go. Ku, the attendant angel of the 4th universe, brought the exhausted Te Luo to Kuei La's side, and the three vanished instantly. What happened? The gods of destruction couldn't help but feel tense. Why did Kuei leave with such a grave expression? Lord Wei Maida, let's go too. Lord Xiangpa, we're leaving. Lord Hai Lucy. All the attendant angels hastily took their own gods of destruction and left the 7th universe. The void battlefield was left with only By Lucy and Wei Si. By Lucy was in a good mood and looked at Wei Si. Did you speak about Whis' ignore? Yes. Wei Si said calmly. But I only mentioned Whis' ignore. It didn't reveal that divine aura or what my father told me before. Good. That kid Whis. Before By Lucy could finish, Wei Si spoke. Lord By Lucy, they also asked me about the tower in the northern part of Earth. What did you say? I said I didn't know and that my sisters probably went to see my father. The angels and the god of destruction departed from Earth. At that moment, within the 7th universe's starry expanse, a cosmic warship bearing the insignia of the Galactic Patrol streaked through space at incredible speed. Inside the warship's main hall, King Vegeta, seated at the highest throne, gazed down at the 15 Saiyans below and spoke in a grave tone. I never imagined there existed such a wondrous thing as the Dragon Balls. Now that Frieza has discovered them, we must ensure he never gets his hands on them. King Vegeta, this might be our chance for the Saiyans to take revenge. Beats stepped forward. He dared to speak thus because the 16 Saiyans in this hall all possessed battle powers exceeding 100. With such overwhelming strength, we can surely annihilate Frieza. No, I have a premonition that even if we transform into great apes, we would still be no match for Frieza. King Vegeta, be cautious. A Saiyan who bore a striking resemblance to Son Goku stepped forward. That Saiyan was none other than Bardock. Bardock gazed at King Vegeta upon his throne, reflecting on how years ago the king had led the Saiyans to join the Galactic Patrol. But because of that, the Saiyans had undergone a transformation. They were no longer Frieza's lackeys. The Saiyans had become the universe's guardians. Their battle power had soared. All these changes stemmed from the decision King Vegeta had made back then. What Bardock and the other Saiyans did not know was that it was not truly King Vegeta's decision, but rather Beerus who had commanded him to do so. By a stroke of fortune, the Saiyans seemed to have awakened the S-cells within them due to this change in their ways. Bardock, I too have sensed that Frieza's battle power is certainly not limited to a mere 5-3-0. King Vegeta frowned. But if we do not act once Frieza obtains the Dragon Balls, we Saiyans are doomed. From the crowd, Theodore stepped forward. King Vegeta is right. If we continue to endure, Frieza will undoubtedly eliminate us Saiyans the moment he acquires the Dragon Balls. King Vegeta turned to Bardock. Bardock, you are now our strongest warrior. When we reach Namek, we will rely on you. The 16 Saiyans in the hall all had battle powers exceeding 100, with Bardock being the mightiest at 1500. We will defend the honor of the Saiyans with our lives. Bardock met King Vegeta's gaze with unwavering resolve. In the old days, the king would never have heeded his words. But King Vegeta had changed. Not only the king, but every Saiyan had changed. The Saiyans were no longer consumed by rage. The violent fury within them seemed to be fading. Perhaps that was why their battle power had surged so terrifyingly. The hall fell silent. With the great battle looming, the Saiyans' faces were etched with gravity, clearly affected by the words of King Vegeta and Bardock. Don't worry. King Vegeta spoke again. The Saiyans in the hall raised their heads. We actually have another very, very powerful clansman. A powerful clansman. The Saiyans frowned. If such a being existed, why had they been hunted by Frieza all this time? But he doesn't care about us. King Vegeta recalled the image of Whis at the Galactic Patrol headquarters 4 years ago and shook his head. Never mind him. What I want to say is I have news of Vegeta. Prince Vegeta? Where is he? The Saiyans were overjoyed, including Bardock. After all, Vegeta was the elite warrior of the Saiyan race, a prodigy born with a battle power of 100. If he returned to join this battle, their chances of victory would skyrocket. Bardock, I have news not only of my son, but also of Kakarot. King Vegeta then recounted what Vegeta had told him earlier. Vegeta's power had reached 1700. Son Goku's power had reached 2000. Raditz' power had reached 8000. Nappa's power had reached 1000. Now the 4 of them are heading to Namek. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Bardock exclaimed with fervor, repeating the word 3 times. Bardock's excitement stemmed from a premonition he had long held even before the explosion of Planet Vegeta. His second son might transform into a Super Saiyan. That was also why he had joined the Galactic Patrol without immediately bringing him back. Now, over a decade later, Bardock never imagined that his second son would be found by Vegeta and his group and would become the strongest Saiyan warrior. Perhaps that premonition might indeed come true. Theodore and Beats, along with the other Saiyans, were equally delighted. With their addition, they would surely eradicate Frieza's forces in one fell swoop. In the vast cosmos, besides the Saiyan warship heading toward Namek, another massive warship was also racing toward the same planet. Inside the ship, Frieza sat on his baby vehicle, laughing heartily. Once I find the Dragon Balls, I'll kill those Saiyans first. That so-called god of destruction candidate, and Lord Beerus himself. I'll destroy them all. The universe will have only one ruler, and that is me, Frieza. Frieza believed the eternal dragon could grant any wish, unaware that before a god of destruction the dragon was nothing. Lord Frieza, according to our informants, the Saiyans, are also heading to Namek. They are likely trying to stop us from obtaining the Dragon Balls. Jinyu stepped forward. Frieza snorted coldly. So what? As long as that god of destruction candidate from 4 years ago isn't here, every Saiyan who comes will die. Jinyu's face showed fear, but their strongest Saiyan already has a battle power of 1500, and if they transform into great apes. Jinyu didn't finish. Frieza glared at him icily. You don't think that transformation I showed back then was my full power, do you? Boom. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from his body, causing the entire ship to tremble. Speed up. I want to reach Namek quickly. Yes, sir. Jinyu broke into a cold sweat and dared not speak further. 2 massive warships raced toward Namek, and all factions across the universe watched the movements of the Saiyans and Frieza intently. The battle was about to erupt. After this conflict, the universe would undergo a major reshuffling. Evil organizations allied with Frieza hoped for his victory, while the righteous factions aligned with the Galactic Patrol wished for the Saiyans to triumph. In an unnoticed corner of the cosmos, a medium-sized spaceship glided past. Inside sat 4 Saiyans. Their destination was also Namek. In the northern galaxy, on Namek. Whis had just finished a fight, and still bare-chested rushed to Namek. He didn't bother with how Beerus would later taunt the other gods of destruction, or how he would explain the immunity ability. Whis's focus was solely on the impending great battle on Namek. Where are they? He scanned the surroundings with his senses, but found no sign of an invasion. There was no battle fluctuation either. With a thought, Whis vanished instantly. The Elder Guru sat on his massive throne, his face etched with worry. A great calamity is coming. Can Namek truly survive this disaster? As he muttered to himself, a figure appeared out of thin air with a whoosh. Elder Guru, long time no see. Whis waved his hand. You are. The Elder Guru was startled and looked down, feeling a strange familiarity, as if he had seen this young man before. The god of destruction candidate. Lord Candidate. The Elder Guru finally recognized the youth as the god of destruction candidate from 4 years ago. He hastily offered a respectful greeting. Greetings, Lord God of Destruction Candidate. Whis's clothes were tattered. The Elder Guru had no idea what had happened. But that was not something a Namekian elder could question. Compared to 4 years ago, Whis's appearance had not changed much, but the dimension around him seemed different. A sharp intake of breath. Had he broken through again? No need for formalities. Whis waved his hand. The Elder Guru snapped back to reality and quickly begged, Lord God of Destruction candidate my Namek is about to face a great calamity. Could you? I will fulfill the promise I made back then. Rest assured. Years ago, after borrowing the Dragon Balls, Whis had left a message with Nail for the Elder Guru saying that in the future, he would help Namek overcome the impending disaster. Thank you, Lord God of Destruction candidate. The Elder Guru's voice was ancient, but the relief was evident. By the way, Elder Guru, haven't the invaders arrived yet? Whis asked. No one has descended upon Namek so far. Not yet. I was too hasty. Whis looked at his tattered clothes and found it somewhat amusing. He should have stayed to hear how Beerus mocked the other gods of destruction before coming here. But since he was already here, he decided not to return to Earth. Otherwise, the moment he left Namek, Frisia and his men might arrive, and then Namek would be doomed. I will remain on Namek, Elder Guru. You can rest easy. With these words, Whis departed from the Elder Guru's dwelling. A month had passed. On the northern part of Namek, a shirtless figure sat by the lake, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, an evil aura appeared overhead. Fierce winds howled. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly oppressive. Has it finally come? Whis opened his eyes. He discovered a massive warship hovering in the upper atmosphere. Rumble. Another thunderous engine roar sounded, and a second warship emerged through the atmosphere. The newly appeared warship bore the emblem of the Galactic Patrol. Have Prince Vegeta and the others arrived as well? Whis looked up, the corners of his mouth curling upward. How fascinating. A great battle between the Saiyans and Frisia's army. Just thinking about it thrilled him. Whis headed straight to the Elder's location. The atmosphere on Namek was extremely oppressive. All the Namekians had gathered at the Elder's village, sensing the approach of an impending storm. Upon seeing Whis, the Elder breathed a sigh of relief. Honorable Substitute Destroyer God, you have come. Whis nodded. Have all the Namekians gathered? We must ensure the coming battle does not endanger them. I have already ordered my people to gather within this village. Then all is well. Rest assured, I am here. Whis rose into the air, hovering above the ground, gazing at the two warships suspended in the atmosphere. The hatch of Frisia's warship opened. Frisia soared out, seated in his hovercar, radiating an intensely chilling aura. Let us go. I wish to see just how strong the Saiyans have become. Yes, my lord. Ginyu Force members and soldiers of Frisia's army flew forth from the warship. This time Frisia's forces numbered 2,000 in total. The Saiyan warship hatch opened. Frisia is nearby. We must not let him obtain the Dragon Balls. King Vegeta flew at the forefront. Bardock, Bebel, and Theodore followed closely behind. This time 1,500 Saiyans had set out, nearly the entire Saiyan race. In the skies above, the two factions had barely emerged from their warships when they locked eyes. The distance between the two forces was 2 kilometers. Oh ho ho, King Vegeta, you dare bring your clansmen away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Who gave you the audacity? Frisia descended from his warship and spotted a group of Saiyans approaching from a distance, led by none other than King Vegeta himself. At that moment, Ginyu leaned close to Frisia and whispered, Your Majesty Frisia, might I suggest we destroy the Saiyan warships? Saiyans were unable to survive in the vacuum of space. Without their warships, they would be trapped on Namek forever. Frisia kept his gaze fixed on the distant King Vegeta without turning his head. Even if you destroy their ships, the Saiyans will destroy ours in return. There is no rush. They are already dead men walking. Ginyu nodded. As you command. Frisia, you still dare to speak so boldly with death upon your doorstep. At that moment, a voice boomed from the distant sky. King Vegeta, leading 1,500 Saiyans, was flying toward Frisia's position. Frisia, accompanied by thousands of his warriors, flew to meet King Vegeta. Oh ho ho, you do not truly believe that a few years of improvement will allow you to stand against me, traitor. Prepare to face my wrath. Traitor, we hardly qualify as such. You have committed unforgivable evils and retribution was inevitable. The Saiyans have simply followed the tide of destiny. Verbal sparring erupted across the skies. Even before hostilities began, mere words alone thickened the tension. King Vegeta and his Saiyans finally reached the front lines of Frisia's forces. Upon seeing the cosmic emperor who had once ruled over them, every Saiyan ground their teeth in fury. The two factions faced each other, battle ready to ignite at any moment. King Vegeta, tell me, why did you betray me? I wish to hear your true reason. Frisia hovered in the void, his cold gaze fixed upon King Vegeta across the distance. His true reason. Hearing these words, the Saiyans opposite also grew puzzled. In truth, even they were unaware of why King Vegeta had made that fateful decision. All they knew was that distinguished guests had arrived at King Vegeta's palace, followed by a mysterious explosion that leveled it. Only afterward did King Vegeta announce his decision to join the Galactic Patrol. My reason for betraying you. King Vegeta smiled. I will be honest with you. It was commanded by someone you cannot possibly defy. Had I not complied, my Saiyan race would have perished. With those words, shockwaves rippled through both the Frisia and Saiyan camps alike. An existence even Frisia dared not provoke. After all, Frisia was the emperor of the universe. Could anyone truly stand above him? Hearing this, Frisia immediately recalled the Saiyan who had invaded his headquarters 5 years ago. Aside from that substitute destroyer god, he could think of no other. It was not that no greater existences remained in the universe. He also feared the legendary Majin Buu and the true destroyer god themselves. In reality, it was Beerus who had truly commanded King Vegeta, but Frieza could never have imagined such a thing. As Beerus's representative, why would Beerus order his own Saiyans to betray him? King Vegeta, who is this person you speak of? Frieza growled through gritted teeth. Have you not already guessed? So it was indeed that individual. He claimed he would not interfere with the Saiyans, yet he secretly aided them all along. Frieza flew into a rage. That substitute destroyer god's words could not be trusted after all. King Vegeta was confused. Why was Frieza speaking as though Beerus were helping the Saiyans? Why would Beerus help the Saiyans in the first place? One assumed Whis had aided the Saiyans, the other wondered why Beerus would help them. The two were speaking entirely different languages. King Vegeta shook his head. Frieza, even without that person's command, the Saiyans would have found a way to break free from your control. Frieza clenched his fists. Why, oi? At that moment Bardock stepped forward. Frieza, do you truly believe we know nothing? Bardock, currently the strongest among the Saiyans with a combat power of 150,000. Frieza studied Bardock closely. Impressive. I cannot fathom how your Saiyans have grown to such heights in merely a decade or two. Tell me then, what exactly are you fearing? Frieza was in no hurry to strike. He wanted to hear these Saiyans explain their boldness. Huh? Are you not always afraid that a legendary Super Saiyan will emerge among our people? Bardock's eyes burned with fierce combat spirit as he laughed loudly at Frieza. Super Saiyan. The aliens under Frieza's command did not understand what that meant, but upon hearing the term the Saiyans erupted into murmurs of excitement. A Super Saiyan. Is this legend truly real? No wonder Frieza fears us. Thank goodness Prince Vegeta made that decision in advance. Otherwise we would have been wiped out by Frieza sooner or later. Frieza fell silent. He never expected these Saiyan monkeys to know of his deepest fear, the Super Saiyan legend. However, Bardock spoke truthfully. After exhausting his use of the Saiyans, he would undoubtedly annihilate them all. These Saiyans had narrowly escaped that fate. Above the Elder's village, Whis hovered, observing the confrontation between Frieza and the Saiyans from a safe distance. Everything was clearly visible. Have Kakarot and Vegeta not arrived yet? Whis observed carefully, but could not detect their presence. Could it be that they would arrive only after the Saiyans and Frieza's army had already torn each other apart? Far off on the horizon, both sides grew increasingly cautious. The atmosphere thickened with tension. All parties were poised to strike. Jinyu attack. Since they dared leave the Galactic Patrol headquarters, seize this opportunity and eliminate them. Frieza's voice roared with fury. Yes, my lord. Jinyu transformed into a streak of purple light, shooting toward the Saiyan ranks. Theodore, kill Jinyu. King Vegeta swept his hand, issuing the command. Yes. Theodore burst from the formation and charged toward Jinyu. The two clashed rapidly, shockwaves scattering in all directions and detonating against the ground with thunderous force. The battle reached its fever pitch. Both combatants bore growing wounds. Witnessing such ferocious exchanges, Frieza frowned and activated his scouter. Beep. Combat power 110,000. Combat power 120,000. The latter belonged to Jinyu. Yet Frieza was taken aback to learn that this Saiyan named Theodore possessed a combat power of 110,000. Despite his lower power level, he was not being overwhelmed. Damn it. Why have the Saiyans suddenly grown so powerful? That wretched substitute destroyer god. This is surely his doing. Frieza grit his teeth, his heart seething with frustration. He blamed everything on Whis, but this had nothing to do with Whis. Whis had never once aided the Saiyan race. Huh. So what if his power level is slightly lower? We are a warrior race. We only grow stronger with every battle. King Vegeta clenched his fists, excitement coloring his voice. Just wait. Jinyu is as good as dead. The sight was incredibly stirring. That was Jinyu, captain of the elite Jinyu force, and the Saiyans could actually hold their own against him. Every Saiyan's spirits were ignited with exhilaration. What followed proved King Vegeta right. Theodore grew ever more ferocious, soon pressuring Jinyu and dealing increasing damage. Watching this, Frieza's breathing quickened. He knew the Saiyans were a warlike race, but he had never imagined them to be quite so ferocious. He activated his scouter once more. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power 125,000. Combat power 90,000. Frieza watched the readings, his chest heaving. Curse you. Jinyu's combat power had dropped to 90,000 due to mounting injuries. Meanwhile, Theodore's power surged by 15,000, growing stronger with every exchange. King Vegeta, you have succeeded in provoking me. Frieza rose from his hovercar. But before he could finish his sentence, Jinyu suddenly shouted, exchange. A white aura flared around Jinyu's body. Theodore was rapidly enveloped by the energy about to be hit. Perish. Bardock, who had long sensed something amiss, condensed a shockwave and launched it straight at Jinyu. Boom. Struck directly, Jinyu's body twisted under the scorching heat. Before he could even cry out, he melted away within Bardock's shockwave. Damn you. Sneak attacking. Frieza roared in fury. We are mortal enemies. Who cares about sneak attacks? King Vegeta wasted no more words. With a sweep of his hand, he commanded, all of you attack. Today we crush Frieza's forces. Upon the command from the Saiyan leader, 1,500 figures behind King Vegeta erupted with white auras charging toward Frieza's army. The two forces collided instantly. Boom. Explosions rocked Namek relentlessly. Fierce winds screamed, mountains crumbled, and riverbeds collapsed. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived, plunging Namek into darkness and chaos. The battlefield was not far from the Elder's village. The shockwaves from the clash between Saiyans and Frisia's army soon reached this place. The great disaster the Elder prophesied has arrived. Good heavens, this is the end for ordinary folk. A purple light blossomed overhead. When the onrushing combat shockwaves encountered it, they dissipated instantly. What is happening? I remember the Elder said a powerful ally would come to our aid. It must be that protector acting on our behalf. Lewis's intervention to shield the Namekians went entirely unnoticed by Frisia and King Vegeta. Lewis had broken through to the divine realm several days earlier, his power having transformed into divine energy. Mortals could not sense the presence of gods, nor could any detection devices crafted by ordinary beings. On the side of King Vegeta, the Saiyans were engaging Frisia's forces in combat. Only Bardock and King Vegeta remained unmoved, both fixated on Frisia. Frisia, surrender now? Your men are no match for us Saiyans, Bardock said coldly. Frisia hovered in midair, casting a glance at his steadily falling subordinates. Every Saiyan on the opposing side boasted a battle power exceeding 8-0, with over a dozen Saiyans at 1-0 combat strength watching from the sidelines. Even the members of the Jinyu force were slain within mere exchanges. The rest of Frisia's army could hardly mount a resistance. It was a one-sided massacre. The only thing you rely on is that candidate destroyer, isn't it? Frisia paid no heed to his own troops, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Once I obtain the Dragon Balls, even that candidate destroyer will die. King Vegeta frowned. What did this have to do with Luis? Bardock was even more perplexed. Who was this candidate destroyer? Boom. Frisia began to unleash his power, causing Namek to tremble. The terrifying force made King Vegeta's body shudder. Frisia truly possessed a battle power of 5-3-0-0, as the rumors claimed. Bardock, be careful. Alright, King Vegeta, be ready to create an artificial moon at any moment. There's no way we can defeat Frisia in our base forms. Bardock moved. He flashed before Frisia and threw a punch. Bang. The air exploded instantly, and the immense force shattered the ground below, causing the lake water to surge back. Both warring factions abruptly turned their heads. The final battle was about to begin. Frisia's chest was struck, and he said indifferently, "Is that all 1-5-0 battle power can do?" Oomph. Bardock ignored Frisia's taunt. Since he had chosen to confront Frisia head-on, he was already mentally prepared. He quickly retreated, gathering a powerful blast and hurling it at Frisia. Simultaneously, King Vegeta joined the fray. A King Vegeta with 1-0 battle power, and a Bardock with 1-5-0. Two of them assaulted Frisia together. The world lost its color. In the distant sky, Luis shook his head. Compared to Bardock and King Vegeta, Frisia was still far too strong. A power of slightly over 1-0 against 5-3-0 was like an insurmountable chasm. There was simply no hope of victory. Sure enough, after only a short while, Bardock and King Vegeta were struck and slammed violently into the ground. King Vegeta, Bardock, Bibit and Sitter, after finishing off their own opponents, lunged at Frisia. The other Saiyans with 1-0 battle power did the same. Bardock and the king who had crashed into the earth spat out blood and then soared upward again. For a moment, 16 Saiyans with over 1-0 battle power surrounded Frisia. Boom. The magnetic field of the sky became chaotic and bolts of lightning streaked across the clouds. The Namekians witnessing this felt as if the apocalypse had arrived, but fortunately a purple barrier protected them. Die. High above, Bardock blurred as he moved, pouring all his power into a blast that shot toward Frisia like a fierce wolf. Trash, you think that can hurt me? Frisia kneed Bibit away, sending him flying, then remained unflinching as the incoming blast approached. He raised his hand and slapped. Bardock's blast was instantly redirected. Go to hell. The other Saiyans seized the opening and attacked simultaneously. Within seconds, thousands of energy blasts rained down on Frisia. Boom. Boom. The area around Frisia erupted in a cataclysmic explosion as if struck by thousands of nuclear bombs. Smoke billowed and flames burst forth. The very space trembled slightly. Haha. He must be dead. He's only 5-3-0. 16 of us ganged up on him. He's definitely dead. Bibit, Sitter, and the other Saiyans panted heavily. No. King Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said gravely, Frisia can't be that simple. Bardock clenched his fists. Right? If he were that easy to deal with, he wouldn't have sat on the throne of the universe's emperor for so long. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. The smoke in the air slowly dissipated, revealing a massive silhouette. Bardock's pupils contracted. King Vegeta used the artificial moon. The moment the words left his mouth, a purple light tore across the sky. Bibit and the other Saiyans hovering midair couldn't react in time and were struck. Ugh. 16 Saiyans clutched their stomachs, spitting blood. How is this possible? Sitter's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ha ha ha, King Vegeta, do you know my true power? Frisia unlocked his first transformation, his battle power skyrocketing to 1-0. I now have 1 million battle power. How do you plan to fight me? 1 million battle power. Bardock's heart clenched. He had imagined Frisia's true strength exceeded 5300, but he never expected it to be as high as 1 million. This was trouble. Bardock's panic wasn't unfounded. They could transform into great apes to fight Frisia. But not every Saiyan could retain their sanity in great ape form. Bardock himself, for instance, could not. A mindless great ape stood no chance against Frisia. That was beyond doubt. Among the Saiyans present with over 100 battle power, only King Vegeta, Bibit, and Sitter were elite warriors. Die! Frisia roared, raising both hands to form a 2-meter-wide energy sphere. He intended to annihilate the Saiyan race in one strike. Don't look at the sky. Bibit, Sitter, look up. An artificial moon shot into the sky. King Vegeta had been ready to create it since before the battle. Whis watched the clash between King Vegeta's group and Frisia with perfect clarity. The Saiyans had indeed grown tremendously over the past decade. Frisia's army was no match for the Saiyans. Seeing King Vegeta hurl a dazzling orb into the sky, transforming into a great ape. In the distant sky, Whis felt his own tail twitching uncontrollably and dared not look toward King Vegeta any longer. Suddenly, Whis looked up sharply, sensing 4 signatures breaking into Namek's atmosphere. Those 4 auras were familiar. Kakarot, Vegeta, you've finally come. Outside Namek, a medium-sized spaceship pierced the atmosphere. Vegeta, can you sense it? Such a powerful key. Son Goku clenched his fists, his blood beginning to boil. I sense it. That vile key is definitely Frisia's unleashed power. During their years on Earth, Vegeta and the others had learned to control and sense ki. Vegeta gazed through the ship's transparent window at the ground below. This aura is terrifying. Probably over 1 million battle power. I wonder how my father is doing. 1 million. Raditz was startled. Can we beat Frisia then? Nappa gritted his teeth. So what if he has 1 million? If we transform into great apes, we can also reach 1 million. The moment Nappa finished, 3 violent auras erupted from below on Namek. Raditz, hurry up and accelerate. My father must have already transformed into a great ape. An artificial moon hung in the sky above Namek. Roar, roar, roar. 3 terrifying howls echoed across the entire battlefield. Bibit, Sitter, and King Vegeta transformed into great apes. Their battle powers surged past 1 million. The other Saiyans dared not look at the moon, for they were not elite warriors and could not maintain their sanity as great apes. Bardock was the same. He kept his gaze fixed on Frisia ahead. Ha ha ha, you can transform, but we Saiyans can too. Little did Bardock know that Frisia's change was not a transformation, but an unlocking of a form. Frisia died. King Vegeta had successfully turned into a great ape while retaining his sanity. Together with Bibit and Sitter, he launched an assault on Frisia. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Gales raged. In the sky, the 3 great apes immediately tangled with Frisia. The fight lasted 10 minutes. The 3 great apes were indeed immensely powerful. Each punch made space tremble. But their speed was clearly slower than Frisia's, but Frisia easily dodged their attacks. Fortunately, it was 3 against 1, and with Bardock's occasional sneak attacks, King Vegeta's side didn't fall behind. Damn Saiyan monkeys. Frisia dodged a punch and retreated 100 meters. He clenched his fists, seething with rage. If it were just 1 great ape at the million level, he wouldn't worry. Even 2 would be manageable. But 3 million-level great apes at once was indeed troublesome. Frisia glanced around. His men were all dead. Not a single Saiyan had fallen, though a few were seriously wounded. Frisia, surrender. Great ape. King Vegeta flew up to Frisia and stared him down. Bibit, Sitter, and Bardock circled around, forming an encirclement. Bardock, you were right earlier. I do fear you Saiyans. Frisia looked at Bardock ahead and said coldly, now it seems my fear was justified. So I'll stop hiding my power. I'll kill you all, find the Dragon Balls, and then take revenge on your candidate destroyer. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed through the sky as a spaceship descended from above. At the same time, 4 figures flew swiftly toward them. Who's there? Above, Frisia had been about to transform directly into his final form when he suddenly whirled around. Frisia, long time no see. Vegeta appeared here in the blink of an eye. Son Goku followed closely behind. He had been keeping his eyes on Frisia since arriving, but was suddenly startled to see Bardock. He froze. Seeing this, Bardock also froze. It was as if time itself stood still. A strange sensation surged within Son Goku's heart. Since reaching adulthood and maturity, he had known he wasn't from Earth, and that Raditz was his biological older brother. According to Raditz, he also had parents. Is that father? Son Goku flew before Bardock and opened his mouth. Kakarot, you're back. Bardock pursed his lips. He had so many words he wanted to say to this second son, but at this moment of recognition, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Yes. Son Goku showed a smile. So his older brother hadn't been wrong. He truly was exactly like his father. It was just that his father had 2 additional scars on his face, while the father and son reunited somewhere else. Vegeta, how did you survive under my army's pursuit? Ha ha, thanks to you, Frisia. Without you, I wouldn't have the power I have now. Vegeta burst into loud laughter as his power level of 1700 exploded forth. The mighty strength of Vegeta made King Vegeta in his great ape form ecstatic, and he said, Vegeta, what's your current power level? This was his son, and the stronger Vegeta became the happier he was. Father, I currently have a power level of 17000, and if I use my full power we have a combined power level of 17000. Vegeta laughed heartily at his father. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta in the sky was overjoyed. 170 power level at full power meant they were in great ape form. What they didn't know was that Vegeta's full power referred to the Kaioken technique. Kaioken was far more powerful than the great ape form. Not only did Kaioken cause the body's strength and speed to surge dramatically, but it also allowed the body to maintain its agility. None of these could compare to the great ape state. Is a power level of 17000 really that impressive? Frieza hovered in the void, arms crossed, as though the anger in his heart had already vanished. He was about to unleash his full power. At full strength, aside from that candidate destroyer, the destroyer Beerus, and the Majin Buu, no one in this universe would stand a chance against him. A power level of 17000 isn't strong. Ha, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Vegeta twisted his neck and said coldly, Frieza, right now, there are 3 great apes with power levels in the millions. With me and Kakarot added, you'll be facing 5 warriors each with a million-plus power level. Vegeta paused, then laughed loudly. Have you prepared yourself for death? Wait. Bardock flew forward, clutching his severely injured abdomen, his voice stern. Frieza, you just said you're no longer hiding your power. Isn't this already your full power? What? Vegeta was taken aback. He quickly turned to look at Frieza. King Vegeta, Bibit, and Theodore all turned to look at Frieza as well. The other Saiyans who had finished their battles also watched Frieza intently. Frieza wore a mocking expression as if acknowledging Bardock's words. How is that possible? This has to be a joke. He's still hiding power. I don't believe it. The 1500 Saiyans behind King Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Ha, then I'll confess. This transformation I have now is actually the first one I've unlocked. I can unlock 2 more transformations like this. Frieza clenched his fists, his face contorted. Each time I unlock a new transformation it becomes stronger than the last. My final form can reach a power level of 60 million. But Frieza wasn't telling the whole truth. He actually had an even more powerful transformation with a power level of 120 million. However, it drained his stamina too quickly, which was why he kept that detail hidden. Vegeta, have you made peace with your impending death? Frieza turned Vegeta's own words back on him. Then Frieza drew upon the power within his body and began to unleash it. Stop him. Whether he's lying or not, stop him now. Vegeta's face contorted in terror as he shouted. Kakarot, hurry. 10 times the Kaioken. A crimson aura erupted around Vegeta with a thunderous roar, and his 1.7 million power level surged forth. Father, you're severely injured. Here, take this Senzu bean. You'll recover after eating it. Son Goku pressed a Senzu bean into Bardock's hand, and he too began radiating a crimson glow. The oppressive pressure of a 2 million power level caused the sky to hum. Bardock glanced at the Senzu bean in his hand, didn't hesitate, and bit into it immediately. Whoosh! A vortex of energy erupted from his body. Not only have my wounds healed, but my power has increased as well. Bardock laughed heartily. This thing was truly miraculous. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such things. Like everyone else, Bardock began unleashing his power. In an instant, 3 great apes and 3 warriors hurtled toward Frieza. The other Saiyans wanted to join the fight, but upon receiving orders to retreat, they could only step aside. Raditz and Nappa were no different. With power levels below 100, they had no choice but to fall back as well. Namek trembled continuously as the ground fractured and magma surged and erupted. It was like the end of days. Good heavens, can mortals truly possess such power? Won't our Namek explode? The Namekians in the Elder's village fell into panic. Lewis landed before the Elder's dwelling and looked at Nail. Tell the Elder to prepare for summoning the Dragon King at any moment. Namek is likely to explode. Nail hurriedly replied, Honorable candidate destroyer, with your power, you should be able to stop this. Why won't you intervene? Suddenly, a frail voice emanated from within the house. Nail, obey the candidate destroyer's orders. Yes. Gritting his teeth, Nail ultimately went to gather the Dragon Balls. Lewis rose into the sky once more, casting a glance down at the Namekians in the village below. I could intervene, but then Kakarot might not be able to transform. I'm sorry, but your Namek must be sacrificed, for now. I will compensate you. Lewis muttered to himself. Then he looked toward the distance. The 3 great apes and 3 warriors attempted to halt Frieza's transformation, but before they could close in, a powerful shockwave sent them sprawling. They launched energy blasts, but Frieza seemed to have an invisible barrier of air around him that deflected them. They couldn't harm Frieza at all, and thus couldn't interrupt his transformation. It seems Frieza is about to transform into his final form. Lewis watched the battle with keen interest. Son Goku was the strongest among the 3 great apes and 3 warriors, both in combat power and fighting skill. As for Bardock and the 3 great apes, their fighting style and energy control were truly terrible. Meanwhile, Vegeta's proficiency with Ki was noticeably improved, revealing that he and Son Goku came from the same lineage. Both were trained by Master Roshi. However, their combat approaches differed somewhat. Vegeta fought with brute force while Son Goku moved with agility and grace, as if following his instincts with nothing holding him back. Boom. A devastating pressure washed over them. He's entering his final form. Whis observed Frieza's body shrinking, yet his power growing ever more intense. Upon entering his final form, Frieza's power surged to 60 million. His immense strength radiated outward, compressing the surrounding air with a crackling hum. Frieza appeared like an ancient monster, instilling terror in all who beheld him. The Saiyans cowering in the distance had turned pale with fear. Frieza remains overwhelmingly powerful. Kakarot, this is your chance to transform. You're our only hope. Whis still remained concealed, continuing his watch over the Namekians from above the Elders' village. At the horizon, Frieza had shrunk to a dwarf even shorter than Vegeta, yet his power was terrifying. The energy he casually unleashed seeped into the very fabric of space, causing chaos. Gulp. Bardock, facing Frieza, swallowed hard. What terrifying pressure. 60 million power level. King Vegeta frantically shook his ape head. How is this possible? How can anyone possess such overwhelming power? Do we still have a chance? Bibit and Theodore stood speechless. Vegeta was equally petrified. He had worked tirelessly to reach 1700 power level, and with the 10x Kaioken could reach 17 million. He had thought he could finally get his revenge. But who would have guessed Frieza actually possessed 60 million power level? Especially since he could sense that Frieza wasn't lying. Frieza truly did have 60 million power level. We can't win this. Vegeta's eyes went vacant, and before the battle even began, his fighting spirit crumbled. He kept muttering to himself. Suddenly, Kakarot, what are you doing? Bardock shouted. Son Goku flew forward. Son Goku's eyes burned with determination as he faced Frieza. What a powerful opponent. Fighting you will be truly exhilarating. This scene caught Whis' attention, and he smiled. Son Goku and Vegeta's reactions were worlds apart. Son Goku remained unchanged, never backing down when faced with a formidable enemy. And Vegeta was still Vegeta, always faltering until he'd endured hardship. Soon Son Goku and Frieza clashed. Bardock kept his distance. Without transforming into a great ape, he only had a power level in the mid-hundreds of thousands, nowhere near a fraction of Frieza's strength. Charging in would only make him cannon fodder. So Bardock stayed well back. King Vegeta in his three-headed great ape form charged forward, joining Son Goku in attacking Frieza. Only Vegeta remained motionless in the air. Despite wielding the Kaioken and having a power level of 17 million, Vegeta seemed utterly lifeless, devoid of any will to resist. Boom. The three-headed great ape was struck by a shockwave, letting out a heart-rending roar. It crashed down hard, creating 3 massive craters in the ground. Ha ha, you damn Saiyan monkeys, let's see how you die. Frieza was overjoyed. With a casual wave of his hand, Son Goku was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Once he obtained the Dragon Balls, the entire universe would be his. Damn it. Bardock, watching from afar as his son was mercilessly beaten, his eyes nearly bursting from the strain. Vegeta, you're a Saiyan prince. Will you just stand there and watch? If his power weren't so negligible, if charging in would only hinder them, Bardock would have already gone to help. Above the eldest Elder's village. Oh, Vegeta isn't backing down anymore. Whis found it quite amusing to see Vegeta make his move again. But even if you join the fight, Vegeta, it won't help. Far in the distance, the 3 giant apes rose from the ground, once more joining Son Wukong and Vegeta in their assault on Frieza. Just as Whis had said, the Saiyans had no hope of victory in this battle. Frieza had unlocked his final form, and a combat power of 60 million was simply absurd. With mere casual movements, he sent Son Wukong and the others bloodied. Frieza seemed to be toying with them, holding back his full power. This was a hopeless battle from the start, unless Kakarot transforms into a Super Saiyan. Whis shook his head. Ha ha, I've had enough of this game. Die. Frieza's manic laughter echoed as he soared into the sky, vanishing in a flash of purple light that split the heavens. The 3 giant apes and 2 warriors below trembled violently. Boom. Beerus and Theodore exploded instantly. A massive hole tore through the giant ape form of King Vegeta. Uff. King Vegeta spat blood profusely, plummeting from the sky. F.A. Father. Vegeta's abdomen was drenched in blood, his internal organs shattered. So powerful. I can't match him at all. Son Wukong wasn't faring much better. Every bone and sinew in his body was broken. Then Son Wukong and Vegeta fell from the sky as well. Kakarot. From afar, Bardock flew over, catching King Vegeta first, then Son Wukong and Vegeta. Oh. Frieza laughed uproariously. I forgot about some survivors. Then you all die too. Frieza looked toward Bardock and the 1,500 Saiyans in the distance. He raised his hand, condensing an energy sphere 2 meters in diameter. With a tremendous throw, the entire sky was shrouded in purple light. The group of Saiyans King Vegeta had brought were completely immobilized by the overwhelming pressure. This was genocide. Bardock couldn't care less anymore. He was the only one left with fighting capability. After setting down Son Wukong and Vegeta, he looked toward the artificial moon in the sky. Roar. One of the mad giant apes rampaged everywhere, firing laser beams that accidentally detonated Frieza's energy sphere midair. The laser beams occasionally grazed where Frieza had been. You Scion monkeys are disgusting. Frisia dodged the laser fire and flew toward Bardak in his giant ape transformation. Above the eldest elder's village. How could this happen? Lewis gazed into the distance, his expression growing grave. According to the anime plot, Sun Wukong was supposed to transform into a Super Saiyan during this trip to Namek. But now the Scions King Vegeta had brought, including Sun Wukong, were on the verge of death. Is there no chance? If Lewis didn't act now, the entire Scion race would be wiped out. But what he saw in the distance made him pause. He watched as Frisia flew toward Bardak. Ha ha, Frisia, you're courting death. Lewis laughed heartily. He had thought Sun Wukong had no chance to transform, especially since he hadn't brought the bald cling. But Frisia's actions were undeniably digging his own grave. Lewis glanced at Sun Wukong on the ground below, watching him stuff a Senzu bean into his mouth. Then he turned his attention to the sight of Bardak being mercilessly beaten by Frisia. If Bardak died, here would Sun Wukong go berserk. Indeed, Frisia began his brutal slaughter of Bardak. He broke Bardak's limbs while he was in giant ape form, then shoved an energy sphere into his mouth. Boom. Bardak's entire head was blown apart. The iconic scene is about to happen. No. A tremendous power erupted from Sun Wukong, recovering from the brink of death. His power surpassed 5 million in combat strength. When Sun Wukong witnessed his father killed by Frisia, fury consumed his entire mind. The raging factors within his body went wild, his back burning. Father, Frisia. Hey, you killed my father. I'm going to kill you. Lightning flashed across the sky and gravel from the ground rose uncontrollably around Sun Wukong. The aura and hair on Sun Wukong's body flickered, one golden, one black. The flickering frequency accelerated continuously. What's going on? Frisia, having killed Bardak, was startled by this overwhelming presence. You're not dead, oi. Frisia was dumbfounded witnessing the power erupting from Sun Wukong. He had clearly beaten Sun Wukong to the brink of death. Why had this guy come back to life? Super Saiyan. Vegeta, lying near death on the ground, saw Sun Wukong's appearance and uttered weakly, Kakarado, you must kill Frisia. With those words, Vegeta drew his last breath. Beside him lay King Vegeta, who had reverted to human form, but he was also lifeless. Vegeta. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, veins bulging. The golden aura ceased its flickering. Whoosh. Sun Wukong's golden hair stabilized. Super Saiyan. Frisia, I'm going to kill you. Boom. A golden flash streaked past, hitting Frisia in the abdomen. He spurted a mouthful of blood and was sent flying thousands of meters away. Impossible. What state is this? Super Saiyan. How can he be a Super Saiyan? Above the eldest elder's village, Lewis's body trembled uncontrollably as he witnessed this iconic scene. This was too electrifying. Since Sun Wukong had successfully transformed, there was no doubt that Frisia was doomed. Lewis disappeared in an instant, finally leaving the eldest elder's village. On the other side, far from where Sun Wukong and Frisia were battling, Raditz knelt on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. My father is dead. Frisia, I'll kill you. Raditz rose to his feet and flew into the sky. Raditz, wait for me. Vegeta has been killed too. I'm going to avenge him. Nappa charged forward. I'm going to avenge our leader too. I'm going to. The 1,500 Scions on the ground seethed with hatred. They cursed their own weakness. They raged at themselves for letting King Vegeta and Bardak face Frisia alone while they hid in the rear. The Scions prepared to take to the sky and charge at Frisia. Suddenly, all right, stop it. Lewis appeared in midair, halting their advance. Who are you? Gisi stepped forward. He was the strongest fighter among the Scions present, with a combat power of 9000. With King Vegeta, Bardak, and B-Bear absent, Gisi was the highest commander here. Lewis, how did you come to Namek? Among the crowd, Raditz and Nappa stepped forward, overjoyed. Lewis, Vegeta was killed by Frisia. You must avenge him. Nappa saw Lewis's arrival and quickly pleaded his case. Others may not have known Lewis's identity, but Raditz and Nappa had always been by Vegeta's side and knew long ago that Lewis was the candidate for the position of Destroyer God. The candidate for Destroyer God was the disciple of the universe's strongest being. With him here, Frisia was as good as dead. Hearing Lewis's name, Gisi suddenly remembered something. Lewis was a high-ranking warrior of the Scion race, but he died over a decade ago while on a mission. Lewis paused, surprised. I'm not dead, he said with a helpless smile. Now listen to me. Leave Namek first. Listen to you. Who do you think you are? Gisi said coldly. Before he could finish, Lewis condensed the destruction energy sphere, holding it right before Gisi's eyes. Bardak's son Kakarado has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Kakarado is currently fighting Frisia, and Namek will explode soon. I'll take you all away from Namek now. Raditz hurriedly asked. Lewis, is Kakarado really transformed into a Super Saiyan? Lewis nodded. Yes, Frisia is as good as dead. As for Bardak and the others, they can still be revived using the Dragon Balls, so don't worry. Lewis looked at Gisi again. Do you still have objections? No objections. Gisi swallowed hard. He felt that if hit by that purple energy, he'd be reduced to nothing. Upon hearing that Kakarado had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and was battling Frisia, the other Scions erupted in cheers. They had come to Namek specifically to prevent Frieza from obtaining the Dragon Balls. As long as they defeated Frieza, the Dragon Balls would be theirs to use, meaning King Vegeta and the others could truly be revived. The Saiyans were saved. Hold hands. The explosion of Namek is imminent. Quickly, I'll take you all away from here. Soon Whis used instant transmission to bring all the Saiyans back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters in one go. Then he returned to Namek once more. At this moment the scene on Namek was extremely terrifying. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Gale winds raged. Mountains and rivers shattered. Magma erupted. Various planetary-scale catastrophes unfolded on Namek, making it resemble a hell on Earth. A sight that instilled fear in all who witnessed it. Bang, bang, bang. Two figures streaked across the sky, their collision generating violent whirlwinds that compressed the void into a vacuum zone. Countless air currents surged inward, and a hurricane spanning 1,000 meters in diameter abruptly emerged. Fu Lixia died. Sun Wukong, as if moving faster than light, appeared before Fu Lixia in the next instant and delivered a fierce kick. The void seemed about to explode. Fu Lixia's abdomen was struck, doubling him over as mouthfuls of blood gushed from his mouth. The immense force sent Fu Lixia hurtling into the sky. Fu Lixia returned my father's life. Sun Wukong, his entire body shimmering with golden flashes, swept across the void like a streak of gold and appeared above. Clenching his hands together into a giant hammer, he slammed down fiercely onto the flung-up Fu Lixia. Boom! The force of a thunderbolt transmitted through Sun Wukong's hands, penetrating into Fu Lixia's back. Fu Lixia vomited blood again and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Fu Lixia plummeted straight toward the ground, smashing a crater 100 meters in diameter. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's power skyrocketed to 250 million battle power. 250 million battle power against 60 million. No contest. Fu Lixia was utterly outmatched, receiving a relentless beating. Sun Wukong's brutal fight against Fu Lixia continued while on Liu Yixi's side, he returned to the Grand Elder's village. The entire village was enveloped in a purple glow that neutralized any shockwaves from the battle outside. However, as the battle between Sun Wukong and Fu Lixia progressed, Namek's condition worsened. The ground in the village where the Grand Elder resided had already cracked open. Deputy God of Destruction, Nei Lu, came before Liu Yixi and asked urgently, "Our Namek is about to explode. What should we do now? I'm sorry. I originally promised to help you through this crisis. If I had intervened, I could have indeed prevented Namek from falling into its current situation. But due to some reasons, I'm truly sorry." Liu Yixi said with a face full of guilt. "Prepare to summon the dragon." Nei Lu glanced at Liu Yixi, clenched his fist, and was very angry. Nei Lu, obey the Deputy God of Destruction's orders, came the Grand Elder's voice from within the house. Yes. Nei Lu gritted his teeth, having no choice but to follow Liu Yixi's instructions. The Dragon Balls were placed on the ground. Nei Lu prepared to summon the dragon. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged toward them. It was Fu Lixia's power. Liu Yixi could clearly sense that Fu Lixia had unleashed his full power, namely 120 million battle power. However, after unleashing this power, Fu Lixia quickly weakened again. Obviously, 120 million battle power was no match for 250 million. In fact, if Fu Lixia had used his full power from the start, he might have had a chance. Because Sun Wukong had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and couldn't fully control his power. What a pity. Fu Lixia was too arrogant, thinking that the Super Saiyan was only formidable in name. By the time Sun Wukong became familiar with his power, Fu Lixia truly had no chance left. Boom. Namek trembled more violently, as if it would explode in the next second. Liu Yixi regretted a bit. If only he had brought Wei Si along, then he wouldn't need to use others' Dragon Balls. It wouldn't have been so shameful. Summon the dragon. Liu Yixi looked at Nei Lu. Nei Lu nodded and, facing the Dragon Balls on the ground, uttered. A golden beam shot into the sky, and Bo Luanjia coiled in midair. "Greetings, Deputy God of Destruction." Bo Luanjia respectfully greeted. Liu Yixi nodded and hurriedly told Nei Lu to make a wish, restore Namek to how it was a day ago. Time was pressing. Namek trembled more and more violently. In Liu Yixi's perception, the treacherous Fu Lixia, just like in the anime, had used the planet destruction sphere. In another 5 minutes, Namek would definitely explode. Nei Lu said it once in the Namek language. This wish is simple. In the sky, Bo Luanjia's eyes glowed, and then Namek began to change. Magma returned to the planet's core. Shattered mountains and rivers reformed. The gale vanished. The thunder calmed. Namek returned to its state from a day ago. Nei Lu, I'll go deal with Fu Lixia first. There are still 2 wishes left for me to make when I return. Liu Yixi vanished in an instant, leaving only Nei Lu and the dumbfounded Bo Luanjia in the sky. Huff huff. In midair, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and stared at the changes on Namek, stunned. Wasn't Namek hit by Fu Lixia's planet destruction sphere and supposed to explode in 5 minutes? How could this be? Sun Wukong, why is this happening? On the ground, Fu Lixia, his tail severed, bruised, and battered, lay dying. Sun Wukong naturally understood what Fu Lixia meant. but he also didn't know why Namike Xing had recovered. He was about to kill Fu Lisha at that moment. With a whoosh, Lu Yixi teleported and appeared before Fu Lisha. In the sky, Sun Wukong recognized Lu Yixi. Lu Yixi, why are you here? Sun Wukong descended from the sky and came before Lu Yixi. Lu Yixi turned his head, looking at the protagonist of Dragon Balls. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Super Saiyan state. Battle power of 250 million. I've been here all along just to see you transform into a Super Saiyan. You've been here all along. Sun Wukong grabbed his shoulder, furious. Since you were here, why didn't you act? With your power, you should have easily killed Fu Lisha. Lu Yixi's power and identity he had long learned from Vegeta. In the universe, there were very few who could be a match for Lu Yixi. I'll explain later. Lu Yixi pointed at Fu Lisha, who was on the verge of death on the ground. Ka Luote, are you letting this guy go? Sun Wukong looked at Fu Lisha, gnashing his teeth. No, I won't let him go. He killed my father and also killed Vegeta. I must see him dead. Lu Yixi was taken aback. He actually had murderous intent toward Fu Lisha. In the anime, didn't Sun Wukong give Fu Lisha a breath of life at the last moment? It seems the butterfly effect had taken hold. Let me kill him. Lu Yixi waved his hand, raised it, and condensed a sphere of destruction energy. The heavens and earth trembled. Fu Lisha on the ground kept vomiting blood, and upon seeing Lu Yixi, the deputy god of destruction, he could not utter a word. But it was obvious that Fu Lisha was filled with hatred toward Lu Yixi. If looks could kill, Lu Yixi would have died countless times by Fu Lisha's glare. Lu Yixi raised his hand, the destruction energy in his hand not released, pausing for a moment. Forget it. Lu Yixi shook his head, dispelled the destruction energy, and instead used a ki blast to reduce Fu Lisha to ashes. Although Fu Lisha was despicable, he might be useful later, just like in the Tournament of Power from the anime. That was why Lu Yixi did not destroy him. After Fu Lisha was killed, Sun Wukong's mood was very low. Lu Yixi, if you had acted, my father and Vegeta wouldn't have died. Lu Yixi turned to look at Sun Wukong and smiled. Can't the dead be revived? Have you forgotten about the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up and he grabbed Lu Yixi, shaking him back and forth. I almost forgot. That's great. Now my father and Vegeta can be revived. Come, I have already summoned the Dragon God. Follow me. Whis used instant transmission to take Sun Wukong away from here. They quickly returned to the village of the Elder. A green western dragon circled overhead, looking strange, its entire body drenched in cold sweat, as if straining with great difficulty. Are there any more wishes? Speak quickly, or I won't be able to hold on. With a flash, Whis appeared here with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was startled to see the dragon in the sky. This is the Namek dragon Belunga. It can resurrect your father. Rest assured. Whis turned around and said, Belunga, restore Bardock to life. Seeing Whis return, Nail quickly conveyed the wish in the Namekian language. In the sky, Belunga's body grew increasingly transparent. Honorable candidate, destruction god, I apologize, but because Bardock's body has been completely destroyed, this wish cannot be granted. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's face turned pale. Whis, this is bad. When I fought Frieza, lava erupted from the ground and swallowed both my father and Vegeta. Could they truly be beyond resurrection? Is that so? Whis furrowed his brow and said, Belunga, restore the bodies of all the Saiyans killed by Frieza on Namek. Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then grabbed Whis's shoulders, shaking him excitedly and laughing loudly. Whis, you're brilliant. Since the Namek dragon said that without a body the dead cannot be resurrected, does that mean they can first restore their bodies and then grant the resurrection wish? Honorable candidate, destruction god, your wish has been granted. As Belunga finished speaking, 5 corpses appeared on the ground: Bardock, Vegeta, King Vegeta, BB, and Theodore. Whis, their bodies have been restored. Sun Wukong was overjoyed. Suddenly, hold on a moment. Whis suddenly felt a terrible premonition, sensing something approaching, his pupils contracting sharply. He rose into the air and shouted toward Nail. Nail, make a wish to transfer all the people on Namek, including these 5 bodies, to Earth. Quickly. Whis roared it out, his voice filled with urgency. Nail was startled. He had no idea what was happening, but he obeyed anyway. But before Nail could finish uttering the wish, a destructive energy sphere 1,000 meters in diameter suddenly appeared in the sky. This wave of destruction resembled a purple sun plummeting from the heavens. Boom. The void itself shattered, crumbling into fragments of space that rained down, while the rifts in the void swiftly healed themselves. If this destructive energy had struck Namek, the entire star region within 1,000,000 li would have collapsed. Whis himself could flee and take Sun Wukong and Nail with him, but the Namekians would surely perish. Whis already felt guilty toward the Namekians, and the last thing he wanted was to watch their home die before his eyes. There was no way he would allow that. Damn it, Quitella, you will pay for this. If his senses were correct, this was Quitella's doing. A golden aura erupted from Whis's body, and his hair instantly turned gold. Super Saiyan. In the next moment, he used instant transmission to appear beneath the descending destructive energy sphere. He held it aloft. Bang! The destructive pressure radiating from the energy sphere crushed the surrounding airspace into a vacuum zone. Immunity. All negative effects applied to Whis were instantaneously cleared by immunity. Whis suffered no harm, But with his current power, he was utterly unable to withstand the downward force of the destructive energy sphere. Pressed upon by its weight, his body began to plummet rapidly toward Namek's surface. Friction with the air ignited flames around Lewis's body, and his descent speed accelerated even further. Just as he was about to make contact with the ground, Belunga's body instantly vanished. At that moment, all the Namekians on the planet, including the 5 corpses on the ground, disappeared as well. The destructive energy sphere struck Namek, causing the star region within tens of millions of li to collapse, instantly forming a colossal void black hole. Beyond the destroyed star region, Honorable Lord Quitella, aren't you afraid Lord Beerus will hold this against you? The angel Cornic hovered in the dark starry sky, staff in hand, gazing at Quitella beside him. Quitella looked at the void black hole and said coldly, "What does it matter if Beerus knows? The Omni King's decree states that destruction gods may not clash with one another. Beerus would dare not fight me, or the Omni King would certainly erase him. Besides, I have already crossed paths with that youngster. I cannot possibly let go of a genius with such extraordinary talent. If I do, he will surely come seeking revenge upon me in the future." The image of Lewis sparring with the candidate destruction god left a deep impression on him. At merely around 20 years old, he had already broken through to the divine realm. He had also comprehended destructive energy and achieved an angel-level state of free mastery. Quitella turned to look at Cornic. "Didn't you ask Vesh about that youngster?" Cornic narrowed his eyes and said, "Vesh said this is Lewis's innate talent, a skill that allows him to ignore all forms of damage." "Ignore all damage?" Quitella chuckled. "Then tell me, do you think that youngster Lewis could escape from the destructive energy I just unleashed?" Cornic fell silent. He believed Lewis could indeed escape, but feared that voicing this would displease Quitella. He still remembered clearly what his elder sister had said upon leaving the 7th universe, that youngster Lewis is very special. I cannot fathom him. And that sacred aura that swept through the Omni King's universe along with that mysterious earth. After speaking those words, his elder sister had gone to the Omni King's palace to question her father, and all the other angels had accompanied her. Only Cornic had been unable to join them, for Quitella required him to remain concealed within the 7th universe to destroy its hope. "Let us depart quickly, or Beerus will arrive," Quitella said in a calm tone. "Yes." Cornic waved his staff and departed with Quitella. The very next moment, 2 figures appeared in that location. "Quitella, you bold fool." Beerus erupted in fury, his overwhelming pressure causing the entire northern galaxy to tremble. "Vesh, restore this area." "Yes." Vesh waved his staff, and the surrounding void black hole instantly reformed. The destroyed Namek was restored to its former state. "Vesh, take me to the 4th universe." The 2 vanished. On Earth in the eastern plains, Lewis' son Goku and all the Namekians were transported here. The elder sat on the ground, gazing around at the unfamiliar surroundings with a bewildered expression. "Honorable substitute destroyer god, what has happened?" Son Goku swallowed hard. "What was that attack just now? It was terrifying." Nizu wiped the sweat from his face. "That really scared me to death." The other Namekians who had been transferred here were still shaken with lingering fear. "Elder, I am sorry. I have brought this disaster upon you all," Lewis said through gritted teeth. He had broken through to the divine realm and could long ago sense the presence of deities. That destruction energy sphere had been launched by Quitella. Damn it. No wonder Beerus hated that damn rat so much. He was truly despicable. "Wait here. I will go find someone to restore your Namek and then bring you back." Anything struck by destruction energy could not be restored by an ordinary dragon star. Only the super dragon, or barring angels the power of time rewind, could accomplish such a feat. With less than 2 minutes remaining, Lewis vanished in a flash. Soon he found Whis, who had just returned from the 4th universe. Lewis asked Whis to help restore Namek, but Whis said it had already been restored. Lewis returned to where the elder was waiting. Nizu hurriedly asked, "Honorable substitute destroyer god, how did it go?" "Your Namek has been restored," Lewis replied with a smile, looking at the elder. "Elder, I shall take you all back now. Thank you for your trouble, honorable substitute destroyer god." The elder and the Namekians joined hands, and Lewis used instant transmission to bring everyone back to Namek. At a glance, Namek had suffered not the slightest damage. The Namekians who had returned stood dumbfounded. Had this substitute destroyer god used the Dragon Balls again? "Elder, as a token of my apology, please accept this gift from me." Lewis reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 capsule units, opening one of them. Boom. A 200 cubic meter warehouse appeared on the ground, filled entirely with grayish-green fruits. The elder asked in confusion, "Honorable substitute destroyer god, what are these?" "These fruits are called spirit fruit, meant for gods to consume. They can extend one's lifespan." In truth, spirit fruit could not only extend life, but also cause one's power to surge dramatically. However, the power increase was limited. Compared to the extended lifespan, this gain in strength was negligible. Lewis said with deep regret, "I failed to fulfill my promise to you before. Consider this my compensation." Spirit fruit was consumed only by deities. It grew in the realm where gods dwelled, and the god of destruction realm was full of them. Lewis had been eating them since childhood. This cannot be accepted. The elder looked slightly alarmed. "Honorable substitute destroyer god, please take this back. This is inappropriate." Lewis stated calmly, "Very well. What I have given away, I do not take back. In the original anime, the Elder passed away after the explosion of Namek, his lifespan having been exhausted. The Elder was kind and amiable, and Lewis owed him a great debt. He could not turn a blind eye. Besides, for Lewis, these spirit fruit truly meant nothing. Niza makes sure the Elder consumes these spirit fruit. After finishing all the fruit in this warehouse, it should add several hundred years to his lifespan. Huh. Niza was taken aback, then overjoyed. The other Namekians were equally excited. The Elder was their father, and he was already advanced in years. In fact, he could pass away at any moment. In reality, they possessed the Dragon Balls, and with a wish they could restore the Elder's youth. But this went against the natural order. The Elder would never allow such a thing. If consuming these fruits could extend his lifespan, it would be different from making a wish with the Dragon Balls, and the Elder would surely accept it. Lewis handed the remaining 2 capsule units to Nizu, then departed from Namek. Earth behind Tai's house. Bulma stared at Vegeta's lifeless body, lying on the ground, overwhelmed with grief. Woo-woo. Vegeta, how could you die? Bulma grabbed son Goku by the collar. Goku, who killed Vegeta? Why didn't you protect him? Bulma, I'm sorry, Goku said through gritted teeth. It was my failure to protect him. But rest assured, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive Vegeta and my father. Yes. We still have the Dragon Balls. Bulma suddenly remembered the Dragon Balls. She was about to fetch the Dragon Radar when zoom. Lewis suddenly appeared. Tai hurried over, patting Lewis up and down, and upon finding him unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Where have you been for the past month? You scare me to death. Don't worry. You know my constitution, don't you? Lewis pulled Tai into his embrace, feeling the warmth of her body and the rhythm of her heartbeat. He hadn't seen Tai for a month, and he had missed her terribly. Just then, brother-in-law, you must avenge Vegeta for me. Bulma walked over. Lewis released Tai and said soothingly, rest assured, Vegeta will be fine. Moreover, the one who killed him has already been dealt with by me. Lewis glanced at Whis, who was lounging on a beach chair. Whis, help me revive these 5 people. It will save me the trouble of searching for the Dragon Balls. Whis can do this. Bulma was startled. Even Tai looked puzzled. She knew Whis was knowledgeable and powerful, but could he truly revive the dead? You young man always burden me with everything. Whis rose from the beach chair and waved his staff. A holy light swept across the 5 corpses on the ground. Suddenly, where am I? Where is Frieza? The 5 corpses slowly opened their eyes. Bulma wept with joy and embraced Vegeta, who was lying on the ground. Vegeta, Son Goku, and Tai stood dumbfounded nearby. They really didn't need to summon the Dragon Star to revive someone. Lewis smiled faintly. Reviving those with corpses was nothing compared to what Whis had done. In the anime, during the Tournament of Power, Whis had directly revived Frieza in his soul form. Lewis, after you finish your affairs here, return to the God of Destruction realm. After Whis finished speaking, he vanished. Lewis noticed Whis's disappearance, but did not see Beerus. Where was Beerus? Had he returned to the God of Destruction realm? Bulma. On the ground, Vegeta woke up somewhat dazed, looking at Bulma, who was clinging to him. Aren't I dead? Your brother-in-law had Whis revive you. Bulma lay on top of him, her eyes red from crying. Just then, hiss. Bardock, King Vegeta, Bibibite, and Theodore beside them also woke up. We're not dead. Wait, I remember being shattered by Frieza along with Bibibite. Suddenly, King Vegeta spotted Lewis, and his pupils contracted sharply. Lewis, did you save us? King Vegeta shook his head. No, you said you wouldn't intervene in Saiyan affairs. How could you be the one to save us? King Vegeta, who is he? Even now, Bardock, Bibibite, and the others found it hard to believe they had been revived. Who was this person before them? King Vegeta walked up to Lewis and stared at him without turning his head. Bardock, I told you before that the Saiyans actually had another powerhouse. But that powerhouse never intervened for us. Yes, you did mention that. Bardock looked at King Vegeta's back, nodded, and then his body trembled. Could this person before him be that very powerhouse? Wait, he had a tail. He truly was a Saiyan. Bibibite and Theodore spoke up. King Vegeta, is this the powerhouse you were talking about? Why have we never seen him before? Vegeta said, you have seen him. Have you forgotten that over a decade ago there was a high-class warrior among our Saiyan clan named Lewis? Bibibite and the other 2 suddenly understood. Indeed, there had been a high-class warrior named Lewis. However, King Vegeta had said that Lewis had died while on a mission. Actually, he didn't die. He had left planet Vegeta long ago. He was taken as a disciple by the most powerful deity in the universe. Now that he has appeared here, it is very possible that he is the one who saved us. Hearing this, Bardock, Theodore, and Bibibite all drew in a sharp breath. Taken as a disciple by the most powerful deity in the universe. If he held such status, why had he not come to help them Saiyans? Tai, Bulma, and Son Goku also learned for the first time about Lewis's past experiences. Hearing this, Vegeta's expression turned strange. Luis hadn't abandoned the Saiyans after all. Hadn't he asked Dr. Briefs to build a gravity chamber for Sun Wukong? And hadn't he taken him and Sun Wukong to the North Kai to learn the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb? Luis stood before the crowd, silent under their gaze. His expression was calm. I know you have many doubts. Then let me tell you why I didn't intervene with the Saiyans. Frieza is Lord Beerus's representative. During Lord Beerus's slumber, Frieza destroys planets. But because of your existence, the Frisia force grows more arrogant, its influence spreads faster, and more planets are destroyed. Whether the planets are qualified or not, you destroy them all. This has caused a massive disruption to the stability of the universe. As a result, you angered Lord Beerus long ago. It was only out of respect for me that Lord Beerus refrained from destroying you. As for the reason, I didn't intervene. Whis paused, then said, I am the candidate god of destruction. His voice was calm, but it struck them like thunder. Indeed, Beerus had already intended to exterminate the Saiyans, and it was only because of Whis that they were spared. A candidate god of destruction is the successor to the god of destruction. The will of the god of destruction must be obeyed by the candidate. Naturally, Whis could no longer intervene with the Saiyans. Moreover, deities are unfeeling. Whis certainly could not interfere excessively in the development of the mortal world. Now that they had been revived, it must have been Whis' assistance. By intervening in mortal affairs, he would surely incur Lord Beerus' wrath. King Vegeta was filled with shame. He had wronged Whis. Bardock and the others had initially been furious upon learning that Whis, a Saiyan of great power, had abandoned his own people. But now, after hearing the explanation, their ears burned with shame. It wasn't that he had abandoned the Saiyans, but that he had to uphold the duties of a deity. Whis was utterly oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds. If he had known, he would have laughed. What he had just said was true, but more than that, he simply hadn't wanted to bother with them. However, that was the past. The Saiyans were different now. Whis said, all right, since you've all been revived, I need to return to the realm of the gods of destruction first. When Whis had left, Whis hadn't seen Beerus. He speculated that Beerus might have gone to the fourth universe. He needed to hurry back and check. King Vegeta urgently asked, Whis, what about the rest of our Saiyans? Ask Kakarot about that. With that, Whis vanished along with Tights. Everyone turned to Sun Wukong. He recounted everything that had happened on Namek. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. The Saiyans had been sent back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Frisia had been killed by Whis. They had been revived by Whis. After hearing it, all the Saiyans swallowed hard. A Super Saiyan. Kakarot, you're telling the truth. You really transformed into a Super Saiyan. Their excitement was understandable. The Super Saiyan was a legend among the Saiyans. It was precisely because he feared the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan that Frisia had attacked the Saiyans. Now, hearing this news, no Saiyan could remain calm. Moreover, if it was true, did that mean they too could become Super Saiyans? Their faces pressed close to his, and Sun Wukong, feeling uncomfortable, stepped back. Sun Wukong scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Whis said that state is called Super Saiyan. I'm not sure if it is. Seeing his silly expression, they were speechless. Vegeta shouted, Kakarot, transform. Let us see. Hurry. He remembered catching a glimpse of a golden-haired figure just before his death. Bardock, barely containing his excitement, said, Yes, yes. Kakarot, transform, and let us see. Unlike the others, Bardock was 80% convinced. He had always had a premonition that his second son would become a Super Saiyan. All right, give me some space. I'll try. Sun Wukong moved aside, and King Vegeta and the others quickly cleared the way. Bulma was also curious about this so-called Super Saiyan. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Sun Wukong. But after a while, nothing changed. Kakarot, what's wrong? I can't seem to transform. Sun Wukong looked at them in confusion. Vegeta said, Didn't you transform before? Why can't you now? Bardock said, Maybe you're too nervous. Try again. King Vegeta and Beerus nodded, urging him to try once more. All right, I'll try again. Sun Wukong attempted once more. After a moment, still nothing. Even he was stunned. On Namek, seeing his father killed, he had been consumed by rage and successfully transformed. Why couldn't he do it now? King Vegeta frowned. Kakarot, you're not lying to us, are you? Beerus and Theodore looked at him with suspicion. Sun Wukong frowned. I'm not lying. I even defeated Frisia. Bardock found it hard to believe. You defeated Frisia? Yes, but in the end it was Whis who killed him. Don't you believe me? Sun Wukong grew anxious. Everyone seemed to doubt him. But when he had transformed, they were all dead. Now he couldn't transform, and Whis had left in such a hurry. He simply couldn't explain. Just then Vegeta stepped forward and said seriously, Kakarot, I believe you. He paused. I saw a golden figure before I died. I couldn't have been mistaken. Upon hearing this, the others were stunned, then leaped with joy. This is incredible. Bardock and King Vegeta embraced, their faces alight with excitement. The Saiyan legend was real. That meant they would surely be able to transform in the future. In the realm of the gods of destruction, two figures appeared by the lake with a swish. Tights hopped off Whis and asked, puzzled, Whis, why did you come back here? I'm looking for Lord Beerus. Whis walked toward the destruction palace, but found it empty. Had he really gone to the fourth universe to confront Quitella? Whis? Whis shouted upward. His voice echoed through the palace. When it faded, there was no response from Whis. Lord Beerus, please don't do anything reckless. Whis' face showed urgency. Now he was sure Beerus had taken Whis to the fourth universe. Quitella had ambushed him, and Beerus surely wanted to avenge him. But the Omni King had decreed that gods of destruction could not fight each other. If Beerus clashed with Quitella, it would be a grave offense. No, I have to stop him. Whis paced anxiously inside the palace. Beerus always seemed impatient with him, but Whis knew that Beerus truly cared about him. His willingness to stand up for him touched Whis deeply. Luis, what's wrong? I'm thinking about how to get to the fourth universe. Leaving the seventh universe and reaching the fourth was no simple matter. There were barriers between the universes almost impossible for mortals to break. Although Luis's cultivation had reached the divine level, his power had yet to attain the realm of the gods. Breaking through the universal barrier was truly difficult. Other universes, having lived in the realm of the gods of destruction for so long, Tides was well aware of the cosmic structure. So the world consisted of not just one universe, but as many as 11. Luis, why don't you ask the Elder Kai? Tights remembered Luis telling her that there was an ancient Kaioshin in the seventh universe, and that the Elder Kai must know many things. Perhaps the Elder Kai knew how to leave the seventh universe. That's right. Overjoyed, Luis lifted Tights and kissed her rosy lips fervently. Tights, wait for me here. I'll go to the realm of the Kaioshin and be back soon. Luis set her down and vanished. Hurry back. Tights shouted into the air, then walked out of the palace with a sigh. She didn't know what was happening, but from Luis's anxious expression, it was something urgent. She hoped he would succeed in resolving it. The realm of the Supreme Kais. Verdant lawns stretched beneath towering trees. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. Beneath the great tree, 3 figures sat in quiet conversation. Shin, do you understand the duties of a Supreme Kai? Ancestor, I do. Then are you still afraid of Majin Buu? No longer. Shin looked at the old Kai and chuckled softly. So there was also a god of destruction in the cosmos. From this day forward, he would never need to fear Majin Buu again. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh beside them, a figure appeared. Upon seeing this person, Jaibite beside Shin shrank back in fear, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Luis naturally spotted Jaibite, but he had no time to deal with him now. Old Kai, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Luis, why have you come? The old Kai was taken aback. Luis briefly recounted the earlier sparring incident, and then revealed that Beerus had departed for the fourth universe. What? Kuwait Allah ambushed you. Rage surged through the old Kai. Shin was startled by the old Kai's thunderous voice, but upon hearing that Luis had been ambushed, he could not help but worry. Luis, are you injured? I am unharmed. Luis looked at the old Kai and urgently asked, Old Kai, how can I reach the fourth universe? If we do not stop Lord Beerus, something terrible may occur. Do not worry. That ribcage fellow knows the consequences of crossing a god of destruction. He is not so foolish. The old Kai gritted his teeth. That rotten rat has gone too far. Beerus did splendidly this time. Old Kai, you may continue scolding him later. Luis said with a bitter smile. Do you have a way for me to leave the seventh universe? Both the old Kai and Beerus cared for him so deeply, and Luis was truly moved. For the first time, he felt a sense of belonging to the seventh universe. There are 2 ways to leave the seventh universe. The old Kai had calmed somewhat. The first is to use overwhelming power to shatter the cosmic barrier. However, achieving this requires the power of the divine realm. With your current strength, you are unlikely to succeed. The second method is to use the cosmic transit cube. The cosmic transit cube. Luis and Shin were momentarily stunned. Then realization dawned on Luis, and he said, You mean that transit cube in Whis's possession? The old Kai regarded Luis with a bewildered expression. I never expected Whis to have told you about this. Yes, that is indeed the transit cube. Luis clicked his tongue. In truth, Whis had never mentioned such a thing to him. He had merely recalled the anime from his past life, where Whis had used the cosmic transit cube to transport everyone to the tournament of power. Old Kai, Whis is not here, and we do not have a transit cube. Luis shook his head. The old Kai haughtily lifted his chin. Did I say I did not have one? You have one. Luis was overjoyed. How on earth do you possess a cosmic transit cube? Why do you care so much? I have it, and that is what matters. Do you want it or not? The old Kai's weathered face flushed red. The truth was that he had once petitioned Whis for the transit cube so he could visit other universes to seek companionship. Yes, I want it. Old Kai, please lend it to me at once. I shall retrieve it for you now. With a wave of his hand, the old Kai opened a dimensional rift from which a purple cube emerged floating toward them. Fortunately, your dimensional breakthrough has reached the divine tier. Channel your divine power into the transit cube, and it will achieve maximum velocity. The old Kai paused, then said, Never mind. I shall accompany you. That wretched rat had dared to ambush the candidate god of destruction of his universe. The mere thought ignited his fury. He intended to go as well. Though he could not match a god of destruction in battle, surely he could overpower the supreme Kai of that universe. If you are coming along as well, that is excellent. Luis had been worried about how he would breach the cosmic barrier to reach the fourth universe. With the old Kai accompanying him, his concerns vanished. Shin, remain here and guard the seventh universe. We shall return shortly. Understood. Shin nodded solemnly. Soon Luis and the old Kai boarded the cosmic transit cube and vanished from the realm of the supreme Kais. Inside the cube, Luis's mood was somewhat unsettled. The old Kai noticed his expression. Luis, do not worry excessively. That ribcage fellow is quite shrewd. He will not act recklessly. Luis nodded. He had been too hasty earlier and had forgotten Beerus's true nature. Beerus would certainly not fall for Koitiala's schemes so easily. Yet his unease stemmed from something else. He recalled the words he had spoken to Tyasai upon leaving the god of destruction's realm. He had promised to return soon. Now that he was journeying to another universe, he had no idea how long it would take. He hoped for a swift passage, for otherwise Taisai would surely be deeply worried. Preparing to cross the barrier. Stay alert. The old Kai's voice reached his ears. Lewis snapped back to attention and gazed ahead where a luminous membrane blocked their path. He amplified his divine power output. Whoosh. The cosmic transit cube became a streak of purple radiance and seamlessly pierced through the luminous barrier. They soon entered a pitch-black expanse. Looking forward, 11 colossal spheres floated before them. Lewis glanced behind and realized the 7th universe was likewise shaped like a sphere. The 3rd sphere on the left is the 4th universe. Simply head in that direction. Understood. Ding. Mission issued. Please check in at the 4th universe. Reward prototype of erasure. The cosmic transit cube suddenly halted. Lewis, what is wrong? Nothing. I am proceeding. The 4th universe. A ray of light pierced through the barrier. Ding. Sign in. Mission complete. Reward, erasure, prototype granted. Within the cube, Lewis's body shuddered as a rule capable of erasing all things began to sprout within him. The elderly Supreme Kai next to him collapsed in terror. Lewis was taken aback. Old Supreme Kai, what's wrong? His voice trembled as he spoke. Teach, that aura you just emitted. If his spiritual perception hadn't failed him, Lewis had just released a trace of that erasure power. Gulu. The old Supreme Kai swallowed hard. Erasure, power. That was a technique reserved for the Grand Minister and the Omni King alone. Why would this youth possess such ability? I'm not sure myself. Lewis had no satisfactory explanation and could only play dumb. The elderly Supreme Kai rose unsteadily to his feet, staring fixedly at Lewis, his expression growing increasingly strange. Erasure. Perfect self-attained state. This kid. No wonder Whis said he was unusual. There are certainly no lack of secrets about him. The old Supreme Kai suddenly recalled that divine aura Whis had mentioned years ago. He was certain it was connected to this young man before him. Lewis, you. The old Supreme Kai opened his mouth, but ultimately asked nothing. Seeing the old Kai remain silent, Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the old Supreme Kai hadn't pressed the matter. He couldn't have explained it anyway. Old Supreme Kai, let's go find Lord Beerus. Very well. Beerus should be in the God of Destruction's realm of the 4th universe. The old Supreme Kai looked up. Whis. Whoosh. A beam of holy light appeared within the cube. Whis arrived here slightly taken aback. Lewis, didn't I tell you to return to the God of Destruction's realm? What are you doing here? Lewis rolled his eyes. If I hadn't come, wouldn't Lord Beerus have been at odds with Quitella? The old Supreme Kai asked. Whis, that scrawny ribs fellow shouldn't have caused trouble, should he? Lewis held his breath, fearing the worst about Beerus and Quitella's confrontation. Whis shook his head and smiled. Although Lord Beerus usually acts arrogantly, you know his fear of death, well, old Supreme Kai. Hearing this, the old Supreme Kai recalled how Beerus, out of fear of dying, had sealed him away for tens of millions of years. His lips twitched slightly. Then what is Lord Beerus doing now, eh? Lewis was puzzled. Hadn't Beerus come to seek justice for him? Haha, you'll find out when we reach the 4th universe's God of Destruction realm. The Omni King's palace. All angels except Kampa and Whis had gathered here. The 10th universe's Angel Kess looked at the Grand Minister respectfully and said, Father, do you know about what's happening in the 7th universe? The Grand Minister looked at his children and smiled. What is it? The 6th universe's Angel Vados spoke. Over 10 years ago, an extraordinarily sacred aura appeared in the 7th universe. A few days ago, we visited the 7th universe to investigate this matter. As a result, we discovered the 7th universe's candidate destroyer is extremely special. In just over 10 years, he comprehended the rules of destruction. The 5th universe's Angel Kale continued. Aside from that, he also attained the perfect self-attained state. Most importantly, he can actually ignore any attack. These words caused all the angels present to hold their breath. The atmosphere grew extremely tense. The angels suspected Lewis's identity. No matter how exceptional a mortal's talent, achieving this was impossible. After all, among the angels present, which one could attain the perfect self-attained state in just over 10 years during their childhood? This was an impossibility. Every angel must endure numerous tribulations to achieve their true form. If we attribute it to exceptional talent, then attaining the perfect self-attained state might be acceptable. But that ignore cannot be explained by talent alone. So you're asking about that Lewis's identity? The Grand Minister chuckled. Kess pressed her brows. Father, that expression of yours. Do you know his identity? The other angels fixed their gaze intently on the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister clasped his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward, speaking with evident emotion. Actually, when that sacred aura appeared over 10 years ago, I investigated this matter myself. Indeed, that aura was emanated by the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. Hua! The angels erupted in astonishment, utterly shocked. That sacred aura had swept across the entire Omni King's universe back, then perceptible from every corner. That aura resembled the primordial energy of creation, pure and profound, resplendent and sacred. In the eyes of all the angels, only their father or the Omni King could unleash such power. Never expecting it to come from the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. That ignoring attacks you mentioned. I personally tested it myself. And the result? The angels swallowed hard, each clenching their fists' palms drenched in sweat. They wanted to know the answer, but deep down they already had one. The Grand Minister had personally attempted to test him over a decade ago. This meant their own universe's candidate destroyer was sent to spar with Lewis. This meant Lewis wasn't harmed in the slightest. In other words, Lewis withstood the Grand Minister's test. Don't you already have your answer? The Grand Minister chuckled. Yes, he withstood my test. He truly can ignore any attack. Boom. Their hearts shuddered. The angels were dumbfounded. Though they had prepared themselves, hearing the Grand Minister's confirmation still left them utterly stunned. Their father was the #1 figure below the Omni King. Father, then do you know his identity? Kes asked urgently. Right, could he be from the Dark Demon Realm? Kambili asked. That youth shows no dark aura. He cannot be from the Dark Demon Realm. Exactly. If he truly were from the Dark Demon Realm, Whis would have discovered it. He wouldn't have been accepted as a candidate destroyer. The angels spoke over one another. Enough. The Grand Minister waved his hand. Actually, I have some guesses. I also subtly tested the Omni King's opinion. The Grand Minister fell silent and said no more. But the Grand Minister's expression told the angels that their father had likely guessed Lewis's identity, and it was somehow connected to the Omni King. What? The angels exchanged glances, each seeing shock reflected in the other's eyes. However he behaves, none of you interfere. The Grand Minister looked at the angels with a grave expression. Have you understood my words? The angels' hearts tightened, and they quickly responded yes. Suddenly, a faint erasure aura came from the fourth universe. The other angels showed no particular reaction. But Kes's pupils contracted sharply. She turned to look toward the depths of the Omni King's palace, then glanced at her father. Father. Enough, don't interfere. At this moment, the Grand Minister looked toward the fourth universe, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The other angels looked completely bewildered. What was going on between their eldest sister and their father? In the fourth universe, the realm of the god of destruction. The environment was similar to that of the seventh universe's realm of the god of destruction. Lakes, forests, mountains. The land was also a uniform purple. You dead rat, did you not eat? Harder. By the lake, Beerus sat on a chair, legs crossed with a look of enjoyment on his face. Behind him, Katra gritted his teeth and pressed harder on Beerus's shoulders. Hiss! Beerus jumped up and cursed. Are you using that much force because you have a grudge against me, or what? Katra clenched his fists, his chest heaving with rage. You scrawny cat, if you have the guts, fight me. Fight! Beerus laughed heartily. Fighting is not something a refined man like me does. You? Katra gritted his teeth. Troy beside them dared not move or even breathe for fear that the slightest sound of his breath would draw the attention of the two great beings. At that moment, a streak of seven-colored light descended from the heavens. The Elder Kai hurried to Beerus's side, looking him up and down. Beerus, you haven't done anything reckless, have you? As the Elder Kai's gaze moved over him, Beerus felt extremely uncomfortable. Old man, if you keep looking at me like that, I swear I'll seal you away again. The Elder Kai immediately withdrew his gaze. However, he noticed that Beerus was in excellent condition with no signs of having fought. Lewis came before Beerus and said gratefully, Lord Beerus, thank you. Before he could finish, Beerus punched him in the chest. A loud bang echoed, shaking heaven and earth. Lewis was naturally unharmed, but Quitra's eyelids twitched violently. Good heavens, was this kid's body made of iron? A strike from the 5th level of the divine realm had no effect on him at all. Seeing this, Konnik swallowed hard, realizing that what Whis had said about immunity was indeed true. Alright, a grown man, why so sentimental? Ignoring Katra and the others, Beerus patted Lewis on the chest and said seriously, you are my successor. Without my permission, no one dares to touch you. Beerus knew why Lewis wore that expression, but wasn't it only natural for him to stand up for his disciple? If anyone dares to lay a hand on you, I'll make sure they regret it. As he spoke, Beerus shot a murderous glare at Katra. Beerus, are you done? I only ambushed your disciple once. I've done everything you asked me to do these past 2 days. What more do you want? Katra clenched his fists and roared. Lewis and the Elder Kai exchanged glances, stunned. What had Beerus done? Why was that dead rat so furious? A faint smile tugged at Whis's lips as he transmitted to the Elder Kai and Lewis what Beerus had done over the past 2 days. It turned out that when Beerus discovered Katra had ambushed Lewis, he was furious and couldn't help but charge straight to the fourth universe. But Beerus was always afraid of death. If he acted, the Omni King would surely not let him off. Wouldn't that play right into Quitra's hands? So Beerus was incredibly cunning. You came to my 7th universe to ambush my successor. Fine, I'll pay you back in kind. Beerus had Whis bring him to the 4th universe, and there he ambushed the 4th universe's candidate god of destruction, Troy. It was only because the angel Konnik arrived in time and used time reversal that Troy was restored. Otherwise, Troy would have died. Even after Troy recovered, Beerus did not stop. He lurked near the 4th universe's realm of the god of destruction. Whenever Troy dared to come out, Beerus would kill him again. And that wasn't the end. Beerus also occasionally went to destroy a star region in the 4th universe. He was certain that no matter how angry Katra got, he wouldn't dare fight him. If Katra couldn't hold back and actually fought him, even better. After all, if it came before the Omni King, Beerus would be in the right. You ambushed my disciple, so it's not too much for me to destroy your universe, is it? Thus within 2 days Beerus had completely paralyzed one of the galaxies in the fourth universe. After that his gaze shifted to another galaxy. Finally Katra couldn't take it anymore. Fighting Beerus was impossible since whoever struck first would die. Knowing he was in the wrong, Katra could only ask Beerus what he wanted to spare him. Having achieved his goal, Beerus proposed that Katra serve as his servant for 3 days. Katra felt immensely humiliated, but he had no choice or Beerus would keep targeting his universe. Thus the scene Lewis witnessed upon arriving at the fourth universe unfolded. Ha ha ha. Lewis couldn't help but burst out laughing. The Elder Kai also covered his mouth, but he didn't dare laugh as boldly as Lewis. This is too much. Quitra's ears burned. Lewis's laughter nailed him to the wall of shame. Since when did a candidate god of destruction have the right to mock him? Too much. Lewis's eyes sharpened. He stepped forward until he was face to face with Quitra, only 10 centimeters apart. Their eyes met, both seeing the murderous intent in the other. Are you jealous of my talent? Lewis taunted. What? Your universe doesn't have a genius like me, so you resort to ambush. Do you know who you're talking to? Quitra's face darkened. Everyone from the 7th universe was so detestable. Looking at the brat's smug face, he couldn't help but want to kill him. Who am I talking to? Hearing this, Beerus's entire body exuded an aura of destruction. As he stepped forward, the entire 4th universe trembled. Whis and Conic straightened up, ready to intervene. Indeed, the destruction caused by 2 gods of destruction fighting would be too catastrophic. Lord Beerus, let me handle this, Lewis said with a gentle wave of his hand. Beerus glanced at Lewis and finally dissipated the destructive aura. I know you want to kill me because if I die, the hope of the 7th universe's future is cut off. But, Lewis smirked devilishly. You can't kill me. I am immune to any harm in this world. Boom. The Elder Kai, Quitra, Conic, and Troy all trembled, their minds shaken violently. Though they had heard of it before, hearing the confirmation from Lewis's own mouth still shocked them. Someone truly could ignore any attack. I just learned a new technique. I want to try it on you. Lewis grinned at Quitra, a chillingly eerie smile. He raised his hand. Erasure. A hum resonated. A white radiance surged from Lewis's hand. Its unparalleled ferocity seemed capable of erasing all matter in existence. Aside from the 2 angels, everyone else collapsed to the ground in a dead faint. Their eyes bulged wide, jaws agape, faces drained of all color, their entire bodies trembling involuntarily. They looked as though they had seen a ghost. Terror, unease, panic, speechlessness. Vish and Conic wore equally exaggerated expressions, their eyes wide with shock, hearts hammering wildly. Erasure. That was a technique only the Grand Minister and the Omni King could wield. Why did Lewis know it? Quitella collapsed to the ground, a cold sweat trickling down his spine, his words shaking. Why you? How do you know the Omni King's technique? Quitella knew this erasure technique all too well. Long ago in the Omni King's universe, there had originally been 18 universes. Yet now only 12 remained. Those 6 missing universes had been erased by this very technique. The scene was familiar, the aura unmistakable. Upon seeing this, Quitella felt like a mouse before a cat. Fear, despair. No one could escape erasure. Vish gaped in astonishment. Lewis, when did you learn this technique? Vish knew Lewis possessed extraordinary talent, comprehending the destroyer god's destructive principles and the angelic state of perfect liberation within just over a decade. But erasure was no ordinary technique. No, erasure was never merely a technique. It was the convergence of all rules. Destruction, time, space, light, darkness. A principle embodying every law of existence. Only beings of the divine minister rank or higher were qualified to comprehend such a principle, and Lewis had actually reached this level. The old Kaioshin sat on the ground silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lewis. So he hadn't misread it before. The aura he sensed truly was the aura of erasure. Lewis didn't look at Vish. Instead, he looked down upon the collapsed Quitella with a cold sneer. Lord Quitella, do you even know who you're speaking to? Quitella had once spoken those same words to Lewis, and now Lewis returned them word for word. Confronted by that white radiance, Quitella's scalp went numb with terror, rendering him speechless. Killing intent flooded the air like an icy chamber, biting cold, seeping into everyone's bones. Even Beerus was shaken, quickly interjecting. Lewis, don't do anything reckless. Lewis's move was simply beyond comprehension. The supreme erasure. Once Lewis struck, Quitella would vanish completely from existence, and only the legendary Super Shinran might have the power to resurrect him. The karmic consequences of killing a destroyer god were far too severe. Despite his loathing for this wretched rat, he still wouldn't dare end a destroyer god's life. It wasn't as though Beerus lacked the power to kill Quitella. In fact, it would be trivially simple if he truly intended to. His title as the strongest destroyer god in the Omni King's universe was well earned. Vish materialized before Lewis, urgently advising, Lewis, don't do anything reckless. Conic remained stunned, unable to fathom how anyone could wield such a technique. Mr. Lewis, show mercy. Conic snapped out of his daze and rushed to intervene. He should have warned Quitella long ago not to provoke Lewis. Yet a flicker of doubt lingered. How could anyone truly be immune to all harm? Besides, it was merely an ambush on a candidate destroyer god. Beerus, however furious, wouldn't actually go that far. Conic guessed correctly. Beerus indeed wouldn't act recklessly. But the candidate destroyer god of Universe 7 had other plans. He'd kicked a steel plate. For a moment, everyone, including the old Kaishin, urged Lewis to stand down. Lewis raised his right hand unmoved, regarding Quitella with mocking amusement. Even the Grand Minister couldn't kill me, yet you dare threaten me. Have you prepared for death? With those words, the killing intent hung so thick it seemed to freeze the air. And no. Please. Quitella's pupils contracted sharply. Panic rippled through the crowd. Lewis truly intended to kill Quitella. Lewis, stop. Amidst their anguished gazes, Lewis swung his right hand. The heavens trembled. A blinding white light erupted, turning the sky as bright as day, searing their eyes. At that moment, enough, Mr. Lewis. Please spare Lord Quitella's life. A clear melodic voice resonated throughout the realm of the destroyer gods. An angel taking the form of a young girl appeared in the air. With a sweep of her staff, the white radiance emanating from Lewis instantly dissipated. However, her small hands gripping the staff trembled uncontrollably, only gradually steadying. Suddenly Lewis fell to one knee and vomited a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Quitella, still collapsed on the ground, harbored a flash of murderous intent. A perfect opportunity. But in the next instant that intent vanished. Quitella knew Lewis could ignore any attack. He couldn't possibly kill him. Lewis, what's wrong? Beerus and the old Kaishin hurried to Lewis's side, helping him up, both looking alarmed. Aren't you supposed to be immune to all attacks? Lewis appeared completely deflated, utterly lifeless. Big sister, what did you do to Lewis? Vish looked up at the girl in the sky and asked anxiously. The newcomer was none other than Kaisai, the eldest daughter of the Grand Minister. Frowning slightly, she replied, I didn't do anything to Mr. Lewis. His indifference physique shouldn't leave him vulnerable to harm. With that, she swept her staff and cast a healing spell toward Lewis. My. Kaisai's expression grew grave. Despite releasing the spell, Lewis hadn't recovered. After casting 10 more consecutive spells, Lewis's complexion finally returned to normal. I'm fine. He wiped the blood from his lips and freed himself from the old Kaishin and Beerus's support. The old Kaishin desperately wanted to ask about erasure, but instead expressed his concern. Lewis, aren't you immune to damage? Beerus hastily asked, could it be that Miss Kaisai injured you? Kaisai. I already told you I didn't lay a finger on him. Lewis gazed up at Kaisai in the sky and shook his head. Miss Kaisai didn't hurt me. Then why? Vish wanted to ask, then why were you injured? But Lewis interrupted Vish's question without a word, simply saying, Vish, let's go. We're returning to Universe 7. He said nothing further, and the killing intent surrounding him had completely vanished. Everyone froze. Wasn't he just about to kill Quitella? What suddenly changed? Meanwhile, the collapsed Quitella breathed a sigh of relief. He was alive. Wait. Kaisai overhead stared intently at Lewis. Mr. Lewis, what is your relationship with the Omni King? Kaisai did not pose this question openly, but rather sent a secret mental transmission. Luis furrowed his brow, wondering why Kaisai would ask such a thing. Suddenly a sharp insight flashed through his mind. Wasn't erasure precisely Zeno's technique? Kaisai likely made that connection, which is why she asked. Luis remained silent, merely shaking his head to convey that he had absolutely no relation to Zeno. Seeing this, Kaisai frowned and transmitted, how could this be? My father explicitly said. Before finishing, she cut off the transmission, cast a long, meaningful look at Luis, and then vanished. The Grand Supreme Kai had declared that he would not interfere with whatever Luis did, but killing a god of destruction crossed a serious line. She had come here specifically because the Grand Supreme Kai had tasked her with stopping Luis. Having successfully stopped Luis, she had fulfilled her mission. As Kaisai vanished, Luis stood frozen in place, recalling how she had just mentioned the Grand Supreme Kai. It seemed the Grand Supreme Kai knew his true identity, but wasn't he just an ordinary Saiyan? Luis suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty. System, am I connected to Zeno? Luis felt a restless itch of curiosity, marking the first time he had proactively sought an answer from the system. A digital voice echoed in his mind, no, you are merely an ordinary Saiyan with absolutely no relation to Zeno. The person the Grand Supreme Kai was referring to is someone else entirely, not you. Someone else? Who is it? The system fell silent. Luis's lips twitched involuntarily. So it baited his curiosity, and then simply left him hanging. Was that it? You wretched, deceitful system. Luis did not press further. He had not expected the system to actually respond this time. Fortunately, the answer confirmed what he desperately needed to know. He truly had no connection to Zeno. Finally, guided by Whis, Luis departed from the fourth universe. In the god of destruction realm of the fourth universe, only Quitella Teleoyai and Kenike remained. Quitella rose from the ground, clenching his fists, his face shrouded in gloom. He simply stared at the spot where Luis had disappeared, remaining silent. Lord Quitella, you should find an opportunity to apologize to Mr. Luis. Kenike spoke up. He had far too many questions burning in his mind. Previously, all his siblings had visited the palace of Zeno except for him. Something had undoubtedly transpired. Otherwise, his eldest sister would not have arrived so swiftly. Moreover, his eldest sister's demeanor toward Luis had been remarkably strange, especially the expression she wore in those final moments before departing. Very well. Quitella tightened his grip, his knuckles audibly creaking. Kenai naturally noticed the dark expression on Quitella's face, but chose to disregard it. Quitella had indeed endured a considerable measure of humiliation over the past 2 days. First, he had been cornered in his own home by Lucy. Then he had been oppressed in a servitude forced to wait on by Lucy for 2 entire days. Now to be utterly trampled and humiliated by a candidate god of destruction. If it had been Kenai in his shoes, he might not have been able to endure it either. Thus, he simply let Quitella's dark mood pass, allowing him a moment to vent. Lord Quitella, I shall go find my eldest sister. As for you, just see to it that you properly vent your frustration, Quitella replied. Kenai abruptly vanished from sight. Even after Kenai had departed, Quitella remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fiercely locked upon the place where Louise had vanished. I will make you die. Within the universal shuttle cube. That damned rat's expression just now almost made me laugh myself to death, ha ha. By Lucy was so delighted he could barely contain himself, a broad grin spreading across his face. Haha, letting that lowlife sneak attack our candidate god of destruction. The old Kai turned to By Lucy. Skinny ribs, you did quite well this time. Skinny ribs. By Lucy fixed a deadly glare upon the old Kai, his voice rising sharply with nasal irritation. Damn it. The old Kai clamped a hand over his mouth, having carelessly let his private derogatory nickname for By Lucy slip out. By Lucy grunted dismissively. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it slide. The old Kai patted his chest, then turned his gaze toward Louise. Louise, when did you learn erasure? Upon hearing this, both By Lucy and Whis immediately turned to look at Louise. A tense atmosphere settled within the universal shuttle cube. Louise rubbed his nose and replied, I only learned it not long ago. Only not long ago. Whis shook his head. Erasure is not merely a technique. It is a convergence of laws classified by the Kaioshin as a supreme principle. To wield it, one must comprehend countless individual laws and ultimately fuse them together. Whis gazed steadily at Louise. Even among us angels, many spend their entire lifetimes failing to achieve this. Do you understand? Louise looked to Whis, opening his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for how to explain. Enough. By Lucy stepped in front of Louise, then turned to meet his gaze. Louise, will you endanger the 7th universe? By Lucy's voice was unwaveringly serious, his expression grave, a sight the old Kai had never witnessed from him before. The 7th universe is my home. Louise did not hesitate, the words bursting forth unbidden. Upon hearing this, By Lucy broke into a smile. The old Kai laughed as well, and Whis, after a brief moment of surprise, joined in the laughter. They had received their answer and were thoroughly satisfied with it. In a considerably improved mood, By Lucy asked, By the way, Louise, why did you cough up blood earlier? The old Kai was equally puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be able to ignore all harm? How did you end up bleeding? Do you honestly think my current power could support the use of erasure? Louise retorted with obvious exasperation. I was pushing myself beyond my limits and literally forced my own body to rebel. Since you haven't even reached the divine realm, it is indeed impossible for you to sustain erasure. Whis nodded. He had finally grasped the crucial point. Clearly Louise had suffered backlash from his own technique, not from an external attacker. No wonder he had bled so profusely. No wonder his eldest sister had to consecutively cast healing spells more than 10 times before the young man finally recovered. By Lucy and the old Kai also pieced it together, covering their mouths as they chuckled. You never actually intended to kill Quitella? You've been bluffing the entire time, haven't you? The murderous intent Louise had previously radiated had genuinely startled them. They had taken it at face value, truly believing he meant to end Quitella's life. If you already know, why are you still saying it out loud? Louise rolled his eyes. Killing a god of destruction who had touched the 5th tier of the divine realm was nowhere near that simple. However, By Lucy's assessment was incorrect. Louise had harbored killing intent toward Quitella from start to finish. Nor was he merely trying to scare him. If Kasai had not intervened to stop him, he very well could have actually killed that damned rat just now. Upon hearing Louise's answer, everyone burst into uproarious laughter. The atmosphere inside the shuttle cube lightened considerably. Soon the universal shuttle cube approached its return to the 7th universe. At that moment, Whis, has your eldest sister's power reached the level of a supreme Kai? The hierarchy of power is divided into 5 layers within the divine realm, 3 layers in the angel realm, followed by the divine agent realm and the Xeno realm. Lewis knew that all the candidate destroyers were at the 2nd layer of the divine realm. As for the destroyers aside from Beerus, who stood at the 5th layer of the divine realm, the others were all at the 4th layer. As for the angels, Lewis was yet to ascertain their respective levels. Lewis gazed intently at Whis. Old Kai and Beerus also turned their attention toward Whis, the atmosphere within the teleportation cube growing subtly tense. The prevailing unease stemmed from the earlier moment when Kes had caught Lewis's erasure barehanded, a display so devastating that it still lingered in their collective memory. Why do you ask? Whis remarked with a touch of exasperation under the weight of their collective gaze. I sense that Miss Kes possesses an extraordinary power, one that defies simple understanding. While the others remained unaware of what had transpired, Lewis understood the true magnitude of the erasure he had just unleashed. It was capable of killing Quilla, a force so overwhelming that even an angel might not withstand it. The fact that Kess could have interrupted him spoke volumes about her own extraordinary nature. Whis fell silent, and a heavy stillness settled over the cube. Sensing Whis's reluctance to speak, Beerus swallowed hard. Whis, could it be that your elder sister has truly reached the rank of divine agent? Old Kai understood the tremendous power wielded by a divine agent. If true, the Xenos universe would be vastly enriched. I do not know, Whis replied. After a moment of silence, Whis finally spoke. Please stop looking at me as though I hold the answers. I genuinely do not know. Keeping his gaze fixed on the dark void beyond the cube rather than meeting their eyes, Whis continued. All I can say is that my eldest sister is the strongest among all her siblings, and her current power is beyond my ability to sense. Perhaps she has already attained that level. The revelation struck like thunder. The day's discoveries grew increasingly staggering. Beerus and Old Kai stood frozen in astonishment, while Lewis himself was equally shaken. That diminutive figure must have reached the rank of divine agent. That explained how she had stopped him. Back in the 10th universe, Kess suddenly sneezed, oblivious to the fact that others had called her Little One. She noticed Kaneko approaching. The teleportation cube entered the 7th universe, with Whis first escorting Old Kai back to the Kaioshin realm before returning to the Destroyer's realm. Upon Old Kai's return, Ashen immediately pursued him, demanding to know what had happened. Ashen was deeply anxious. His life was now tied to Beerus's, and if the Destroyer acted recklessly and the Xeno turned wrathful, Ashen would not escape the consequences. Old Kai leisurely recounted the events that unfolded in the 4th universe. Upon hearing the account, Ashen became utterly exhilarated. Lewis was far stronger than anyone had realized. As the 7th universe's candidate Destroyer, Lewis's growing strength directly benefited their realm. Meanwhile, in the Destroyer's realm, it's been nearly a full day. Why hasn't Lewis returned? Ties rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought by the lakeside. When Lewis had departed, his expression had been fraught with urgency, suggesting something serious had occurred. A sudden sound broke the silence, followed by a familiar voice. Ties, I'm back. Ties whipped around, her face lighting up with joy. Lewis. Lewis materialized before her, in an instant enveloping her in a firm embrace. Has everything been resolved? Yes, it's all settled. Lewis gently stroked Ties' head, inhaling her subtle fragrance, and felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. That's good to hear. Ties offered a tender smile. Resting against Lewis's broad chest, she felt a profound sense of security, a feeling she had never known during her solitary voyages through the cosmos. Suddenly catching sight of Beerus and Whis watching them intently, Ties' delicate face flushed crimson, her ears burning with heat, as she buried her face in Lewis's embrace. Noticing Ties' reaction, Lewis glanced toward Beerus and Whis, his lips twitching. Enough, stop staring at my wife like that. She's embarrassed. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. Bah, as if I'd want to watch you two being affectionate, Beerus whined pitifully. Ties, I'm starving. He hadn't tasted her cooking in days, and the craving was unbearable. Whis nodded vigorously beside him. Ties, I'm hungry too. Ties emerged from Lewis's embrace, her cheeks still flushed like a ripe apple. I'll prepare your meals right away, she murmured bashfully before departing. Watching her shy demeanor, Lewis felt an overwhelming sense of contentment in that moment. Lord Beerus, you don't actually go to Earth for meals, do you? Making Ties cook for you every day? Don't you have any shame? You're my disciple, oh, what's there to be ashamed of? Beerus chuckled. Who would have thought you'd actually won over Ties, lad? Whis smirked beside him. I told you both had something going on. Beerus scoffed. Obviously. Lewis could only stare blankly at the two of them, utterly speechless. Beerus's tone shifted suddenly. Lewis, be cautious lately. Quila won't take this lying down. He'll likely seek revenge on you in secret. He had forced Quila to serve as his servant for 2 days, a humiliation Quila would not easily forget. Since Quila had no legitimate grounds to retaliate, Beerus understood his nature all too well as an old rival. Just him. Lewis scoffed. Between my physique and the erasure technique, that wretched rat probably trembles at the mere thought of it. How dare he seek me out? You make a fair point, Beerus acknowledged, nodding in agreement. Had Lewis actually directed the erasure at him, Beerus knew he would have been utterly terrified on the spot, and would never have dared to provoke Lewis afterward. Once they returned to the Destroyer's realm, the usual bustle resumed. In the days that followed, Beerus's routine underwent a noticeable shift. Outside of his daily meals, Beerus would vanish alongside Whis, without explanation. Lewis and Ties found this behavior puzzling and pressed him for answers. Beerus explained that while Lewis might not fear Quila, he himself was worried about potential retaliation against the 7th universe. At his core, Beerus dreaded Quila disrupting their realm. That was why he patrolled the universe each day with Whis. Lewis recognized the logic in this. The difference was that Beerus had everything to lose, whereas he himself had nothing to fear. No one could harm him, so Lewis had to fear. But the 7th universe was vast and vulnerable. Should trouble arise, neither Beerus nor Whis could respond to every threat. Beerus understood this reality, yet he had no alternative but to maintain his vigilance. Feeling some sympathy, Lewis offered to destroy Quila in the 4th universe on Beerus's behalf, relieving him of this burden. Beerus and Whis were startled and quickly refused. They no longer doubted Lewis's power despite his earlier claims that he was merely putting on a brave face. If Lewis could actually wield the erasure technique, Quila would certainly perish. and with the Destroyer's death the Kaioshin would fall as well. The Destroyer and Kaioshin formed the foundation of a universe. Their deaths would cause catastrophic damage, while a candidate Destroyer could theoretically inherit the position. Without a successor Kaioshin it would be useless. The fourth universe had no alternate Kaioshin. Without a new Kaioshin the fourth universe would stagnate for millions of years without creation, and would be irreparably ruined. The loss of the fourth universe would diminish the Xenos domain. This was why Destroyers, despite their rivalries, could never eliminate one another. Moreover, the Xeno had decreed that Destroyers could not fight each other. The death of a Destroyer directly threatened the balance of the entire multiverse. Only the Xeno could determine the structure of the multiverse. This was precisely why Kes had intervened to stop Lewis from erasing Quila. On Earth, time flowed by, and 2 months passed in this manner. Bardock, King Vegeta, Ambivert, and Theodore had already been on Earth for 2 months since their arrival from Namek. Lewis did not reappear, so they remained on Earth. After all, traveling back to the galactic headquarters by spaceship was extremely inconvenient. A round trip would likely take an entire year. On the western wasteland, a thunderous roar. The entire wasteland was engulfed by 2 terrifying auras. 2 crimson figures streaked across the sky, colliding from time to time, producing earth-shattering resonant sounds. Fortunately, both held back during their fight. Although the wasteland ground was riddled with craters, Earth itself was not severely damaged. Kakarot, take this punch. One crimson figure transformed into a red dragon, charging toward Goku in the sky with a roar. Vegeta, bring it on. In the sky, Goku grinned, his heart surging with passion and excitement as he exchanged blows with Vegeta. He clenched his fist. He thrust a punch at the oncoming Vegeta. Bang! The air compressed, producing a terrifying sonic boom. The immense force sent Vegeta staggering back 100 meters. Goku also retreated a dozen meters, looking at his fist as a dull ache transmitted to his neural center, somewhat uncomfortable. I didn't expect that after being revived from death you would become this powerful. Goku burst into laughter, moving swiftly, flickering across the sky. In an instant, countless afterimages appeared in the void. Stop mocking me. Vegeta gritted his teeth, flew into the sky, and shattered Goku's afterimage with a single punch. It was no wonder Vegeta was so furious. Having been revived from death, his power had surged to a battle power of 3.5 million. Now with a tenfold Kaioken multiplier, his power had reached 35 million. Yet despite this, Vegeta still could not defeat Goku, who also used a tenfold Kaioken. Because Goku's base power was 5 million, and with the tenfold Kaioken, he possessed a battle power of 50 million. It wasn't that he was completely outmatched. 35 million against 50 million still offered a chance to fight. However, Goku's fighting style was uncanny. Every punch and kick felt natural and fluid. In 2 words, agile. With a gap in power and a gap in combat technique, Vegeta found it rather difficult to cope. Damn it. Vegeta shattered another afterimage of Goku. Suddenly a sense of foreboding struck him. He whirled around. Goku was hovering behind him with a cheerful grin. When did you? Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. Getting distracted in battle is not a good habit. Goku swung his leg in a sweeping kick, striking Vegeta's abdomen. Overwhelmed by the immense impact, Vegeta let out a pained cry as his entire body shot straight up into the clouds. Goku tensed his body and flew toward the clouds. A thunderous roar. With a momentary lapse, Vegeta was thrown onto the defensive. The sky echoed with continuous clashes and Vegeta's shouts. On the ground, 4 figures stood motionless, gazing upward. King Vegeta said incredulously, Bardock, your son is far too powerful. Bardock was in high spirits. Haha, Prince Vegeta is no slouch either. Ambivert and Theodore wiped the sweat off their faces. These 2 young masters were utterly terrifying. Just imagine if Vegeta or Goku threw a punch at them. A shiver. Ambivert and Theodore shuddered violently, thinking better of it. Bardock, so it seems that when we Saiyans are revived from death our power also increases dramatically. King Vegeta remarked with a sigh. It's not just Vegeta, you, Ambivert, Theodore, and I all experienced the same. Bardock watched the 2 clashing in the sky and nodded. Indeed, over the past decade or so we Saiyans have undergone too many changes. This revival from death had brought about breakthroughs. Vegeta reached a battle power of 3.5 million, King Vegeta 1 million. Bardock 2 million, and Ambivert and Theodore 600. King Vegeta, how about we have a fight too? Bardock, feeling his blood boil as he watched the sky, suggested. Fighting you would just be asking to be beaten, wouldn't it? King Vegeta pursed his lips. Unlike his son, he had no taste for being abused. It would be ridiculous if later both father and son were trounced by the other pair. TCH, no fun. Bardock leaped into the air and flew back in the direction of Western City. He had lost interest in the outcome of the fight between Goku and Vegeta. This time his son would surely win again. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from above. Golden light radiated in all directions, dyeing the clouds into golden cotton candy. A thunderous roar. Vegeta shot downward like a cannonball, crashing violently into the ground. The earth split apart. Bardock, who had been about to leave, hastily stopped and looked up at the sky. A dazzling golden figure descended from the heavens. Golden hair, emerald eyes. A golden aura blazed forth. An overwhelming presence filled the air. Seeing this, King Vegeta, Ambivert, and Theodore were stunned. A Super Saiyan. King Vegeta is a Super Saiyan. Theodore and Bibert grabbed King Vegeta's collar and shook him frantically. I see it, I see it. King Vegeta's head spun from the shaking. At that moment a disheveled figure crawled out of the deep pit on the ground. I always knew the legend of the Super Saiyan was true, but it is truly infuriating. Vegeta lay on the ground, gazing up at the golden figure in the sky, his heart feeling somewhat bitter. He was the Saiyan Prince after all, so why could a low-class warrior transform into the legendary Super Saiyan? Bardock swiftly flew back from midair, landing beside Son Goku. Kakarot, are you in the Super Saiyan state now? Bardock was so overwhelmed that he stuttered. King Vegeta and the others also flew over, their faces filled with eager anticipation as they looked at Son Goku. Son Goku hovered in the void, unmoved by their presence, his entire being radiating an aura of dark ferocity. His cold gaze swept over the group. Gulu. Everyone swallowed hard. Son Goku's overwhelming pressure forced them to take a few steps back. Had Son Goku become a completely different person? Haha, this is the Super Saiyan form Lewis spoke of. I don't quite know myself. Take a look and see if it matches. Before his fight with Vegeta, Son Goku had been attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan. For 2 months of relentless effort, he had still not succeeded. But today, during his sparring match with Vegeta, the moment the thought crossed his mind, he inexplicably transformed. Just as in the anime, after his first transformation, Son Goku found himself unable to transform again. It was only after a period of intensive training that he finally succeeded. As Son Goku chuckled gently, that laugh instantly dispersed the sinister aura surrounding him. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief, mainly because Son Goku's icy gaze from moments before had been so chilling it made their skin crawl. Yes. King Vegeta flew beside Son Goku, scrutinizing him from head to toe, growing more and more excited with each passing moment. That's exactly it. This is the state. Bardock stepped forward without hesitation, eagerly searching his son's body. Golden hair, piercing blue eyes. Haha, Kakarot, you weren't lying at all. Bardock was absolutely overjoyed. Who would have imagined that the legend passed down through their clan would come to life in his own son? Just then, Vegeta flew up from the ground and urgently asked, Kakarot, how strong is your power now? He had been struck by a single punch moments before, and that terrifying force had nearly killed him on the spot. Fortunately, Son Goku had eased the impact at the last moment. I feel about 10 times stronger than when I used the Kaioken X10. Son Goku counted on his fingers, grinning foolishly. 10 times stronger than the Kaioken, amplified by 10. Good heavens. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They had no idea that Son Goku was actually a mathematical prodigy. Kakarot, teach me quickly. Teach me how to transform. Vegeta could no longer hold on to his pride. He set aside his dignity and pleaded with Son Goku. Suddenly the air grew deathly still. When had Bardock and the others ever seen Vegeta in such a posture? He was the arrogant Prince Vegeta after all, especially King Vegeta, who understood his son's temperament intimately. Now, in order to obtain the power of the Super Saiyan, he was reducing himself to supplication. Just as everyone stared as if they had seen a ghost. What are you talking about? At that moment a voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads sharply. There stood a man dressed in the attire of a destroyer god, holding a woman in his arms. Lewis, you're back. Son Goku was thrilled. He approached Lewis and said, look, I can finally transform into a Super Saiyan again. Lewis, still holding ties in his arms, understood Son Goku's meaning. Not bad. You mastered the transformation technique in merely 2 months. One had to admit that Son Goku's talent was extraordinary. If it had been Lewis himself, without his system, the time it took him to master the Super Saiyan transformation would likely have been far longer than Son Goku's. Hearing Lewis's words, Bardock fell into deep thought and timidly asked, Lewis, can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Lewis had never transformed into a Super Saiyan in front of anyone before, so Son Goku and the others watched him intently. Of course I can. Whoosh. Lewis's hair instantly turned golden yellow, and his entire demeanor became just as fierce and menacing as Son Goku's. Ties, nestled in his arms, saw this, and her eyes lit up instantly. His hair color matched hers. So handsome. You can too. Vegeta's mouth hung wide open. He knew Lewis's power must be formidable. Otherwise he would not have earned the title of candidate destroyer god. But the Super Saiyan was the legend of the Saiyan race. There had never been a single Super Saiyan in all of history. How could there suddenly be one? Fortunately, Lewis was a high-class warrior and a candidate destroyer god. Vegeta could somewhat accept that Lewis was able to transform. But Son Goku was merely a low-class warrior. So why could he transform as well? It was so infuriating. Everyone was thoroughly astonished by Lewis's display. Lewis, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta spoke up. The moment Vegeta opened his mouth, Bardock and the others snapped back to reality. Lewis, please teach us how to transform into a Super Saiyan. If they could all become Super Saiyans, the Saiyan race would be unmatched in the universe. Both King Vegeta and Bardock understood this clearly. Kakarot can teach you all, just seek him out. I don't have that much time. Lewis looked at King Vegeta and the others and said, you have also been away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters for quite some time. Your clansmen are waiting for you. It is about time you returned. Indeed. They had been on Earth for 2 months, and including the time spent traveling to Namek, it had been nearly half a year. Then we will return. About the Super Saiyan matter. By then Kakarot will have learned instant transmission like me, and he can come find you anytime. Whis cast a glance at King Vegeta, and said calmly, Frieza is already dead. His subordinates no longer pose a threat. As I have said before, I will not intervene in Saiyan affairs. Whatever path you choose, it has nothing to do with me. I am a candidate destroyer god. Whis's tone was somewhat cold, yet it did not offend those who heard it. They already understood the full context. Whis was a candidate destroyer god. The true destroyer god had originally intended to annihilate the Saiyan race, but it was only because of Whis's influence that the Saiyans had managed to survive. As a candidate destroyer god, Whis was bound to follow the will of the true destroyer god. Whis could not interfere too heavily in mortal affairs, and that was not something to blame him for. The cosmic emperor Frieza actually perished at the hands of our Saiyan race. It still feels almost dreamlike. King Vegeta spoke with deep emotion. Who could have imagined that the legend of our Saiyan people would prove to be true? Beerus nodded. We have indeed been away from the Galaxy Patrol headquarters for quite some time. It's time we returned. Very well. I shall escort you back. When Kakarot masters instant transmission, he can find his way to you. Whis prepared to take them back. Beerus, unwilling to let go of his hope, asked again. Whis, is there any chance for us to transform into Super Saiyans? Beerus and Theodore perked up their ears. Vegeta and his father also leaned in closer. Whis fell silent. Everyone held their breath, clearly eager for transformation. You all should have the opportunity. Whis observed the group, then spoke leisurely. To transform into a Super Saiyan, one needs to activate enough S cells within their body. Furthermore, a certain foundation of battle power is required. Vegeta can undoubtedly achieve Super Saiyan transformation. There is no question about that. King Vegeta and Beerus have both broken through the million-level power threshold. Beerus and Theodore each possess 600 battle power. Overall, their potential is quite strong. Even if they cannot transform now, once their power reaches the required level, they will undoubtedly achieve it. Really? Beerus exclaimed with joy. King Vegeta clenched his fists, nervously asking, can we transform too? Yes, all of you can. Whis smiled. Beerus and Theodore embraced and laughed heartily. Vegeta's lips curled into a faint smirk as he cast a haughty glance at the nearby Son Goku, as if saying, just wait until I transform. I'll give you a proper beating. Son Goku simply grinned widely, completely unfazed. Vegeta's expression darkened. Alright, I'll take you back now. Eventually Whis escorted King Vegeta and the others back to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. As for Vegeta, he had already grown close to Bulma, and Earth had become his new home, so he had no intention of returning to his people. Heavenly Shrine. After bringing King Vegeta and the others back, Whis returned Taisai home, then came here alone. The Supreme Kai stood at the edge of the heavens, observing the mortal realm. Upon seeing Whis, he approached respectfully and said, greetings, candidate destroyer god. Babidi beside him also paid his respects. Whis had visited the heavenly realm several times before, but had never encountered the mysterious Babidi until now. Setting that aside for now, Babidi was genuinely dark-skinned, like a piece of charcoal. Babidi touched his face and replied calmly, candidate destroyer god, is there something on my face? No. Whis's lip twitched slightly as he turned back to the Supreme Kai. Kama-sama, I would like to borrow your hyperbolic time chamber once more. No problem. I will have Babidi show you the way. The Supreme Kai nodded. Actually, he had a question. Whis had previously entered the hyperbolic time chamber and spent over a decade there. Why wasn't Whis trapped inside? While the Supreme Kai watched with curiosity, Whis followed Babidi into the temple. Walking along the corridor, Whis glanced at Babidi's retreating figure and couldn't help but ask, Babidi, do you know the Grand Minister? I do not. Babidi did not turn around, continuing forward without any hesitation in his movements. As if telling the truth. Emotional invulnerability was demonstrated by Babidi to perfection. Whis shook his head, unconvinced that Babidi truly didn't know the Grand Minister. Soon they arrived before the hyperbolic time chamber, and Whis stepped inside. Babidi observed Whis's departing figure, gave a nod, and then left. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, everything was blank white, a familiar setting. Whis's previous visit here was to break through to the divine dimension. He had cultivated within for over a decade, yet fell just short of success. Ultimately, it was through the system's sign-in tasks that Whis achieved his breakthrough. This time he came to cultivate erasure. Whis's power remained insufficient. He now faced not minor threats like Frieza, but destroyer gods, and even angels. Especially after offending that damn rat lately. Even Beerus kept watch over him constantly. Whis worried about potential ambushes, though his immunity granted him fearlessness. But getting hit wasn't his style. Erasure remained his most formidable trump card to date. The last time he used it nearly cost him his life. Clearly his power was insufficient to sustain the ability. Not even in its embryonic form could it work. Whis entered the hyperbolic time chamber this time specifically to cultivate his strength, pushing his power beyond the divine threshold to support erasure. Beyond that, Whis had another purpose for entering the hyperbolic time chamber. He seemed to sense other laws emanating from erasure. Previously, Whis had explained that erasure transcends mere technique, representing a convergence of destruction, creation, time, space, light, darkness, and all manner of fundamental principles. The system's sign-in task granted him erasure outright, allowing him to wield it without first comprehending each individual law. Now things were different. He appeared to be receiving feedback from erasure itself, sensing other laws radiating from it. Lewis now felt like taking an exam without studying, achieving a perfect score directly. Then through this feedback, he would comprehend foundational knowledge from that perfect score state, reversing the natural order. How extraordinary. Then I'll begin cultivating my power first. Once that's complete, I'll absorb the other laws. When I emerge from this seclusion, I'll go causing trouble across the other universes. Lewis donned the weighted clothing Whis had given him and began his cultivation. Another dimension within the Omni King's universe. The sky hung heavy and gray overhead. Dark forests and frozen lakes stretched below, creating an oppressive atmosphere. A flash of purple light cut through the black forest where a figure cloaked in black and masked appeared. At the lakeshore, a figure already stood waiting. You've come. Demigro, what do you think of my proposal? I believe the terms are quite favorable. Helping eliminate the candidate destroyer god from the 7th universe, then providing assistance in gathering the Super Dragon Balls. These conditions do carry genuine weight. Standing by the lake, Demigro regarded the oddly dressed figure with a mocking tone. However, with your power, you should be able to eliminate him effortlessly. Why involve us now unless? Beerus shields him. That's why I cannot act directly. Beerus. Demigro frowned. That certainly complicated matters. So what say you to this arrangement? Agreed, Demigro responded coldly. I'll eliminate the candidate destroyer god of the 7th universe for you, and you'll gather the Super Dragon Balls for me. Break this pact, and you'll regret it. I keep my word, rest assured. Here are files on that candidate destroyer god along with strategies for dealing with him. Just don't foolishly stumble into disaster. With that, the black-clad figure tossed a scroll to Demigro before vanishing. In the next moment, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared beside him. Tawa covered her mouth, chuckling. Lord Demigro, why do you suppose Katra dresses so strangely? Does he truly believe others won't recognize him? Who knows? Demigro sighed exasperatedly. After her laughter subsided, Tawa grew serious. Can we trust Quitra's word? He wouldn't dare deceive us. I've given you the scroll. Just make sure everything is handled smoothly. Yes? 4th universe, the god of destruction's realm. Angel Cornic returned from the 10th universe, his face filled with shock. Mostly because the words his eldest sister had told him were so astonishing. Even traveling all the way back from the 10th universe to the 4th universe couldn't help calm his emotions. Suddenly, he saw Quitella descend from the sky. My lord Quitella, where are you going? To destroy a few planets, Quitella replied dismissively, his hands behind his back. Cornic nodded. It was only natural for Quitella, having suffered such a grave humiliation, to go vent his anger. However, Cornic looked earnestly at Quitella. My lord Quitella, how about letting go of the matter with that candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe? Let it go. Quitella frowned. Didn't you go see your eldest sister? Did Miss Kashi say something? Having suffered such utter humiliation, they were asking him to just let it go. Impossible. He had been lying in front of Lewis before observing closely and had long realized that Lewis's erasure was not the real thing. Although the aura resembled it, true erasure could never be wielded by someone who hadn't even reached the divine realm. That kid had probably only grasped the faintest shadow of it. Even that mere sliver of understanding nearly cost the kid half his life. If he wanted revenge, he had to strike while the boy was still weak. Moreover, he had already thought of a countermeasure and entrusted the method to deal with Lewis to Demind. My lord Quitella, listen to my advice. He is truly someone new. Cornic hadn't finished speaking. I know. Quitella curled his lips and strode away. Watching Quitella's retreating figure, Cornic shook his head. According to what his eldest sister had narrated, Lewis might very well have some connection to the Omni King. No one knew about the conspiracy between Quitella and Demind. Since that previous sparring incident, all the gods of destruction across the universe had suddenly fallen quiet. None of them dared to mock the 7th universe anymore, and some even harbored a hint of fear toward it. After all, Lewis had said, if you come looking for trouble with my 7th universe, then wait until I come looking for trouble with yours. Lewis's talent was obvious to all. Being targeted by someone like him was truly a source of sleepless anxiety. Now the gods of destruction spent each day training their candidate successors. They feared that when Lewis actually came, if their heirs couldn't last more than 2 rounds, it would be a massive loss of face. As for the 7th universe, Beerus still patrolled the cosmos every day. He was on guard against Quitella causing trouble in the 7th universe. After 2 months of patrolling, Quitella showed no sign of movement. For this reason, Beerus even made a special trip to the 4th universe. When Quitella and Beerus finally crossed paths, everyone expected another bloody clash. Instead, facing Beerus, Quitella showed absolutely no anger. He even cheerfully invited Beerus to go eat something delicious. This made Beerus's scalp tingle. When had this damn rat ever been so kind? It had to be a conspiracy. But after observing for a long time, Beerus couldn't find any suspicious actions from Quitella whatsoever. In the end, Beerus had no choice but to return to the 7th universe. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, 5 years had passed. A handsome figure was doing push-ups wearing a bulky gravity suit, his clothes completely soaked with sweat. 999998. 999999. 10000000. Gritting his teeth, Lewis completed the final push-up before collapsing to the ground entirely. The intense exercise left him completely exhausted, his body spasming. Lewis endured tremendous pain, yet the results of his grueling training were undeniable. Rumble. The potential within his body was awakened. Surges of power gushed from deep within him like a flood. After resting for half a day, his exhausted cells recovered, and the severe pain in his body eased somewhat. Lewis could finally move again, sensing the power within his body. He clenched his fist and shouted loudly. Splash. Golden aura churned, spreading outward from Lewis like a tidal wave. A flash of golden light streaked across his form. Super Saiyan. The divine power was amplified by the Super Saiyan state, growing 50 times stronger. Crack. A sound of rupture rang out, breaking through the shackles. His power had reached the divine realm. Rumble. Like a volcanic eruption, the entire hyperbolic time chamber world trembled. Lewis stood like an ancient god of war, his entire body radiating golden light, with an imposing presence. Unparalleled power compressed within the void, creating a vacuum zone. Lewis reverted from his Super Saiyan state, gasping for breath. The power has finally broken through to the first level of the divine realm. After cultivating for 5 years, all to reach the divine realm with his power. At this moment, if Lewis were to encounter those candidate gods of destruction again, he would no longer have to suffer beatings. He would even have the standing to go hand-to-hand with a god of destruction. Lewis had originally wanted to continue training because only one of the 2 goals he had set upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber had been achieved. The other goal of comprehending the power of other laws remained unaccomplished. But he remembered something. He had previously told King Vegeta and the others that he would have Son Goku teach them how to transform into a Super Saiyan. As for how Son Goku would get to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, he would first need to learn instant transmission. According to the Dragon Ball storyline, after the explosion of Namek, Son Goku would also learn instant transmission on planet Yardrat. However, due to his interference, Son Goku had only managed to transform into a Super Saiyan and was unable to learn instant transmission. That wouldn't do. Lewis had no choice but to temporarily halt his comprehension of other laws and exit the hyperbolic time chamber. Open for me. Lewis roared loudly. A powerful sound wave tore open a hole in the hyperbolic time chamber, and he jumped inside. Outside the Sacred World Temple, Cammy and Bubo stood beside the Sacred World Plaza, watching the 2 figures in the center of the square. Bubo, what are Son Goku and Vegeta doing? Son Goku is teaching Vegeta how to transform into a Super Saiyan, Bubo replied calmly. Super Saiyan. That golden-haired state. As Cammy pondered in confusion, a figure suddenly emerged from within the temple. Cammy stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Honorable Candidate Destroyer, you've come out. Lewis nodded, looking at the 2 figures in the center of the plaza with a puzzled expression. What are they doing? Cammy replied, Bubo said that Son Goku is teaching Vegeta how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Bubo said so. Lewis turned his head to look at Bubo beside the plaza. Bubo still wore his usual calm expression, showing no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. He shook his head and walked towards the center of the square. Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan requires anger. I was extremely angry back then, and that's how I broke through. Anger. I'm already very angry, but why can't I transform? Kakaluot, you're not lying to me, are you? Why would I lie to you? Think again about what can make you angry. Let's see if you can break through. The 2 were talking. Sun Wukong saw Lu Isi coming out, and said happily, Lu Isi, you're out. Sun Wukong pulled Vegeta and walked up to Lu Isi. Lu Isi, I said transforming into a Super Saiyan requires anger, but Vegeta doesn't believe me. Vegeta looked at Lu Isi and frowned. Is what Kakaluot said true? Yes, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires extreme anger. Extreme anger. But I've thought of everything that could make me angry, and I still can't transform. Vegeta was very frustrated. During the time Lu Isi was training, he had been asking Sun Wukong to teach him. He also followed Sun Wukong's advice and tried to stimulate himself with anger, but it didn't work. You can't enter a state of extreme anger. Lu Isi seemed thoughtful, then looked at Vegeta with a teasing expression. Let me try. Swearing should be quite satisfying, especially scolding this Tsundere perpetual second place. You'll help me enter extreme anger. Then give it a try. Vegeta was truly at his wit's end. Hearing this, Lu Isi laughed happily, as if thinking of something joyful. You said it. Suddenly, Lu Isi's expression turned serious. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were startled by his stern look. Lu Isi said nothing, and neither did Vegeta nor Sun Wukong. The celestial realm fell silent, the atmosphere somewhat eerie. Lu Isi stared at Vegeta for a long while, then finally spat out 2 words, waste. Waste. Vegeta was very sensitive to those 2 words. In an instant his chest heaved, and he felt very angry. But he knew this was Lu Isi provoking him, and with psychological preparation, the anger subsided again. Sun Wukong noticed this and shook his head. It had indeed stirred Vegeta's emotions at first, but it was still a bit short. Vegeta, you are a waste. As Prince Vegeta, you couldn't even protect your own planet. Where were you when Fu Lisa destroyed your planet? You were being hunted by Fu Lisa's army. The proud Saiyan prince hunted for over a decade, and only by relying on Kakaloa did you get the chance to face Fu Lisa. If you're not a waste, what are you? Whis grew more and more excited, scolding the perpetual second place felt incredibly satisfying, and he couldn't stop. A barrage of insults drilled into his ears by Vegeta's forehead bulging with anger. Shut up. He could take anything, but mentioning that he only got to face Fu Lisa because of Sun Wukong was unbearable. Vegeta's eyes turned red, his knuckles cracking. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, not expecting Whis to actually have a way. It seemed Vegeta was likely to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. However, Vegeta's anger was slowly dissipating because his psychological suggestion was working. He knew Whis was deliberately provoking him. Seeing this, Sun Wukong looked anxious and wanted to tell Whis to continue. Whis' lips curled slightly. Why rush? The real trump card hadn't been played yet. He stood right in front of Vegeta and shouted, if you're not a waste, what are you? Since you came to Earth, have you ever surpassed Kakaloa, even once? In combat power, Kakaloa's strength is always greater than yours. Kakaloa can learn the spirit bomb, can you? Kakaloa, a low-class warrior, can transform into a Super Saiyan, but can you? Boom. A sense of shame eroded Vegeta's entire body. His face flushed crimson, and his whole body trembled. Shut up, I said shut up. Shut up. Whis pointed at Vegeta's chest. You, a Saiyan prince, can't even compare to a low-class warrior. You this waste. Not finished yet. Whis' lips curled slightly, and said, you this trash are only fit to be the perpetual second place. Critical hit. I am the perpetual second place. Vegeta pointed at himself, his face flushed, ears burning. The shame made him feel utterly mortified. Such disgrace. Boom. This time Vegeta could no longer hold back. His anger soared to the sky. Powerful energy erupted from him. The world lost its color. White aura began to mix with threads of golden light. Sun Wukong and Whis jumped aside. Sun Wukong instantly recognized that Vegeta was about to transform into a Super Saiyan. Whis, you actually provoked Vegeta into transforming. You're amazing. It's a small matter. Whis smiled. Whis knew what Vegeta cared about. Sun Wukong was his lifelong rival. He longed to surpass Sun Wukong, but had never succeeded. In the anime as well, that's why he was called the perpetual second place. Whis directly put this matter on the table. Not to mention Vegeta couldn't stand it. If he were Vegeta, his reaction would be even more exaggerated. And indeed, scolding this perpetual second place felt really satisfying. Boom. Wild power overflowed, thunder rumbled. The celestial realm trembled. Vegeta's hair began to flicker. One gold, one black. The frequency increased. It's about to happen. With Sun Wukong's exclamation, golden light burst from Vegeta's body, flashing in an instant. Super Saiyan. Vegeta's power increased by 50 times from a combat power of 3.5 million to 175 million. The third Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race had finally appeared. I'll kill you. Vegeta stared fiercely at Whis, and he moved. He vanished in an instant. Whis chuckled, or just after transforming he thought he could fight me. The perpetual second place has gotten cocky. Whis also flashed and disappeared from his spot. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, not expecting there would be more good show. Bang! Bang! Sounds of collision echoed in the void. In just a few seconds, Vegeta's pained cries were heard. Oh! Vegeta, do you still dare to attack me? No, I won't. No, I won't. The next second, Vegeta suddenly appeared from the void like a dead dog, crashing embarrassingly onto the ground. Vegeta, don't provoke me anymore, haha. Whis hovered in midair, laughing happily. Damn it. Next time I'll still dare. Vegeta, lying on the ground, looked up at the sky, feeling extremely frustrated. He had clearly transformed into a Super Saiyan, but still couldn't beat Whis. However, he was a candidate for the God of Destruction, so it was normal to lose. But, being scolded and then beaten up, it was really infuriating. Seeing this, Sun Wukong stood by and laughed heartily. For some reason, seeing Vegeta get beaten made him very happy. The farce ended. Whis finally brought up to Sun Wukong the matter of learning instant transmission. Hearing this, Vegeta quickly got up from the ground and said he wanted to learn too. Whis naturally had no objection. Instant transmission was a very useful secret technique, whether for escape or combat. The only question was whether Vegeta could learn it. After all, in the anime, Vegeta didn't know this move. Ding Quest issued sign in front of Tuawa rewards Super Saiyan full power. At the Heavenly Temple, Whis was slightly taken aback. Sun Wukong asked Whis what's wrong. Vegeta also looked at Whis with a puzzled expression. Nothing. Whis shook his head. Tawa. The system had just issued a check-in mission requiring him to check in front of Tawa, which caught him somewhat off guard. But the reward was quite decent. Super Saiyan full power was different from the ordinary Super Saiyan transformation. It consumed far less energy. When he had previously transformed into a Super Saiyan and broken through to the first layer of the divine realm, that state had truly drained his stamina. Fortunately, Whis' dimension had broken through to the divine god level, and divine power had already formed within his body. This divine power could effectively nourish his physique. This allowed him to maintain the Super Saiyan state without much difficulty. However, the energy consumption remained substantial. Fighting a single opponent posed no issue, but if he faced 10 candidate destroyers again, while he could mount a counterattack, he definitely could not sustain a prolonged battle. If he entered full power mode, that would change everything. Lewis recalled the scene from the anime where Sun Wukong and his son fought Cell. The energy consumption was remarkably minimal. With this state, he would surely be able to make a splash in other universes. The reward was excellent, but the real question was how to find Tawa. Let's go to Yardrat. Lewis could not think of another solution for now, so he decided to let things unfold naturally and vanished into the heavens with the two of them. The Dark Demon World. Dark Forest. Tawa, a candidate destroyer from the 7th universe, has appeared. Go. Yes. The cosmic starfield was beautiful, and within the same galaxy as Namek there lay a purple planet. This planet was none other than Yardrat. From the outside, Yardrat appeared, as if draped in purple clouds, utterly enchanting. In the anime, Sun Wukong had escaped to this place at the last moment during Namek's great explosion, riding Captain Jinyu's spacecraft. Today, 3 unexpected guests had arrived on Yardrat. Sun Wukong walked through the town on Yardrat, observing the surroundings. Lewis, is this the Yardrat you mentioned? Vegeta furrowed his brows slightly. Rumors say that Yardrat, like Namek, is a very mysterious planet. That's right. They possess a secret technique here called instant transmission, similar to the move I used to bring you here. Lewis continued walking and speaking. Since you two can both transform into Super Saiyans, once you learn this technique you can return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters and teach the others how to transform. Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. Having experienced the power of the Super Saiyan form themselves, they understood that if all Saiyans could achieve this transformation, the Saiyan race would become the most powerful in the universe. Especially Vegeta, who as the Saiyan Prince deeply wished to witness his people reach this day. Let's go find their leader. Soon Lewis led the two to the center of town, where they found Suppa, the ruler of Yardrat. Inside the room, Suppa bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the honorable candidate destroyer. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were startled. The leader of Yardrat actually knew Lewis. Lewis glanced at Husu standing beside Suppa. Husu was the sage of Yardrat, and it must be because of him that Suppa recognized his status. Lewis did not dwell on this and got straight to the point. Lord Suppa, could you teach these two the instant transmission technique? Sun Wukong and Vegeta straightened their postures, slightly watching Suppa intently. This shouldn't be a problem. Suppa nodded in agreement. Husu nearby tugged at Suppa's sleeve, as if giving him a hint. Suppa looked at Lewis, hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Since you have helped me with this, I will do my utmost to assist you in return. Lewis observed Suppa's expression and Husu's subtle gestures. Suppa said in alarm, I would never dare to command the honorable candidate destroyer, but this matter is related to you. Related to me? Lewis frowned and glanced at Sun Wukong. If it was related to anyone, it should be connected to this kid. After all, in the anime, he was the one who escaped here and learned instant transmission. Honorable candidate destroyer, I am the sage of Yardrat. Husu finally spoke. Originally, I prophesied that our Yardrat would face a great catastrophe, and a golden-haired warrior would descend from the heavens to save us. Hearing this, Lewis could not help but feel surprised. The sage of Yardrat was as formidable as the Grand Elder of Namek. If history had not changed, the golden-haired warrior Husu mentioned would have been Sun Wukong. Husu continued, his tone heavy. But over 2 months ago, this prophecy suddenly changed. The great catastrophe vanished, and so did the golden-haired warrior. If your great disaster has disappeared, isn't that a good thing? Vegeta interjected suddenly. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Lord Suppa spoke up. No, while the great disaster the sage initially foresaw has indeed vanished, he has also foreseen an even more terrifying calamity. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Lewis pondered for a moment. So this new catastrophe is connected to me. Precisely. If handled improperly, not only Yardrat will be in danger, but the entire northern galaxy will suffer. Husu looked at Lewis, his expression grave. Honorable candidate destroyer, I have foretold that this new catastrophe originates from the Dark Demon World. No one would dare command a candidate destroyer, yet this disaster was too terrifying to ignore. Since the new catastrophe happened to be connected to Lewis, Husu and Suppa had risked the wrath of a destroyer to seek his assistance. The Dark Demon World. Lewis's pupils contracted sharply. Soon he remembered the system's check-in mission, to check in front of Tawa. Based on his understanding of the system, each check-in seemed to coincide precisely with important events. That's it. It must be Tawa. She's coming to the 7th universe to cause trouble. Lewis rose from his chair, his expression darkening. Lewis, what's wrong? Vegeta was startled by Lewis's expression. Could this Dark Demon World be that powerful? Sun Wukong quickly asked. Lewis was a candidate destroyer. If something could make him this flustered, it must be no ordinary matter. Suppa faltered, honorable candidate destroyer, this disaster. Lewis shook his head, then pointed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. You take them to learn instant transmission. Leave the Dark Demon World matter to me. No wonder Suppa and Husu were willing to risk the wrath of a destroyer to ask for his help. Regardless of whether it was connected to him or not, if anyone from the Dark Demon World appeared in the universe, he would have to intervene. After all, the Omni King's universe and the Dark Demon world were opposing forces. Yes. Finally, Lewis departed from Yardrat. Lewis left the planet Yardrat and arrived at a desolate stretch of starry space. According to the system-issued mission, combined with Husu's prophecy, Tawa was certainly coming to cause him trouble. In other words, the great disaster that was about to befall planet Yardrat was due to his own involvement. As long as he left the planet, it should remain safe. Why would Tawa come looking for me? Lewis hovered in the starry void, scanning his surroundings. There was not a single sign of movement. Unable to fathom the reason, Lewis had no choice but to remain in this desolate stretch of space. He dared not wander elsewhere lest he lead Tawa to some other place and cause a catastrophe. Time slowly trickled by. 3 days passed, yet the desolate starry region remained utterly still. How strange. Lewis furrowed his brow. Logically, the system's check-in mission should have been completed within a week. Why had Tawa not appeared after 3 whole days? Since the mission was not yet accomplished, Lewis had to continue waiting in the desolate starry space. Little did he know that a pair of seductive eyes were watching him from the shadows. He was completely oblivious. In the darkness, Tawa had been observing Lewis for 3 days. His dimensional level reaches that of a god, but his power hasn't even touched the realm of divinity. That was Tawa's first impression of Lewis. What she did not know was that Lewis was still in his normal state. Only when he transformed into a Super Saiyan would his power reach the realm of divinity. Lewis appeared far too ordinary on the surface, leaving Tawa utterly perplexed. According to the handbook Quitella had given her, the candidate god of destruction of Universe 7 was peculiar. He could nullify attacks. To deal with him, only the sealing technique would work. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a mere candidate god of destruction? Tawa grumbled inwardly. Having observed for so long, the time was about right. Tawa prepared to make her move. Suddenly, she recalled the scene in the dark forest. Remember, don't let your boat capsize in a ditch. Quitella had said that before leaving. Tawa pursed her lips. For some reason, she felt a foreboding sense of unease. Fine, I'll just use the sealing technique then. In the shadows, Tawa extended her right hand, and a staff flew out of a dimensional rift. She grasped it firmly. Pointing it at Lewis in the desolate starry space, she began to inscribe a seal in the air, chanting the incantation. Aloha echoed. The entire star field suddenly trembled, and Lewis, who had been in the desolate void, snapped his eyes open. Here it comes. Before him appeared a woman with a seductive figure clad in a crimson magical outfit, exuding an aura of enchantment. Ding check-in successful in front of Tawa. Reward Super Saiyan full power. A warm current surged through Lewis's body, and he instantly mastered this state. At that moment, a 6-pointed star seal descended from the sky, carrying boundless pressure that seemed to crush the very cosmos. Immunity. Lewis's body trembled slightly, then returned to normal. Tawa, who was in the midst of inscribing the sealing incantation, shuddered violently. How could this be? This sealing technique was supposed to seal any power below the 4th layer of the divine realm. Anyone whose power hadn't broken through to the 4th layer should not even be able to stand under such a seal. No wonder Quitella said not to let my boat capsize in a ditch. Tawa suddenly understood. Then, Tawa, sister of Beerus, subordinate of Demigra. Lewis looked up with a cold sneer. Am I right? Tawa was speechless. The ominous feeling in her heart grew stronger, and her hands moved faster over the sealing inscription. Seeing this, Lewis exclaimed, "Oh no, it's a sealing technique." His scalp tingled. Having just acquired immunity, he knew its weakness. He could nullify all harm in the world, but had no defense against sealing. Because sealing did not inflict damage, only trapped him, and his immunity could not take effect. Damn it, Tawa, who put you up to this? Lewis clenched his fists, and his hair instantly turned golden. Unlike before, this Super Saiyan form appeared calm, without any trace of wildness. This was Super Saiyan full power. In terms of power, it still amplified 50-fold, but the stamina consumption and physical burden were noticeably reduced by more than half. Combined with the nourishment of the divine energy within him, it perfectly offset the strain that Super Saiyan full power imposed on his body. In other words, Lewis no longer had any physical burden issues. He could maintain the Super Saiyan full power state at all times, until his power was completely depleted. Lewis transformed into a golden beam shooting skyward. The power of the 1st layer of the divine realm exploded across the cosmos, shattering all nearby planets. The next instant, he appeared before Tawa. You want to seal me? Lewis sneered. If you wish to die, I'll grant your wish. Boom. Taking advantage of the fact that Tawa's seal was not yet complete, Lewis gathered a purple energy sphere aimed at her. Destruction. The cosmos trembled, and even the Namekians on the other side of the galaxy could feel the terrifying pressure. The Yardrats needed no further description. They all raised their heads, gazing into the starry sky. The great disaster is here. On planet Yardrat, Supa and Husu looked up, their faces etched with worry. The purple energy of destruction cut through the void and appeared before Tawa in an instant. Tawa was frantic. Just as the destructive energy was about to strike her, she stopped chanting. He, Lord, candidate god of destruction of Universe 7, is so close. Tawa breathed a sigh of relief and flashed a stunning smile at Lewis. What? Lewis was shocked. Aloha echoed. The six-pointed star seal materialized, instantly imprisoning the entire star field. The destructive energy Lewis had unleashed struck the seal, but left no trace. The seal was complete. Even the energy of destruction could not shatter it. The 10,000-mile star field was shrouded by the six-pointed star seal, which began to contract around Lewis. Tawa produced a jar. Once the six-pointed star seal shrank to the size of a fingernail, she could seal Lewis inside the jar, imprisoning him permanently. Tawa, who sent you to seal me? Lewis watched the contracting seal with a blank expression. Does it really matter who instructed me? Outside the seal, Tawa looked at Lewis's calm demeanor and covered her mouth with a laugh. Oh my mister. Lewis is so composed. Have you given up? Inside the seal, Lewis folded his arms and stared at Tawa. It's Quitella, isn't it? 3 months ago, after a sparring match with the candidate gods of destruction from other universes, he was first ambushed by Quitella, and now he was being sealed. As for who could think of using a sealing technique and who held a grudge against him, aside from Quitella, Lewis couldn't think of anyone else. Tawa put away her staff and narrowed her eyes. Does it matter who it is? You're not even resisting. Are you waiting to die? Waiting to die? Lewis revealed a sinister smile, looking at Tawa. If you get erased, do you think your master Demigra will find the Super Dragon Balls to revive you? The hexagram curse was etched into the dark cosmic void centered on Lewis as the golden ring contracted around him. He hovered in the space, arms crossed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Outside the hexagram, Tova frowned, her face filled with confusion as she stared at Lewis inside. She had no idea what obliteration meant. In Tova's understanding, the most powerful being was her master Demigra. As for the obliteration of the Omni King or the Grand Priest, she had never even heard of it, let alone witnessed it. For some reason, the ominous premonition in her heart grew stronger. The temperature of the cosmic void suddenly plummeted. The power of the first layer of the divine realm began to accumulate, and Lewis's aura grew increasingly formidable. The surrounding space trembled. Is he about to resist? Despite her unease, Tova still believed that Lewis could not break through her hexagram seal technique. This sealing technique was capable of restraining power at the third layer of the divine realm. How could it fail to hold someone with only the first layer of power? Suddenly, within the hexagram, Lewis spoke again. Do you know why Katra didn't dare to act personally? Tova asked instinctively. Lewis said nothing, laughing wildly. Tova felt a vein throbbing on her forehead. This man must be insane. Lewis stared at Tova, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Because he is afraid of death. He had trained in the hyperbolic time chamber to gather enough power to sustain the use of obliteration. Now, having cultivated his power to the first layer of the divine realm, he could finally support the execution of obliteration without being severely injured before it was even unleashed. At that moment, the sealing technique no longer had any effect on him unless a being of the rank of angel or higher intervened. Now Lewis was almost invincible. He suddenly erupted with power. Golden flames surged from his body, radiating brilliant light like a newborn sun, illuminating the dark starry region until it was as bright as day. Katra is afraid of deaths. Tova's heart skipped a beat. She sensed the aura of death in the power Lewis had unleashed. How could it be? Katra was a god of destruction who had touched the fifth layer of the divine realm. How could he fear a mere trainee god of destruction? This boy must be crazy. Yet within the hexagram, Lewis raised his right hand, channeling a torrent of power from within him. The hexagram seal is nothing. Shatter. Obliteration. The endless cosmos trembled, and the golden hexagram grew dim. Lewis swung his arm powerfully. A white halo enveloped the entire hexagram, like the primordial force of creation, annihilating everything in its path. Tova's scalp tingled. She no longer believed the hexagram seal could contain Lewis. Damn it, he was telling the truth. Katra, you lied to me. Flee. Tova swung her staff, creating a spatial rift in the cosmos. As the white halo touched the hexagram, she leaped into it. Before leaving, Tova glanced back. Her soul trembled as she saw the white light disintegrate the hexagram and continue surging toward her. Tova dared not look back again, accelerating away from the space. She escaped. Damn it. Lewis was furious as he watched Tova leave. At that moment, Whis appeared. Lewis, why did you use obliteration again? Lewis rejoiced. Whis, quickly restore my strength. After executing obliteration, his power was completely drained, and he had reverted to his normal state, barely able to speak. Whis was taken aback, then waved his staff, enveloping Lewis in a silver light, instantly restoring him to full strength. Whis, take me to the dark demon realm. Lewis gritted his teeth. Damn it, being outsmarted by a little woman was infuriating. What are you going to do in the dark demon realm? Whis frowned. The dark demon realm was not a place for just anyone to enter. It was filled with powerful beings, including those at the rank of angel. Could he even escape unscathed if he went in? I need to kill someone. Lewis's anger was overwhelming, unable to calm down. Whis looked at Lewis silently for 3 seconds, then nodded. All right. He wanted to dissuade Lewis, but Lewis was clearly blinded by rage and wouldn't listen. It might be better to take him to the dark demon realm. With his unique constitution, no one could harm him. Even those below the rank of angel would not dare to provoke him. Perhaps he would even need his protection. After all, that obliteration was no joke. Come, I'll take you to the dark demon realm. Whis and Lewis vanished. In the dark demon realm, dark forest. Keitra Tova has gone to deal with the trainee god of destruction of Universe 7. Where are the Super Dragon Balls you promised? Wait until you seal that boy. Seal A. Demigura sneered. Isn't it just a mere trainee god of destruction? Why use a sealing technique? Keitra was not angered by the mockery. If he hadn't witnessed Lewis's immunity, he wouldn't have believed that anyone could truly be immune to all harm. Just as Keitra was about to speak, a rift appeared above the dark forest, and Tova emerged looking utterly disheveled. Keitra, you lied to me. Back in the dark demon realm, Tova saw Keitra and confronted him angrily. You said you couldn't act because of Beerus, but it was all lies. Tova's loud accusation made Keitra's eyes flash with coldness. The creatures of the dark demon realm were filthy street rats, yet they dared to be so disrespectful to him. Demigura noticed Keitra's expression and felt a surge of killing intent. But he still looked at Tova and asked, puzzled, what happened? Lord Demigura, Keitra didn't dare to act personally because he is afraid of death. Afraid of deaths. Demigura was stunned, about to ask further. A radiant light appeared above the dark demon realm, the distinctive aura of an angel from the Omni King's universe. An angel dares to come to the dark demon realm. Demigura revealed a sinister smile. Keitra's body trembled violently. Demigura, I must leave. If the angel finds out I'm here, I'm doomed. He concealed his aura and quickly fled the dark forest. Tova watched Keitra's retreating figure, her face filled with urgency. Lord Demigura, Keitra is deceiving us. Tell me what he deceived us about. Demigura looked upward where other powerful beings were already flying toward the angel's location. It's like this. A rift appeared in the sky above the dark demon realm, and two figures emerged from it. Whis, is this the dark demon realm? Whis looked around. The environment of the dark demon realm was extremely dim. At a glance, black clouds, black earth. From time to time, a strange, eerie wind swept by, accompanied by a dark aura. The entire world felt oppressive. Yes. Whis nodded. He hadn't been here for a long time. Someone's coming. Be careful. After saying this, he couldn't help but shake his head. It was himself who should be careful. Whis sensed an extremely powerful pressure flying toward them. The next moment, a graceful figure appeared. A young girl in a tight-fitting outfit with emerald green hair, holding a staff. The space around them suddenly trembled. Clearly the newcomer's strength was immense. Then 12 figures flew over from the distance, each emanating formidable power. Pu Ting spoke, isn't this Mr. Whis from Quan Wang's universe? What are you doing in the dark demon realm? The other arrivals stood behind Pu Ting, remaining silent. Greetings, Miss Pu Ting. I am merely accompanying someone here. Whis' face was calm, but in truth he had already prepared for battle. Outside Quan Wang's universe, he could act freely. Pu Ting. Whis was taken aback. He recalled that there was such an archmage in a Dragon Ball spin-off. Pu Ting was a grand archmage of the heavenly realm in ancient times. Later she betrayed the heavenly realm along with Gu Lei Bai and Demi Gu La, defecting to Mei Chi Ka, Hu La, the master of the dark demon realm. Accompanying him, Pu Ting shifted her gaze to Whis. Black hair, brown tail. His dimension was at the divine level, but his power didn't even reach the god realm. Wait. Destruction aura. Mr. Whis, this kid isn't the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe, is he? His power is really quite weak. Pu Ting smiled. Her smile was sweet, but Whis immediately got goosebumps. Damn, an ancient grand archmage. What kind of old witch was pretending to be a young girl? Yes, he is a disciple taken in by Lord Bai Lu Si more than a decade ago. His talent is not bad. Pu Ting and Whis chatted like two old friends. At this moment, Whis secretly sent a telepathic message to Whis explaining Pu Ting's background. Pu Ting's background was essentially the same as what Whis already knew. However, he was not very clear about her power. Through Whis' introduction, he learned just how formidable this old witch before him was. It turned out that Pu Ting, as a grand archmage of the ancient heavenly realm, had always possessed immense power. After defecting to the dark demon realm, she accepted the demon god power bestowed by Mei Chi Ka, Hu La, the master of the dark demon realm, and her power broke through to the angel level. But what did angel level power matter? Enough talk, Pu Ting, I ask you. Where is Tuoa? Whis finally spoke. As soon as Whis spoke, the air instantly stilled. Whis couldn't help but swallow. This kid had some nerve. Whis, are you here looking for Tuoa? But your attitude in seeking someone is very rude. Pu Ting smiled charmingly. Coming to the dark demon realm and daring to be so arrogant. Either you're a fool or you have something to rely on. She glanced at Whis and continued with a smile. This candidate god of destruction, you don't think that with Whis protecting you, you can be fearless, do you? Whis, standing nearby, was a bit embarrassed. What Pu Ting said was true. He could barely make a clean escape from the dark demon realm, let alone protect a candidate god of destruction. Can you stop smiling all the time? Whis frowned at Pu Ting. You're not as beautiful as my Ta, you see anyway. Your constant smiling is really disgusting. Already angered by Tuowa, this old, which was still smiling. Did she really think that having angel-level power made her so great? Whis covered his mouth, but still let out a laugh. This kid Whis had a venomous tongue. You're asking for death. Pu Ting's chest was filled with rage, her face twisted with fury. Her ladylike demeanor vanished instantly, and she now truly looked like an old witch. Kill this brat. Pu Ting stared intently at Wei Si, preventing him from acting. Yes. The 12 figures hovering around suddenly erupted with power. Boom. Boom. 12 black auras shot up into the sky, and a powerful pressure pressed down on Lu Yixi. The power of the 4th layer of the god realm. Lu Yixi's mouth twitched slightly. These people's power was comparable to that of the gods of destruction in Quan Wang's universe. They were overestimating him. Wei Si, who are they? They are the 12 demon kings of the dark demon realm, corresponding exactly to the gods of destruction of Quan Wang's universe. Wei Si, standing nearby, explained. He remained motionless, seemingly with no intention of helping Lu Yixi, which puzzled Pu Ting. Was he going to abandon this kid? Boom. The 12 demon kings charged at Lu Yixi, moving so fast that he couldn't react at all. Bang. Bang. Lu Yixi was hit, and instantly fell into a disadvantage. Dark Forest. Lord Demi Gu La, the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe, is truly terrifying. He knows a technique called erasure. What? Demi Gu La was shocked. Erasure. This was a law that only those at the divine official level could comprehend. How could that kid have mastered it? Lord Demi Gu La, in the face of erasure, my sealing technique, collapsed instantly. It was Kuei-Te La who deceived us. He was afraid of death, so he made us act. I see. Demi Gu La narrowed his eyes. Tuawa couldn't be lying. Then the truth was clear. Kuei-Te La, what a piece of work. How dare he deceive him? Amid his anger, Demi Gu La couldn't help but wonder. Why could the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe with only the power of the 1st layer of the god realm comprehend erasure? Moreover, the notebook Kuei-Te La gave him recorded information about Lu Yixi, saying he could ignore any attack. To deal with that kid, one could only use a sealing technique. What kind of nonsense is this? Don't worry, I'll make Kuei-Te La regret it. Demi Gu La raised his head and looked at the distant sky. At that moment, the sound of a collision came from the horizon. Let's go, let's see what's happening. Demi Gu La vanished from the spot. Tuawa followed, but her heart inexplicably raced, as if something bad was about to happen. The horizon. Boom. Energy blasts splattered everywhere, striking the ground with earth-shattering explosions. The ground was pockmarked and devastated. Suddenly, whoosh, a figure crashed down from the sky, creating a 100-meter-wide crater. Cough, cough. Lu Yixi's god of destruction outfit was tattered. He patted his chest, and the dust made him cough twice. Damn, getting ganged up on again. These demon kings have no class. Being ganged up on by 10 candidate destruction gods was bad enough, but now he was being set upon by 12 demon kings of the dark demon realm. Lu Yixi felt utterly indignant. Yet, while he was indignant, others were even more incredulous. 12 dark figures hovered above the void, deathly silent. The demon kings looked as if they had seen a ghost, each one dumbfounded. How is that possible? This kid is actually unharmed. Our power is at the 4th layer of the divine realm, in the universe of Quan Wang that is already on the level of a destruction god. Why can a trash who hasn't even reached the divine realm survive the assault of 12 demon kings? And he's not even hurt. How can this be? In the void nearby, Wei Si, who had been watching the spectacle, revealed a faint smile. Forget 12 demon kings. Even if Demi Gu La came in person, there would be nothing he could do to Lu Yixi. Wei Si, what's the deal with this kid? Pu Ting glanced at Lu Yixi on the ground, then turned and said coldly. Naturally, Wei Si wouldn't reveal Lu Yixi's secret. He smiled and said, Miss Pu Ting, why don't you just tell me where Tuawa is? Otherwise, something big might happen soon. Something big. Pu Ting burst out laughing, just because of an angel at the 2nd layer of the angel realm. The angel realm had 3 layers, and Wei Si was currently at the 2nd. Yet, thinking that a single angel at the 2nd layer could cause a major incident in the dark demon realm was madness, wasn't it? Wei Si shook his head. Sai, why won't you listen to reason? Lu Yixi's power had broken through to the 1st layer of the divine realm. Earlier, he had executed an erasure once. Clearly, Lu Yixi was now able to sustain the use of erasure. In his perception, though Lu Yixi's erasure was not as strong as Quan Wang's, he still sensed a mortal threat from it. If these demon kings forced Lu Yixi to use erasure, they would all die. Wei Si gave a bitter smile and urged again, Miss Pu Ting, why don't you just let Tuawa come out? Otherwise, really. Pu Ting cut him off, sneering, Humph, all this talk. Are you trying to find a way to help your candidate destruction god? She held her staff, fully focused on Wei Si. If he made any move, she would unleash a devastating strike. Sai, good advice is wasted on the damned. Wei Si said no more, but he prepared for battle and for summoning reinforcements. If he didn't call for backup, he and Lu Yixi might never leave the dark demon realm. After all, the dark demon realm even had experts at the level of a divine officer. Seeing that Wei Si remained still, Pu Ting shifted her gaze to Lu Yixi on the ground. Damn it, they're pushing me too far. Lu Yixi had been tricked by a little girl and then ganged up on again. He couldn't take it anymore. Whoosh. A golden light burst into the sky. Super Saiyan full power. Power breakthrough to the 1st layer of the divine realm. What the hell? How did this kid's power break through to the divine realm? I knew it. How could a candidate destruction god not even reach the divine realm? Stop the nonsense. Attack. Kill him. The dark aura of the 12 demon kings surged violently. They twisted their bodies and vanished in an instant. A dozen blurry black shadows flashed across the void, and the next second they appeared around Liyisi. Now it's my turn. Liyisi looked at the demon kings surrounding him, raised his hand, and fired countless shockwaves. Purple energy streaked across the void, breathtakingly beautiful. The demon kings raised their arms to block, but all the destructive energy hit them like a mere tickle. In an instant, smoke filled the air. Where is he? When the smoke cleared, the demon kings were stunned. The next second, up. One of the demon kings let out a cry of agony, then flew backward like a cannonball. Boom. He smashed through mountain after mountain. Damn it. Get him. The demon kings were furious. 12 of them ganging up on one, and the enemy still had a chance to counterattack. What a disgrace. The demon kings located Liyisi and instantly appeared beside him. Thrusting fists. Straight kicks. Energy bombardment. The attacks of the 11 demon kings were like a violent storm, utterly terrifying. The one who had been knocked back also returned and joined the melee. From the sky to the ground, space trembled, the earth cracked. The raging power stirred the magnetic fields of heaven and earth, summoning endless gales that swept in all directions, causing the creatures of the dark demon realm to panic. Bang! Midair, Liyisi was struck in the face, his head rattled. Immune. He took no damage. Take this. Liyisi abandoned his defense and swung his fist at the demon king. The power of the first layer of the divine realm poured into the air, producing a sonic boom. Up. The demon king, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his face and flew backward. At the same time, the remaining 11 demon kings seized the opportunity, furiously attacking Liyisi from behind. Boom. Boom. Liyisi was bombarded without pause. The entire sky seemed on the verge of shattering, the scene utterly terrifying. The sight made Pu Ting's lips curl upward. She didn't believe this kid could survive. Pu Ting withdrew her gaze and turned to Whis. Whis, your candidate destruction god is done for. You'll be finished too. Since Whis had come alone to the dark demon realm, this was too good an opportunity to miss. Is that so? As Whis finished speaking, a silver radiance suddenly flashed at the bombarded spot in the sky. Whoosh. Perfect ultra instinct. Phantom shift. Liyisi flew out of the bombardment zone. The destruction god outfit on his upper body had vanished, revealing his powerful physique. Yet at a glance, Liyisi bore not a single scratch. Impossible. Perfect ultra instinct. He took no damage at all. How did he do it? Pu Ting was dumbfounded, her eyes wide. This was a coordinated assault from 12 demon kings. How could this kid have taken no damage? And he had actually mastered perfect ultra instinct. Why had the world changed? The 12 demon kings were just as shocked as Pu Ting. They had noticed Liyisi's strangeness from the beginning. They had thought it was some protective measure Whis had given the kid good for only one round. Now they realized they were wrong, terribly wrong. If I don't believe it, let me test him. Pu Ting vanished from beside Whis, and Whis did not stop her. However, Whis knew something big was about to happen. He quickly raised his staff, summoning reinforcements. Whoosh. A beam of silver light shot out of the dark demon realm. Pu Ting sensed Whis' movement behind her, but did not stop him. After all, the dark demon realm was her territory. Unless Quan Wong himself came, no amount of reinforcements would matter. Pu Ting appeared before Liyisi with the 12 demon kings gathering behind her. 13 figures stood opposite Liyisi. I'll say it again, bring Tuawa out. Liyisi hovered in the void, his upper body bare. Twice he had been ganged up on, and twice he had been outmatched. Yet, compared to the candidate destruction gods last time, these 12 demon kings were far stronger. Fortunately, his power had reached the first layer of the divine realm, and his super Saiyan had broken through to full power. Because of the divine dimension, the divine energy within him nourished his body, and the consumption and burden of super Saiyan full power were extremely low. Thus he could endure for so long, and even have the chance to counterattack demon kings of the fourth layer of the divine realm. Compared to last time, he had made great progress. If you don't let Tua out, you'll die. Whis was burning with rage. He didn't intend to keep fighting. He knew that even if he used the perfect self-state, he couldn't kill these demon kings before him. With immunity at best, it was a 50-50 draw until his stamina was exhausted. This was the same result as the last spar with the candidate god of destruction. It was meaningless. The demon kings were still immersed in shock that someone could ignore damage. But the next second they were amused by Luis's words. Kid, you're quite arrogant, making us die, eh? Although we don't know how you ignore damage, wanting us dead. You must be crazy. Shut up. Putin raised her hand, and the demon kings behind her instantly fell silent. Attacked by 12 demon kings, and yet completely unharmed. I want to see if you truly can ignore damage. Putin stared intently at Whis. This kid was too strange. She moved. For a moment, time and space froze. She crossed time and space, instantly appearing before Whis. A fist slammed into Luis's chest. Likewise, her power was also at the second layer of the angel realm. With full force, the sky shattered violently, and the entire dark demon realm trembled. This time he should be dead. The next moment, hiss! Putin gasped, her fist still pressed against Luis's chest. He was completely unharmed. He truly could ignore damage. You? How did you do it? Putin's face turned pale. At this moment she was completely unlike an angel-level expert. Instead she resembled a fragile woman deeply frightened by Luis. Not letting Tua out, are you? You brought this upon yourselves. The silver light on Luis's body instantly vanished, and he first exited the perfect self-state. Then he entered the Super Saiyan full power state. He raised his right hand, aiming at Putin. Erase. A white light suddenly blazed. Erase. Putin's pupils contracted sharply. Wasn't this a law only angel-level officials were qualified to comprehend? Why did this kid know it? Moreover, she felt that this power was not fake. It was truly erase. No. Don't. Demigura, who was flying over, shuddered. Actually, erase. Is the great angel here? Or the Omni King? Demigura was very anxious. He stepped forward. Whoosh. In an instant he appeared before Putin. A bare-chested man was launching a race at Putin. Demigura breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as it wasn't the great angel or the Omni King, it was fine. He waved his hand. A black demon god force formed a sword slashing toward Luis's erase. Boom. The two supreme attacks collided as if the apocalypse had arrived, and endless residual power swept through the entire dark demon realm. For a moment, the dark demon realm instantly turned into a living hell. Demigura waved his hand again, and the dark demon realm returned to its original state. At this moment Putin was drenched in sweat, her azure hair matted, truly resembling an old witch. Duh. Demigura, he knows erase. I saw it. Demigura stared intently at Luis. The residual power that had just erupted didn't hurt him at all. Ignore damage. Recalling Quitra's handbook information, this person before him should be the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe. Just then, Tua arrived belatedly. The moment she saw Luis, her face turned pale, and she stammered, Lord Demigura, it's Luis. He's chasing me. She really hadn't expected Luis to chase her to the dark demon realm. If he caught her, it would be disastrous. Whis also came to Luis's side. Seeing Luis struggling to return to his normal state, he waved his staff and restored Luis's stamina. The two faced off against the 15 on the opposite side. Demigura glanced at Luis, then shifted his gaze to Whis. Whis, long time no see. Whis forced a smile, long time no see. Demigura said calmly, Are you nervous? Whis. He was nervous for a reason. Demigura was an angel-level expert of the dark demon realm. Why don't you try standing in front of my father? See if you're nervous. Whis said calmly. As he said this, his nervousness instantly vanished. Demigura's mouth twitched slightly. Before the great angel. Forget it. The great angel's power was far beyond the angel level. Demigura looked at Luis and asked, Whis, what's the deal with this kid? How do you think I'll tell you? Whis shook his head. He knew exactly what Demigura wanted to ask, just Luis's origin. But he didn't know either. In his observation, Luis was just an ordinary Saiyan. Demigura kept observing Luis, and the more he looked, the more he noticed something off about him. Destruction, aura. Ultra instinct flavor. Erase. Ignore. At such a young age he had comprehended so many powers. How did he do it? Demigura was utterly perplexed. The two sides fell silent, the atmosphere extremely tense. Luis recovered, looked at Tua, and finally spoke, running away. Why not run anymore? His words broke the deadlock. Tua's body trembled. Was this guy a demon? He had chased her from the Omni King's universe to the dark demon realm. In the dark demon realm you still dare to say such words. You really aren't afraid of death. Demigura stepped forward. Afraid of death? Luis sneered. If I didn't know erase, I would have been sealed. Sealed. Whis beside him was stunned, then flew into a rage. Luis, what's going on? He knew Luis could ignore damage, but the weakness of ignore was also obvious. Sealing. Earlier Tua ambushed me in the star region near planet Yardrat. That's why I asked you to bring me to the dark demon realm. Such a thing happened. Whis suddenly understood. He had wondered why Luis was so angry earlier. But Whis looked at Demigura. Speak, who sent you to ambush Luis? From Luis's account he knew this matter was not simple. Because so far Luis had only used ignore in the Omni King's universe. Sealing was the weakness of ignore. How did the dark demon realm discover it? Clearly someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Above the dim sky both sides faced off in tense standoff. This, as you just said, do you really think I would tell you? Demigura sneered maliciously. You? This, usually gentle and refined, displayed rare anger. It was mainly because Luis had been instructed by the Grand Supreme Deity to be properly trained, and Luis was the hope of the 7th universe. Someone actually dared to target Luis, and moreover they had allied with the dark demon realm to act together. How could he not be furious? This, I know who is behind this. Luis stepped forward, gazing at Tawa with a cold sneer. Only the gods within the Zen-O's universe know that I can ignore damage. Moreover, with my status as a candidate destroyer god, I doubt I would even warrant consideration in your eyes. No one knows of my existence, yet you actually ambushed me and resorted to sealing techniques. Coincidentally, sealing techniques counter me. Is everything so coincidental? Luis shook his head. Aside from Quilla, who bears a grudge against me, I truly cannot think of anyone else who would betray me. In the distance Tawa fell silent. How could this kid be so clever? Luis, is it really Quilla? Vis beside him frowned deeply. The dark demon realm and the Zen-O's universe were opposing forces. If it truly was Quilla who leaked information, Quilla was undoubtedly betraying the Xenos universe. If my guess is correct, it is absolutely him. Lewis glanced at Whis and clenched his fist. He has caused me trouble time and again. After returning from this dark demon realm journey, it would be Quilla's death sentence. At that moment, haha, I must say, young Lewis, your imagination is quite vivid. Although Quilla had deceived him, Demigra still did not reveal their transaction. After all, Quilla still owed him 7 Super Dragon Balls. Perfect freedom realm destruction of rules divine level power in his 20s. He can not only ignore damage but also wield erasure. Almost every kind of power is unbelievable. Why wouldn't a genius like you be targeted by us? The Xenos universe and our dark demon realm are mortal enemies. Isn't it perfectly normal to eliminate a genius like you? Demigra turned his head, looking at Putine and the Demon Kings. Putine nodded. She had nearly died in Lewis's erasure moments ago. It genuinely startled her. Such a genius absolutely could not be allowed to live. Watching Demigra's retreating back, Lewis paused. This fellow's words actually made quite a bit of sense. Could it truly not be Quilla? Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted and Demigra's icy voice rang out. Enough. Though I do not know how you managed to comprehend these powers, it no longer matters. What, wanting to kill me? That old witch Putine could not kill me either, so what makes you think you could? Lewis sneered. You are asking for death. Putine exploded in rage. This fellow actually called her an old witch. It was humiliating, yet there was nothing she could do. She could not kill him. Asking for death. If you want to kill me so badly, then come. Him sharp-tongued. I may not be able to kill you, but can I not seal you? This kid has nothing to do with Quilla anymore. The moment Demigra saw Lewis, he knew he could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, the balance between the Xenos universe and the dark demon realm would surely be disrupted. Killing intent overflowed, the sky seemed ready to freeze, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The Demon Kings felt it difficult to breathe. This was the pressure emanating from a divine officer. This, watch out. In the sky, Lewis stood before Whis, facing Demigra alone. All of Demigra's overwhelming pressure was blocked by him. Whis felt warmth in his heart. He never expected that one day he would have to rely on Lewis. Go ahead and use erasure freely. I can help restore your stamina. And I have already called for reinforcements. Just hold on. Honestly, Whis was being dragged into this by Lewis, but he did not mind. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Haha, then I am relieved. Lewis erupted with a golden aura, entering Super Saiyan full power state once more. The power of the first layer of the divine realm surged wildly. Lewis and Demigra faced off. In the void, golden aura and dark energy clashed. This scene in the sky was utterly incredible. A mere rookie with only the power of the first layer of the divine realm was actually contending with Demigra, a demon god at the level of a divine officer. The other demon kings had fled far away. Even Putine, who possessed angel-level power, had retreated to a distance, daring not to approach this battlefield. It was not that they would not help Demigra. They had already tried before. Except for sealing techniques, other powers had no effect on Lewis whatsoever. And Lewis could also wield erasure, and ordinary sealing techniques were ineffective against him. Aside from Demigra, the divine officer-level expert unaffected by erasure, no one else had any solution. Whis naturally had no choice either, but he did not flee, for he needed to restore Lewis's stamina. At this moment, Whis was like gasoline and Lewis was like an engine. When the engine ran out of power, Whis would replenish Lewis with energy. Although I know you can ignore damage, I still wish to try once more. At that moment, Demigra in the sky moved. Dark energy exploded from his body, covering the entire sky. It was like Rosenhell. The sight was extraordinarily terrifying. Demigra disregarded space and time, appearing above Lewis, and with a wave of his hand, an endless mighty force stirred up a spatial storm. Unstoppable. Vast expanses of space shattered, forming countless white transparent blades that flew toward Lewis. Experts at the divine officer level rarely used pure energy waves as attacks anymore. Demigra's move incorporated both space rules and time rules. Lewis could not react in time and was instantly hit. However, immunity, a white light, erupted around Lewis. Ding, ding, ding. The white light on Lewis intercepted them. These space fragments struck like nails against steel plate, producing piercing sounds. Haha, let alone you. Even if Mechikabura himself arrived, he could not harm me. Lewis looked up at the figure in the sky, letting the space fragments strike his body, laughing loudly. His smile was brilliant, but if Taisai were here, she would surely notice that Lewis was forcing a smile. Mainly because the power gap was too great. Lewis had not failed to consider counterattacking. Without wielding erasure, even if he released his strongest power, he still could not kill those 12 demon kings. It was truly somewhat inadequate. So Lewis could only endure passively. After all, it was not his first time taking blows. What harm in enduring one more time? But it felt so stifling. What arrogance. Demigra narrowed his eyes. Who was Mechikabura? That was an existence on par with the Xeno. Then I will just seal you. Demigra prepared himself mentally, yet was still shocked by Lewis's ignore. He could not be allowed to live. Dark sealing technique. Demigra's hands formed seals rapidly. Pitch black energy formed a curse mark, and the surrounding space suddenly froze. Want to seal me? Then give it a try. Lewis looked up at the figure above, giving a sinister smile. At the same time, He raised his hand, condensing a white halo. Erasure. Lewis did not aim at Demigra, but instead targeted the ground of the dark demon realm. Whis saw this and burst into pig-like laughter. Whis was too cunning. He knew his erasure had no effect on Demigula, so he turned his attention to the dark demon realm. Whis' erasure power had not yet reached the level of Quan Wong, but it could still threaten beings at the angel level. Once Whis' erasure struck the dark demon realm, more than half of the dark demon realm's territory would disappear. At this moment, Demigula would surely intervene to stop it, but then he would have to abandon the seal on Whis. What a despicable brat. Demigula sensed Whis' intention and naturally would not let the dark demon realm lose a large portion of its territory. So Demigula had no choice but to release the seal on Whis and chose to block Whis' erasure. A white light suddenly burst from Whis' hand. Demigula mobilized the power of the demon god. The two attacks were extremely terrifying. Boom. They collided, producing a cataclysmic sound. The power Demigula used was just right. Whis' erasure was neutralized and the dark demon realm suffered no damage. This is too terrifying. This kid is only at the first layer of the divine realm. Why is he so ridiculous? If that erasure had hit me, I would definitely be either dead or half crippled. Be confident you wouldn't survive at all. The demon king swallowed hard, staring in shock at the distant battle. Putin saw this and gritted her teeth. As a dignified angel-level expert, she had been repeatedly insulted by a little nobody. Today was too humiliating. Whis gasped for breath. He only had the strength to speak. Haha, with your stamina, it seems you can only use erasure once. Let's see how you die now. Across from him, Demigula saw Whis' condition. Humph. Whis ignored him and shouted to Whis behind him, Whis, hurry up. Here. Whis waved his staff and a silver light enveloped Whis, instantly restoring him to full health. Demigula, let's go again. Whis laughed heartily and struck again, still aiming at the ground erasure. Whis. Demigula was furious. He hastily blocked the attack, then glanced at Whis, who had been fully restored again. He then looked at Whis behind Whis. You're exploiting the perpetual motion machine bug, aren't you? Humph, if I take care of Whis, then let's see how you recover your stamina. Oh no. Whis' expression changed. He himself was not afraid of divine official level attacks, but Whis was. He looked up at Demigula and saw that Demigula had already disappeared. Whis' pupils contracted sharply. He turned his head and shouted to Whis behind him, run. Run. Buzz. Demigula appeared in front of Whis. Die. A dark, eerie demon god power enveloped his fist as it rushed straight forward. No. Don't. Whis, run. Whis' eyes were about to split. Whis was his master and also his friend. Originally, Whis was doing well in the Quan Wong universe, but he was persuaded to come to the dark demon realm. It was all his fault. If any harm comes to Whis, I will trample your dark demon realm. Whis roared. Just as Whis was about to be hit by Demigula, the time in the dark demon realm seemed to freeze, suddenly coming to a halt. In the void, Demigula's fist was only a millimeter away from Whis' head. Crack! A powerful force erupted from Demigula, breaking the frozen time in an instant, and everything returned to normal. His fist continued forward. The sky exploded. However, Whis' figure had disappeared. Lord Demigula, you are indeed skilled. A young crisp girl's voice came from above. Whis suddenly looked up and saw Kasai, that little bean bun. He also saw Whis beside the little bean bun. Whis, you're not dead. That's great. Whis' eyes grew hot. He had almost caused Whis' downfall. Good. Fortunately, the person Whis called for had finally arrived. You little brat, you really wanted me dead, didn't you? Whis, seeing his elder sister had come, no longer needed to worry about Demigula. He came to Whis' side and patted his head. This kid had been with him since he was 6 years old up until now. Now he could already contend with a divine official level Demigula. Whis was very gratified. On the other side, when did you reach this level? Demigula's pupils shrank, staring in disbelief at the girl above. It's been a few years. Kasai shook her little head and chuckled. Demigula swallowed hard and fell silent. Divine official level power. Was the eldest daughter of the great divine official so terrifying? Whis glanced at Kasai and also noticed Demigula's shocked expression. Clearly Kasai's power had broken through to the divine official level. Her strength and talent shocked even Demigula. No wonder among all the angels the little bean bun's power stood alone in a league of its own. The little bean bun's talent was truly amazing. Kasai, completely unaware of what Whis was thinking, flew in front of Demigula and said angrily, Lord Demigula seems to want to kill my little brother. You may leave. Demigula shook his head and spoke directly. He had considered that the great divine official might descend upon the dark demon realm, but he never expected it would be Kasai. Not only had Kasai's power broken through to the divine official level, but the other demon gods of the dark demon realm were also still asleep. As for Micah Capula, he was also still. Facing Kasai alone, he had no chance to harm Whis anymore, so he might as well let them go. To avoid a great battle that could shatter the dark demon realm with unleashed power. Just letting us go like that. A glint flashed in Kasai's innocent-looking eyes. Demigula's body emitted demon god power, and he said coldly, if you don't leave now, I'll change my mind. Giggle giggle, Lord Demigula is so magnanimous. Keisai snorted. Wacy, let's go then. Wait. Liisi spoke. Everyone turned their gaze to Liisi. Hand over Tua. Before Liisi could finish, do you want to die? Let's go. Wacy dragged Liisi and disappeared directly from the dark demon realm. Keisai smiled and also vanished. Only Demigula remained in the void of the dark demon realm, his expression dark throughout. From a distance, Tua, Puting, and the other demon kings returned to this place. Tua asked weakly, Lord Demigula, what about that brat? Demigula still stared fixedly at the spot where Lewis had left, saying nothing, as if lost in thought, perhaps contemplating something. Puting glanced at Tua and said, they were rescued by Keisai? Now tell me, what did you do? Why did they come looking for trouble? She was about to explode with rage after being called an old witch today. Puting's blazing eyes seemed ready to burn space itself. Tua shrank her neck, preparing to explain. Demigula looked over and waved his hand. All right, Puting, stay, the rest of you leave. Yes. Tua, feeling greatly relieved, quickly left the place. The demon kings were curious about Lewis, but they dared not defy Demigula's command, and all vanished. Sealing that brat was a deal I made with Katra. With only Puting and Demigula left in the void, Demigula recounted his transaction with Katra. That dead rat tricked us. After hearing everything, Puting's chest heaved with fury. After a moment, she calmed down slightly. But it's fortunate that Katra made a deal with us, otherwise we wouldn't have known about such a genius appearing in the Omni King universe. Puting looked at Demigula. By the way, it was just Keisai who came. Why did you let that brat go? Keisai's power has broken through to the divine official rank. Demigula's voice was calm, but it struck Puting like a thunderbolt. What? Divine official level power? Puting was dumbfounded. When she defected from the ancient celestial realm to the dark demon realm back, then her power was at the 5th layer of the divine realm. At that time, Keisai's power was also only at the 5th layer of the divine realm. Later, influenced by the power of the demon god, Puting broke through to the 2nd layer of the angel realm. Puting never expected that someone else's power had also broken through, and to the divine official rank no less. The other demon gods are still asleep, and Lord Megacapula remains sealed. Puting suppressed her shock and said, the dark demon realm currently only has you holding things together. No wonder you let Lewis go. She had also thought of Demigula's earlier concerns. After all, the battlefield was in the dark demon realm. If 2 divine official level experts fought, the devastation would be earth-shattering. Perhaps even the dark demon realm itself would explode. That's not why I asked you to stay. Demigula looked at Puting with great gravity. Did you notice that Lewis's physique resembles someone's? Resembles someone. Puting furrowed her brows. What did Demigula mean? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her mind. Boom. The OM. Shut up. Demigula roared, then warily scanned the surroundings, fearing eavesdroppers. Puting pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, daring not to speak further. Yet her pupils were filled with shock. An angel-level expert showing such an expression. Clearly Lewis's identity had dealt her a tremendous blow. After a while, ignoring damage, erasure, mastery of the state of freedom. Puting swallowed hard. Demigula, for Lewis to possess such power at this age, he really might be that one. Demigula sealed off the surrounding space and nodded. That lord vanished back, then certainly reincarnated. I suspect Lewis is him. Damn it. The Omni King universe must have discovered Lord Lewis's identity. That's why they made him a candidate god of destruction. As if forgetting Lewis's earlier insults, Puting's anger dissolved and turned into reverence. Fortunately, Lewis wasn't here, or he'd definitely have given her a big slap, that disgusting old witch. Puting's fingers gripping her staff creaked, her beautiful face covered in frost. They must want to pull Lord Lewis to the Omni King universe's side before he awakens. Demigula, we must bring Lord Lewis back to the dark demon realm. Puting nearly shouted the last words. Demigula shook his head. No rush. What I just said is only my speculation. Let me first go to Lord Megacapula's seal and ask. Demigula hadn't reacted at first when facing Lewis. Now that he had, he understood Puting's reaction well. The dark demon realm and the Omni King universe were roughly equal in strength. Or perhaps the dark demon realm was slightly stronger. But Keisai's power had broken through to the divine official level. As for whether other angels had revealed their powers, or if more than Keisai had broken through to the divine official rank, that remained unknown. Thus the dark demon realm situation had become very passive. If Lewis indeed was that one, and they brought him back to the dark demon realm, the current situation would be completely reversed. That was why Puting was so excited. Demigula, hurry and go. All right. In the 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, 2 streaks of rainbow light descended from the sky, and 3 figures appeared by a lake. Whis tugged at Lewis's ear, annoyed. They let us go, and you still dare to make demands. You really aren't afraid of death, are you? Ow ow. Lewis stood on tiptoe, letting out a very fake cry. Whis rolled his eyes and said, you little rascal, you're not even feeling pain. But he still let go. Hee, I knew you wouldn't have the heart to hit me, Whis. Lewis lay on the ground staring at the sky with a silly grin. Whis pursed his lips. Though this fool had dragged him into trouble, thinking back to how the boy had stood before him and even said those sappy words, he felt a little touched. It wasn't in vain that he had taught this kid for so many years. Just then, little one, why did you ask Whis to take you to the dark demon realm? Keisai crouched beside Lewis. Little one. Lewis lay on the grass looking at the adorable little being's expression, his mouth twitching slightly. Ask my sister Taisai if I'm little. But he had to admit this little being was truly strong, single-handedly forcing back the demon god Demigula. If I'm not mistaken, it must have been Katra who snitched. Lewis sat up from the grass, his face dark, and explained everything. After hearing Lewis's detailed deduction, Whis said coldly he has always held a grudge against Lord Beerus, but due to the Omni King's command they never fought. He paused. Whis looked at Lewis and continued, Katra has always had a dark, vengeful personality. He once ambushed you, and you humiliated him severely in the fourth universe. The feud with Beerus and your hatred, that's more than enough for him to do this. Whis turned to Keisai gravely. Big Sister Katra may have betrayed the Omni King universe. Keisai heard this and said calmly, I stopped you from erasing Katra before thinking your feud would end there. I didn't expect this to happen again. Keisai furrowed her little brows, stood up from the grass, and said, then let's go kill Katra. What? Lewis jumped up from the grass, utterly shocked. The nearby Whis was also startled. In a universe, two divine positions are indispensable, the god of creation and the god of destruction. One governs creation, the other governs destruction. They are perfectly balanced, and neither can be missing. Now Keisai actually says to kill Quitella. What about the fourth universe? Don't forget that the fourth universe has a candidate god of destruction, but no candidate god of creation. Killing Quitella would doom the fourth universe. Miss Keisai, these are just my guesses. Are we really going to kill Quitella? Whis swallowed hard. He had originally been full of murderous intent toward Quitella, and after returning he planned to erase Quitella. He had also prepared to defy Keisai since she had previously prevented him from erasing Quitella. But Keisai's words made Whis a bit uncertain. Big sister, Whis wanted to ask something. Keisai interrupted him. Enough. Betraying the Omni King's universe is an unforgivable sin. She then gave Whis a deep look. Let's go. Whis did not notice Keisai's expression. Being able to erase Quitella made him very excited. You keep coming to trouble me, don't you? I'll kill you. Whis did not notice Keisai's expression, but Whis did. He was puzzled and wanted to speak. Keisai shook her head at him, then directly waved her hand, and with Whis and Whis turned into a rainbow-colored light and shot up from the lakeside. Lucy, who was eating instant noodles in the distance, was startled and shouted, Where are you two going? To catch a mouse for you to eat. Whis' laughter echoed over the god of destruction realm, and his figure had already vanished. Lucy was stunned. Catch a mouse for me to eat. What does that mean? Lucy was dazed, not even noticing the instant noodles falling from his hand. Instant noodles, are you polite? After the great disaster on planet Yardrat's son Wukong and Vegeta began to comprehend instant transmission, the Saiyans at the Galactic Patrol headquarters awaited the return of King Vegeta and also verified the authenticity of Super Saiyans. The group of Saiyans continued to train hard, hoping that one day they too could transform into Super Saiyans. Everything in the seventh universe was developing normally, but at this moment Quitella of the fourth universe was uneasy. Inside the god of destruction's palace of the fourth universe, Kenaik watched Quitella pacing back and forth in the palace and asked puzzledly, Lord Quitella, what's wrong? Telawai, who had been in low spirits ever since being struck by Whis last time, showed no interest in Quitella's strange behavior now. He just acted as a wallflower. It's nothing. Quitella shook his head. Though Quitella said it was nothing, his uneasy expression told Kenaik that something must have happened to make him so restless. Are you sure? Really, it's nothing. You two go out, don't worry about me. Quitella turned his back to them and waved his hand. All right, remember to tell me if anything comes up. Kenaik and Telawai walked out of the god of destruction's palace. After they left, Quitella's expression instantly darkened. Ever since he returned from the dark demon realm, his heart had been pounding wildly. Anxiety, unease. All kinds of negative emotions affected him. Why is this happening? Quitella clutched his chest, the ominous premonition growing stronger. Could it be that his trip to the dark demon realm was sensed by Whis? Impossible. He had clearly concealed his aura. Suddenly, Rat come out and face death. A voice full of murderous intent echoed throughout the entire god of destruction realm. Quitella's pupils contracted sharply. He had really been discovered. Outside the god of destruction's palace, Kenaik and Telawai had just walked out of the palace and were startled by the sudden voice. The two looked up. They saw a thick rainbow-colored light descending from the sky. As the light faded, Whis and his two companions appeared before Kenaik and Telawai. Big sister Whis, why are you here? Kenaik then looked at Whis frowning. And what did Mr. Whis mean by that just now? Quitella must die? Is this to kill Quitella? Keisai held a short staff wide-eyed and said, Kenaik, don't interfere with Quitella's matter later. Big sister, you. Enough, big sister will explain to you later. Quitella is doomed. Whis stepped forward. Hearing this, Kenaik's body trembled. What exactly had happened that big sister actually agreed to let Whis attack Quitella? At that moment, Quitella walked out of the god of destruction's palace. Greetings, Miss Keisai. Oh, if it isn't Mr. Whis and Mr. Whis. Since our last fight, our grudges have been settled. Why are you here again? Quitella's expression did not change and his tone was as usual. Lord Quitella, what have you done? Kenaik wanted to step forward and ask clearly, but Whis held him back. Kenike also saw Keisai's head shake, and his heart sank. Quitella seeing this narrowed his eyes. Soon he looked at Liisi and the others with a smile. What's wrong with all of you? No one spoke or moved. Liisi moved. He stepped forward face to face with Quitella and said coldly, during the sparring match you ordered Telai to go for the kill on me. Later you ambushed me on Namek. You should be grateful that Miss Keisai stopped me from erasing you last time. Liisi thrust his face in front of Quitella's rat head, murderous intent palpable. Quitella's face darkened. It's my fault. I shouldn't have transferred my hatred of Beerus onto you. But our grudges were already settled the last time. What more do you want? Quitella took a step back and shouted directly, Are you still not willing to let me go? Quitella seemed endlessly wronged, and his pitiful expression moved Kenike slightly. When had Kenike ever seen Quitella make such an expression? Mr. Liisi, Lord Quitella has admitted his mistake. How about we just let it go? Let it go. Liisi shook his head. He tried to kill me multiple times, but never succeeded. Now this rat is pretending to be the victim. Let's set those aside. But colluding with the dark demon realm cannot be let go so easily. Liisi leaned his face close to Quitella's and said word by word, Lord Quitella, you are right, aren't you? As soon as Liisi's words fell, the entire realm of the god of destruction fell into dead silence, with only the sound of the cold wind blowing. By the lake a small fish leaped out of the water, creating ripples. At that moment the atmosphere of the fourth universe's god of destruction realm became murderous. Kenike standing nearby shuddered and hurried over, grabbing Quitera's shoulder. Lord Quitera, is what Mr. Liisi said true? Did you really collude with the dark demon realm? No. Quitera shook his head decisively. Until this moment he realized that others had truly discovered his collusion with the dark demon realm. However, admitting now would mean certain death. Quitera glanced at Keisai beside him, then looked at Kenike in front of him. If he didn't admit it with Kenike present, he might still have a slim chance of survival. Mr. Liisi, since Lord Quitera has said so, do you have evidence? Kenike quickly turned to ask. This matter was too serious. Once confirmed, Quitera would undoubtedly die. Although angels are generally not swayed by emotions, having spent so many years with Quitera, Kenike truly did not want Quitera to die like this. I have no evidence. This was all Liisi's speculation, but the truth was more or less certain. Looking at Kenike, Liisi frowned deeply. Keisai hadn't stopped him. Could it be that Kenike was going to intervene? How can you do this without evidence? Kenike hadn't finished speaking. Keisai, standing by, directly interjected. Liisi, no need to say more. Just kill him. Keisai waved her hand, and a glow enveloped Quitera. She transferred Quitera's god of destruction deity status to Teleoi, who had remained silent all along. This scene fell into Kenike's eyes, and he was instantly dumbfounded. It was as if he was saying, Are we really going to do this? Can a god of destruction be killed without evidence? Liisi and Whis were equally shocked, but hearing this, Liisi did not hesitate and struck directly. Erasure. Liisi, fearing that Keisai might change her mind, entered the Super Saiyan full power state. Empowered by the first level of godly realm power, strands of white light emerged from his hands, swirling around to form a terrifying radiance. The void trembled. No, I really didn't collude with the dark demon realm. I was wrong, spare me. Quitera smelled death and let out a desperate cry. At this moment Quitera felt endless regret. Regret for why he had transferred his hatred of Beerus onto Liisi. Regret for why he had sought out Demigula. Stop. Kenike's face changed. Liisi's erasure even shook him. Seeing Liisi act, Kenike wanted to stop him, but Keisai waved her hand, trapping Kenike in place, unable to move. A white halo flashed past. Heaven and earth lost their color. When the light faded, Quitera had completely vanished. Quitera, who had touched the fifth level of godly realm power, died like this. The universe was not destroyed, but the god of destruction died first. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the Omni King's universe. No one spoke in the fourth universe's god of destruction realm, which fell into dead silence again. After a while, damn it. After erasing Quitera, Liisi collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, shouting weakly. Whis was startled and came over to ask, What's wrong with you, kid? He quickly restored Liisi's stamina. Liisi, in a good mood after killing Quitera, got up from the ground and grinned foolishly. When I left the seventh universe, I said I'd catch a mouse for Lord Beerus to eat, but now Quitera is gone without a trace. Whis. Keisai. You've gone too far. Kenike flew into a rage. The god of destruction he had served for so many years had been erased by Liisi, and now he was even insulting the deceased Quitera. This was simply too much. Liisi looked over coldly. What do you have a problem? Hearing this, Kenike recalled the scene of Quitera being erased and trembled. Enough. Keisai waved her hand. She directly transmitted Liisi's earlier speculation and his identity into Kenike's mind. Kenike, you should properly train Teleoi. Leaving only these words, she took Liisi and Whis and left the fourth universe, leaving only Kenike and Teleoi behind. The two were silent for a long time. Teleoi looked at the shocked Kenike. Mr. Kenike, what now? Kenike didn't speak. He was already stunned by the information Keisai had transmitted to him. So Liisi's identity was Sai. Kenike finally understood why his elder sister had not asked for evidence and directly let Liisi erase Quitera. It turned out she wanted to pull Liyisi into the Omni King's universe camp before he awakened. Tell away I cultivate well. I will teach you from now on. Remember not to provoke the people of the 7th universe again. Yes. At the barrier of the Omni King's universe, a figure hovered staring intently at the 4th light orb of the Omni King's universe. Quitera actually died. What a pity he died before obtaining the Super Dragon Balls. But since he was killed by Lord Liyisi, there's nothing I can do. This figure was none other than Demigula, who had returned from the seal of Mica Capula. Demigula had obtained confirmation from Mica Capula that Liyisi's power was identical to that of that person. Liyisi was essentially the reincarnation of that person. Finally, Demigula left the barrier of the Omni King's universe and returned to the Dark Demon realm. 7th universe God of Destruction realm. After killing Quitera, Liyisi finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer having to worry about that dead rat causing trouble. He and Whis were brought back by Kaisai, who then left. As Kaisai was leaving, Liyisi finally raised a question. Since she had just agreed to let him erase Quitera without evidence, why had she stopped him before? Kaisai just smiled and said nothing, leaving Liyisi with a meaningful smile before disappearing. As for Liyisi's confusion, Whis was also puzzled. It seemed his elder sister knew everything, and even the other siblings knew, but none of them had told him. The two fools in the God of Destruction realm, kept in the dark, exchanged a glance. Your elder sister, she. How would I know? Whis rolled his eyes. At that moment, a purple light flew toward them. Liyisi, where's the mouse you mentioned? Lucy threw the instant noodles in his hand into the lake, swallowed, and stared intently at Liyisi. Lucy's expression seemed as if he really wanted to eat a mouse. Liyisi was speechless and said weakly, Lord Lucy, you really want to eat a mouse? It's normal for a cat to eat mice. But Lucy was already a god of destruction. He had just said it casually. Why would Lucy actually like to eat them? Seeing Lucy's silent expression, Liyisi sighed. Since Lord Lucy likes eating mice so much, I'll go get a duck neck. No, a dead mouse for you to eat, all right. Duck neck? What the hell is a duck neck? The corners of Beerus's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Lewis. Stop changing the subject. Did you go to the 4th universe? An absurd speculation suddenly surged in his mind. Could it be that Lewis had killed? Lewis fell silent, took 2 steps forward, and turned back. Yes, I killed Quitella. Boom. Beerus's pupils constricted sharply, his mind shaken by a tremendous impact. Just a while ago, he had been insulting Quitella, never expecting that today Lewis would actually kill him. Lord Beerus, do you blame me? Lewis saw the incredulous expression on Beerus's face and frowned. That's not right. Didn't that dead rat have a grudge against him? He had killed Quitella. This cat should be overjoyed. Suddenly. Ha ha ha. Blame you? Why would I blame you? Ha ha ha. I've been wanting to kill that dead rat for ages. I didn't expect you, Lewis, to do it for me. Well done. Beerus danced and gesticulated by the lake like a cat with a mental disorder. Whis. Lewis. The two exchanged glances. Whis, has Lord Beerus gone mad? Probably not. Then why is he making those ugly movements? Well, Lord Beerus has probably gone mad. The scene in the realm of gods of destruction was an eyesore, a purple cat dancing a disgusting dance. In the end, Lewis and Whis couldn't stand it any longer, so they left the realm of gods of destruction for Earth. The Omni King's palace. Father hung back. Kusu entered the Omni King's palace, but the Omni King was still not there. The Grand Minister stood at the bottom of the palace looking at the approaching Kusu. It's good that you're back. Father, why did you ask me to stop Lewis earlier? It wasn't just Lewis who was puzzled. Even Kusu herself was confused. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The Grand Minister's face flushed slightly, and he coughed twice. I just wanted Quitella to be a practice opponent for Lewis. I never expected that kid to be so tactless, colluding with the Dark Demon realm. Why couldn't he just be an obedient, experienced pack? The Grand Minister shook his head and added another sentence. Kusu was dumbfounded. So that was the truth. Then I let Lewis kill Quitella. Lord Omni King. That was Lord Omni King's order. Earth. Whis and Lewis couldn't stand Beerus's madness and returned to Earth. Brother-in-law. In the yard, Bulma was arm in arm with Tights. Seeing Lewis return, she pulled Tights over and quickly asked, Brother-in-law, where did Vegeta and Goku go? Yeah, where did they go? Since returning to Earth, Tights had become quite familiar with the Z-Fighters. They went to learn a mysterious secret technique. Lewis walked to Tights' side and held her tightly. Bulma rolled her eyes. Showing off their love again, weren't they? But, now that she had news of Vegeta, she could finally rest easy and left the yard. As for Whis, he had descended to Earth and rushed straight to Tights' family restaurant. What's wrong with you? Tights sensed something off in Lewis's mood, reached out her jade-like hand and gently smoothed his furrowed brow. It's nothing. Just a dead rat got on my nerves, and I'm a bit weary. Lewis rested his head on Tights' fragrant shoulder, breathing in her subtle perfume, and his heart grew calm. Tights patted the big boy on the back and shook her head with a smile. You're a candidate god of destruction. If someone provokes you, just kill them, right? Mostly she was pained by the irritable expression on Lewis's face. Hearing Tights' words, Lewis looked up, cupped her delicate little face in his hands, and kissed her. Kill them, right? Lewis gazed into her beautiful eyes and chuckled. I didn't expect my sister Tights to have such a heavy killing intent. When has someone ever provoked you, and you didn't destroy them? Tights met Lewis's eyes, both amused and exasperated. After all these years with you, my heart has long become colder than a fish-gutting knife. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Tights patted his head. Lewis's heart raced wildly. Tights' words were too unfair. Sob, 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 sister Tights, I'm so moved. Lewis burrowed into Tights' embrace. Get lost. Tights was speechless. He was truly a big boy who never grew up. Got it. Lewis pretended to be hurt and crawled out of Tights' arms. The next second, I told you to get lost, and you actually did. Come back. Tights forcefully pressed Lewis's head back into her softness and held him tightly. In the yard, the two embraced like this, as if time had frozen at that moment. Lewis's heart felt an unprecedented peace. After a moment, Orida girl came looking for Kakarot. Tights followed her husband's lead. Whatever Lewis called Son Goku, she called him the same. Who? Lewis released Tights, then held her as they laid down on the beach chairs. I think it's Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. Lewis shot up from the beach chair, grabbed Tights' shoulders, and asked urgently, Tights, has the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth ended? You mean that tournament last year? Their fights weren't interesting at all. In the end, the champion was still that Namekian. Tights had been to planet Namek, so she naturally knew what Namekians looked like. Last year, Lewis finally remembered the Dragon Ball timeline. That's right. It was last year. After Sun Wukong finished his training in the Celestial Realm, he was supposed to participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wukong would meet Chi-Chi at the tournament. In the final match, Sun Wukong would face Bai Ku, and then Sun Wukong would win the championship. But in reality, Sun Wukong did not participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Instead, he was taken to North Kai to learn the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Furthermore, this year, the eternal second-place king took Sun Wukong to planet Namek. And because of Ba De Ku's death, Sun Wukong successfully broke through to Super Saiyan. I never expected Kakarot's lost love to come knocking on his door, Lewis muttered to himself. Upon learning about Chi-Chi's news, Lewis naturally wouldn't let that fool Sun Wukong's love just disappear. After all, the strongest single warrior in Dragon Ball hasn't been born yet. Finally, Lewis asked Taisai to let Chi-Chi stay in the manor and have Taisai tell Chi-Chi more about common knowledge of the universe. Lewis was trying to change Chi-Chi's belief that studying was the only way out. He wanted to see if he could make Sun Wufan successfully become the strongest single warrior. Taisai naturally followed Lewis's instructions one by one. In the following days, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were on Yaddalate Planet training instant transmission, while Chi-Chi and Burma waited for them at home. Taisai seized every opportunity. Whenever she had time, she would find Chi-Chi and tell her about the dangers she encountered in the universe. Only with strong martial power could one survive danger. Besides that, Taisai also popularized common knowledge about deities in the universe for Chi-Chi. Angels, gods of destruction, candidate gods of destruction. She told Chi-Chi about all these divine positions. These deities could destroy planets at will. Mortals, without powerful strength, could not resist at all. Chi-Chi trembled as she listened, finally realizing that studying was utterly useless. In the end, Chi-Chi made up her mind to train the child she would have with Sun Wukong well. She didn't need to train him to the point of protecting her and Sun Wukong, but at least let her child have the ability to protect himself. After Lewis learned about Chi-Chi's thoughts, he hugged Taisai and kissed her wildly for half an hour, directly kissing his sister Taisai's lips until they were swollen. The strongest single warrior has hope of appearing. Chi-Chi's mind had changed, and Lewis finally left the manor of Taisai's family. He arrived at the heavenly realm again. God of heaven, as usual, I'd like to borrow your hyperbolic time chamber. Under the respectful gaze of the god of heaven, Lewis walked into the temple. He walked through the corridor, entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Back here again. Lewis sighed. Last time he cultivated here for 5 years, successfully breaking through to the first level of the god realm. It was also at that time that he was able to successfully execute erasure. Fortunately, he had cultivated enough power to support the use of erasure. Otherwise, the subsequent journey to the Dark Demon Realm would have been disastrous. The Dark Demon Realm left too deep an impression on Lewis. He still can't forget it. 12 demon kings ganged up on him. The old witch's attack, and Demigula's murderous intent towards Whis. Especially that last incident. He almost caused Whis' death, which Lewis could not tolerate. Now back here, Lewis wanted to become even stronger, just so that one day he could destroy Demigula. This time, besides training his power, he also wanted to continue completing the goal he hadn't finished last time. That was to comprehend other laws through erasure. For example, time, space, light, darkness, and other laws. Then let's start with the law of time. The law of time was mysterious and unfathomable. This was Lewis's best choice for a major improvement in a short period. Time could be fast-forwarded, paused, and reversed. Of course, these were just the most basic applications of time. Lewis recalled a fantasy novel from his previous life, which said that by crossing the river of time, one could return to the most primordial time to annihilate evil. If he mastered the law of time, maybe he could also achieve this. Lewis finally began to cultivate. First, he condensed the power of erasure in his palm. As soon as this power appeared, the entire hyperbolic time chamber trembled. Soon, wisps of invisible and intangible laws leaked from the erasure in his palm. Lewis closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Time flew by. A month had passed in the hyperbolic time chamber. What is time? The power of erasure in Lewis's palm dissipated, and the invisible intangible laws around him also vanished. Because of condensing, erasure, Lewis exhausted himself and lay on the ground. He had comprehended for a month, yet couldn't even recognize the law of time. How could he still comprehend? Lewis looked at the sky and couldn't help complaining, "Is my talent too weak?" Thinking so, it seemed true. Every time he cultivated any breakthrough he made was because of the system. Immunity. Preliminary form of ultra instinct. Super Saiyan. Erasure. All of these were solely because of the system that he could possess them. System, is my talent really that bad? Lewis stretched out his hand toward the vast white sky, as if the system were up there. After a while, alas, as expected, my talent is too weak. The system doesn't even bother with me. No. What? Lewis was startled finally hearing that electronic voice again. If your talent is weak, then no one's talent is stronger than yours. Immunity has always been your constitution, and erasure is your power. Your power breakthroughs are also due to your own continuous cultivation. I only helped you break through smoothly when you reached a bottleneck. It's not that I directly granted you this power. What? Lewis regained some strength, climbed up from the ground, and was dumbfounded. What do you mean immunity has always been my constitution? What do you mean erasure has always been my power? System, what do you mean by that? The system was silent and didn't speak again. If I can possess this power, does it mean I really have some connection with Quan Wong? No, I told you that person is not you. You have no relationship with Quan Wong. You are not anyone, you are just you. This time the system finally spoke again. Lewis was furious and waved his hand violently at the sky. What do you mean by that? After a long time the system didn't speak again. Lewis waved his arm even more vigorously. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He looked at his own arm-waving motion. Left and right. Once an action is done, it can never be reversed. Just like time that has passed can never come back. He understood. Lewis no longer bothered with the system's riddles. He directly sat cross-legged and began to meditate. When Lewis fell into deep meditation, wisps of transparent laws began to emerge. To be able to comprehend the law of time again in just 1 month, how is that weak? The system muttered. Another year passed. Lewis had cultivated in the hyperbolic time chamber for over a year and a month, which was just a little over 1 day in the outside world. Buzz. The transparent laws swirling around Lewis gradually solidified from quantitative change to qualitative change. A silver radiance shot into the sky. The entire hyperbolic time chamber trembled, and the area where Lewis was experienced time disorder. The next second, stop. The silver radiance on Lewis burst out violently. Crack. The turbulent time influenced by the time aura on Lewis instantly calmed down. Gulp. Lewis swallowed hard. I really comprehended the law of time from erasure. Ha ha ha. Then can I also comprehend the law of space? Lewis laughed happily. Speaking of space rules, as far as Leisi knows, there are not many who are proficient in space rules within Quan Wong's universe. If there are Leisi knows of the Supreme Kai, the Supreme Kai can freely traverse within this universe and even directly reach the palace of Quan Wong. However, they cannot go to other universes. Besides that, Leisi also knows of a deity who is proficient in space. No, it should be said in time and space. The legendary Supreme Kai of Time. To say that the Supreme Kai of Time is proficient in time and space is to say she directly controls time and space. However, Leisi has traveled to the Dragon Ball world, and he has never seen this deity, nor even heard the name of the Supreme Kai of Time. After this training session, he intends to go out and ask Whis whether there is such a deity in the Dragon Ball world. Leisi continues his training. He has only been in the room of spirit and time for a little over a year. Since the topic of space rules came up, Leisi naturally wants to comprehend them. Once he comprehends the space rules, he might be able to fuse them with time rules to form the space-time rules. Then he would be the next person after the Supreme Kai of Time to comprehend space-time rules. North Galaxy Galactic Headquarters. A year has passed since Felicia's death. Over this year, the Saiyans strictly followed King Vegeta's orders. Apart from carrying out daily missions issued by the Galactic Patrol, they spent the rest of their time training in the gravity chambers that the Galactic Patrol helped them build, all for the hope that one day they too could successfully transform into Super Saiyan. Especially King Vegeta, Bibo Chowduo, and Ladizi and Naba. They are all elite warriors undergoing hellish training every day. After King Vegeta was revived by Whis, his power broke through to 1 million battle power, and now a year later it has directly soared to 2 million battle power. Bibo and Chowduo have similar power, also breaking through from 600 to 1 million battle power. Ladizi and Naba were not revived from near death, and although they are also undergoing hellish training, but their improvement is not significant. Ladizi's 600 battle power. Naba 700 battle power. As for Bardock, apart from Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Bardock is the top warrior of the Saiyan. In this year, Bardock directly broke through from 2 million battle power to 4 million battle power. The magnitude of the surge is astonishing. The remaining Saiyan all have battle power above 1000. The Saiyan's such dramatic change is clearly the awakening of S cells. One day, Jiako rushed into the lobby of the Galactic Patrol headquarters and went to the top floor office. Jiako exclaimed in panic, "Inha Wang, it's terrible. The forces of Gula from the East Galaxy are heading toward our North Galaxy." Hearing this, the big octopus on the chair shuddered. "What? Gula?" Inha Wang abruptly stood up, staring fixedly at Jiako. Speaking of the strongest boss in the early stage of Universe 7, besides Felisa, there is actually his older brother. Compared to Felisa, Gula's power is even greater. In the anime movie, when Gula invaded Earth, he transformed into his final form with a battle power of over 400 million. It's over. Gula must know that Felisa was killed, so he's coming to take over the territory. What to do? Inha Wang paced anxiously. According to investigation, the entire Frost Demon clan has always been discordant, so the clan leader King Kuer had long ago made Felisa and Gula split. Felisa rules the North Galaxy. Gula rules the East Galaxy. King Kuer rules the South Galaxy. Each rules one galaxy. Now that the North Galaxy has lost Felisa, Gula is sure to have his eyes on this place. Inha Wang, don't we still have the Siren? Since they defeated Felisa, their power has become even greater. They can definitely repel Gula. Jiaka said excitedly. Maybe they can even kill Gula. Jiaka, you have always stayed in the North Galaxy. You have no idea what kind of power Gula possesses. Inha Wang looked at Jiaka, shook his head, and said, Gula, as Felisa's older brother, his power is not something Felisa can compare to. Don't even mention letting the Super Siren who killed Felisa fight. Even if there were several more such Super Siren, they would definitely not be a match for Gula. No way, isn't it rumored that Super Siren are the nemesis of the Frost Demon clan? Jiaka was dumbfounded. I don't know about nemesis or not, but I know Gula's power is terrifying. Maybe we need the candidate god of destruction to step in. Having said that, Inha Wang shook his head again. The candidate god of destruction governs destruction. How could such a deity meddle in mundane matters of the universe? Now the North Galaxy has finally stabilized a bit. We cannot let the Frost Demon clan taint it again. Inha Wang stared at Jiaku and said, Mayor C is not here. Now besides the Siren, we have no other choice. Go tell this to King Baijita. Yes. After Jiako left the Galactic Patrol, the news quickly spread throughout the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The Galactic Patrol headquarters instantly fell into panic. Fortunately, the Siren were still there. Upon receiving the news, King Baijita immediately sent Badak to lead the elite Siren warriors. The other Galactic Patrol officers felt a sense of relief at this sight. The Siren had become the strongest fighting force of the Galactic Patrol, and they believed that with their intervention, they would surely return victorious. North Kai's planet. It's over. Felisa's death has actually alerted Gula. Now the North Galaxy is completely doomed. No, we must quickly notify Sun Wukong and Baijita. Supreme Kai Realm. It's bad, ancestor, come quickly and see. Something is going to happen in our universe. What happened? The Frost Demon clan is going to war with the Siren. The average human level index of our universe has barely increased by 1 rank. Do you think I should go stop them? Shut up. You can be so flustered over such a trivial matter. You've disgraced the Supreme Kai. But nothing. We Supreme Kais govern creation. We cannot interfere too much in mortal affairs. Let it develop naturally. Sometimes battles are not the destruction of civilization, but the propagation of civilization. Moreover, if the direction of civilization is wrong, the god of destruction will step in. When is it your turn to act? Ancestor, I understand. In the northern galaxy, dark currents surged. At this moment on Earth, at the Taisai Manor, a purple cat sat cross-legged on the lawn. A dense temporal aura permeated the surroundings. Centered around the purple cat, a transparent cubic space enveloped an area of 10 meters in radius. From a distance, it looked like a room. Beside the transparent cubic room, 2 other people lay on beach chairs, occasionally taking a sip of their drinks. I never expected you, kid, to have comprehended the laws of space-time, Whis said calmly. A year ago, Liisi had disappeared for a month, and when he returned, his entire body was suffused with a space-time aura. Liisi entered the Super Saiyan full power state, and his power even broke through to the second layer of the divine realm. This startled Whis. In less than a month, why had Liisi's power surged so much? The surge in power was not the key. The key was when had Liisi comprehended the laws of space-time again. At that time, Whis was shocked for 2.5 days, unable to figure it out. But then he thought about Liisi's ability to erase things, ignoring any damage. It seemed there was no need to be shocked. It was like frequently seeing ghosts. If you saw a ghost again one day, how could you still be shocked? Liisi's extraordinariness was not a matter of a day or 2. In the end, Whis chose to face it all with calm. Haha, isn't the time room I created decent? Liisi chuckled. He had entered the spiritual time room for over a month, and then came out. The first thing he did upon returning was to create a room similar to the spiritual time room in the manor. Just then, Beerus had rushed all the way from the realm of destruction to Earth, so Liisi let Beerus try it out. Why had Beerus rushed all the way from the realm of destruction? This goes back to the incident a year ago. Because of Quitella's death, Beerus was so delighted that he danced a disgusting dance for 3 days and 3 nights. He was acting like a madman. Liisi and Whis could not bear to watch, so they simply left Beerus in the realm of destruction and ignored him. After the two arrived on Earth, Whis only realized it later. He called out to Whis, but Whis completely ignored him. In a fit of anger, Whis flew all the way from the realm of destruction to Earth. One day outside is equivalent to half a year inside. Truly impressive. Looking at the transparent cubic room, Whis nodded. You have comprehended the laws of space-time and created this kind of time room. It seems you have a good grasp of the laws of space-time. Then how do I compare to the time Kaishin? Whis looked over. Whis was stunned. I never told you about the time Kaishin. How do you know? After saying that, Whis shook his head. This kid seemed to always know a lot of things. For example, he also knew about the Elder Kaishin being sealed inside the Kaishin sword. Well, it's not surprising anymore. I can at most reverse time by 2 minutes, yet you can accelerate time by half a year. Acceleration and reversal are not the same concept. Accelerating time is more complex than reversing it. Clearly your mastery of time has surpassed mine, and naturally your control over space is also better than mine. Whis said calmly, but the laws of space-time you currently control cannot be compared to the time Kaishin. There really is a time Kaishin. Whis muttered inwardly, then spoke, then I. Just as Whis was about to ask how far he was from the time Kaishin, the transparent cubic room beside them suddenly flashed with a silver light. Inside, the purple cat was radiating a natural aura. The self-mastery realm. Whis smiled. Lord Whis has finally comprehended the self-mastery realm. Long ago, Whis had touched upon the self-mastery realm, but he had never broken through to this step. Unexpectedly, this time inside the time room created by Whis, he finally stepped into the self-mastery realm. The power of the fifth layer of the divine realm erupted from Whis. The cubic room shattered instantly. Whis' entire body was suffused with a silver radiance, and his appearance was exactly the same as Whis' when he entered the self-mastery state. Whis, come over and let me beat you up. I just told Whis not to mind you. Is that worth getting so angry? Let's talk. Whis vanished from the spot. Whis smiled, his body enveloped in silver light, and he launched himself directly from the beach chair. The two exchanged blows rapidly in the sky, silver light flashing continuously like countless fireworks bursting, dazzling and splendid. A few seconds later, Skinny, you hit my face. I'll kill you. Little brat, how are you using time rules? Don't grab my balls. After several hundred exchanges, the two descended from the sky. Whis' destruction god outfit had turned into shreds, hanging on him like a beggar. Compared to Whis looked even more disheveled. Although he was not injured, his clothes had also turned into shreds. Especially at the crotch, there was a big hole. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Whis clutched his stomach, rolling back and forth on the beach chair, laughing uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? Fix my clothes quickly. Whis covered his crotch and cursed. Ha ha ha. Whis was still laughing, almost convulsing. Whis' face grew darker. Let me do it. Whis smiled, raised his hand, and gathered a trace of time rules. With a wave of his hand, the clothes on him, and Whis instantly returned to their original state. Whis was applying time reversal to individual objects. You kid. Whis swallowed. In the exchange, just now both had entered the self-mastery state. Without a doubt, Whis was no match for him. After all, when Whis did not transform into Super Saiyan, he was inferior in both power and speed. But later, whenever Whis was hit, he directly used time rules to reverse time. His attacks were all seen through by Whis, who truly achieved foreknowledge. This put him at a disadvantage. Lord Whis, how does the self-mastery realm feel? Whis smiled. This realm, I can only say it is unfathomable. It is hard to imagine the ultra-instinct realm beyond it. Whis shook his head, his tone full of admiration, truly worthy of the angel-level realm. Whis clenched his fists again and grinned. If I were to face those 11, well, those 10 guys again, I am absolutely confident I can take them all down at once. Haha, indeed, this realm is really too strong. It's just a pity that my current base power is still too weak to fully utilize the power of the self-mastery state. Whis sighed. If he could enter the self-mastery state while in Super Saiyan form, that would be amazing. Whis beside him said, Whis, I told you long ago that your transformation is a deviation. Stop transforming from now on. Only your own inherent strength is true strength. Whis looked at Whis. You probably can't use the self-mastery state while in Super Saiyan form, right? So Lord Whis, you noticed after all. Whis smiled helplessly. The prerequisite for entering the self-mastery state is a calm mind not swayed by disturbing emotions. When Whis transforms into Super Saiyan, even though he is nourished by divine power and his body bears no burden, the Super Saiyan state is a berserk state. There is a saying that goes, well, the angrier you are, the stronger the Super Saiyan's power. Thus, Whis cannot enter the self-mastery state while in Super Saiyan form, unless it's Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 represents the ultimate ascension of Saiyan bloodline, fundamentally different from Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3. The first 3 transformations retain Saiyan's distinctive primal rage factor. This is precisely why the angrier they become, the more powerful the Super Saiyan state grows. However, Super Saiyan 4 perfectly resolves this issue. It is the pinnacle of bloodline evolution, or rather Super Saiyan 4 serves as another default state for Saiyans, achieving a state of pure return to simplicity, no longer subject to berserk emotions. The The drawback of placing strain on the body would also completely vanish. Enough of that topic. Even if we explained, you wouldn't listen. Beerus knew Lewis's nature well. He wouldn't turn back until he hit a wall. But, with the power Lewis possessed, even if he became obsessed with transformation, it didn't seem like a real problem. After all, Quatala had died at his hands. If he continued cultivating, who could possibly stand against him? He walked over to the beach chair and lay down. Beerus took a sip of his drink. Now tell me about your space-time laws. Whis turned to look. Why are you staring at me like that? I already understand erasure, so comprehending space-time laws is perfectly normal, isn't it? Lewis walked over to the beach chair beside Beerus and lay down. The three elders reclined on their chairs sipping drinks, enjoying a leisurely life. That reason was utterly irrefutable, especially for Whis, who knew exactly what erasure meant. Erasure is the convergence of all laws and rules. Only by comprehending every law can one qualify to grasp erasure. Time and space are two of the rules within erasure. So it made sense that Lewis could comprehend space-time laws. Lord Beerus, you should thank me. If not for me creating this time chamber, you wouldn't have broken through to the self-liberated state. Lewis added, how is this your credit? Without your time chamber, I would have broken through recently anyway. Beerus sneered. He had never encountered someone so shameless. Just as audacious as that fat cat from Universe 6. Don't burn bridges after crossing them. I'm not talking about you. I mean a purple cat. Lewis said calmly. Whis, who was drinking nearby, let out a snort and spat his drink. He didn't name Beerus directly, but purple cat clearly referred to him. You. Beerus felt both angry and amused. Lewis had been so cute as a child. How had he become so vexatious now? Lord Beerus, I have comprehended time laws. Even without using erasure, you will never be my match in the future. Lewis delivered another devastating blow. Boom. Beerus exploded with rage. He rose from the beach chair and shouted curses. Brat, I will duel you. Whis looked over and laughed heartily. Lord Beerus, stop the duel nonsense. After all, Quatala already fell to Lewis. It's only natural you can't defeat him. Beerus' lip twitched. Whis's words seemed reasonable, yet there was an underlying helplessness to them. Seeing Beerus flustered and pacing about made Lewis very pleased. The three continued chatting at length, eventually discussing the average human level in Universe 7. As Saiyans grew increasingly powerful, Universe 7 had risen from second to last to third to last. Now Universe 7 had climbed to fourth from the bottom. This delighted Beerus immensely. All right, Lord Beerus, it's time we visited other universes to show off. Lewis still remembered that previous sparring session, his first time being surrounded by multiple enemies. Then he had been surrounded again by the Dark Demon Realm. Just thinking about it made him angry. With his power surging now, he had to seek revenge. Great idea. Universe 7's average human level has surged dramatically. I've also comprehended the self-liberated state. I must go flaunt my power. Beerus' eyes lit up. He licked his lips. Especially a trip to Universe 6. At the thought of that fat pig's stunned expression, he couldn't contain his excitement. Beerus' face flushed with excitement, making Whis and Lewis chuckle. These two brothers were truly peculiar. As the three prepared to depart. Lewis, Vegeta, and I have learned instant transmission. Suddenly a voice called out. 5 figures emerged from outside the courtyard. Bulma, Taisai, Vegeta's son Goku, and Chi-Chi. Goku hurried toward Lewis with a stunning woman in a Chi-Pao following behind him. Goku, don't run so fast. Chi-Chi walked up, tightly gripping Goku's arm. Lewis was taken aback. Kakarot, when did you return? Just now. Goku scratched his head. Vegeta and I trained for a year and finally mastered instant transmission. However, I couldn't sense your ki, so we returned to Earth first before coming here. Lewis nodded. A year ago, he had taken both Goku and Vegeta to Yardrat. After a year, Goku should have learned instant transmission by now. This aligned with the timeline from the anime. Moreover, Goku mentioning he couldn't sense his ki was perfectly normal. Mortals cannot detect divine presence unless Goku had broken through to Super Saiyan God. Vegeta learned it too. Lewis glanced at Vegeta. His look irked Vegeta enormously. What's with that look? Can I learn it? That shouldn't be possible. Lewis frowned. Given your talent, you shouldn't have been able to learn it. In the anime, Vegeta never mastered this technique. Boom. Vegeta exploded with rage. Was Lewis implying his talent was inferior to Kakarot's? Humiliation, sheer humiliation? Lewis, I will duel you. Hearing this, Whis and Beerus beside him felt their lips twitch. Another person driven to the edge by Lewis. Vegeta, shut up. How dare you speak to your brother-in-law like that? Bulma walked over, yanking Vegeta's ear sharply. Vegeta instantly deflated. Ha! Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. The proud Prince Vegeta was actually so terrified of Bulma. Lewis saw Goku laughing loudly, then glanced at Chi-Chi beside him. Kakarot, don't worry. You'll be afraid of Chi-Chi too soon enough. He looked at Taisai beside Bulma. At least his Taisai sister wasn't as fierce. Since you've returned, you should head to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to teach Bardock and the others how to transform. Alright, I'll return with Kakarot in a couple of days. Vegeta nodded. Before his words faded, a familiar voice rang out from above. Goku, Vegeta, something terrible has happened. Beside him, Bills furrowed his brow. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Lord Northern KO, has something happened? Son Goku looked up. Vegeta suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The others looked up in unison. Upon hearing this, Bills suddenly realized it was that shortcake Northern KO after all. No reply came from above. Suddenly, gulp. It was the sound of Northern KO swallowing hard. Then came his voice trembling. Greetings, Lord Beerus. His voice was stuttering, clearly filled with nerves. A faint smirk tugged at Lewis's lips. How could he not be nervous? After all, Beerus had once obliterated his home planet with a single punch. Beerus spoke coldly. Northern KO, what exactly happened? He had been planning to visit another universe, and was irritated at being interrupted by that shortcake. Speak. It's Cooler from the Eastern Galaxy, who's attacking the Northern Galaxy. Cooler? Who was that? Except for Lewis, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Even Bills paused in thought. But soon recognition dawned on Beerus. Cooler was Frisia's older brother after all. The entire Frost Demon's race served him. Let them come, Beerus said dismissively. As long as Earth isn't damaged, what does it matter to me? Ignoring Northern KO, Beerus turned to Whis and Lewis. Let's go. We'll head to the 6th universe now. Wait. Lewis called out to stop Beerus, a smile forming on his face. Lord Beerus, wouldn't you like to see the average power level index of the 7th universe's mortals skyrocket once again? Beerus's eyes lit up. What do you mean by that? The others couldn't understand their conversation at all. Son Goku only realized that something serious had indeed occurred. Especially Vegeta, who knew all too well what Cooler meant. If Frisia was the emperor of the universe, then Cooler was his older brother. A single word of wisdom had opened Vegeta's eyes completely. Unaware of Vegeta's thoughts, Lewis looked at Beerus and smiled. Lord Beerus, if every member of the Saiyan race were to transform into a Super Saiyan, just how high do you think our 7th universe's average power index could soar? Hiss. Beerus drew in a sharp breath. He knew well that a Super Saiyan could multiply their base power by 50 times. If every Saiyan could transform. Boom! At this thought, Beerus's entire body trembled with excitement. He tightly gripped Lewis's arm. Lewis, can you really do this? It was no wonder Beerus was so agitated. The average power level index of mortals determined the ranking of the universe. If what Lewis said was true, the 7th universe's ranking would surely rise again. They might even reach the middle tier. Achieving such an feat in merely a decade was simply unbelievable. Moreover, this was the perfect opportunity to show off among the other universes. Last time Kakarot succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan because of Frisia, and Vegeta also broke through under my encouragement. Lewis pointed at Son Goku and Vegeta, then continued. As for making the entire Saiyan race transform into Super Saiyans, that certainly won't happen now. But in another decade or so it should be achievable. Many things develop step by step. This time Cooler has set his sights on the Northern Galaxy. Perhaps one of our Saiyans will transform again. Yes. Forget about visiting other universes for now. If more of your Saiyans can transform, our 7th universe will truly prosper. Beerus's breathing grew rapid. Thank goodness he had spared the Saiyan race out of respect for Lewis back then. So this race possessed such extraordinary talent. Then let's go see what Cooler wants. Lewis turned to Goku and Vegeta. The two of you go together. Without you, Bardock and the others may not survive intact. Not survive intact. Goku's body shuddered. He hurriedly asked, is Cooler that strong? Bulma and the others watched Lewis closely, utterly stunned by his words. Lewis waved his hand. You'll understand once you clash with him. You've learned instant transmission. Hurry and go. If you're any later, Bardock and the others may truly be in danger. Alright. Goku was in a rush. He looked at Chi-Chi beside him. Chi-Chi, I'll marry you when I return. Vegeta also looked at Bulma. Bulma, wait for me at home. I will definitely come back safely. Chi-Chi and Bulma nodded vigorously. Finally, Goku and Vegeta vanished in an instant. As Lewis prepared to leave, Bulma hurriedly called out, brother-in-law, can you please protect Vegeta when he's in danger? Don't worry. Lewis waved his hand. In truth, even if Vegeta and Goku encountered danger, Lewis had no intention of intervening. After all, both Goku and Vegeta had learned instant transmission. Unless they sought death themselves or faced an overwhelmingly powerful foe, no one could kill them. With that thought, Lewis departed alongside Beerus and Whis. Only Tai and the other two women remained. Tai comforted them. Chi-Chi, Bulma, don't worry. Lewis is here. MHM. The two already knew Lewis's true identity, so their worries subsided somewhat. At that moment. By the way, Chi-Chi, how did you get Goku to agree to marry you? Bulma looked at Chi-Chi, who was wearing a chi-pao, and smiled. Tai was equally curious. Chi-Chi covered her blushing face and said shyly, I just told him there would be a lavish feast at the wedding and he agreed right away. Bulma. Tai. Supreme Kai's world. Ashen squatted on the lawn gazing at the crystal ball placed by the old Kaishin. Ancestor, this is wonderful. Lewis and Lord Beerus are heading toward the northern galaxy's edge. With them there, they can surely stop this battle. Suddenly, ouch. Ancestor, what are you doing? Ashen clutched his head, squatting on the ground, crying out in pain. You understand nothing. The old Kaishin said angrily, do you really think that Thin Ribs and Lewis will go there to stop this great war? Thin Ribs. Fortunately, Beerus wasn't present or the old Kaishin would have been beaten again. Isn't that so? Ashen shrank his neck, speaking weakly. Seeing Ashen's expression, the old Kaishin said with disdain, Didn't I tell you earlier? War is sometimes not about the extinction of civilizations, but rather their evolution. Only the strong can prevail. This is the law of survival of the fittest. The old Kaishin said calmly, just watch. Although the Saiyans are a race with tremendous talent, if they cannot defeat the frost demons, neither Thin Ribs nor Lewis will lift a finger. This is the nature of a god of destruction. Lewis thought to himself, old Kaishin, don't drag me into your boasting. If the Saiyans had been exterminated in the past, so be it. But if they're truly facing annihilation now, we'll see whether I intervene or not. Junior, there is still much you need to learn. The old Kaishin with his back to Ashen finally smiled. Perhaps after this great war our seventh universe will truly take off. Located at the border between the northern and eastern galaxies, a massive warship led the vanguard, followed by countless vessels trailing in its wake. Like a swarm of locusts descending upon the heavens. Against the pitch-black expanse of the cosmic starfield, the sight was overwhelmingly oppressive. Within that colossal warship, a cosmic being sat within an infant-like carriage, his head perfectly round, his eyes a deep blood red, his lips black as ink. A formidable aura of oppression radiated from him in all directions. This was no ordinary figure. It was King Gula, the elder brother of Frisia. Tap, tap, tap. King Gula's fingers drummed rhythmically against the infant carriage, producing a piercing, grating sound. The sound echoed throughout the entire warship hall. Just then, Your Majesty Gula, we have entered the northern galaxy, reported Shavedza, captain of the Gula Mechanized Corps, with deep respect. Shavedza, do you believe the Super Saiyans are truly as powerful as they say? Gula turned his head to regard the blonde-haired Shavedza. To have slain Lord Frisia, they must indeed possess considerable strength, but no matter how formidable they may be, none could ever rival Your Majesty Gula. Shavedza flattered smoothly. Indeed, Your Majesty Gula is invincible. The other two members of the Gula Mechanized Corps cried out in vigorous agreement. Only considerable strength. Gula gazed out through the transparent glass, murmuring to himself. He shook his head and spoke in a chilling voice. Order us to accelerate and engage. I shall see for myself just how strong those Saiyan monkeys truly are. As his words fell, 10 small spaceships materialized 1 kilometer directly ahead of the massive warship. The vast Gula cosmic armada abruptly halted its advance, and a voice echoed from the warship's control chamber, reporting to Your Majesty Gula, unidentified spacecraft detected ahead. Oh, who possesses such audacity to dare obstruct me, Gula? Within the warship hall, a sinister smile crept across Gula's face, crushed them to fragments. Yes. Upon receiving Gula's command, the control chamber issued attack orders. Across the vast cosmic expanse, the seemingly endless armada of spacecraft began channeling their energy into destructive cannons. Fire. Over 1,000 spaceships unleashed devastating energy barrages. Boom. Boom. In an instant, thousands of energy projectiles struck the dozen small ships ahead, their explosive brilliance transforming the dark cosmic void into blinding daylight. Press forward. Within the warship hall, Gula issued his next command. The entire Gula cosmic armada prepared to advance. Suddenly, as the smoke from the bombardment cleared, over a dozen figures emerged. Tails hung from their waists as they orbited silently within the cosmic starfield. Reporting to Your Majesty Gula, science. The control chamber blurted. What? Gula's eyes widened in shock. He maneuvered the infant carriage toward the transparent window, staring intently at the dozen or so figures a kilometer away. Science. Your Majesty Gula, when did the Saiyans gain the ability to survive in the cosmos? Shavedza asked, visibly startled. The other two members of the Mechanized Corps, Nizi and Delii, also widened their eyes in disbelief. Was it not said that Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space? Save your breath. Equip your oxygen apparatus and go eliminate them. Gula frowned, though even he harbored deep confusion within his heart. Yet, he had not sought out the Saiyans, yet they came voluntarily to their own destruction. So be it. Shavedza and his two companions donned their oxygen apparatus and launched from the warship, bearing down upon the dozen or so figures. 1 kilometer away, 15 figures hovered in formation. Bardock, Raditz, Nappa, Bubert, Theodore, and 10 additional Saiyan warriors. The pinnacle combatants of the Saiyan race had essentially gathered here. As King Vegeta had once remarked, if Bardock's dozen or so could not defeat Gula, then sending more Saiyans would only result in their swift deaths. That was why merely 15 Saiyans had appeared. Meanwhile, King Vegeta was at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters working diligently to contact Son Goku on Earth. If the legendary Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race did not arrive, Bardock and his companions were as good as dead. Yet even so, Bardock and his forces showed no sign of retreat. I never imagined our Saiyan race could actually survive in the cosmos. Raditz communicated through key transmission. Lewis made that wish to Shenron. 1 year prior, Bardock had been brought to the Galaxy headquarters by Lewis, who had explained the situation. At first, Bardock had assumed Lewis was jesting, but upon attempting it himself, he discovered that Saiyans truly could survive in the cosmos. At that moment, they approach. Nappa announced. Shavedza and his two companions, equipped with oxygen apparatus, came hurtling toward them. Bardock sneered at the sight. These three were far too weak. Having spent 2 years on Earth, he had mastered the art of ki sensing. In his perception, the strongest among them was the green-skinned one, yet his power amounted to less than 1/10 of Bardock's own. Raditz, go eliminate them. Understood. Raditz nodded and instantly erupted in a brilliant white aura charging toward Shvedza and his companions. Meanwhile, a group suddenly materialized in the distance. Lewis, Beerus, Whis, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Witnessing Raditz locked in combat with Shvedza and the others, phew. Son Goku exhaled in relief. Thank goodness the real battle has not yet begun. Vegeta nodded in agreement. He scanned the surroundings and noticed his father was absent. Little did he know King Vegeta was already sending messages to both of them from the galaxy headquarters. Lewis watched the battle between Raditz and Shvedza's trio, then asked, Lord Beerus, what is your assessment of our Saiyan race? Your talent needs no elaboration, but the abilities of the others are wanting. Beerus crossed his arms and cast a glance at Son Goku and Vegeta beside him. Of course, these two are quite impressive, I must admit. During Bai Lucy's time on Earth, he got to know all the Earth's Z warriors. Sun Wukong could defeat Fu Li Sa, and his talent was indeed quite good. As for Vegeta, his power was slightly weaker than Sun Wukong's, but his battle desire was very strong. However, he could see that Vegeta's martial arts foundation was not as good as Sun Wukong's, and in terms of mental state, he was also inferior to Sun Wukong. Just quite good. Lu Isi laughed. In the Dragon Ball world, if the talents of these two protagonists were only considered quite good, then there would be no one in this world with strong talent. Is it not? Bai Lucy took another serious look at Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside him. Wei Si also observed these two and soon fell into deep thought. Two sharp gazes fell upon the two of them, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta shuddered. What's wrong? They hadn't provoked them, had they? They weren't going to be destroyed, were they? Lu Isi shook his head and laughed. Lord Bai Lucy, sometimes you cannot judge things by appearances. Oh, Bai Lucy frowned. Lu Isi said calmly, isn't there a Ji Lian in Universe 11? In my opinion, Ji Lian is inferior to these two. His voice was very calm, but it startled both Bai Lucy and Wei Si. Are you sure you're not joking? Bai Lucy had heard of Ji Lian's reputation long ago, and it was said that Ji Lian was a mortal powerhouse comparable to the gods of destruction. This time going to other universes with Lu Isi, he had intended to visit Universe 11 and see that Ji Lian. Whether I'm joking or not, you'll know in the future. Also, you might think that the Saiyan race has poor talent, but in fact the talent of the Saiyan race is among the best in the entire King of All's universe. Lu Isi initially thought that the Saiyan race was a naturally evil species. If that were the case, the S cells within Saiyans would be suppressed by the violent factor in their bodies, never able to awaken. This was also the reason why Lu Isi had not bothered with the Saiyans before, because such Saiyans with their trash power and violent temperaments were simply not worth protecting. But later Lu Isi realized he was wrong. It turned out that the Saiyans were not an inherently evil race, rather it was the environment that influenced the Saiyans. Once all the S factors within a Saiyan are awakened, every Saiyan has the potential to become a Super Saiyan. Imagine the following scenes: every 6 Saiyans can merge into one Super Saiyan god. There is also the fusion technique, where every 2 Saiyans merge into one fused warrior. What kind of concept is this? The mere thought of it makes one's scalp tingle. At this moment, Lord Bai Lucy. Wei Si withdrew his gaze from Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, his voice solemn, Lu Isi is right. We may have underestimated the Saiyans. Bai Lucy's pupils constricted sharply, and he turned his head, staring intently at Wei Si. He then glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside him. Nearby, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were listening to the three's conversation, feeling a bit confused. Especially Vegeta, who considered the Saiyan race's talent to be very high, but was it really as terrifying as Lu Isi said? Suddenly, boom boom. From afar came the sound of intense collisions. A Saiyan with waist-length hair was fighting 3 aliens. Countless light beams shot out in all directions, illuminating the pitch-black starry sky, as if dawn was about to break. Soon the 3 members of Gu La's armored squadron were brutally blasted apart by La DZ. When did my big brother become so strong? Sun Wukong swallowed. Not bad. Vegeta could sense that the power of the 3 Sha Wei Jia was quite good. If it were the old La DZ, he would definitely not be able to defeat these 3. It seems this kid hasn't been lazy in the past year. As Vegeta's words fell, a figure flew out from the huge battleship in the cosmic starry sky. That figure was sitting in a baby carriage. I told Fu Li Sa back then to kill your Saiyan race, but unfortunately, he wouldn't listen. Originally, sound cannot travel in a vacuum, but the moment Gu La appeared, his icy voice echoed through the dark starry sky. Not good, he's so strong. Sun Wukong hurriedly shouted, Vegeta, we must go over quickly. Wukong and Vegeta transformed into 2 streaks of light, flying into the distance. Only Lu Isi, Wei Si, and Bai Lucy remained in their original position. Watching the backs of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Bai Lucy spoke. Wei Si, what did you mean by what you just said? If I'm not mistaken, the violent aura within the Saiyans is slowly disappearing. Perhaps this is the reason they are becoming stronger. Moreover, I have also discovered that the less violent aura they have in their bodies, the stronger they become. Of course, the violent aura in their bodies does not truly disappear, Rather, when they transform into Super Saiyans, they release the vanished violent aura, converting it into powerful strength. Lured by Lucy, the talent of the Saiyans may be even higher than that of the Bing Dong clan. Whis turned his eyes full of meaning as he looked at Lu Ec and asked, "Am I right?" Over the years, he had always been by the side of Bai Lucy and Lu Ec and had never truly observed the Saiyan race. It was only at this moment, when he saw the dozen or so Saiyans led by Badaku in the distance, that he realized this. Huh? Lu Ec laughed and did not explain further. The Saiyans' talent being stronger than the Bing Dong clans depends on which Saiyan or which Bing Dong clan member. If you compare Sun Wukong's talent with the Bing Dong clan, then naturally Sun Wukong's talent is higher. But if you compare La DZ and those small fries with the Bing Dong clan, then naturally they cannot compare. Lu Ec. Bai Lucy looked at Lu Ec, breathing rapidly. He had made the Bing Dong clan his agents, so he naturally acknowledged their talent. Now Whis said that the Saiyans' talent was even higher than that of the Bing Dong clan. Was this true? If it was true, Bai Lucy then thought of the entire Saiyan race numbering over 200 individuals. Each Saiyan, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, would be stronger than Fu Li Sagu La and King Ku Erda. The more he thought, the more excited he became. Lord Bai Lucy, you will know these things later. For now, just enjoy the show. Lu Ec ended this topic and shifted his gaze into the distance. Bai Lucy nodded. He knew of Lu Ec's uniqueness. Since Lu Ec said so, and with Whis' explanation, the Saiyans' talent was definitely stronger than that of the Bing Dong clan. This is fantastic. The three looked into the distance. In the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, an alien seated in an infant carriage hovered before a colossal starship. Goldo cast a chilling gaze upon the scattered fragments drifting through the void. These were all the remains of Shalat and their kin. Gazing ahead at the dozen or so Saiyans, I never expected all my mecha unit members to perish at the hands of a single Saiyan. No wonder you could slay Frisia. It seems you truly possess some strength. Goldo, seated in his infant carriage, laughed heartily, feeling not a shred of sorrow over the deaths of Shalat and the others. The Frost clan embodied coldness and ruthlessness. Fai Long ordered Frisia to exterminate your Saiyan race, yet he treated my words as wind. However, regardless, Frisia was also of the Frost clan. Since you slew him, you shall die as well. I intend to seize his domain. Goldo had no intention of sending his subordinates into battle. With Shalat and the others already dead, the rest were merely walking into certain doom. In the starry void, Goldo's aura grew increasingly terrifying. In his base form, his combat power stood at 60 million. Boom. Releasing his full power, the infant carriage Goldo sat upon shattered violently. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire starfield. Magnetic fields disordered, countless ions converged to form silver serpentine dragons. Affected by this power, Goldo's fleet of starships swayed wildly. Goldo's subordinates hastily retreated. Be careful. Ahead, Bardock watched Goldo with a grave expression. Goldo's aura was monstrously terrifying, like an ancient behemoth. An endless pressure surged toward them. I never imagined Goldo would truly be that powerful. By Bardock's perception, Goldo in this state possessed power comparable to Frisia's final form. Prepare to create the artificial moon. Prince Vegeta is already contacting Kakarot. Let's see if Kakarot can arrive in time. Goldo's aura was terrifyingly oppressive. Bardock's current combat power was only 4 million. Engaging Goldo in base form would inevitably leave him dead and bodiless. Though transforming into a great ape would cause lower-class warriors to lose their sanity, Bardock had no choice now. Yes. Sensing the power, Goldo unleashed. Fear flickered in the eyes of the Saiyans like Babirdi, but they quickly suppressed it. Suddenly, "Father, I have arrived." A voice echoed and 2 streaks of light flew toward them. It's Kakarot. Kakarot is here. And Vegeta, Prince Vegeta, is here too. The Saiyans erupted in jubilation. Without these two arriving, they would all perish. Moi. Far away, Goldo paused upon seeing the newcomers. Another pair comes to throw away their lives. Very well, I shall oblige. Goldo transformed into a purple streak of light, charging toward Bardock. The void trembled. You all fall back. On Son Goku's, and seeing Goldo approaching, he urgently ordered everyone to retreat. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Understood. No sooner had the words fallen than brilliant golden light erupted from both Son Goku and Vegeta, resembling 2 newborn suns, blinding in brilliance. A mountain-toppling momentum radiated outward, causing the vacuum starfield to thunder with earth-shattering roars. The transformation complete, the two instantly shot toward Goldo. No way. Golden-haired state. Prince Vegeta. When could Prince Vegeta also transform into a Super Saiyan? Isn't it better that they can transform? Ha ha ha, now Goldo is doomed. The retreating Saiyans, witnessing this, erupted in wild celebration. Witnessing this scene, Goldo, incoming from afar, felt an involuntary shiver. Golden hair, jade green eyes. Exactly as the legends of the Frost clan foretold. Super Saiyan. So these are the Super Saiyans who killed Frisia? Let me see whether Super Saiyans are truly as formidable. Goldo accelerated and the next moment collided with Son Goku and Vegeta in ferocious combat. You all fall back. I shall join them. Bardock, retreating, suddenly halted. Having learned key perception on Earth, he could clearly sense that Guldo in this state possessed power no inferior to Frisia's final form. But let us not forget, Frisia could transform. Therefore Guldo should naturally be able to transform as well. If Guldo were to transform again his power. Bardock's heart trembled. Could even the Super Saiyans be no match for Guldo? Bardock suddenly shot forward. Father, Raditz shouted. Raditz, we cannot help. Let us withdraw first. Father will be unharmed. Nappa held Raditz back. The Saiyans retreated as Son Goku and Vegeta engaged Guldo. Boom. Boom. The power from the collision spawned stellar storms, sending tremors through the constellation of stars. Clash. Guldo was struck squarely by Son Goku's fist and sent hurtling into the cosmic void. Suddenly, a golden streak pursued forward. Vegeta instantly closed the distance upon Guldo. Vegeta gathered both hands into the shape of a mighty hammer, channeling the force of 10,000 tons of thunder. A devastating hammer strike. Guldo's skull actually caved in several centimeters. He emitted a heart-rending scream of agony, his body hurtling once more towards Son Goku. Bardock also joined the fray, and the battle escalated to a fierce climax. In that instant, the entire starfield erupted into turmoil. Far away, 2 Super Saiyans now. Upon witnessing this, Bills laughed boisterously. The more Super Saiyans there were, the higher his universe's ranking would ascend. Whis glanced over. Lord Bills, how powerful is Guldo at his true strength? That you must ask, Whis. In terms of the 7th universe's combat scale, Guldo in his ultimate state possesses 470 million combat power. Whis stated calmly. 470 million. Whis shook his head. He could clearly sense that Son Goku and Vegeta's power was not particularly strong, likely not exceeding 400 million. In that case, Son Goku and Vegeta could not defeat Guldo. What is their current combat power, Whis? Son Goku's power is 300 million combat power. Vegeta's is 250 million combat power. Whis replied. In other words, Son Goku's base combat power was 6 million and Vegeta's was 5 million. Compared to before, their improvement was actually quite modest, merely around 1 million combat power each. This was the consequence of their years studying instant transmission. Whis naturally understood this, nor did he believe wasting a year to learn instant transmission was anything problematic. After all, instant transmission was an invaluable life-saving technique. Even a decade spent on it would be worth it. By Whis' estimation, then Son Goku and the others cannot defeat Guldo, correct? Bills gazed at the battle ahead. Many factors influence the outcome of a battle. It is not simply that the higher the combat power, the more certain the victory. As the god of destruction, Beerus has fought countless battles and naturally knows this. However, from the current situation, given the power that Son Wukong and Vegeta have revealed, it will still be somewhat difficult for them to defeat Gula. After all, the entire Frost clan serves him, and Beerus is aware of the power of Gula's final form. Whis smiled and said, it might be a bit difficult for 2 Super Saiyans to defeat Gula, but what if there was one more Super Saiyan? One more Super Saiyan. Beerus and Whis were stunned. Isn't Bataku up there getting beaten? With his current condition, as long as he is angry enough, that will be sufficient for him to become a Super Saiyan. Whis kept his eyes on the battle ahead and said casually, Whis, in a moment you control Kakaluote and Vegeta, let them be severely injured by Gula. When his son is wounded, Bataku will surely be furious. In that way he will definitely be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Whis revealed a sly grin. Hearing this, Beerus shuddered. What a sinister bastard. Even Whis felt a chill. If this was how he treated someone who hadn't offended him, then what if someone did offend him? The last person who offended him had already been erased. Ahead in the starry sky, energy bombs filled with boundless might roared wantonly, streaking across the cosmic void and striking planet after planet. A series of explosions erupted. The force of the blasts swept across the entire starfield, and the cosmos was filled with all kinds of violent energy. The magnetic field of the starry sky was in utter chaos. 2 golden beams like golden dragons wove through the stars, and at the center of their intersection was a battered alien. In his base form, Gula only had a combat power of 60 million. He was no match for Son Wukong, who had a combat power of 300 million in Super Saiyan form, and Vegeta, who had 250 million. Gula was struck repeatedly, letting out heart-wrenching cries of pain. On the other side, Bataku was looking for an opportunity, occasionally landing a blow on Gula. Damn Saiyan monkeys. Gula was punched, and using the recoil soared up into the starry sky. Whis, watching from afar, couldn't help but marvel at how tough the Frost clan was. Gula, with only a combat power of 60 million, had been pummeled for so long, and was still full of life. Above the starry sky, Gula steadied himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, So this is the power of you Super Saiyans. I must admit it's truly impressive. No wonder you could kill Frisia. But if this is all the power you have, then today will be your last. Gula laughed maniacally. A terrifying aura erupted from him, enveloping the entire starfield in an icy, murderous intent as cold and piercing as the abyss of hell. No good, Gula is about to transform. Stop him. Bataku, who had been striking and fleeing far away, couldn't help but tremble inwardly at the sight. Sun Wukong and Vegeta above the starry sky also recalled the scene on Namek. They couldn't let Gu La succeed in transforming. The three acted swiftly. Sun Wukong flew to one side, gathered his hands at his waist, and a tiny azure bead suddenly appeared in his palm. Vegeta stood still in the middle, his hands together against his chest, a golden energy sphere forming in his palm. Bardock flew to the other side, assuming the same posture as Sun Wukong, gathering a ki blast in his palm. The three formed a triangular formation. Kamehameha, Final Flash, Shining Blast. A thunderous roar echoed as the three attacks shot simultaneously toward Gu La above the starry sky. An overwhelming momentum swept across the entire starry sky. In that instant, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. The three attacks struck Gu La squarely. In that moment, smoke and dust filled the air, completely obscuring the view of Gu La's position. Lu Yi and the others watched the scene of Gu La being hit. Lu Yi, see, your Saiyan race is giving me more and more surprises. Beerus crossed his arms and said gravely, besides Sun Wukong and Vegeta, that Saiyan called Bardock also has remarkable talent. Whis nodded and also spoke. Indeed, no wonder you said he could also become a Super Saiyan. Lu Yi smiled without saying a word. As the father of the Dragon Ball protagonist, Bardock's talent was naturally extraordinary. Gu La is about to enter his final form. Whis, keep an eye on things. Lu Yi flashed his sly grin again. At the critical moment, you control Kaka Luote and Vegeta. Don't let them escape using instant transmission. Buerma had asked her brother-in-law to protect Vegeta, but Lu Yi had Whis played dirty tricks. Luckily, Buerma wasn't here, or she would definitely have given Lu Yi trouble. You really stop at nothing to make Bardock become a Super Saiyan. Whis rolled his eyes and then said, don't worry, I'll keep them under control. Ahead in the starry sky, a purple light shot up into the sky. The overwhelming momentum scattered the smoke and dust. A dwarf very similar to Frisia's final form stood in the void. This was the fourth transformation, the fifth form. Combat power 470 million. It is your honor to die at my final form. Gu La stood in the void, his eyes coldly fixed on Sun Wukong and the others. At that moment, Gu La seemed like a demon from the abyss. The powerful aura around him distorted space itself. Gu La's incomparable force made Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Bardock tremble slightly. Bardock was shocked, Vegeta was terrified. Sun Wukong was excited. The three reacted differently. Watch out. As they were stunned, Sun Wukong noticed Gu La had vanished and shouted urgently. A purple light flickered in the starry sky. Sun Wukong and Vegeta rushed forward, quickly engaging in close combat with Gu La. After hundreds of exchanges, Sun Wukong and Vegeta soon realized they could not withstand Gu La. Their stamina rapidly declined, and their injuries multiplied. In contrast, Gu La's aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the strongest Super Saiyan Sun Wukong had a gap of 170 million in combat power compared to Gu La's final form. In the end, the difference in power was too great. How can this be? Vegeta spat blood, looking at Gu La above, and said through gritted teeth, We Saiyans are no match for the Frost Clan. Above, Gu La glanced at Vegeta, then at Bardock on the other side. Another stray fish. Gu La laughed heartily, turned into a bolt of lightning, and charged at Bardock. His speed was so great that Bardock could not react. In an instant, Bardock coughed blood violently, the blood spattering in the starry sky. Without gravity, the blood coalesced into beads. Bardock coughed more blood, severely wounded, and could no longer speak. Bardock, with a combat power of only 4 million, was struck by Gu La, who had 470 million. It was already his limit that he wasn't turned into pulp on the spot. Father! Sun Wukong shouted urgently, using instant transmission to appear beside Bardock, pulling out a senzu bean and stuffing it into his mouth. At the same time, he and Vegeta also ate one. The three of them were fully revived. Lissy was taken aback. What kind of bean is this? It can actually restore someone from severe injuries to full health. Whis furrowed his brow. This is a magic bean. I thought it had gone extinct. Hearing this, Li was stunned. Whis, do you recognize these beans? This is the former Grand Priest. Before he could finish, Whis' body trembled violently. He remembered something. When he was on Earth, he had felt that the tower in the northern part of Earth had a familiar style. So that was it. Li raised an eyebrow, never expecting that Bobo's origin was actually the former Grand Priest, a true angel. Whis now restrained Kakarot and Vegeta. Li didn't ask about the magic bean. He watched the battle ahead and shouted urgently. Ahead, Sun Wukong and the others seemed to realize the situation was unfavorable and prepared to escape using instant transmission. Whis snapped back to reality, set aside the matter of the magic bean, and quickly waved his staff. A silver light enveloped Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Ahead, Gula in the sky was becoming increasingly terrifying in his aura. We can't defeat him, we need to retreat. Sun Wukong said. If he were alone here, he would never have backed down so easily. But his father was here, so he had no choice. Frustrated. All right. Vegeta gritted his teeth and nodded forcefully. Even after transforming into Super Saiyans, they were still no match for Gula. This was too humiliating. Sun Wukong was about to use instant transmission to take Bardock away from the other side, when suddenly he and Vegeta froze, as if time had stopped. What's wrong with you? On the other side, Bardock saw the strange behavior of Sun Wukong and the other and shouted urgently, trying to escape. When Sun Wukong had just used instant transmission to rescue Bardock, Gula had already noticed this amazing technique. In this battle, he had witnessed the terror of the Saiyans, and he would not let them go. Taking advantage of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's daze, Gula raised his hands high in the air, and a 3-meter diameter energy sphere appeared in his hands. An orange radiance burst forth like a newborn sun, emitting scorching heat that seemed to boil the universe. Die! Gula pushed downward with force. Kakarot dodged. Hurry! Seeing this, Bardock let out a heart-wrenching scream. His back was burning, yet he was completely unaware. Boom! In the cosmic starry sky, a current of air inexplicably formed. The surrounding pressure surged, and a terrifying aura swept up. It was like the end of the universe. Extremely terrifying. In the distance, Beerus's folded arms loosened. The scene ahead actually made him a bit nervous. Bardock should be able to transform right. Mainly the more Super Saiyans there were, the higher his universe ranking would be. I don't know. Whis furrowed his brow, also becoming tense. You both seem quite nervous. Whis looked over and smiled. However, Whis and the other said nothing, staring fixedly ahead. Whis rolled his eyes and said, all right, unless something unexpected happens, Bardock is about to succeed in transforming. How do you know? Whis and the other quickly looked over. Whis, I noticed that when you transformed into a Super Saiyan before, a powerful force would surge from your back. Whis said calmly, Bardock is exactly like that now. A powerful force is gathering in his back. His reaction is identical to yours. Unless something unexpected happens, he should transform successfully. Although he did not have Whis' terrifying constitution, nor could he use erasure as the teacher of the god of destruction, his insight was beyond ordinary. He saw through the force in Bardock's back at a glance. Lord Beerus, then let's start watching the slaughter of the 3 Super Saiyans. Whis clenched his fist and laughed heartily. 2 Super Saiyans couldn't defeat Gula, but what about 3 together? In the cosmic starry sky, the massive orange energy sphere descended faster and faster. No, Kakarot Vegeta dodged. Bardock's eyes were wide with rage, and his aura grew stronger. The chaotic magnetic field around became even more turbulent. Dodged. Bardock saw that Sun Wukong and the others still hadn't moved, and his emotions grew more frantic. His hair began to flicker. 1 gold, 1 black. Hum, hum, hum. Various energy mediums filled the cosmic starry sky, and a deafening roar erupted from Bardock. Boom, boom. Like a volcanic eruption, the powerful force unleashed by Bardock caught the attention of Gula above. Gula saw Bardock's flickering hair and couldn't help but tremble inside. Another Super Saiyan. You 2 die. Gula roared, raised his hand, and gathered another massive energy sphere, hurling it at Bardock. Seeing this, Whis in the distance shouted. Whis released Kakarot and the other. Whis complied. Regaining movement, Sun Wukong and the other saw the massive energy sphere close to their faces and wanted to curse. However, the 2 still used instant transmission to first escape the spot. The next second, the 2 massive energy spheres thrown by Gula suddenly exploded. Boom. 2 mushroom clouds with a radius of 10,000 meters instantly erupted across the cosmic expanse. The violent power unleashed made the very fabric of space crack, as though reality itself were on the verge of shattering. The entire star region was illuminated in brilliance. Huh. Above, Goku and Vegeta had been fighting their respective opponents at full force. The continuous release of 2 massive energy blasts had nearly driven him to collapse from exhaustion. That should have killed them. Gula watched the 2 mushroom clouds, teeth clenched. That damned Frieza has left such a calamity upon our Ice Clan. This time we enter the northern galaxy, I must ensure the complete extinction of the Saiyan race. Gula, having recovered some strength, turned about, preparing to return to his cosmic warship. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streams of energy surged through the vacuum, filled with various energy mediums. Gula's pupils constricted sharply as he whipped his head around, staring fixedly at the 2 mushroom clouds ahead. Abruptly, one of the mushroom clouds exploded outward, revealing 3 figures blazing with golden light. 3 Super Saiyans. Impossible. Gula's entire body trembled violently. Those 2 strikes were my full power. How are you still standing? It turned out that when Gula's 2 giant energy blasts detonated, Goku and Vegeta instant transmission to Bardock's side, and the 3 of them combined their efforts to block one of them. Ahead, Bardock radiated golden light as he regarded Gula coldly. If 2 Super Saiyans cannot defeat you, then how about 3? Perish, Gula. Goku and Vegeta shouted in unison, then surged forward to attack him. Far away. The moment the 3 of them saw Bardock bathed in golden light, they breathed a sigh of relief. Good. With that, Gula is as good as dead. Lewis looked at Beerus and smiled. Lord Beerus, my clansman killed your other agent. Sure won't be a problem, will it? Whis nearby covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Beerus retorted flatly, they're dead, so what? Would I really refuse something you wanted to do? Not only had he no objection to the deaths of Frieza and Gula, If King Cold were eliminated as well, he wouldn't have minded. After all, with Lewis as the candidate destroyer god, who needed an agent anymore? Now you're talking nonsense. Haven't I been standing right here with you this whole time? I never lifted a finger. How can you call this something I wanted to do? I never said it was me who made Whis intervene. Beerus's face darkened with irritation. Lewis slung an arm around Beerus's shoulder with a mischievous grin. I already said, I didn't lay a hand on anything myself. How can you claim I orchestrated Gula's death? Beerus. How utterly shameless. Far ahead, the battle raged with intense ferocity. Goku's battle power stood at 300 million. Vegeta's battle power 250 million. Bardock, transformed into a Super Saiyan, had broken through to a battle power of 200 million. In his ultimate state, Gula possessed a battle power of 470 million. Previously, when facing two Super Saiyans, Gula had been able to appear overwhelmingly dominant. But he had to exert his full strength to achieve that, and during his battle against Goku and Vegeta, he had already nearly depleted his reserves. After releasing those two massive energy blasts, Gula was essentially drained. Now 3 Super Saiyans were converging on Gula. As Lewis had said, Gula could no longer hold out. Soon, Vegeta found the opening and shattered Gula's limbs. Goku punched a massive hole through Gula's abdomen. Seeing Gula in his ultimate form, Bardock was reminded of the previous incident where he had been forced to swallow a blast from Frieza in his ultimate state. So, Bardock decided to repay him in kind. If Frieza was dead, then his older brother would serve as revenge. He gathered an energy sphere and forced it hard into Gula's mouth. Gula's entire head exploded in an instant, his brains and blood spraying in all directions. The Cosmic Emperor of the Northern Galaxy, the King's own brother, had barely set foot at the edge of the Northern Galaxy before being utterly slain. Goku and the other two transformed into a streak of golden light, surging toward the edge of the Northern Galaxy to eliminate all of Gula's subordinates. Just then Lewis and the others came flying toward them. Lewis, why couldn't Vegeta and I move just now? Goku asked. Vegeta also turned to look at Lewis. I have no idea. Lewis smiled, a distinctly annoying grin. Vegeta glanced at Goku, then at Bardock, lost in thought. It seemed like back on Namek. Suddenly Lewis shot him a glare, and Vegeta shivered violently. The words he had been about to speak quickly died in his throat. Lewis withdrew his glare from Vegeta and looked at the golden-haired, blue-eyed Bardock, smiling. Bardock, what do you think of the power of a Super Saiyan? Bardock looked at his own hands, his evil eyes gleaming. It's too powerful. This strength is absolutely overwhelming. He used to think that a battle power of 10,000 made him strong, and now his power had shattered past 200 million. Ha ha, you will only grow even stronger in the future. Lewis chuckled. After all, the 3 of them were merely at the first stage of Super Saiyan. The second and third stages still lay ahead. At that moment, Whis turned to Goku, frowning. Mr. Goku, do you still have that bean from before? Why was Whis asking about the Senzu bean? The others were perplexed while Beerus was utterly shocked, because earlier Whis had let slip that this bean was connected to the former Supreme Kai. When had there become another former Supreme Kai? Unlike Beerus, Lewis had long guessed Bibidi's angelic identity, but he never would have imagined that Bibidi was actually the former Supreme Kai. Bean. Hearing Whis's words, Goku was also startled. He then pulled a Senzu bean from his pocket. You mean this, Mr. Whis? What's wrong? Yes, it's this one. Whis took the Senzu bean into his hand, examined it carefully, then shook his head. A pity. It only works on mortals now. Lewis shook his head. Actually, since arriving in this world, he had intended to collect the Senzu beans. But after awakening, the system being taken on by Beerus as a candidate destroyer god, and with Whis around, his obsession with the Senzu beans had faded. Now hearing it only worked on mortals, Lewis had even less interest, because he was a deity himself. Finally, Whis returned the Senzu bean to Goku. Whis's strange behavior left the trio confused, though they did not press the matter further. Kakarot, how many Senzu beans remain on Earth? Lewis finally spoke. There are still many. Many. Lewis was a bit dumbfounded. He had assumed all the Senzu beans on Earth had been consumed by Zarbin. Yes, those Senzu beans were originally hoarded by Zarbin, but when Vegeta came to Earth, he took them all. Goku scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. So that was how it was. Lewis looked at Vegeta with appreciation. The Senzu bean was an invaluable healing treasure for the Z fighters, whether in the early stages or late. There was no exaggerating its importance. In the anime, the Z fighters in the later stages would have split a single Senzu bean into 10 portions if they could. Unexpectedly, Vegeta had changed this situation. Noticing Lewis's approving gaze, Vegeta tilted his chin up, striking a haughty pose. Such miraculous beans. He would never let that fat fool waste them. In the starry cosmos, fragments of spaceships and the remnants of exploded planets could be seen everywhere. 3 shimmering golden auras stood out prominently against the dark expanse of the cosmos. Speaking of Senzu beans, Lewis thought again of the Saiyan physiology. You should have noticed that when Saiyans recover from near-death states, their power surges dramatically. Correct. Lewis glanced at Vegeta and the other two, then smiled. You might be able to make use of the Senzu beans. Seriously injure yourselves, then recover using the beans. A flash of insight struck both Vegeta and Bardock minds. Since they had recovered from death last time, they had already discovered this Saiyan trait. Since they had Senzu beans available, why not utilize them? Excitement and euphoria surged through them. Even Son Goku had thought of this same idea, saying excitedly, "Louis, you are so clever." Indeed. If your wisdom were only half of mine." Vegeta lips curled slightly upward. Bardock was left speechless. This kid Vegeta must be out of his mind. Louis ignored Vegeta entirely and waved his hand dismissively. "Alright, I actually do not recommend this approach. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. Methods that grant sudden power increases will always come with drawbacks." Just like himself, he had always reached his cultivation bottlenecks before the system helped break through his shackles. As for erasing those barriers, had the system not said those powers belonged to him all along? That does not count. Louis paused briefly before continuing. "You went to planet Yardrat to learn instant transmission and have not trained your power for a year. Perhaps you could try this method." If Son Goku and the others had been cultivating normally, their base combat power would likely have already exceeded 6 or 7 million by now. "Of course, I would suggest you use this method sparingly." Louis concluded. "During the coming period, I will be leaving the 7th universe. Earth and the Saiyans will be in your hands to protect." Beerus, standing nearby, spoke up in a nonchalant tone. "It does not matter if your Saiyan race goes extinct, just do not let my Earth be destroyed." To Beerus, not even the entire galaxy could compare to Earth in importance, given how exquisite the cuisine was. Whis nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Observing both Beerus' reactions, Louis rolled his eyes inwardly. Should they really be saying this while I am still present? "Louis, where are you going?" Son Goku and the others wanted to ask why they could not employ this cultivation method more frequently. "Mind your own affairs and focus on your training. Otherwise, with your current strength, you will not be able to protect Earth." Louis kept the news about Cell to himself, but his words left Son Goku and the others stunned. Unable to protect Earth. Could Earth face danger? Before they could ask further, Louis added, "Oh right, Bardock. You should know that becoming a Super Saiyan requires extreme anger. When you return to the galactic headquarters, just teach the others." With that, Louis and the others vanished into the void. Only Son Goku and his companions remained amidst the dark cosmic expanse, exchanging bewildered glances. At that moment, over a dozen figures approached from the distance. It was Raditz and his companions. Everyone spotted Bardock golden hair. "Bardock, your hair. You have also become a Super Saiyan." "Father, you became a Super Saiyan too." Facing 3 Super Saiyans attacking simultaneously, Chilled had no chance to resist. Incredibly powerful. The Saiyans have grown this strong. Witnessing Chilled defeat King, Kai danced with excitement. Kibito crouched on the ground staring at the crystal ball image and shouting excitedly, "Ancestor, another Super Saiyan has appeared. Calm yourself." Though the elder Kai claimed composure, his trembling body betrayed him. Watching Bardock golden hair on the crystal ball, even he felt the surge of excitement. 1 or 2 Super Saiyans might not prove the Saiyan race potential, but 4 would tell a different story entirely. Especially since one of them was the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. What Saiyan lineage could possibly lack talent with a candidate destroyer among them? With the Saiyans and a candidate destroyer carrying out planetary destruction missions, the 7th universe would surely flourish even more. The average human power level index might even rank first among all universes under Grand Priest dominion. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The elder Kai's face flushed with crimson, leaving Kibito beside him utterly speechless. Had he not just told someone to stay calm? The battle at the northern galaxy edge excited not just the elder Kai, but Beerus as well. As the supreme deity of the 7th universe, he rarely bothered to manage its affairs, preferring a lazy existence. Yet he still wanted his universe to improve. After witnessing this battle, he saw the Saiyans' true potential unfold. He could picture over 2,000 Super Saiyans converging. That sight would be absolutely dazzling. Meanwhile, Louis departed from the northern galaxy edge and returned to Earth. Beerus and Whis stayed behind in the Kai realm, waiting for Louis to bring ties back. In West City on Earth, sunlight streamed through the window onto Ty's room during the afternoon hours. A breathtakingly beautiful woman lay on the bed, her golden waves cascading across the pillow as she rested with her eyes closed. Like a sleeping beauty radiating endless allure, Louis appeared with a sudden whoosh and gazed at the mesmerizing figure on the bed, his eyes softening. Louis lay down beside her, watching Tai sleep soundly as her small mouth moved gently, a sight of pure innocence. The sight melted his heart completely. With a sudden impulse, he reached out and gently touched her lips. The warmth and softness of her lips sent a gentle sensation through his fingertips straight to his heart. Sister Ties is so adorable. Louis propped his head on one hand, his gaze fixed on the sleeping Ties. Unable to resist any longer, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her crimson lips. So sweet, so soft. Ties slowly opened her eyes at the touch, and upon seeing her big boy, her brows curved into crescent moons. She closed her eyes again, yielding to the moment. 10 minutes later, Ties traced her lips with her fingers and smiled sweetly. Why did you come back? Did you defeat Chilled? Yes, Kakarot and the others have already defeated Chilled. Louis nodded but hesitated before speaking further. What is wrong? Is there something else you want to say? I just wanted to ask if you would like to visit another universe with me. You are coming too. Yes, I, Beerus, and Whis will all be going. Then of course I am coming too. Ties added with a smile, wherever you go I will go with you. His Thai's sister words were too much to bear. An irresistible urge surged through Louis' body, and he lunged forward. Hours later the pair left the room and vanished from Earth, leaving behind only an intoxicating aura in their wake. Traveling through the spatial tunnel to the sixth universe, a cube was rapidly darting with 4 people standing inside. Louisi, what are you all going to the other universe for? Taisi wrapped her arm around Louisi's. Remember those candidate gods of destruction who came to trouble us a few years ago? Now it's our turn to trouble them. Louisi laughed. Having been ganged up on twice, he had to reclaim his honor. Let's go fight. Good. Taisi's eyes sparkled. Since she had been with Louisi, she had been infected by his violence. Then I can find many novel materials again. Taisi smiled. Her previous journey to Namek with Louisi had given her many inspirations. For example, the Dragon Balls and the story of the Saiyans. These are all excellent materials. However, as Louisi's wife, she naturally knew what to write and what not to. The Dragon Balls of Namek must not be written into the novel. Otherwise, the 7th universe, which had finally stabilized, would fall into endless conflict again. By the way, Lord Beerus, why did you send Louisi to find me earlier? Taisi turned to look at Beerus. She now realized that Louisi's trip to Earth to look for her was also with Beerus's intention. He and Wacy want you to cook for them. Louisi grumbled. I don't care about those two. Let them eat those instant noodles full of additives. No, don't. Let Lord Beerus eat instant noodles, but I want to eat Taisi's cooking. Wacy put on a mournful face. Beerus was speechless, but Louisi and Taisi burst out laughing. The atmosphere inside the traveling cube was pleasant, and they chatted on. After a while, there was still some distance to the 6th universe. Louisi remembered something and looked at Wacy. By the way, Wacy, about the former Grand Priest you mentioned. Suddenly, the atmosphere inside the traveling cube became somewhat delicate. Beerus looked at Wacy, his eyes also filled with confusion. Taisi looked up at Louisi, and then at Beerus. Their reactions were a bit strange. She asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Taisi's question received no answer, and the traveling cube fell silent. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Taisi also sensed something wrong, tightly holding onto Louisi's arm and remaining silent. After a while, just keep what I'm about to say to yourselves, don't spread it. Wacy's voice was grave. He paused, and then spoke again. You should know that the Omni King's universe and the Dark Demon realm are hostile, right? Yes. Louisi and Beerus nodded. Taisi's eyes widened, looking adorably clueless. I don't know. However, she knew it was not the time to speak, so she didn't ask. Wacy continued. Actually, in the beginning, this world only had 3 spaces. The Omni King's universe, the Dragon realm, and the Time Nest. That is to say, the Dark Demon realm did not exist initially. However, a long time ago, a powerful being in the Omni King's universe suddenly fell into the demonic path. After leaving the Omni King's universe, he created a new world outside. As Wacy said this, Louisi blurted out. Are you talking about the Dark Demon realm supreme, Kai Mechikapura? Why did Wacy say these things? Could it be that Mechikapura has some connection with the former Grand Priest? You actually know of Mechikapura? Wacy shook his head. He knew of Louisi's special nature, so he didn't ask further and continued. I'm not talking about him. Mechikapura is merely his agent. Wacy, if the person you're talking about is not Mechikapura, then who is he? And what is his relationship with the former Grand Priest? Beerus looked at Wacy. He had never heard this secret from Wacy before. I'm not sure about the identity of that powerful being either. I only know that he seems to have some connection with Lord Omni King. Wacy squinted his eyes, his voice very grave. As for the relationship between the former Grand Priest and that powerful being, Wacy spoke slowly, enunciating each word. The one whom the former Grand Priest served is him. Wacy's words were like a thunderbolt tearing through the sky. The information was too shocking. Both Louisi and Beerus were shocked. How could Wacy not be shocked too? He had learned this secret from his elder sister long ago, never expecting that the former Grand Priest was now living on Earth. Louisi swallowed. He had a guess in his mind, the identity of the one whom the former Grand Priest served. Beerus also thought of this, completely stunned. Those who can be served by angels are either gods of destruction or the Omni King, then the one whom the former Grand Priest served. The state of everyone being unable to calm down for a long time made Taisi slightly confused too. She had no idea what Wacy's words meant. At this moment, the universe-traveling cube entered the 6th universe. Alright, remember not to spread this. We've arrived at the 6th universe. Wacy came back to his senses and spoke. Beerus and the others finally snapped out of their shock. Then Wacy put away the universe-traveling cube and led them to the God of Destruction realm of the 6th universe. In the God of Destruction realm of the 6th universe, a purple animal resembling a pig was running nonstop on a treadmill. Bah! Beerus, is it time yet? I'm about to die of exhaustion. Lord Xiangpa, time is not enough yet. There are still 10 minutes left. If you stop now, the weight loss effect will be greatly reduced. The mature and elegant Beerus with her long legs paced back and forth in front of the treadmill. Suddenly, Beerus looked up and smiled. Why are they here? Who's here? Xiangpa leaned on the treadmill, gasping for breath. Lord Xiangpa, no slacking off. Beerus turned around. The air suddenly turned cold. Xiangpa shrank his neck. He continued running on the treadmill, not daring to rest. Mainly because his attendant angel was too mischievous. Just then, a seven-colored stream of light appeared in the sky and suddenly descended in front of him. Skinny ribs? Xiangpa was startled. Ignoring Beerus's reaction, he jumped off the treadmill and said coldly, "Why are you here?" He glanced at the group, and when he saw Lu Yixi's figure his eyelids twitched violently. This kid is here too. Xiangpa had long received news of Quitella's erasure. It was this very kid who did it. Xiangpa suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Suddenly, Lu Yixi, who is he? He looks a lot like Lord Beerus, just a bit fatter. Yixi chuckled. Beerus. Lu Yixi. Just a bit chubby. Xiangpa and Beerus had never seen eye to eye. Ever since Beerus branded him a fat pig, everyone else had followed suit, calling him a fat pig and a big fatty. Even Bajuos occasionally called him fat. Xiangpa naturally could not endure this. He proposed a duel with Bajuos, one to determine life and death and superiority. And so came the opening scene of him running on a treadmill. That was why above all else Xiangpa detested being called fat throughout his entire life. This woman, he had once encountered her on Earth, and she dared to call him fat. An uncle might tolerate it, but a fat man could not. A chilling, killing intent permeated the air. Tacy shuddered and clutched tightly onto Liuxi's arm. Xiangpa fixed his gaze upon Tacy and spoke coldly. "How dare you show such blatant disrespect toward a god of destruction? Have you grown weary of living?" Liuxi stepped forward, shielding Tacy behind him, and replied calmly, "Lord Xiangpa, pray tell. Am I not permitted to be called fat?" When Xiangpa saw Liuxi standing up for her, the killing intent radiating from his body instantly vanished. Yet, Liuxi was also calling him fat. He simply could not bear it. Xiangpa roared, "So what if I am fat? I am proud of it. It is still preferable to being that skinny rib of Beerus." Beerus beside him turned the color of ink. He could overlook any other insult, but skinny rib. That was a line he could not abide. A vast, overwhelming aura of destruction surged forth, causing the realm of the sixth universe's god of destruction to tremble violently. Beerus locked his gaze upon Xiangpa, the two men staring each other down. A flicker of flame seemed to ignite between them in the air. The two destroyers' auras collided against one another, presenting an utterly terrifying spectacle. Whis and Bajuos exchanged a glance, and both covered their faces with their hands. Whenever these two brothers crossed paths, chaos was inevitable. Meanwhile, the very couple who had ignited this whole affair, Liuxi and his wife, had slipped away to the sidelines to watch the drama unfold. Tacy cracked a melon seed between her teeth and murmured, "Liuxi, who is this enormous fat pig? He looks remarkably like Master Beerus. My dear Tacy, could you possibly keep it down? Must you pour fuel upon this already blazing fire?" Liuxi snatched a handful of melon seeds from her palm and said, "I have told you before, the sixth and seventh universes are twin universes. Coincidentally, the god of destruction of the sixth universe is also Master Beerus's brother. Biological brothers. Indeed. Twin universes. Biological brothers. One is a massive fat pig, the other a skinny rib." Tacy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What splendid material. I must incorporate this into my novel." Suddenly, "How dare you!" Both Beerus and Xiangpa snapped their heads toward Tacy and shouted at the top of their lungs. The twin roars sent Tacy into a fright, causing her to toss the melon seeds from her hand directly onto Liuxi's head. Liuxi was left utterly despondent. "Enough of your nonsense. Just who exactly is this woman, and what business brings you here?" Xiangpa fixed his gaze upon Beerus and the others, his voice dripping with icy coldness. How dare she call him a big fat pig? If this woman bore no relation to Beerus, he would have destroyed her without hesitation. Beerus folded his arms, a teasing smirk playing across his face. "She is Liuxi's wife. Go ahead and destroy her if you have the courage." The air fell deathly silent. Xiangpa opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. The words rose to his throat and were swallowed back down. "Then I shall do Liuxi a favor and spare her." Xiangpa shrank his neck slightly. It was mainly because Liuxi possessed the ability to eradicate. The last person who had crossed Liuxi had simply ceased to exist, and Xiangpa had no intention of becoming the next victim of erasure. "Then what brings you here?" "What brings us here? Have you forgotten the incident from several years ago when we ganged up on Liuxi?" Xiangpa swallowed hard and retreated a few steps. Speaking of the incident of ganging up on Liuxi years ago still ignited his wrath. Back then, 10 candidate gods of destruction had attacked Liuxi, simultaneously convinced that victory was certain and that they could thoroughly mock Beerus afterward. "Told you not to recruit a mere child as a candidate god of destruction." In the end, however, all 10 candidates together could not even prevail against Liuxi, and they ended up being mercilessly mocked by Beerus instead. It was truly humiliating, a disgrace beyond measure. "So now you bring Liuxi here specifically to seek revenge on me. I am your brother. Quitella's was already erased by him. What if he decides to erase me as well? Act like a human." Beerus picked his nose with a brazen air. "Sorry, I am a cat, not a human. Besides, you say we are brothers, yet when you called me skinny rib, did you once consider whether I might be your brother?" At that moment, Beerus cast a glance toward Liuxi. However, over by Liuxi, Tacy was busily helping him remove the melon seeds from his head. Liuxi turned his head bewildered. "Huh, what is it?" "Xiangpa." "Beerus." Soon Liuxi understood what Beerus intended. He unleashed a surge of destructive energy, obliterating the melon seeds upon his head. His expression turning grave, Liusi began striding towards Xiangpa. Step, step, step. His footfalls echoed through the silent realm of the god of destruction, each resonant step sending a spasm of dread through Xiangpa's heart. Panic, restlessness. Could he truly be erased? Xiangpa's face drained of all color, growing ever more tense. Why you? You wish to settle this score? I will have the candidate god of destruction from my universe beat you up, all right. Xiangpa's pitiful, terrified appearance sent Bai Lucy into thunderous laughter. Beside him, Badosi also covered her face. How humiliating. You are Bai Lucy's brother. Given the bond between Liusi and Bai Lucy, how could they possibly strike at you for real? She really wanted to punch him, though. Xiangpa watched Liusi drawing ever nearer, and he caught Badosi's murderous glare. It was over. He had truly become an adorable fat man, unloved by his grandmother and forsaken by his uncle. Xiangpa clenched his fists and roared at Liusi. Do not come any closer. This big fat man was rather amusing, actually. Liusi struggled to suppress a grin, forcing his lips flat, and managed a choked laugh. I have no interest in your candidate god of destruction anymore, Lord Xiangpa. Fight me, and I will never trouble you again. Fight me? Xiangpa blinked, then weakly asked. You would not take the opportunity to erase me, would you? Liusi shook his head. Given your relationship with Master Bai Lucy, you should know I would never lay a hand on you. I came here primarily to spar with a master at the level of a god of destruction. Regaining his honor was one objective, while sparring with other gods of destruction was another for Liusi. Whis had said that to become stronger, one cannot simply train endlessly. Constant training would certainly increase power, but without engaging powerful opponents, one would lack combat experience and technique. Under normal circumstances, Liusi's erasure could allow him to overlook this. However, what if he encountered an opponent of equal or greater strength? Someone who could ignore his erasure. That was when combat experience and skill truly mattered. Bai Lucy shared this view. Having fought countless battles throughout his life, his combat experience and skill were unmatched by ordinary gods of destruction. This was precisely why Bai Lucy was hailed as the strongest god of destruction. During this journey to regain his honor, Bai Lucy had ordered Liusi not to use erasure. He wanted Liusi to engage in a genuine battle with other gods of destruction, starting from the 6th universe, and fighting through all 11 universes under the Omni King, thereby accumulating combat experience and technique. If only you were the candidate god of destruction for my 6th universe, Xiangpa said, shaking his head upon hearing Liusi's request. Bai Lucy was displeased. He grabbed Xiangpa by the collar and growled, What, you've taken a liking to the candidate god of destruction of my 7th universe? Let go of me. Xiangpa broke free from Bai Lucy's grip. Liusi looked at Xiangpa and smiled. So Lord Xiangpa, you. Alright, it's settled. I'll fight you, and the matter of the gang up last time is over. Xiangpa was still a bit uneasy. Although Liusi had said he wouldn't harm him, he still feared that Liusi might strike him with erasure. Soon Xiangpa suddenly realized Bai Lucy's intention. Bajuosi, go bring Kair here. Kair in the 6th universe was second only to Zeit in talent, and had been taken in as a candidate god of destruction by Xiangpa over a decade ago. Bai Lucy certainly wanted Liusi to spar with him to gain combat experience and skill. In that case, he should also have his own candidate god of destruction come and witness the battle between fighters at the 4th level of the divine realm. Yes, Bajuosi vanished for a moment, and soon reappeared with a purple cat-headed cosmic being. Like Xiangpa, Kair was also of the feline species. Moreover, both were equally stout. Kair had perfectly inherited all of Xiangpa's virtues. Liusi. Kair trembled at the sight of Liusi, mainly because the gang-up a few years ago was still fresh in his memory. Kair, long time no see. Liusi nodded at him. That guy had been among those who ganged up on him last time. His power, like that of the candidate gods of destruction from other universes, was at the 2nd level of the divine realm, on par with the King Yin level. However, Liusi's current target was not Kair, but Xiangpa, whose power had reached the 4th level of the divine realm. Under the arrangement of Bajuosi and Whis, a void battlefield appeared 10,000 meters above. Liusi and Xiangpa moved simultaneously, entering the void battlefield. Whis brought Taisai to the side of the void battlefield. Bajuosi, Bai Lucy, and Kair followed closely. Inside the void battlefield, Xiangpa spoke. I have to say, Bai Lucy is incredibly lucky. If only you were the candidate god of destruction for my 6th universe. Xiangpa had said this twice, showing how much he coveted Liusi. Haha, Kair's talent is also very strong. Lord Xiangpa, you needn't say that, Liusi replied. Liusi stretched his limbs on the void battlefield and looked at Xiangpa with a smile. Lord Xiangpa, if there's nothing else, shall we begin? Wait, what's wrong? Liusi stopped moving, and a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Remember, you're not allowed to use erasure. Liusi was speechless. If I used erasure on you, Bai Lucy would surely turn against me. Don't worry. Alright, then let's begin. As soon as Xiangpa finished speaking, a destructive aura emanated from both of them. The two auras clashed. Space twisted abruptly. At the edge of the void battlefield, Bajuosi raised an eyebrow. Lord Bai Lucy, the candidate god of destruction of your universe has grown even stronger. During the spar a few years ago, Liisi had exerted his full power, but had not broken through to the divine realm. Bajuosi knew that Liisi could transform. Now his base power was already approaching the power he had after transforming before. Haha, not bad. Bajuosi laughed heartily. In truth, he was also shocked. After just 2 trips to the Earth's celestial realm, Liisi's full power state had broken through to the second level of the divine realm. It was incredible. Taisai looked at the two inside the void battlefield and asked, Weisi, can Liisi win? She naturally hoped her big boy would triumph. But his opponent was a long-established god of destruction. She wondered if he could defeat Xiangpa. Weisi said calmly, without using erasure or other means, it will be very difficult for Liisi to defeat Lord Xiangpa. If Liisi used erasure, then defeating Xiangpa would naturally be no problem. As for other means, for example, the rules of time and space. If he employed such methods, he might not win, but he could certainly gain the upper hand. It was like when Bajuosi first entered the Zizai realm and sparred with Liisi. Liisi had directly grabbed Bajuosi's balls. Taisai's mouth fell open. If Liisi lost, would he be very upset? Inside the void battlefield. The void battlefield was already covered in destructive aura. The powerful forces squeezed the space, producing a cracking sound. Xiangpa and Liisi stood opposite each other, their auras growing increasingly heavy. Suddenly Liisi moved. Seeing this, Xiangpa, who was facing him, shook his head. The young man was still too impatient. Xiangpa turned into a streak of light, flew backward, clenched his fist, and punched. Space exploded. A dark figure suddenly emerged from the void, and then flew backward. In just one exchange, Liisi was put on the defensive. But that was to be expected. In terms of power, Xiangpa possessed the 4th level of the divine realm. Knowing that Liisi could nullify any damage, he used his full strength. As for Liisi, he had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. His base power only touched the 1st level of the divine realm, not even reaching the 2nd. The speed afforded by such power was far inferior to Xiangpa's, who easily tracked Liisi's movements. In terms of combat experience, striking first would put one at a disadvantage. Once Liisi made a move, Xiangpa perceived his intent and easily countered. After all, no matter how fat Xiangpa was, he was still a god of destruction. He had fought countless battles, and his combat experience was not something Liisi could match. How formidable! Liisi slammed heavily onto the void battlefield, sprang up with a carp leap, and twisted his neck and limbs. His joints cracked audibly. Liisi gazed at the chubby figure above, who after a single exchange he had already perceived the disparity between them. Truly worthy of the god of destruction. With a fierce shout, a golden radiance enveloped Liisi, his hair instantly turning golden, while a purple aura of destruction wrapped around him. Gold and purple intertwined. The boundless light was blinding. Super Saiyan full power. Dimension, divine dimension. Power, 2nd layer of the divine realm. This was the power he had cultivated while training the laws of space-time in the hyperbolic time chamber. His base strength had touched the divine realm, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan full power, his power directly broke through to the 2nd layer of the divine realm. Holding back against a god of destruction level opponent would be the height of folly. Liisi unleashed his full power, transforming into a streak of light that flashed across the void, charging at Xiangpa. Liisi's voice echoed across the void battlefield. Lord Xiangpa, be careful. Going all out. Haha, come on. Above, Xiangpa licked his lips. Fighting this unkillable cockroach was getting him excited as well. Here it comes. A sphere of destruction energy hurtled toward him, causing the surrounding space to instantly warp. With a loud bang, Xiangpa punched out, and the purple energy sphere shattered like fireworks, dissolving into specks of light that cascaded down from the sky. The scene was beautiful. But, with a sudden rush, Liisi appeared behind Xiangpa, swinging his leg in a sweeping arc, the immense force stirring up a fierce gale through the void. Xiangpa quickly blocked. Boom. As if struck by a nuclear bomb, the power of the 2nd layer of the divine realm exploded violently. Xiangpa's expression flickered as he retreated hundreds of meters in an instant. You little brat. Just as Xiangpa was caught off guard, Liisi vanished again. But with only the power of the 2nd layer of the divine realm, Liisi's speed was still far too slow. Even if Xiangpa's mind wandered during the fight, he could still react in time. Xiangpa twisted his body and vanished in an instant. Bang! Bang! For a moment, 2 blazes of light entangled in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed countless times. Clang! 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 Immunity to everything. All attacks that struck Liisi produced a piercing sound. Boundless radiance burst forth, blinding to the eyes. The 2 phantoms fought from the sky to the ground, the residual energy waves of their battle spreading like a flood in all directions. Space twisted. Magnetic fields went haywire. 10 minutes passed. The more Xiangpa fought, the more alarmed he became. During these 10+ minutes, Liisi was like a sponge, greedily absorbing the sea water. His combat experience and skills were skyrocketing. It wasn't that way. He had never cultivated Liisi's combat skills before. The main issue was that Liisi's previous power was too weak. Only 75 billion battle power still within the realm of mortals. Weisi's training of Liisi's combat skills had only reached the level of a candidate god of destruction. The combat techniques of a true god of destruction were too vast a leap for Whis. Who could have imagined that in the following years, after just 2 visits to the celestial realm, Whis' power would skyrocket to the second layer of the divine realm? This caught Whis completely off guard. At the edge of the void battlefield, the two were still locked in combat, and Whis' growth was visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Kair gulped. Damn, is this kid even human? Not only was Kair stunned, but Baduosi's knuckles turned white as she gripped her staff. In truth, a few years ago, Baduosi and the other angels had visited the Grand Priest's palace at the Omni King's place, where she learned of Whis' special status and his connection to the Omni King. But in just a few years, Whis' power had broken through to the second layer of the divine realm. And now, after only over 10 minutes of fighting Xiangpa, his combat skills and experience were already nearly catching up to Xiangpa himself. Whis, your Whis is too fierce. Baduosi's little mouth hung wide open. Hearing this, Ta-Ec pouted. What does it have to do with you whether my Whis is fierce or not? Haha, this kid has always been this freakish. I'm used to it. Whis chuckled. Just so, just so. Lucy folded his arms, humming a tune in an excellent mood. Nobody asked you. Whis and Baduosi's mouths twitched slightly. Soon everyone's attention returned to the void battlefield. Inside the void battlefield, Whis' destruction outfit was already shredded, revealing his muscular build. Xiangpa bore no visible injuries. From this, it was clear that Whis was being overwhelmingly dominated. Above, the two exchanged glances and clashed again. Bang! A fist slammed into Whis' face. Immunity. Whis ignored the damage but was sent flying backward. A purple streak tore across the sky, quickly catching up to Whis. All that could be seen was a chubby figure raining down blows on him. While enduring the hits, Whis seized an opportunity and punched Xiangpa in the face. Boom! Xiangpa's face instantly contorted, and a cat tooth flew from his mouth. Your mother's! Xiangpa erupted in fury, chasing after Whis with relentless strikes. Boom! The purple destructive aura churned wildly like waves in an ocean, crashing relentlessly against the walls of the void battlefield. Another dozen minutes passed. Whis' combat thinking had already matched that of the long-established god of destruction. It was only the gap in power that prevented him from posing a real threat. After Xiangpa finally managed to knock Whis away again, his heart pounded wildly. Damn, what kind of freak is this? Haha, exhilarating. Lord Xiangpa again. Whis' power was actually weaker than Xiangpa's. The second layer of the divine realm versus the fourth layer. Though the gap remained vast, in the divine realm each layer was a world of difference. But the second layer of the divine realm already fell within the candidate god of destruction range, granting the qualification to comprehend combat techniques at the god of destruction level. The key point remained: if any other candidate god of destruction fought Xiangpa, they would be instantly destroyed by him. But this was Whis. Whis could ignore any damage, and by taking hits he elevated his combat skills. Knocked into the air, Whis brought his hands together, and a purple light began to flicker. The surrounding pressure skyrocketed the entire void battlefield like a pressure cooker. Destruction. A cascade of purple radiance, dazzling and resplendent. You little rascal. Xiangpa grinned widely, though one of his cat teeth was now missing. His aura surged abruptly as he raised a single hand, his lips moving slightly. Destruction. Between heaven and earth, two laws of destruction clashed head-on. The overwhelming destructive aura spread out, as if about to burst the void battlefield apart. The next second, the two laws of destruction collided. At the center of the collision, a white light emerged like the shattering of chaos, annihilating everything in its path. A clash of destruction. Xiangpa's law of destruction was terrifying, directly crushing Whis' destruction rule back. Such terrifying power. Watching the destruction rule bearing down on him, Whis' veins bulged on his hands as he poured out all his strength. He exhausted every ounce of power, yet it was still futile. Suddenly, Lord Xiangpa, I can't beat you. Whis laughed heartily, his eyes flickering as he abandoned the clash of rules. Watching the destruction rule bearing down on him, Whis remained undaunted. Again, using the immunity to all damage to endure this strike. That was the first thought of Kampa and the sidelines, Kale and Vados. However, Beerus and Whis on the edge of the void battlefield covered their mouths and chuckled. Vados frowned and asked, what are you laughing at? Nothing, just thought of something funny. Whis finished speaking and laughed heartily again. Beerus also laughed along. Vados, Kale, and Ties were puzzled. Vados was about to ask further. Suddenly, a voice rang out from within the void battlefield. Time reversal. The vast rules of time surged from Whis, enveloping the entire void battlefield. The destruction rules unleashed by Kampa began to reverse, and the pressure within the void battlefield abruptly subsided. How is this possible? Outside the void battlefield, Vados stared in disbelief. Kale's breathing quickened, his pupils filled with incredulity. When did Whis comprehend the rules of time? What's this? There's even more exaggerated stuff coming. Beerus's tone was full of mockery. He had been the one to get his balls grabbed under Whis' time rules before. Every time he remembered, he got angry. But now that Whis was going to do the same to Kampa, he couldn't wait. After this, he wouldn't be the only one who had his balls grabbed. Just then, Inside the void battlefield. Space teleportation. Time rewound to the moment before the two clashed with destruction rules. Whis waved his hand, slashed a spatial rift in the air, and leaped in. The next second he appeared before Kampa on the opposite side. Peach explosion. Whis lowered his hand, condensed an energy sphere, and pressed it toward Kampa's crotch. Kampa clutched his pants, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, like a kite with its string cut, Kampa plummeted straight down. He crashed onto the void battlefield, foaming at the mouth, his body twitching. Seeing this, Beerus and Whis on the sidelines leaned on each other, laughing breathlessly. They were almost laughing mad. Battles, Kale, and Ties finally realized that those two had known what would happen all along. Finally watching Kampa still convulsing on the void battlefield, Ties couldn't help but laugh too. Kale and Battles also wanted to laugh, but since Kampa was the god of destruction of Universe 6, they had to hold it in. Their faces were flushed red from the effort. You could see how hard they were holding it in. Above, Whis was panting heavily. Seeing Kampa's miserable state, he grinned. Serves you right for beating me up all this time. In fact, Whis' combat skills had skyrocketed to such a level precisely because he had been relentlessly pummeled by Kampa. After all, the power of the second layer of the divine realm of power was far inferior to the fourth layer. It was only because of Whis' immunity constitution that he survived Kampa's onslaught. This sparring ended in such a farce. As Whis had said before, without using abilities like erasure or other means, Whis simply couldn't defeat Kampa. In the end, he had to resort to the rules of time and space to turn the tide instantly. Half a day later, in front of the god of destruction's palace, tables were laden with all kinds of food, drinks, and fruits. Ties was busy preparing a feast, with Whis helping on the side. At the nearby dining table, Kampa sat on a chair staring at Whis' back with a resentful look. He gritted his teeth and said, "That scrawny bastard, when did he learn the rules of time and space?" Whis had used those two rules to sneak attack his Peach, making him lose face. What a disgrace. Beside him, Battles and Kale covered their mouths and snickered, but when they heard Kampa's question, they quickly perked up their ears. "You fat pig, stop calling me scrawny." Beerus didn't even look at Kampa. He picked up a cup of pudding from the table and poured it into his mouth. It was just a while ago. Then can Whis fuse those two powers now? Battles blurted out. The fusion of time and space rules would birth the space-time rule. He can't. Whis, eating ice cream, glanced at Beerus and smiled. Beerus-sama even made a new breakthrough thanks to Whis' space-time rule. After returning from the celestial realm, Whis used the space-time rule to create a time chamber, and it was inside that Beerus broke through to the Ultra Instinct realm. The moment Whis finished speaking, the air fell into dead silence. Kampa whirled around and stared fixedly at Beerus. A new breakthrough. What did that mean? Had he advanced from the fifth layer of the divine realm of power to the angel realm? Battles also looked at Beerus, and after observing for a while, she finally noticed something. Battles swallowed. Beerus-sama, it's just a mere Ultra Instinct realm. If Whis can achieve it, why can't I? Beerus waved his hand. Beerus appeared calm on the surface, but the corners of his mouth turned up and his tail raised high behind him betrayed him. Clearly Beerus was also proud and boastful of having comprehended the Ultra Instinct realm. Impossible. Kampa's pupils contracted sharply as he pointed at Beerus. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. The Ultra Instinct realm was the level of an angel. He would rather believe that Beerus enjoyed eating shit than believe that Beerus could comprehend the Ultra Instinct realm. If it were true, that would be worse than death. Seeing Kampa's incredulous expression, Beerus grinned widely, laughing with delight. Coming to Universe 6 wasn't just about settling the score. His main purpose was to show off in front of the fat pig. Right now Beerus was floating on cloud 9, feeling ecstatic. Don't believe me, huh? Beerus's body radiated a silver glow, making him appear ethereal. He vanished from his seat in an instant. The next moment he appeared beside Kampa and gave him a hard knock on the head. Believe me now. Ouch. Kampa clutched his head, fury blazing in his eyes. Scrawny, I challenge you to a one-on-one fight. Lord Kampa, let's first finish the feast. We can duel later. At that moment Whis and Ties approached, carrying the prepared food. Before they even arrived, the tantalizing aroma of the food had already spread to their side. Kampa and Beerus's noses twitched wildly. These two brothers were like little dogs, squinting their eyes, tails wagging back and forth. Whis placed the tempura, sushi, takoyaki, and other dishes Ties had made onto the table. Beerus turned into a streak of silver light, left Kampa's side, and instantly returned to his original seat. Once Ties brought the last dish to the table, the two Beerus brothers used all their strength to quickly pick up the food from the table. Whoa, I finally get to eat Earth's cuisine again. It's so delicious. Why doesn't Universe 6 have food like this? After tasting it once, I can never forget it. What am I going to do without it? Kampa ate, tears welling up in his eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Ultra Instinct time rule, space rule, erasure. Why? Why though? Xiangpa kept stuffing food into his mouth, glancing at Kair beside him. My candidate god of destruction isn't even as strong as Whis. And we're twin universes, yet my sixth universe doesn't even have Earth. Worst of all, this scrawny one has actually mastered Ultra Instinct. Xiangpa grew angrier as he spoke, popping another few octopus balls into his mouth, fuming. Why does that skinny one get all the good stuff? Ties, your cooking is so good. How about I depose Kai and make you the candidate god of destruction for my 6th universe? Xiangpa turned his head again, looking pitifully at Ties beside Lewis. Kai, who was busy devouring his food, rolled his eyes. I'm right here. Is that really appropriate to say? Lord Xiangpa, shut up. Ba Duosi snapped irritably. Having such a god of destruction was truly unfortunate. Oh, I was just joking. Xiangpa shrank his neck. This tigress was fierce. Remembering something, he hastily asked, by the way, Ties, do you have any more instant noodles? Instant noodles were the best thing he had ever eaten. Around the table, everyone was speechless. This fatty had no end to it. Finally, Bai Lucy couldn't take it anymore and tossed Xiangpa a capsule, which contained all the instant noodles Lewis had given him. The big fatty finally wore a satisfied smile. At that moment, Ba Duosi looked at Lewis. Lewis, why did you attack Kuei La? The atmosphere at the table grew tense. Xiangpa and Kai, both stout, stared intently at Lewis. They had recently heard that the 4th universe had changed its god of destruction and that Kuei La had been killed by Lewis using erasure. Erasure? That was the supreme law. Only those at the level of priest could comprehend such power. And yet Lewis had mastered it. But why did Lewis kill Kuei La? That puzzled Xiangpa and Kai. Lewis picked up a napkin, wiped the corner of his mouth, glanced at the 3 of them, then looked at Bai Lucy beside him. Bai Lucy nodded. The meaning was clear. This fatty was one of them, no need to hold back. Lewis relaxed. Indeed, despite their constant quarrels, the brotherly bond between Bai Lucy and Xiangpa ran deeper than anyone else's. After that sparring session, Kuei La ambushed me, and then colluded with the Dark Demon Realm. Lewis began to speak slowly. At the table, everyone held their breath, listening to Lewis's account. Lewis revealed everything. Beside him, Tice's heart pounded wildly. She had no idea her Lewis had faced so much. That rat actually ambushed you. Xiangpa stood up from his chair, his eyes turning cold. But then again, given that rat's vengeful and treacherous nature, he wouldn't tolerate a genius like you appearing in the 7th universe. After all, Bai Lucy has always been at odds with him. In fact, not only Bai Lucy, but he himself had also had many minor conflicts with Kuei La. Cats and mice. They were inherently incompatible. Xiangpa sat back down and looked at Lewis. I didn't expect you to venture into the Dark Demon Realm. Glancing at Whis, he continued. You were lucky to escape from the Dark Demon Realm. Lucky. Without Demi-Gu Law, the Dark Demon Realm is nothing. With erasure in hand, and Whis healing me, anyone who comes dies. Lewis rolled his eyes. Besides, Miss Cassie came to rescue us. He wasn't boasting. With Whis around, he was a perpetual motion machine. Even angel-level fighters couldn't withstand his erasure. Lewis, you underestimate the Dark Demon Realm. Ba Duosi shook her head. Even without Demi-Gu Law, if you caused a major commotion in the Dark Demon Realm, even if my eldest sister came, it would be hard for you to walk out safely. The Dark Demon Realm had always been the archenemy of the Omni King's universe. The Dark Demon Realm knew the strength of the Omni King's universe, and the Omni King's universe knew the strength of the Dark Demon Realm just as well. In the Dark Demon Realm, besides Demi-Gu Law, there were 4 other demon gods. Each demon god possessed power at the priest level. In addition, including Pu Ting, there were 11 other angel-level experts. Yes, Lewis, you still underestimate the Dark Demon Realm. Bai Lucy took a sip of his drink and looked at Lewis. I never told you about the Dark Demon Realm before, because I didn't want you to get involved too early. I never expected you and Whis to actually enter it. With that, Bai Lucy shot a glare at Whis. Whis stuck out his tongue. He thought Lewis would just kill someone and leave. Who could have guessed Lewis would cause such a stir? Hearing Bai Lucy and Ba Duosi's words, Lewis was taken aback and looked at Whis. Whis, is that true? Lord Bai Lucy and my sister are right. The fact that we left the Dark Demon Realm safely must mean something happened there. Whis nodded, recounting the experts of the Dark Demon Realm, and finally said, it's likely that the other demon gods had fallen into slumber, so when my eldest sister came we had a chance to escape. Whis' guess was correct. The other demon gods of the Dark Demon Realm were indeed in slumber. Gulp. Lewis swallowed hard, his back already drenched in cold sweat. The Dark Demon Realm actually had 4 other demon gods, each with power at the priest level. Unlike angel-level, priest-level experts could ignore his nascent erasure and could even seal him permanently. Scared now? Don't be so reckless in the future. Whis chuckled. In truth, he was just scaring Lewis. Not that the experts of the Dark Demon Realm were false, but even without his eldest sister, they could have escaped from the Dark Demon Realm. Because the person he called upon back then was his father. Though his father didn't descend, it was his eldest sister. Since his father knew about it, they would definitely be fine. After all, his father's power far exceeded the priest level. After you returned from the Dark Demon Realm, I originally planned to have you first cultivate your power to the Divine Realm, and then polish your combat skills, since the Dark Demon Realm had its eyes on you. Whis looked at Lewis with deep meaning. Who would have thought that after 2 trips to the Celestial Realm your power would break through to the second layer of the Divine Realm? Celestial Realm. Everyone was puzzled. What was the Celestial Realm? Xiangpa and the others didn't know, but Bai Lucy had already heard about the former Grand Priest from the Senza Beans. The former Grand Priest resided in the Celestial Realm. Under the doubtful gazes of the crowd, Whis changed the subject. Liyisi, your power has broken through to the second layer of the divine realm, and you have once again caught the attention of the dark demon realm. I fully agree with your proposal to Lord Lucy for the Omni King Universe Challenge Tour. You have only fought against Lord Xiangpa once, yet your combat skills and experience have greatly improved. If you finish challenging the remaining 9 universes, you will surely achieve even greater improvement in all aspects. Normally, without the Omni Kings, Order Gods of Destruction and their candidates cannot leave their own universes for too long. First, this is to avoid accidents befalling the Kaioshin within the universe when the God of Destruction is absent, as that would cause the God of Destruction to suddenly perish. Second, it is to prevent conflicts between Gods of Destruction of different universes, for those who become Gods of Destruction rarely have good temperaments. But Liyisi's situation is different now. His elder sister and the Grand Priest did not stop him either. That is why Whis agreed to Liyisi's challenge tour. Wait. Xiangpa spoke. At the dining table, everyone turned to look at Xiangpa. Liyisi asked, Lord Xiangpa, what's wrong? Xiangpa gulped down a mouthful of drink and stared at Liyisi with a resentful expression. For the Omni King Universe Challenge Tour, why did you choose to challenge my 6th universe first? And are you treating me as your experience pack? Thinking of something, Xiangpa covered his crotch, which still ached faintly. Liyisi shrank his neck. This fat guy was kind of cute. He felt a bit reluctant to admit it was true. Liyisi could only wink his peripheral vision, glancing at Lucy, meaning that it was Lord Lucy who made him do this. Xiangpa noticed Liyisi's look froze for a moment, and then flew into a rage. You damn skinny bone. I can let it slide that good things never come to me, but now you even let your Liyisi bully me first. Xiangpa vanished from the table, and instantly appeared before Lucy, grabbing his neck. Still furious, Xiangpa bared his gleaming teeth, and bit down on Lucy's ear. Ugh. You crazy fat pig. The next second, bang, bang, bang. These two cats started fighting at the table. Everyone else knew that the way these brothers got along was just this bizarre, so they turned a blind eye to it. The group talked a lot more, mostly about Liyisi seeking advice on cultivation. Kair, as the candidate God of Destruction of the 6th universe, listened on the side and occasionally asked questions. With 2 angels present, they answered Liyisi and Kair one by one. At the level of God of Destruction, the power used is divine power. Liyisi does well in this regard. Kair's dimension is only at the Yama level, still far from the Kaioshin dimension. To achieve a qualitative breakthrough, one must first cultivate the dimension to the level of Kaioshin, which is the so-called divine dimension. Having said that, Bajuosi turned to Liyisi. Kair's issue is settled, now it's your turn. Liyisi, when you just fought Lord Xiangpa, you must have realized the gap between you and a true God of Destruction, right? Liyisi nodded, about to speak. Bajuosi continued, what makes a God of Destruction formidable is not just combat skills and experience. You only fought Lord Xiangpa once, yet you quickly learned so much from it. Your talent can truly be called unrivaled. At the table, Kair, who was burying his head in food, heard this, glanced at Liyisi, and then shook his head. Perhaps he had been a bit unconvinced before, but now he couldn't be anymore, since others could even kill a God of Destruction while he. There are 2 most important aspects where Gods of Destruction excel. Bajuosi's voice was soft, pure power and mastery of laws. You are able to ignore any damage. If not for that, with your power at the 2nd layer of the divine realm, you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch from Lord Xiangpa. That is pure power. As for laws, if Lord Xiangpa's mastery of destruction laws is a vast ocean, then your mastery of destruction laws is at most a small stream. You must have noticed this when you fought Lord Xiangpa. What I want to say is, besides destruction laws, your time laws and space laws are also not strong enough. Bajuosi's words were all reasonable, but when she said that time and space laws were not strong enough, Liyisi frowned. Whis noticed Liyisi's expression and spoke. Liyisi, you don't really think your time and space laws are already very strong, do you? Liyisi asked in confusion. You once said that my mastery of time and space laws surpasses yours. When I sparred with Lord Xiangpa and Lord Lucy, I even gained the upper hand using these 2 techniques. Isn't that strong enough? On Earth, he had used these 2 laws to ambush Lucy's private parts. In the recent fight, he had also used them to ambush Xiangpa's. Your mastery of time and space laws is indeed stronger than mine, that's true. Whis glanced at Liyisi and said calmly, but dare you say you can defeat me using only these 2 laws? Using only time and space laws to defeat a master at the 2nd layer of the angel realm? How could that be possible? It's definitely impossible to defeat. Liyisi shook his head. The only thing that could threaten an angel now was the technique of erasure. That's exactly it. Whis picked up a napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. Actually, when you sparred with Lord Lucy before and gained the upper hand, it was due to the element of surprise. The same applies to your fight with Lord Xiangpa. Many factors affect the outcome of a battle besides power and combat skills. There are also factors like surprise attacks that can influence the result. To put it bluntly, you only ambushed Lord Xiangpa, which allowed you to turn the tide in the recent spar. Whis spoke without mincing words. Bajuosi smiled. Whis is right. If Lord Xiangpa had known you could use time and space laws, you would have been in trouble. Why? Liyisi's eyes were full of question marks. At the table the two brothers were still fighting, while Kair and Taisai also looked at Bajuosi. This brings us back to the issue of power. There's a saying that goes, one force can break all laws. Bajuosi glanced at Xiangpa, who was still brawling with Bailusi, and shook her head. In fact, power at the fourth layer of the divine realm can already interfere with your time laws. That is to say, if Lord Xiangpa had known in advance that you could use these laws, you would not have been able to reverse his time. Bajuosi paused, then said calmly, unless Lord Xiangpa does not resist. Off. Li Yixi was stunned and looked at Whis. Whis, is this true? Whis nodded. Yes, with supreme power, not only time laws, but even destruction laws, or even the erasure you possess, can be ignored by others. Hearing this, Li Yixi swallowed. He also recalled the plot in the Super Anime, where Frisia was hit by destructive energy, but broke free from it through sheer power. Let me try. Li Yixi, unconvinced, raised his hand and waved at Whis. A time law was applied to Whis, causing his time to reverse. Whis smiled, and the power of his second layer of the angel realm trembled slightly. Crack! Like glass falling to the ground, a crisp shattering sound rang out. The silver glow vanished instantly. Li Yixi's pupils contracted sharply. He could feel his time law being burst apart by a powerful force.